In a clash where both sides exchanged blows, the margin widened slightly. Coach Bicksdaff initially anticipated that the Knicks would continue to run rampant. Yet upon the entrance of Liu, the pace of the game decelerated. Allan Houston, struggling with his shooting touch, failed to capitalize on several opportunities and abruptly increased his attempts from beyond the arc, still unable to regain his rhythm. Gradually, the Knicks intensified their defensive efforts, while Weber scored consecutively in front of Oakley, who was becoming increasingly impatient. As the tempo slowed, the essence of tough basketball returned. By halftime, the score stood at 56-43, marking a 13-point gap. In the second half, Coach Bicksdaff entirely abandoned the use of Mureesan, opting to lower the height of his lineup in an attempt to accelerate the game's pace. However, the Knicks remained unfazed, as Charles Oakley began to grapple with Weber. Within less than 2 minutes of play, the two were shoving each other. Larry Johnson was equally unyielding against Juwan Howard, frequently asserting himself on the defensive end. With one player unable to receive the ball and another clanking free throws, the Bullets suddenly found themselves in a scoring drought. The Knicks' offense predominantly revolved around Liu and Allan Houston, who unleashed their shots while relentlessly battling for position in the paint. Such a simplistic strategy utterly dismantled the Bullets, leaving Jeff Van Gundy on the bench in disbelief. Is this how we win? With a third-quarter score of 20-11, by the end of the third period, the score had escalated to 76-54, extending the deficit to 22 points, leaving no room for suspense. The Bullets fans seemed unable to accept this outcome, erupting with the loudest boos since the game's inception. Boo. Liu remained unfazed by the atmosphere, approaching the bench to fist bump Allan Houston. Great shooting. You have to believe you'll hit the next one. Exhaling, Allan Houston found a glimmer of confidence, reflecting, too bad it's garbage time. I finally found my shooting touch. He finished the quarter with 8 points from 6 attempts, hitting 3-0 from beyond the arc and 2 for 2 from the free throw line. Liu contributed with 7 points, 1 rebound, 3 assists, and 1 steal, completing the third quarter with a tally of 6 attempts, 3 successful shots, and 1 from three-point range. Together, they amassed 15 points, nearly monopolizing the Knicks' scoring for the quarter, a scenario inconceivable in the first half. Assistant coach Don Chaney smiled as he patted the departing starters on the back. Good job. The third quarter reflected the coaching staff's pre-game strategy. The difference was that the Knicks no longer had to contend with the towering Mureesan at 7 feet 7 inches, as Liu had intuitively optimized their tactical approach in the first quarter. Despite securing a decisive victory, Jeff Van Gundy felt little sense of accomplishment. Watching Liu return to the bench, engaging in jovial conversation with his teammates, he was suddenly reminded of Pat Riley's experience coaching Magic Johnson. Is this what it feels like? In the fourth quarter, the beleaguered Walter McCarty finally received more opportunities. Throughout the entirety of this garbage time, the rookie set a new career high with 7 points. The excessive garbage time dulled the audience's enthusiasm, and the boos faded into silence. In the end, the Knicks achieved a resounding victory against the Bullets, marking a triumphant start post-All-Star break. Chris Webber, upon the conclusion of the match, swiftly turned and retreated to the players' tunnel. As fellow All-Stars, their standings were somewhat equal. Yet the defeated Weber had little desire to witness Liu's smiling visage. Upon returning to the locker room, the Knicks were in high spirits. Having reviewed the game statistics, with 84 possessions, it was no wonder they felt so comfortable. After Liu completely vacated the bench, Starks found it easier to perform. I think we played well. Our turnovers were fewer than expected, 11 in total, with just 4 in the fourth quarter and 7 in the first 3. Charles Oakley, indifferent to the statistics, casually remarked as he settled into his seat. Keeping it simple is beneficial. As long as we don't lose this week, we remain in second place. Based on our current record, we could secure the division title, which would be a consolation for our fans. Both veterans aspired to win the division title as a form of redemption for past failures. Seeing the glum expression on Larry's face as he scrutinized the statistics, Liu approached him with a teasing comment. Larry, stop fixating on posting up against taller forwards. Your efficiency is suffering. In the next game, remember to seek mismatches. I'll make sure to pass you the ball. With a shooting line of 3 for 8, accumulating 10 points, Larry lamented his lack of ball possession, and upon hearing Liu's words, could only sourly mutter, damn All-Stars. On the morning of February 12th, the Knicks returned to New York after their victory over the Bullets, making the week's schedule seem particularly manageable. The New York media lauded Liu, who led the team in scoring, In 29 minutes, he shot 7 of 14, with 2 of 4 from beyond the arc and 2 of 2 from the free throw line, totaling 18 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and no turnovers. All 5 starters scored in double digits, while Starks contributed 15 points from the bench, an occurrence that was quite rare for the Knicks. Coach Jeff Van Gundy also received accolades from the media for his timely tactical adjustments, which were visibly effective and truly commendable. In the afternoon practice, Ewing was not in high spirits, feeling as though the New York media was subtly undermining him. Nevertheless, the gorilla proved to be a commendable leader in the locker room, smiling as the team enjoyed their easy victory. With a record of 39 wins and 10 losses, we are already 3 games ahead of the second-place Pistons. If we can maintain this momentum for a few more games, I will be fully recovered. If we are still in second place by the end of the month, we will surely secure the division title this season. Though the championship had eluded them in recent years, Ewing felt that winning a division title would at least provide some measure of satisfaction. As he spoke, his teammates offered flattery while also expressing their concern. "Pat, please don't push yourself too hard. Your health is paramount." Ewing sensed a hint of discomfort among them, but quickly dismissed the feeling, reminding himself that this was his team. In the presence of the gorilla, Liu typically refrains from expressing his opinions excessively. At this moment, he is holding a tactical board, elucidating the 3-man screen-and-roll strategy to the elder. The crux lies in the pick at the free throw line. Timing for the roll down is paramount, and of course, one may also opt for a mid-range shot. A 3-point attempt? That too can be executed from the perimeter, though it will require Allan to set the screen. This depends on the opponent's defensive strategy. Clad in training attire, Larry Johnson finds it somewhat challenging to grasp the concept, yet instinctively feels that the strategy indeed bears merit under Liu's guidance. It remains somewhat intricate, so perhaps the UCLA cut is preferable, much like the Jazz, running off the ball, weaving through to the basket, and then finishing at the rim. Liu remains silent, merely gesturing towards the low post. The elder pauses momentarily before comprehending, expressing disdain at his finishing near the basket. During their routine training sessions, the Knicks engage in numerous offensive drills. As a playoff powerhouse founded on defense, understanding the opponent's tactical tendencies is of utmost importance. The scrimmage typically simulates the opponent's strategies, followed by systematic defensive arrangements. Familiar with the plays, the execution tends to alter during actual games, with Liu as the focal point. The sharing of the ball allows for the strategies to manifest effectively. The Knicks' legendary figure, Halsman, once analyzed the game. Basketball is not rocket science. Finding open teammates on offense and sticking to the ball on defense suffices. On the evening of February 13th, Jeff Van Gundy adhered to the legendary coach's philosophy, continuing to oversee the game, allowing Liu to focus on locating open teammates. Allen Iverson's 76ers have been struggling, having lost their previous match against the Cavaliers, bringing their record to 12 wins and 35 losses. Following this trajectory, they are likely headed for the lottery pick. As the game commenced, Madison Square Garden erupted with excitement. Regardless of the outcome, witnessing both Iverson and Liu play made the ticket worthwhile. However, by halftime, Allen Iverson was having an off night, shooting 2 for 10 and making only 1 of 3 from beyond the arc, accumulating a mere 7 points. At halftime, the Knicks comfortably led by 13 points, 41-54. Liu showed little interest in competing with a struggling team, successfully activating Allan Houston during the first half. It appeared he had rediscovered the rhythm he once had with the Pistons, as Houston efficiently scored 12 points on 5 of 8 shooting, including 2 of 5 from the 3-point line. Upon returning to the locker room, Allan Houston remained exuberant. The opponent's defensive discipline was woefully inadequate. A single screen could create opportunities. He hoped to play through to the fourth quarter. Ewing could naturally sense the jubilant atmosphere in the locker room. Starks and Oakley jest about Iverson's poor shooting, while the elder whispered to Liu, with the atmosphere team enthusiastically rallying for a full fourth quarter. The team radiated a newfound vitality. Offense had a remarkable ability to uplift spirits. As the third quarter unfolded, the Knicks unleashed a ferocious offensive display. The score was 24-35 at the end of 3 quarters, and by the fourth quarter, it had escalated to 65-89, devolving into garbage time. Such an efficient offensive performance ignited Madison Square Garden, and the New York fans were utterly elated. As the starting lineup completed the third quarter, Larry Johnson exited the court with a smile upon his face. The veteran scored a flawless 8 points from 4 attempts in the quarter, and Liu truly delivered on his promise, facilitating effortless scoring. Although the total points were modest, this undeniably marked the finest performance since Allan Houston's arrival with the Knicks. With a shooting stat of 9 for 15, including 3 for 8 from beyond the arc and 1 for 1 from the free throw line, he tallied 22 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals without a single turnover. It is evident that Lee successfully revitalized the sharpshooter. In the MSG commentary booth, analyst John Andrus enthusiastically praised the performance, noting that even in a lopsided game, such efficiency is a rarity. As the game approached garbage time, commentator Marv Albert lauded the team's tactical adjustments, with Pat injured. The coaching staff promptly modified their strategy, showcasing head coach Jeff Van Gundy's coaching prowess. Perhaps it won't be long before Coach Van Gundy becomes a legendary figure like Pat Riley, ushering in an era of showtime for the Knicks. Sitting confidently on the bench, Van Gundy occasionally rose to energize the crowd. The discerning New York fans had ceased their critiques of the bald-headed young coach, with many now cheering for Van Gundy. Recognizing his substance, as the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 92-113, with the Knicks dominating the game and achieving yet another three-quarter victory over the 76ers. Allen Iverson, with a disappointing 3 for 15, finished with 13 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, and 5 turnovers, left the court dejected, unable to withstand the consecutive losses post-All-Star game. Following the game, MSG interviewed Liu. Lee, congratulations on achieving another double-double. Tonight, all 5 starters scored in double figures. Could you discuss the team's offensive strategy? To such inquiries, Lee was well prepared. Coach Jeff Van Gundy made crucial adjustments, and the coaching staff devises detailed plans for each game. With Pat injured, everyone needed to step up and score. We trust one another, and this offensive display is a testament to the entire team's effort. Commentator John Andrus nodded approvingly. Having covered numerous Knicks games and witnessed so many splendid offensive plays, he felt a sense of emerging success. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy observed Liu speak with a smile, leaving him momentarily speechless. Could the basketball philosophy of a legendary coach still be applicable to modern basketball? In this match, Lee scored 15 points from 5 of 11 shooting, including 1 of 2 from three-point range and 4 of 5 from the free throw line, accumulating 2 rebounds, 11 assists, and 1 steal. While not the highest scorer, he received the most accolades. With a score of 59-79, the Knicks once again clinched victory in 3 quarters. Fed by Liu over 3 games, Allan Houston reveled in a feast, shooting 11 for 16, including 3 for 4 from beyond the arc and 3 for 4 from the charity stripe. He amassed 28 points, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 turnover. With such extraordinary efficiency, Allan Houston returned to the bench, grinning broadly. The Atmosphere crew also lavished praise, exclaiming that this efficiency was truly divine. I believe Coach Van Gundy has entirely discovered the method to harness Houston's potential. An astonishing performance, scoring 28 points in just 3 quarters. If this momentum continues, we might challenge the Bulls. Commentator Marv Albert was utterly exhilarated, nearly securing a championship loan for the Knicks. At Madison Square Garden, New York fans attending the Sunday game swayed to the music in unison. On the bench, Liu also joined in, nodding his head in rhythm with the crowd, effortlessly dominating the game in 3 quarters. Everyone is enamored. On the Cavaliers bench, Trier Brandon's frustration boiled over. As a fellow All-Star, witnessing such a defeat leaves no room for excuses, especially when he observed Liu on the Knicks bench, energetically waving a towel and shaking his head. He muttered under his breath, "Damn this game." Ultimately, the score was 82-102, with the Knicks triumphantly defeating the Cavaliers, concluding the week with a 3-game winning streak. At the post-game press conference, the New York media regarded Jeff Van Gundy with newfound respect, even though the opponents were not formidable, achieving 3 victories, each with a margin of 20 points after merely 3 quarters, is a rare feat in the league. Jeff, I believe the fans are eager to know how the coaching staff has invigorated the team's offense. The reporters from the New York Times no longer posed casual questions. Their faces reflected a consensus of admiration, initially buoyed by praise. Jeff Van Gundy instinctively adjusted his tie upon hearing the question and then responded earnestly, "We have been diligently practicing new tactics. The players have worked exceptionally hard on the training ground. After half a season, the team has successfully gelled, and we are merely showcasing the results of our training." Of course, Lee's performance is also crucial. An exceptional point guard often acts as a coach on the court, executing the game plan flawlessly. Liu played for 30 minutes, shooting 4 for 9, making 1 of 3 from beyond the arc, and hitting all 4 free throws, totaling 13 points, 3 rebounds, 11 assists, and 1 steal. With no turnovers. The reporters, glancing at the statistics in their hands, nodded in agreement, aligning with Van Gundy's perspective. On February 17th, while enjoying breakfast at home, Liu watched TV as ESPN reported on the Knicks' 3 consecutive victories, lifting his spirits. After the All-Star break, the Knicks appeared to undergo a transformation. Allan Houston was fully reactivated. Although Patrick Ewing was injured, the current Knicks seemed to be thriving. If they maintain this form, they might even close in on the Bulls' record. ESPN's commentators fervently stoked the flames, relishing the narrative surrounding Patrick Ewing, as if witnessing the mighty gorilla falter would enhance their own lives. Starks, who dropped by for breakfast, scoffed at the commentators' enthusiastic discussions, muttering disdainfully, "I bet that as soon as they lose, these guys will have an entirely different narrative." Pat likely read these reports and is preparing for an early return. The upcoming match will see us face the Suns, who have bolstered their lineup with the addition of Jason Kidd. Liu feels that this may not be the most auspicious time for a comeback, especially considering the demanding schedule ahead with 6 consecutive away games in the West. The extensive travel does indeed pose challenges for maintaining optimal form. However, Pat is the leader, and ultimately, the decision rests with him. Starks remains silent, sensing that perhaps a transformation within the team is imminent. Allan Houston has just regained his form, and Larry Johnson is no longer a mere spectator on the court, all of which can be attributed to Liu's influence. We hope for the team to perform well on the road. A heartfelt thanks to our readers for their support and subscriptions. Chapter 69. Has it been tested? On the evening of February 18th, 1997, the Knicks are set to host their final home game of the month. Patrick Ewing returns from injury, but the response from certain New York media outlets is rather subdued. After all, since the Gorilla's injury, the team's performance has remained unaffected, with a fluid offense and several key players showing marked improvement. In the pre-game locker room interviews, a throng of reporters surrounds Liu, creating quite a buzz as tonight's game is also the Knicks' last nationally televised match for February. Although the pre-game narrative centers around a showdown between all-star point guards, the questions posed by the eager reporters veer off course dramatically. Lee, do you enjoy listening to Toni Braxton's music? Many players in the league are enamored with her. After this question from a New York Post journalist, laughter erupts in the room, with everyone playfully teasing Jason Kidd. Clad in a white Knicks training uniform and in good spirits, Liu joins in the mirth. Toni is beautiful, and in a few days, she will undoubtedly shine at the Grammys, but I still prefer listening to Mariah Carey. Before Liu can finish his thought, a reporter from the New York Times chimes in with gossip. It seems Mariah Carey's relationship with Mottola has hit a rough patch. Lee, perhaps you have a chance. Naturally, he is reminded to keep an eye on his teammates to avoid losing a potential date. Another round of laughter ensues, and after months of speculation, the matter is finally laid to rest. The Dallas Mavericks trio of 3J has been envious of Toni Braxton, and this situation serves as the catalyst for their eventual disbandment prior to this year's All-Star Game. Jason Kidd, Jimmy Jackson, and Jamal Mashburn found themselves embroiled in a heated altercation, violating the unspoken code of camaraderie. Kidd showed no desire to mend fences, publicly declaring, "It's either me or Jackson." The Mavericks management, not inclined to play the sycophant, promptly dispatched all 3 players, initiating a major overhaul of the team. Following their loss to the Timberwolves, the Suns' record now stands at 19 wins and 33 losses, rendering their playoff aspirations nearly theoretical. Ewing observes as Liu engages animatedly with the media, laughter echoing around him. And he feels a pang of nostalgia. It was once he who was the center of attention. The number of journalists before him had dwindled significantly, and the questions posed were primarily about the anticipated victory margin for the team that evening. In response, Ewing could only offer a confident smile. In our final home game of February, we will undoubtedly triumph over our opponents. The team has successfully gelled, and we shall maintain this momentum. Madison Square Garden, with less than half an hour remaining before the game commenced, was already filled to capacity. Naturally, the fans of New York were eager to purchase tickets to support their team in this last home match. As the arena's DJ began to introduce the visiting players, a chorus of boos erupted. When Kidd took the court, some fans shouted, "Kidd, Donnie has abandoned you." Such an age-old taunt ignited a fire within Kidd. Even before the game had begun, the New York media had unearthed every last detail of past controversies, the newspapers indulging in exaggerated ridicule, causing Kidd to lose face in front of his new teammates. Some players arrived at Madison Square Garden radiating energy, undoubtedly fueled by the city's fervent supporters. As it was the home team's turn to take the floor, the cheers grew louder, and when Ewing emerged, he was met with applause from the New York crowd. Tonight, Coach Danny Ainge had opted against a dual point guard lineup, pairing Kevin Johnson and Jason Kidd in the backcourt, perhaps signaling a transition for the Suns. The forward positions featured Cedric Ceballos and Mark Bryant, with Hafrod Williams manning the center. After acquiring Mark Bryant from the Rockets, the new addition had been performing admirably since joining the Suns. From the MSG commentary booth, announcer Marv Albert briefly outlined the changes in the Suns' starting lineup following the trade. In a dual point guard arrangement, it seemed Kevin Johnson would need to make some sacrifices, as Jason Kidd required the ball in his hands. Commentator John Andrews offered a succinct assessment of the opposing lineup, suggesting that both guards would be affected by the arrangement. As the game was poised to begin, Jeff Van Gundy provided a simple reminder: be vigilant of their transition offense. Everyone must retreat quickly and match up. Jason Kidd always had a knack for finding the right teammates during fast breaks. Since joining the Suns, he had already showcased some impressive passes from the bench. And now as a starter, he would need to be even more attentive. Liu and Allan Houston nodded in agreement. If they could effectively contain the opposing backcourt, the game would become significantly easier. As both teams gathered at center court, Jason Kidd amicably fist-bumped the Knicks players. "Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks!" With the cheers of New York fans ringing in his ears, Ewing successfully won the jump ball. After Liu gained control of the possession, he noticed that Kevin Johnson was still defending him. He immediately lowered his center of gravity and swiftly crossed half court. Reaching the arc, he shielded the ball. And without needing Liu to signal any tactical gestures, Ewing and Oakley executed a cross screen in the paint. With the ball in his left hand, Liu moved to the left wing, delivering a precise lob pass. Ewing, receiving the ball in the low post, found that the rest of the Knicks had spread out, watching the gorilla go one-on-one against Mark Bryant. After releasing the ball with his right hand, Ewing tapped twice, advancing towards the paint and swiftly maneuvering to a position directly in front of the hoop, using his strength to fend off his opponent before successfully executing a shot. Following his recovery from injury, the formidable player exhibited boundless energy, effortlessly completing the Knicks' inaugural offensive play. The exuberant cheers from the crowd uplifted Ewing's spirits. He remained the linchpin of the team. The Suns' offense underwent notable alterations as Kevin Johnson received the ball in the backcourt, with Liu maintaining a cautious distance, ever vigilant of the opponent's movements. Crossing half court, he promptly passed to Jason Kidd at the arc's apex, while Johnson stationed himself on the left wing. Liu followed suit, persistently guarding Johnson. In the very first possession, Liu recognized that this seasoned point guard intended to play a supportive role tonight. Standing at 193 meters, Kidd possessed a robust physique, and like many prodigious talents, he showcased a mature style of play upon entering the league, arguably peaking from the onset of his career. As Allan Houston created significant space, Kidd's shooting prowess was not particularly remarkable. According to the pregame strategy, the plan was to defend against drives while allowing outside shots, with Ewing's return alleviating any concerns regarding rebounding. Although Kidd had an opportunity for a direct jumper, he opted to call for a pick and roll, with center Howard moving to the top of the arc, prompting Ewing to step away from the basket. At this moment, Liu quickly turned and vocally alerted Larry, watch your defense." Responding instinctively to Liu's call, Larry Johnson closely guarded Cedric, who feigned a move towards the top before abruptly sprinting along the baseline. While Larry was prepared, he did not anticipate Kidd's audacious passing. After the pick, Kidd, with the ball in his right hand, approached the elbow area on the right side of the free throw line, executing a remarkably penetrating bounce pass. Providing ample lead time, Cedric, still entangled with Larry Johnson, managed to receive the ball near the basket. Ultimately, Cedric maneuvered to the left side of the hoop, pivoting to lay the ball up, which precariously rolled into the basket. Although Kidd's pass was exquisite, the New York fans were unyielding, expressing their discontent with boos while persistently chanting outdated taunts. It was evident that Kidd's temper flared, his expression growing increasingly serious, receiving a focused boost just as the game commenced. After a defensive lapse, Larry raised his hand to indicate the error was his, initiating an inbound play. Liu, not waiting to cross half-court, immediately signaled a tactical gesture. With Kevin Johnson defending closely, as Liu approached mid-court, he tossed the ball to Oakley at the arc. Upon receiving it, Oakley quickly relayed the ball to the left wing, where Larry Johnson awaited. Ewing, still in the left low post, established position against the opposing center Howard, who was also grappling with him, making the pass difficult. Larry swiftly returned the ball to Allan Houston at the arc. Kidd effectively closed in, while Houston passed to Liu on the right wing. At this juncture, Ewing had shifted to the right low post, continuing to establish his position, while Oakley settled near the left baseline. Kevin Johnson, initially expecting another center isolation play, was surprised when Liu, after receiving the ball, executed a swift crossover and broke through. With his left hand holding the ball, Liu took a substantial step forward and suddenly unleashed a powerful shot, momentarily pausing before altering his dribbling rhythm. Kevin Johnson, who had just closed in defensively, found himself at a disadvantage as Liu accelerated once more. Although Liu's breakthrough speed was not overwhelming, he charged into the paint with the ball in his left hand, keenly observing as the Suns' defense constricted. Swiftly executing a behind-the-back dribble, he shifted the defensive focus, causing Johnson to lose his positioning. Seizing the opportunity, Liu gathered the ball and confidently launched a jump shot from just inside the free throw line. Swish! The mid-range shot found its mark with unwavering precision. The cheers erupted anew at Madison Square Garden, yet Kevin Johnson sensed that he was now more attuned to Liu's style of play, no longer pursuing speed and first steps as blindly as in their initial encounter. As the Knicks star player scored early in the game, the New York fans initially believed it to be an auspicious sign. However, as the match progressed, they soon realized the spectacle was lacking. Ewing, brimming with energy, served as the tactical linchpin, commencing plays from the low post, much like any traditional center. The Suns, well prepared, had their center, Houghton, and newcomer Mark Bryant tightly contesting Ewing, preventing him from receiving the ball with ease. Despite the Knicks' orderly offense, characterized by fluid execution without errors, the fans felt a distinct change in the game's atmosphere. The Suns' interior players operated as role players, with Cedric emerging as the primary scorer. Yet, every time Kidd attempted to energize his scoring efforts, Liu consistently anticipated the opponent's moves with remarkable foresight. Though Larry Johnson's prime had waned, he still exhibited moments of defensive prowess, reminding everyone that even a withered camel is bigger than a horse. Defense, 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 echoed the chants of the New York fans as the Suns initiated their offense. Kidd received the ball at the top of the arc, noticing that Allan Houston had given him ample space, and promptly launched a shot from beyond the three-point line. It went in. Perhaps Allan Houston might need to reconsider his defensive approach. The commentator, Marv Albert, displayed a lack of enthusiasm as the game lulled into a monotonous rhythm. With 6 minutes and 38 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Suns took their first lead at 13-12. As the official timeout commenced, boos resonated throughout Madison Square Garden once again. Ewing's role as the focal point had its advantages. In certain possessions, Liu could effortlessly blend into the assist role. Excellent. We must adhere to our defensive strategy as the opposition struggles with three-point shooting. Our primary task is to safeguard the defensive rebounds. While the fans lamented the lack of excitement, Jeff Van Gundy relished a long-awaited sense of accomplishment as this game unfolded entirely under his command. Ewing felt the game's tempo was favorable, his stamina abundant, and it was merely a matter of time before he overwhelmed the Suns' interior. A satisfied expression graced the Gorilla-esque face. This was the Knicks he recognized. Van Gundy's game plan was undoubtedly sound, as the Suns were prone to mistakes, and Jason Kidd's penetrating passes were often accompanied by high turnover rates. In a pivotal moment, a defender snatched the ball away from Cedric as he cut toward the basket, completing the steal before immediately tossing the ball to Liu on the left wing. Upon receiving the ball, Liu accelerated fiercely along the left sideline. In this seemingly unremarkable match, a remarkable transition offense unfolded, eliciting a resounding cheer from the New York fans as they rushed past half-court. Jason Kidd had retreated within the three-point line, attempting to obstruct Liu's path to the basket. Observing his opponent's intention to step up for defense, Liu, who swiftly cut in from the wing, maintained his speed. With the ball in his right hand, he subtly altered his course. The moment he switched to his left hand, his body glided to the left, followed by a sudden, expansive stride. Executing a behind-the-back dribble and a rapid change of hands, Liu made a twisting layup, leaving Jason Kidd to leap in vain for a block. As he soared, Kidd could only watch as Liu glided towards the lower right side of the hoop, twisting his right wrist to effortlessly execute a reverse layup. Oh, what a splendid counterattack layup, prompting the loudest cheer of the game thus far. Caught off guard, Jason Kidd had not anticipated such flair in Liu's counterattacking layup. Liu quickly transitioned back on defense, exchanging a high five with the cheering Spike Lee at the sidelines. Today's showcase of skill had been successfully accomplished. The energetic Ewing proved to be remarkably efficient, serving as the tactical linchpin, frequently handling the ball in each offensive play. He made his presence felt on both ends of the court, while, in stark contrast, the previously outstanding Allan Houston seemed to fade into the background. Aside from 2 unremarkable jump shots following screens, his contributions were limited. When Ewing received the ball in the left block, Larry Johnson engaged more in off-ball cutting, yet his finishing efficiency was lacking, resulting in missed opportunities. The Suns aimed to counterattack, but Jason Kidd struggled to find his teammates, with the 2 towering big men often lagging behind, Cedric and Kevin Johnson being closely guarded. The Suns opted for an early substitution, while Knicks coach Jeff Van Gundy refrained from making changes until there were merely 20 seconds remaining in the first quarter, allowing Ewing to rest. Liu played the entirety of the first quarter, and during the break, Jeff Van Gundy promptly reminded the team, "Continue to uphold this defensive standard. The opponent will falter first, and we must seize the opportunity." The first quarter concluded in a tightly contested manner, with the coaching staff surprised by the Suns' resilience. As the second quarter commenced, Liu donned his training gear and settled securely on the bench. Beside him, Allan Houston appeared somewhat discontented after his efficient previous game. He had reverted to form tonight. "The pace is far too slow, and the opponent's defensive discipline is lacking. We can definitely play faster." Covering his mouth with a towel, Allan Houston whispered to Liu, "We will win if we manage our turnovers and wait for the opponent to err. This strategy is sound." Liu accepted the situation, cognizant that he would not be running aimlessly with the towering center. Veteran Buck Williams was undersized, while Ewing was a giant. In the first quarter, Allan Houston shot 2 for 4, scoring 4 points, whereas Liu was 2 for 3, tallying 4 points, 1 rebound, and 2 assists. Ewing exhibited remarkable efficiency, shooting 3 for 4 and converting 2 free throws for a total of 8 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist, with all 5 Knicks starters contributing to the scoreboard. Charles Oakley, indifferent to statistics, merely expressed dissatisfaction with the lack of a wider margin, given the significant disparity in records. This mismatch should have concluded sooner. On the bench, only Ewing maintained a buoyant spirit. The gorilla discovered that injury was not necessarily a misfortune. At least after a brief period of rest, his physical condition had returned to its peak. During the first half of the game, an irate Kidd refrained from taking many shots. As a point guard, he instinctively sought to assist his teammates, attempting to invigorate the rhythm of the game. This resulted in an increasingly lackluster performance, with star players failing to score, leading to a disappointing turnout for tonight's ticket sales. Following the official timeout in the second quarter, the Knicks starting lineup returned in full force. At this juncture, Ewing erupted, relentlessly attacking the paint and executing layups right in front of the hoop, positioning himself, receiving passes, powering through defenses, and scoring efficiently. Ewing's performance led to a notable increase in Lee's assists. By the end of the first half, the score stood at 49-52, with the Knicks enjoying a slender 3-point lead. Pat was in exceptional form, hitting 7 out of 8 shots in the half, amassing 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists, suggesting he had fully recovered. During the halftime break, commentator Marv Albert, reviewing the statistics, praised Ewing's contributions, although analyst John Andrews felt the offensive strategy was overly cautious. He echoed the sentiment that victory was paramount, exclaiming that the Suns had no chance and that they would seal the game in the third quarter. In a less than cheerful mood, Jason Kidd recorded 6 out of 4 from the field in the half, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, totaling 9 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. He exhibited a decent touch but often opted to pass. As the third quarter commenced, as anticipated by Jeff Van Gundy, Kidd began to falter, and his involvement in the offense diminished. However, from Lee's perspective, the bald kid appeared to be merely playing for his teammates, as Cedric's shooting touch evidently waned, yet he continued to pass. Even the spectators noted that Cedric was struggling defensively, and the Suns capitalized on this weakness. Just 4 minutes into the second half, Larry Johnson had stolen the ball from Cedric twice. As the Knicks advanced on offense, Lee swiftly dribbled the ball across half-court with his right hand, prompting Kidd to switch defensive assignments. As Charles Oakley set a screen on the wing, he appeared to disappear from the play. Lee took a lateral dribble, only to discover that he had evaded his defender, leading to a sudden stop and a jump shot from the left wing beyond the three-point line. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net. Glancing at Kidd in astonishment, Lee noticed that his opponent appeared unfazed, even raising a hand in apology to his teammates. In the third quarter, the Suns suddenly collapsed, with a dismal score of 15-22 in the quarter, resulting in a widening deficit. Jeff Van Gundy began to passionately direct his team, having anticipated the opponent's breakdown. During the intermission, Larry Johnson also sensed the subdued atmosphere among the fans and quietly remarked that after the trade, the Suns' performance had declined, questioning whether these players would even bother to buy into the game. Cedric, in stark contrast, managed only 2 out of 9 in the quarter, scoring merely 4 points, leaving the spectators bewildered as he continued to miss shots. Observing the Suns' head coach Danny Ainge engaged in discussion with Kidd, Lee felt a surge of respect, a master of the struggle. As the third quarter concluded, the score was 64-74, with a 10-point deficit still within reach. Starks, who came off the bench tonight, did not perform efficiently, necessitating the return of the starters after just 3 minutes of play from the bench unit. For the fans in New York, the earlier matches resembled the delightful taste of Dove chocolate, yet tonight's game transformed into a more pungent version. The offense remained fluid with minimal errors, yet they struggled to vanquish their opponents. Ewing continued to score efficiently, while Liu found comfort in delivering passes, needing only to position himself correctly to receive the ball, followed by a straightforward layup. In certain pick-and-roll sequences, Liu would often halt abruptly, leveraging Kevin Johnson's presence to assess the defense before making his offensive decisions. This approach contrasted sharply with his previous rapid ball-handling style, yet by the fourth quarter, he had committed only a single turnover. During one offensive play, Ewing was still engaged with the Suns' center, Howard, down low. At the top of the arc, Liu took advantage of Oakley's screen, driving forward with the ball in his left hand. Kevin Johnson maintained his defensive stance, closely shadowing Liu. With a leisurely maneuver around the paint, Liu reached the right baseline, pivoted swiftly on his left foot, and after faking, gathered the ball with his right hand, instantly returning to the lower right side of the basket. Ewing and Howard remained entangled, but Liu, having evaded his defender, executed a delicate layup. A magnificent display of offense. A stunning basket. Kevin Johnson was left bewildered by Liu's antics. This rare and splendid score finally prompted commentator Marv Albert to raise his voice. Madison Square Garden, which had previously fallen silent, was reignited by Liu's basket. Kevin Johnson felt particularly frustrated this evening, relinquishing the ball only to witness Kidd struggle in the second half. Despite his beautiful passes, Cedric was unable to finish. As the point deficit widened to 8, Johnson's spirits plummeted, leaving only Kidd still striving to facilitate plays. Ultimately, the Knicks triumphed over their rivals with a score of 90-98, securing their 10th consecutive victory. Ewing, returning from injury, played for 40 minutes, achieving 31 points, 13 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block, and 2 turnovers with 13 of 17 from the field and 5 of 7 from the free throw line. Although the atmosphere among the New York fans was subdued, they nonetheless celebrated the 10th win. As the game concluded, Liu and Kidd exchanged warm embraces, both having enjoyed a harmonious evening on the court. Liu finished with 15 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists, and 3 turnovers, shooting 6 of 11 overall, 1 of 4 from beyond the arc, and 2 of 3 from the charity stripe, ultimately achieving double-digit assists. It is a pity that their next encounter will not be until the following season. Lee, you are even younger than I had imagined. Jason Kidd, unfazed by Kevin Johnson's watchful gaze, smiled and engaged in friendly banter with Liu. Anticipating their next clash, he expressed admiration, mentioning he had always been learning from Liu's play style. Liu reciprocated the flattery, while a scowling Kevin Johnson turned away in disapproval. Kidd, however, remained indifferent to the elder's displeasure, having spent considerable time on the bench since joining the Suns. It was only fitting to give the veteran a reminder of his skills. Individuals of similar temperament invariably find common ground, and the two exchanged phone numbers, with Kidd emerging as Liu's inaugural superficial brother within the league. After recovering from injury, he scored an impressive 30 points and 10 rebounds. Following the game, The press conference saw Ewing once again lauded by New York media, while Jeff Van Gundy brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. However, the New York Post took a contrary stance. "Jeff, why did your team only win by 8 points against the 19-win Suns?" Van Gundy's expression stiffened, nearly losing composure. Was there criticism even after a victory? On February 19th, the Knicks were set to pack their bags, facing 6 consecutive away games over the next 9 days. The schedule was undeniably unreasonable, yet the players had no choice but to acquiesce. On the flight to Sacramento, a buoyant Ewing organized a long-awaited game of Texas Hold'em. Even in the face of losses, the jovial gorilla reveled in the praise from the New York media regarding his return to form. Unexpectedly, the Heat also embarked on a winning streak, surpassing the Pistons, a troubling development indeed. Larry Johnson had recently begun to contemplate potential playoff matchups, with his sights set on the Hornets, though it appeared that matchup was now unlikely. Charles Oakley, however, displayed indifference towards their adversaries. Responding to Johnson's musings, he jested, "Afraid of facing former teammates? Aren't you and Mourning best buddies?" "I'm not referring to him. I mean Pat Riley, who knows our tactics all too well." Johnson, having revealed his thoughts, expressed a desire to abandon the half-court offense in favor of an altered strategy, asserting that mutual understanding would not suffice. "Our strength is superior." With a record of 42 wins and 10 losses, Ewing, despite leading the Heat by only 2 games, brimmed with confidence, certain of his ability to manage his younger counterpart. Prohibited from participating in the card game, Liu idly observed the banter among his peers. This scene would become a frequent occurrence in the coming days as they traversed between planes and hotels. "Lee, Tony Braxton has extended an invitation for you to return to New York. Don't forget to arrange a date." Although there was a notable age gap, their physical compatibility was striking. Starks had seen the entertainment news early that morning. With the Grammys approaching, the nominated artists were generating immense buzz. "Forget it. I just exchanged numbers with Kid, and he doesn't seem to be giving up. I should afford him some opportunity." Liu had no inclination towards older women, particularly since this particular beauty was not to his taste. "She is undeniably stunning. Missing out would mean losing the chance. I admire her figure." The atmosphere shifted as they began discussing the exquisite beauty, with rookie John Wallace expressing his frustrations. On the evening of the 20th, the Knicks faced their first Western Conference opponent, challenging the Kings, who held a record of 24 wins and 29 losses. Jeff Van Gundy once again orchestrated a quintessentially gritty battle. The game featured only 69 possessions, and under Liu's management, the team recorded merely 13 turnovers. A decisive third-quarter surge of 23-10 utterly dismantled the opposition, culminating in a narrow 97-87 victory for the Knicks. Ewing delivered an exceptional performance, playing for 36 minutes, shooting 8 of 13 from the field, and hitting 8 of 11 from the free throw line, accumulating a team-high 24 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks, and 3 turnovers. Liu and Allan Houston reverted to their roles as facilitators, one orchestrating the tempo while the other created space for shots. Liu recorded 15 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 2 turnovers, falling short of a double-double this time. The silver lining is that his playing time is increasing. He logged 40 minutes in this game, becoming a workhorse like the veteran. That evening, the team packed their belongings and set off for Seattle, ready to face the Supersonics in a back-to-back matchup the following night. The coaching staff had meticulously prepared for this game, as nobody wished to suffer a season sweep. Although Shawn Kemp's performance had fluctuated this season, the Supersonics, with their stellar perimeter defense and agile forwards, had still managed an impressive record of 36 wins and 15 losses. However, the highly anticipated match left Jeff Van Gundy profoundly disappointed. Confronted with a formidable opponent, Ewing faltered. This was Liu's second encounter against Gary Payton, and he fared significantly better than in their previous matchup. He played for 40 minutes, shooting 6 of 13 from the field, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc, and 4 of 5 from the free throw line, achieving a game high of 18 points. Ewing, on the other hand, struggled, making only 1 of 8 attempts from the field and 5 of 10 from the line, totaling a mere 7 points, 9 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 block, and 3 turnovers. The Knicks suffered yet another disheartening defeat against the Supersonics, with a score of 72-84. Under George Karl's leadership, the Supersonics boasted a plethora of forwards. The interior defense established by Shawn Kemp, Detlef Schrempf, and Jim McIlvaine made it exceedingly challenging for Ewing to receive the ball. On the bench, Forward Terry Cummings also erupted, while Sam Perkins, Nate McMillan, and Craig Ello, despite their shooting struggles, contributed commendable defense thanks to their physical advantages. In a jubilant post-game press conference, George Karl stoked the flames of excitement, dismissing any notions of an unattractive game. Did it look bad? Ugly? We couldn't care less about those aspects. The most important thing is that we won, he proclaimed. Gary had a fantastic performance tonight. If I recall correctly, he went 8 for 16 for 17 points. Not to mention he was matched up against an all-star guard. Karl, beaming, made no mention of Ewing's struggles, instead lavishing praise upon Lee Yu's abilities. The New York media present felt utterly humiliated. Prior to the game, they had lauded Ewing's prowess, only to witness such a disappointing outcome. After a day of rest, the Knicks embarked on another journey to Los Angeles to face the Lakers. Perhaps stung by the previous game's defeat, Van Gundy adjusted his tactics, no longer insisting that every possession flow through Ewing. That night, the Great Western Forum was filled to capacity, with O'Neal sidelined due to injury. Travis Knight seized the opportunity to start. Van Exel and Eddie Jones formed the backcourt, while Jerome Kersey, Eldon Campbell, and Travis Knight comprised the Twin Towers on the front line. The Silver Fox, Harris, aimed to leverage height for victory. Yet the inexperienced rookie interior players found themselves frequently outmaneuvered by Charles Oakley, who consistently snatched offensive rebounds. In the latter half of the second quarter, both teams reinstated their primary lineups, with the Knicks maintaining a 6-point lead at 36-30. Ewing, who had entered the game early in the quarter, struggled to find his rhythm, having made only 1 of 4 attempts. Following their defeat to the Supersonics, the Gorilla was nearly despondent. Defense, 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 echoed through the arena as Lakers fans fervently rallied behind their team's efforts on defense. Upon entering the game, Van Exel immediately took on the challenge of guarding Lou. As he entered the All-Star spotlight, a host of fans followed suit, and Van Exel transformed into a relentless force this evening. He initiated a tight defense from the backcourt, aiming to force Lou into a mistake, lowering his center of gravity and delivering decisive attacks with every sudden lunge. As Lou dribbled the ball between his legs and switched to his right hand, he accelerated against the defense, approaching the midcourt line. Van Exel attempted to intercept the ball once more. Anticipating the move, Lou executed a behind-the-back dribble, switched to his left hand, paused momentarily, and then, with a low center of gravity, made a significant change of direction. Suddenly quickening his pace, Lou glided past Van Exel, who was caught off guard and stumbled, crashing to the floor at midcourt. The Lakers fans gasped in astonishment as Lou accelerated to the right wing beyond the three-point arc, coming to a swift halt. Unable to contain their excitement, with no defender in front of him, Lou launched a quick jump shot from beyond the arc swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. Van Exel, now recovering from his fall, wore a look of disbelief. How could he let that shot go? Lou, expressionless, raised his left arm and displayed 3 fingers, strolling back on defense past Van Exel. On the Knicks bench, the atmosphere was electric. The Energy squad bounced and cheered, erupting with every dazzling shot Lou made, igniting the emotions of those around. Charles Oakley, retreating on defense, grinned widely, stepping forward to high-five Lou in celebration, showcasing his own resurgence this evening. Meanwhile, rookie Kobe Bryant on the Lakers bench could faintly hear the cheers from the crowd, feeling a pang of envy as he continuously glanced at Coach Harris. Unfortunately, the Silver Fox had no intention of activating Kobe, deeming it unwise to have a rookie guard an all-star caliber player. Van Exel, feeling the crowd's amusement directed at him, was infuriated to be so blatantly overlooked by Lou. As the Lakers began their offensive possession, they abandoned the pick-and-roll strategy, opting instead to confront Lou's defense directly at the arc. Van Exel executed a rapid change of direction, switching the ball to his right hand and accelerating with all his might. Gaining a half-step on Lou, he drove straight to the basket. Travis Knight had just positioned himself, but before he could establish his presence, he noticed his teammates speeding into the paint. With sheer speed, Van Exel surged forward, taking 3 long strides before attempting a layup. Just as the ball left his hands, Ewing delivered a thunderous block. Oh! Van Exel tumbled to the floor, prompting another gasp from the fans, while the referee remained unresponsive. Lou seized the opportunity, regaining possession and swiftly advancing toward the opposing half. The Lakers could only scramble back on defense as Larry Johnson accelerated down the left sideline. Eager for a fast break, Eddie Jones swiftly pursued Liu, attempting to disrupt the offensive play. As Liu approached the three-point line, he maintained his pace. And with a sudden flick of his wrist, the basketball bounced forward. Eddie Jones, retreating on defense, instinctively turned his head, his body following suit. As the shouts of the fans filled the air, to his astonishment, he discovered the ball had returned to Liu's hands. With a surge of speed, Liu charged towards the basket, prompting Eddie Jones to quickly pivot and adjust his stance for another defensive effort. Yet, Liu did not force the attack. Instead, he executed a shoulder feint and gracefully tossed the ball towards the upper left of the hoop. The ever-enthusiastic Larry Johnson, actively involved in the fast break, leaped into the air, catching the ball with both hands before delivering a powerful slam dunk. The arena erupted with cheers. Resonating with the excitement reminiscent of what Knight had mentioned, Los Angeles indeed boasted numerous fans of Liu. Upon landing, Larry Johnson let out a passionate roar, pounding his chest in exhilaration, eager to vent the frustration from a previous game where he had shot a dismal 2 for 9. The score now read 40-30, widening the gap to double digits. On the Knicks bench, Jeff Van Gundy had just taken his seat when assistant coach Don Chaney whispered, "Lee needs more opportunities. Look at his performance now. We've made the right adjustments tonight." On the other side, assistant coach Thibodeau chimed in, "Jeff, the Heat are still winning. We're down to just a single game advantage." This was a sentiment Jeff Van Gundy had heard repeatedly since their humiliating defeat to the Supersonics, prompting the coaching staff to recognize the need for change after such a disheartening loss. The reality was that in the realm of physical play, the Knicks did not possess overwhelming dominance. Silently observing, Jeff Van Gundy witnessed Van Exel's three-point attempt clank off the rim as chaos ensued on the court. After receiving a pass, Liu did not hesitate. He surged past half court, executing a crossover dribble as he switched to his left hand, driving straight to the basket. The Lakers' defense collapsed swiftly as Liu, with a single hand grasping the ball, faked a shot to deceive the pursuing Van Exel. Amidst the trio of defenders, he skillfully threaded the needle to find Larry Johnson cutting in from the right side at a 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the pass, Johnson leaped, using his body to shield off Knight's renewed defense, momentarily employing a pump fake before twisting his torso to loft the ball towards the backboard. With a satisfying swish, the two-point shot found its mark. Larry Johnson, eyes wide with excitement, stood beneath the basket, unleashing another fervent roar before turning to celebrate with Liu. At that moment, Jeff Van Gundy rose to his feet, pumping his fist in approval while shouting, "Lee, well done." Just like that. Meanwhile, Patrick Ewing, having gone 2 consecutive possessions without touching the ball, felt his spirits dampen. The core players' position seemed to be under scrutiny. This is my team. Thank you to the readers for your continued support. This chapter concludes. Chapter 70. Basketball conflicts ever since the rookie Kobe was showcased by Liu during the Rookie Challenge. He returned to the team with renewed determination, diligently honing his skills, still feeling a twinge of disappointment for not securing the MVP title in the challenge. Although crowned the slam dunk champion, the Silver Fox, Harris, remained unimpressed, granting Kobe little court time after the All-Star weekend. In contrast, following O'Neal's injury, Lee's friend, Travis Knight, was afforded some opportunities. As the game against the Knicks entered the latter half of the second quarter, a composed Van Exel rediscovered his rhythm. From the top of the arc, he executed a seamless crossover without the need for a screen, lowering his center of gravity with the ball in his left hand, and deftly swaying to the left. Noticing Lee trailing behind, he swiftly switched to his right hand, feigned a spin, and suddenly pivoted forward. Van Exel lowered his stance once more, halted abruptly, and accelerated past Lee's defense with remarkable agility. Charles Oakley and Patrick Ewing began to retreat, and with Lee sliding into the paint, he found himself surrounded by 3 defenders. Rising effortlessly, Van Exel surveyed his teammates' positions mid-air before threading the needle with a pass through the defensive gap. Off the bench, center Sean Rooks received the ball at the lower left of the basket, preparing to make a layup, only to be pulled down by the rotating Oakley. The whistle blew for a foul, and the referee pointed to the free throw line, a minor concern for Oakley as it was only his second infraction. Hushed murmurs filled the arena as Van Exel's splendid assist culminated in free throws, much to the displeasure of the Lakers fans who yearned for more spectacle, their boos echoing through the vast Western Forum. While the Knicks' passing was commendable, the young players struggled to finish under the rim. "This isn't our game pace. I miss the guys," lamented Chick Hearn from the Lakers' commentary booth, his frustration palpable as the Knicks' interior defense proved formidable, leaving the rookie Twin Towers frequently thwarted. With just 1 minute and 23 seconds remaining in the second quarter and the score at 46-37, the Lakers' offensive efforts continued to falter. Standing beyond the three-point line, Lee gave Oakley a thumbs up, acknowledging the difficulty in containing Van Exel's drives. Despite the opponent's less-than-stellar shooting performance in the first quarter, Lee still had to guard against their outside shooting. Sean Rooks converted both of his free throws, finally bringing the Lakers to a total of 39 points before halftime. As the end of the half approached, Jeff Van Gundy urged calm from the sidelines, while Lee signaled a tactical maneuver, indicating a low-post attack. Travis Knight was tasked with guarding Ewing. However, the veteran opted to establish position in the left low post without employing a cross screen. Knight worked diligently on defense, but found himself firmly positioned behind Ewing. Meanwhile, Lee, stationed at the left wing beyond the arc, swiftly delivered the ball to Ewing. After catching it, Ewing gently placed the ball, pivoted towards the baseline, and, noticing Knight behind him, prepared for a layup only to discover Rooks had collapsed on defense. In a moment of hesitation, Ewing delayed his pass and nearly succumbed to a double team, ultimately pivoting to return the ball to Oakley, who had moved to the free throw line for a catch. Such scenarios were not unprecedented. The Knicks were well prepared, with Lee making a swift off-ball cut into the left wing at a 45-degree angle. As Liu drew the defender's attention, he made his way to the right corner. At the arc, Allan Houston swiftly advanced, feigning a handoff. Eddie Jones quickly adhered to his defense, denying him the opportunity to receive the ball. Oakley raised the ball and ultimately flung it towards the right wing beyond the three-point line. As Larry Johnson caught the ball, Ewing arrived in the low post on the right side to establish position. However, the veteran opted not to deliver a high lob pass, but instead returned the ball to Liu in the right corner. Upon completing the pass, the veteran promptly repositioned himself, providing a screen for Liu. The ball circulated around the Knicks, lingering at the perimeter, eliciting boos from the fans in attendance. Liu, after receiving the ball, initially faked a shot, then lowered the ball into his left hand and, utilizing the veteran's screen, swiftly maneuvered to the left wing. Exiting the baseline, Liu, holding the ball in his left hand, suddenly executed a rapid in and out, faking right and driving left, before accelerating straight into the paint. Although Van Exel maintained his defensive stance, the Lakers' defense began to collapse. As Liu charged forward, he found himself ensnared in a three-man trap within the paint. Observing the positions of his teammates in midair, Liu grasped the ball with his left hand, faked a shot, and, threading the needle, delivered the ball to Ewing at the lower right side of the basket. Ewing received the pass and executed a powerful one-handed dunk. Boom. The emphatic slam succeeded. Hush. In a nearly identical offensive maneuver, the difference lay in Liu's pass transforming into a dunk. Once again, our young player demonstrated his deceptive prowess. Lee delivered a splendid assist. Witnessing the widening lead, commentator Chick Hearn lost his enthusiasm. Such a near 24-second score had utterly disrupted the Lakers' rhythm. The score stood at 48-39, with the gap extending back to 9 points. Ewing had not intended to feast so easily, especially against a rookie opponent. Yet, from Liu's perspective, the opposing interior defenders consistently overcommitted, making it unnecessary to engage in a protracted battle in the low post. As long as he could penetrate the paint, scoring efficiently inside was the simplest approach. Nonetheless, both players sought to score, and the gorilla-like figure who completed the dunk let out a roar before celebrating with a high five with Liu. In the final two possessions, Van Exel aggressively attacked the basket, once again heading to the free throw line. Turning back, Liu executed a bounce pass to the veteran, who was cutting along the baseline, while Knight sent Larry Johnson to the free throw line as well. Both players converted one of their two attempts, bringing the halftime score to 49-40. With only 40 points in the first half, the Lakers had essentially disappointed the Los Angeles fans who had purchased tickets to witness a dazzling display of offense. Van Exel and Liu possessed relatively flashy playing styles, yet the audience could not have anticipated that their matchup would devolve into a fierce contest. One relied on his speed and directness, while the other utilized shooting threats, gliding at a slow rhythm. Hush. As the Knicks made their way to the player tunnel, the disgruntled Los Angeles fans unleashed another round of boos. The Lakers, heading towards their locker room, were not in high spirits either. Rookie Kobe simply wanted to know why he was unable to take the court. Van Exel concluded the half with 3 of 8 shooting. 1 of 5 from beyond the arc, and 1 of 2 from the free throw line, amassing 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists with 1 turnover. The data presented is far from impressive, and the performance on the court does not seem to offer any significant advantage, creating an illusion that anyone could achieve similar results. Unlike Kobe, Liu has already established himself as an all-star player. Upon returning to the locker room, he exhibited a serious demeanor and expressed his perspective. "We must play with more ease. We have back-to-back away games ahead. Considering the schedule in March, after a day of rest back at home, we will face 2 more games. We need to maintain our lead. 2 victories are truly not abundant." The Miami Heat also suffered a loss, and if this trend continues, the competition between both teams will persist until April. The Bulls are unlikely to catch up. Their seasoned players are quite steady, yet losing the division championship would be unseemly for anyone involved. Liu's sentiments resonated with everyone. Naturally, the bench players desired more playing time. Jeff Van Gundy has been adamantly focusing on the starters, which has significantly reduced the statistics of the bench players. Unless wide open, the notion of me taking offensive actions is unfeasible. I have yet to recover from the game against the Supersonics. George Karl devised a rather lackluster strategy. Charles Oakley was the first to vocalize his thoughts. He did not concern himself with the method of winning. In his view, as long as Ewing continues to enjoy the privileges of a star player and maintains his statistics, all is well. Ewing, with a shooting performance of 4 for 9 in the first half and 3 for 4 from the free throw line, accumulated 11 points. The imposing figure beside him guzzled water voraciously, eventually conceding slightly. "Let us try some mid-range shots. I'm nearly finding my rhythm." As a well-rounded traditional center, Ewing can execute screens and facilitate plays. Often it comes down to willingness. The bench players also chimed in with suggestions. Given the struggle of defense in the past 2 games, Gary Payton and Van Exel were challenging to contain. What if we let him shoot threes? Once he drives inside, we should take him down, rough him up a bit to ensure he loses his rhythm. When he attempts a layup, let us hit him a couple of times. Commit early fouls, and prevent him from passing. Despite these rather poor ideas, Liu felt optimistic. If he could compromise once, a second time was surely possible. Jeff Van Gundy consistently allocates time for communication among players. Upon entering the locker room, he refrained from discussing adjustments, instead reiterating, "We must protect our backcourt rebounds. The opposing team has 2 players standing at 10 meters. We cannot afford to grant them second-chance opportunities." As the second half commenced, the Lakers initiated the offense. Perhaps due to the previous half's lackluster performance, the crowd's cheers had faded. In the first possession, Van Exel crossed half-court and delivered the ball to Campbell, the center at the free throw line. With the shooting touch failing, Coach Harris opted against allowing the small guard to recklessly shoot, choosing instead to initiate from the inside. Nate feigned positioning in the low post, then abruptly turned and cut to the basket without the ball, prompting Campbell to deliver a pass immediately. It was a prime opportunity for a dunk, yet the quality of the pass was subpar, forcing Nate to adjust upon receiving the ball. He attempted to power through to the basket, but was decisively thwarted by Ewing. Oh, an immensely visually striking block, eliciting gasps from the fans. Seizing control of the ball, Ewing promptly passed it to Liu. Van Exel chose not to apply pressure, but instead retreated swiftly alongside his teammates. Unlike the frequent defensive strategy employed by Van Gundy, where guards are tasked with frontline defense, most teams do not opt for such an approach. At this moment, Liu, wielding the ball in his left hand, did not exert himself to accelerate, but rather slowed his dribbling pace, moving in tandem with his teammates across half-court. According to the established play, this should have been the moment for Ewing to position himself in the left low post to receive the ball, where he could engage in his favored back-to-basket play. However, during this offensive sequence, Liu halted at the left wing beyond the three-point line, prompting Ewing to swiftly step forward and set a high screen. The instant Ewing established his position, Van Exel prepared to apply pressure defense. With the ball in his left hand, Liu initiated a powerful dribble, followed by a sweeping behind-the-back maneuver. Seizing the moment as Van Exel anticipated slipping through the screen, Liu executed a rapid crossover while lowering his center of gravity, shouldering his way through to accelerate towards the basket with his left hand. Under the quality screen, Van Exel, having made an erroneous defensive choice, found himself a half-step behind Liu. Nate observed Liu's remarkably lowered stance, as if he were almost gliding along the ground, and quickly slid to the right rear, attempting to delay the play. Nevertheless, Liu did not force a contested layup against the 2 defenders. Instead, He advanced into the left restricted area and delivered a behind-the-back bounce pass. The basketball rebounded precisely into Ewing's hands at the left elbow of the free throw line, where he faced no defender. Taking a moment to aim, he effortlessly released a jump shot. Swish! The mid-range shot found its mark with unwavering certainty. Ewing scored with ease, prompting Coach Harris on the sidelines to call out to Nate, signaling him to sharpen his defensive awareness. Van Exel also reminded the rookie that he had not lost his position, while Ewing and Lee Yu exchanged high-fives in celebration, as their collective aim was to extend the lead to double digits, 51-40. The atmosphere at the Great Western Forum grew somewhat subdued as the game lacked excitement. On the defensive end, Lee Yu could clearly sense the diminishing aggressiveness of Van Exel, while the Lakers shifted their offensive focus towards Eddie Jones. This heir apparent to Pippen had also struggled in the first half, having been challenged significantly by Allan Houston. Fortunately, Jones managed to sink a mid-range jumper from the left wing, finally eliciting cheers from the Los Angeles fans. We still have a chance. The boys seem to have found their shooting rhythm. In the commentary booth, Chick Hearn rarely displayed such excitement, noting that the Lakers had been remarkably scarce in scoring during the flow of play tonight. The Knicks completely abandoned Ewing's low-post presence. As the big man began to set more screens, Van Exel remained vigilant of the movements behind him at the top of the arc, while Lee Yu made minimal actions, simply delivering a straightforward pass. With Ewing's down screen, Allan Houston swiftly popped out from the right baseline, receiving a pass from Lee Yu just as he arrived at the right elbow of the free throw line. Without hesitation, Houston executed a mid-range jump shot that found its mark. As the game clock continued to dwindle, the Lakers fans recognized that the Knicks were gradually diversifying their scoring options, with even the veteran showcasing his low-post skills, effortlessly scoring over Jerome Kersey in consecutive possessions. Head coach Harris brought in George McLeod, hoping that he would provide offensive assistance. However, Lakers commentator Chick Hearn quickly countered, exclaiming, "Oh, I take back my previous statement. We are still missing shots." The once relentless Ewing, now more composed, focused his offensive efforts on jump shots from the elbow area, as well as waiting near the baseline to capitalize on opportunities. Although the Knicks' pace was not rapid, their score steadily climbed. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 76-61, and the atmosphere in the Great Western Forum had turned completely silent. The long-awaited opportunity for rookie Kobe had finally arrived, but regrettably, it seemed the game was slipping into garbage time. "I can do it too." Kobe entered the game and did not hold back, missing 2 consecutive shots from the elbow area. Starks, who rotated in, seized the moment and drew a shooting foul on Kobe during a fast break. From the Knicks bench, witnessing the rookie's performance, the team erupted in cheerful towel-waving celebrations. Just as one might expect the coach to grant him additional time, Kobe found himself replaced again after less than 3 minutes on the court. The anticipated scene of a heroic comeback would not materialize. Back on the bench, Kobe could only watch in frustration as his teammates continued to miss shots, mentally keeping tabs on this disappointment. This was the second time. Meanwhile, sitting on the bench, Lee Yu was conversing with the coaching staff. "We do not need to alter our tactical approach too drastically. We simply need to exert ourselves in a specific quarter of the game. Just like this match, allow Pat to finish plays instead of constantly initiating the offense through him." In Lee Yu's perspective, insisting that every offensive play must first pass through Ewing's hands was utterly absurd. The once dominant Goliath, no longer the super center who could effortlessly score after establishing position in the low post, had been slowed by injuries, which explained why the Lakers could consistently double-team Ewing. Assistant coach Thibodeau nodded in agreement with Lee Yu's remarks, as many of the Knicks' strategies were often devised by the assistant coaching staff. Jeff Van Gundy primarily focused on motivational aspects, occasionally contributing to the defensive framework while spending most of his time maintaining his hair. The significant lead finally allowed the Knicks to recover from their previous humiliating defeat, restoring the joyful atmosphere on the bench. Communication during the game was limited, and after briefly expressing his thoughts, Lee Yu remained silent. Were it not for the division championship, he would not wish to oppose the Goliath so soon. However, with the Heat showing strong momentum, losing this title late in the regular season could jeopardize Lee Yu's chances of obtaining the coveted talent this season. Meanwhile, Allan Houston, noticing the Goliath's momentary lapse, patted Lee Yu gratefully. He had scored 4 of 7 with 2 of 2 from beyond the arc in the third quarter, becoming the Knicks' primary offensive threat. "Lee, when you're back on the court, focus on closing out the game." With 5 minutes and 48 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Jeff Van Gundy signaled for Liu to return, emphasizing the need to maintain rhythm and respond effectively, ensuring a victorious outcome for the evening. As the audience witnessed Liu shedding his training attire, preparing to re-enter the fray, an invigorating spirit surged through the crowd. Some Chinese fans brandished banners, their cheers resonating loudly. Van Exel, having remained on the court since the commencement of the fourth quarter, altered his approach following halftime adjustments, no longer exhibiting the reckless three-point attempts characteristic of the first quarter. Listen, a stellar point guard must dictate the course of the game. As Liu received the ball near the baseline, he took the opportunity to jest about Van Exel's drastically different demeanor between halves. "Shut up, rookie. Don't delude yourself into thinking you're an all-star." Van Exel, already perturbed by his lack of attempts in the second half, felt his frustration swell further upon hearing Liu's taunt. Crossing half-court, Van Exel noted Charles Oakley shifting to the top of the arc and promptly adjusted his stance to maneuver around the screen. With the ball in his right hand, Liu caught Oakley's gaze and decisively lowered his center of gravity, executing a swift drive to the right. As Van Exel struggled to navigate the screen, he was unexpectedly met with a firm push from the veteran, momentarily losing his defensive position. Liu broke free, advancing to the right wing, where he halted just beyond the three-point line before launching a quick jump shot. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net. The scoreboard read 91-73. Leaving no room for doubt regarding the outcome. Cheers erupted from the crowd, while the referee remained unresponsive. Oakley, with a provocative smile, directed his gaze toward Van Exel, who was on the verge of exploding with rage, glaring at the referee and vocally protesting. "Illegal screen. He definitely fouled." However, Oakley was unconcerned. Van Exel's frequent drives into the paint had already tested his patience, and under the circumstances where victory was assured, he felt compelled to retaliate. Ultimately, the referee issued a balancing call, penalizing Liu for a foul. With the defeat, the team's record fell to 38 wins and 17 losses, jeopardizing their position atop the Western Conference. The voice of commentator Chuck Hearn conveyed a sense of regret, as being overtaken by an opponent so close to the end of the regular season boded ill. Time flew by, and as the final buzzer echoed, the Knicks triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 101-185, successfully avoiding the embarrassment of a double defeat at the hands of their rivals. Van Exel, feeling a sense of humiliation, hurled his towel and strode directly to the locker room. The Lakers fans, however, remained undeterred, offering their usual cheers as the home team exited the court. With a dismal shooting performance of 3 for 11 from the field, 1 for 7 from beyond the arc, and 2 for 3 from the free throw line, totaling 9 points, 2 rebounds, and 10 assists with 3 turnovers, Van Exel failed to make an impact. Meanwhile, Liu and his teammates walked toward the players' tunnel, buoyed by the notion that the best remedy for a crushing defeat was to hand their adversaries a resounding loss. Jeff Van Gundy was the first to return to the locker room, and as soon as all the players settled into their seats, he proclaimed loudly, "A flawless victory. Let us forget the last game. Tonight we executed our best offensive performance on the road. Lee, your outstanding display from the second quarter onward allowed us to seize control of the game. Facing an all-star caliber guard and delivering such performance, you are our MVP tonight." In 39 minutes on the court, he achieved a commendable record of 5 out of 12 from the field, 2 out of 5 from beyond the arc, and 2 perfect free throws, culminating in a total of 14 points, 2 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. Liu once again delivered a double-double performance. Patrick Ewing and Charles Oakley applauded vigorously, while the Atmosphere crew joined in the raucous cheers. Liu smiled and patted his chest, signifying that he felt encouraged. The Gorilla managed 4 out of 9 in the first half, and after a series of resilient jump shots in the second half, he concluded the game with 6 out of 10, totaling 10 out of 19 for the game, with 25 points, 13 rebounds, 2 assists, and 4 turnovers. The noticeable increase in efficiency prompted Jeff Van Gundy to seize the moment, showering him with copious encouragement. However, Liu suspected that this bald coach had a hidden agenda. Had he not proactively voiced his opinions during halftime, Van Gundy would certainly not have offered such praise. As a head coach, why are you hesitant to confront the Gorilla? Victory brings joy, and although they were set to continue their journey to Salt Lake City, the Knicks had fully recovered from their previous humiliating defeat. The Utah Jazz were enjoying an outstanding season, boasting a record of 38 wins and 15 losses, despite having played 2 fewer games than the Lakers. Karl Malone had not only avoided any decline this season, but his candidacy for MVP was gaining momentum. The NBA and the media seemed intent on undermining him, as the matter of the top 50 stars was not easily brushed aside. The Bulls were far ahead in the standings, but the MVP award was determined by media votes. Such accolades felt distant to the Knicks. Ewing, who played in New York, was not favored by the media, and in recent years, the label of being a soft player had been unfairly affixed to the gorilla. On the evening of the 25th, eager fans in Salt Lake City arrived early at the Delta Center, and even before the game commenced, the air was filled with jeers. After losing in New York, returning home meant they were determined to reclaim victory. In the pregame locker room, Charles Oakley expressed his disdain for the media's hype surrounding Malone's MVP candidacy. "We have a record of 44 wins and 11 losses. Yet no one mentions that a Knicks player is in the running for MVP. This media is so hypocritical, based on records. The MVP should undoubtedly belong to a Bulls player." Liu, having changed into his jersey, remained silent. This was a topic that could not be broached. With the Knicks' gritty style of play, they were destined to be overlooked. "I have grown accustomed to being underestimated. How many times have Western teams faced the Bulls? They know nothing, only focusing on statistics." Ewing, feeling sour, added, "This season, we have a genuine chance at 60 wins." He had no objections if the MVP were awarded to a Bulls player for their superior record. But the thought of Karl Malone receiving such an honor was unacceptable to the gorilla. As the season drew to a close, the MVP award became the focal point of attention. Ewing's preference for low-post play was also tied to the team's performance. With success comes desire. Everyone aspires to win the MVP, and Ewing wished to enhance his reputation as well. Larry Johnson remained silent by the sidelines, seemingly relegated to the role of the team's fourth scoring option, a distinction that certainly did not belong to him. The once prominent Big Mama had faded. While the veteran expressed his grievances towards the media, prompting others to indulge in flattery, American sports media knows nothing about the NBA. The MVP should be determined by player votes. As the game commenced, Karl Malone exhibited an unusually vigorous demeanor, seemingly perceiving Patrick Ewing as his rival for the MVP title. Malone commenced the match with a series of resolute jump shots, striving to showcase his prowess. When evaluating the MVP, one must consider the head-to-head records of these two athletes. Indeed, the focal point of this contest was Malone and Ewing, yet the anticipated clashes in the paint did not materialize. Instead, both opted for jump shots. Before long, the spotlight shifted to John Stockton and Ewing, who assumed the responsibility of orchestrating the plays, with the ease of scoring often hinging on how the point guard managed the ball. Defense, defense, defense. The raucous cheers from Jazz fans grew louder, attempting to disrupt the Knicks' offensive rhythm with an overwhelming cacophony. Asserting noticed Ewing maneuvering to the arc to set a screen, compelling him to tighten his defense. Stockton, aware of the movements behind him, made no unnecessary gestures and promptly advanced to apply pressure, ever ready to navigate the pick. As Ewing established his position, he capitalized on Stockton's defensive approach, allowing Lee to execute a dramatic behind-the-back dribble. In a seamless motion, Lee transitioned forward, the 2.18-meter Osterdig unable to lower his center of gravity in time, merely watching as the ball sailed past him. With a powerful surge, Lee darted between the two towering figures, regained control of the ball, and charged towards the basket. The Jazz fans gasped in astonishment, yet before they could comprehend the unfolding drama, Stockton collided with Osterdig. The ever-enthusiastic Karl Malone immediately abandoned his coverage of Oakley to assist, but as he moved towards the paint, Lee discreetly executed a behind-the-back pass, delivering the ball perfectly to Oakley, who found himself unguarded near the left baseline. After taking aim, he released a mid-range jumper, swoosh. The two-pointer found its mark. With 7 minutes and 24 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Knicks broke the deadlock, having initially struggled with their jump shots. Ignoring the boos and jeers from the crowd, Oakley pointed to the ground at Malone, indicating that he too could execute jump shots. Since the outset, the two had been entangled in a fierce contest. Malone's eagerness to assert himself had cost him several straightforward scoring opportunities. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy clapped vigorously, signaling approval for Lee's exquisite pass. This match held significant importance. Should they achieve a sweep against the Jazz, Ewing still had the potential to thwart Malone's aspirations. Given their current standings, Stockton began to accelerate the Jazz's offensive tempo, striving to create more opportunities for Malone. Lee, however, refrained from reckless plays, as long as Ewing collaborated. They frequently engaged in high pick-and-rolls, drawing asserting out of position, with one seeking speed and the other stability. Both sides found themselves clanging shots off the rim due to the frequent physical encounters. Stockton passed the ball to Malone. "Oh, this offensive drive was far too hasty." Rod Hunter, the home commentator for the Jazz, observed with a sense of resignation as Malone, after initially sinking 2 shots, fell into a pattern of missed attempts. It was evident that the media's hype had influenced Malone's mindset. Should he be outplayed by Ewing, coupled with the Knicks' performance, the MVP title would likely slip from his grasp. Even in defense, Malone couldn't help but wave his hand in frustration, unable to find the net. The Jazz fans continued to create an uproar. Yet Liu remained unfazed upon receiving the pass, skillfully maneuvering the ball with his left hand while protecting it as he crossed half court. From the left wing, Liu pointed with his right hand towards the left side of the key, prompting Ewing to understand the cue and shift his positioning from the low post. Upon receiving Liu's high lob pass, Ewing did not rush to attack. Instead, as Liu feigned a cut without the ball, he suddenly burst into action, swiftly moving to the left corner. Ewing delivered the pass, and as Stockton prepared to assist defensively, Liu made no adjustments, elevating the ball and releasing it with precision. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark effortlessly. My goodness! Li's shooting was so rapid that Stockton barely had time to react. This was undoubtedly an ominous sign. The Knicks seemed to have discovered their offensive rhythm. Commentator Rod Hunter, filled with urgency, sensed the mounting tension. The Salt Lake City fans were eager to see Malone earn accolades, and this game was not one to lose. Liu, maintaining a stoic expression, raised his right arm and flashed 3 fingers at the front row of Jazz fans. "Pat, what a splendid pass." This incited a barrage of jeers from the spectators. Yet Liu swiftly celebrated with Ewing as they high-fived in solidarity. The team was genuinely intent on securing victory, fully cooperating with one another. As the score gradually climbed, Jeff Van Gundy grew increasingly animated from the sidelines, noting Malone's struggles while the Knicks steadily applied pressure on the Jazz. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 24-21, with the Knicks leading by 3. The chorus of discontent from the crowd intensified. Should the Jazz falter, they would face collective disappointment. "Maintain this pace, John. When you enter, do not rush your offense." Van Gundy, compelled to elevate his voice, crouched before the players, urging the rotation to play wisely. Starks, fully aware of the game's significance, nodded in agreement, while several veterans sighed in relief, realizing that if the MVP was no longer within reach for Malone, it might just be Ewing's turn. After completing the first quarter, Liu changed into his training attire, disregarding the jeers from the audience, and calmly took a seat on the bench. Allan Houston also excelled during the first quarter, hitting consecutive shots in the latter half, and suddenly remarked, "If only we could play like this all the time. Tonight has been one of our best performances recently." Liu merely smiled at Allan Houston's comment, fully aware that if this continued, Ewing's usage would decline, and aspirations for the MVP would fade away. In the second quarter, Jazz's Hornacek erupted with vigor, and a composed Malone ceased his reckless shooting, leading the Jazz's offense to flow more seamlessly. As the starting lineup returned to the court, Liu remained unhurried, consistently managing the Knicks' offensive tempo, with Ewing fully supporting him. Goodness! Tonight, Li's shooting touch was scorching. He once again sank a three-pointer. In the right corner, Liu received a pass from Ewing. After a deceptive move that left Stockton in his wake, he utilized the fleeting moment to pivot and execute a jump shot, successfully scoring. Commentator Rod Hunter was left in disbelief. How did that go in? Meanwhile, Stockton maintained his stoic demeanor, merely observing Liu for a moment longer. Compared to their previous encounter, Liu displayed a steadier approach to the pick and roll tonight, no longer fixated on speed. With the cohesive teamwork of the Knicks, he became a more formidable threat even without the ball. With 4 minutes and 58 seconds remaining in the first half, the score stood at 36-36. The teams locked in a tie. Jeff Van Gundy was vociferously urging his players to fall back on defense. Every missed offensive attempt by the opposition allowed Stockton to swiftly initiate a fast break. Malone was actively involved in the transition, though he failed to convert on several occasions. And Oakley found himself in a tussle with the opposing team. As the physicality increased with continuous minor fouls, both teams managed to execute efficient offense in the closing minutes of the half. The score reached 50-50 as the half concluded, with both teams still tied. In such a tense match, The Jazz fans erupted in fervent cheers, while some voiced their displeasure. Upon returning to the locker room, Ewing clapped his hands and loudly rallied the team. "Stay strong. Leave the rebounding to me. We must secure this victory." No one could resist the allure of the MVP title, and at that moment, the Gorilla was solely focused on winning, even if it meant enduring a tough game. By halftime, Liu had made 4 out of 7 shots, including 3 out of 5 from beyond the arc, leading the team with 11 points. Witnessing the Gorilla's passionate speech in the locker room, Liu joined in with fervent praise. "Karl Malone doesn't deserve the MVP." As the second half commenced, both teams found themselves in a stalemate until the Jazz suddenly unleashed a scoring barrage. With 4 minutes and 26 seconds left in the fourth quarter, Stockton drove to the basket and drew a foul from Liu. In a critical moment, Liu fouled out with his 6th foul, prompting a raucous cheer from the Jazz fans. Jeff Van Gundy vehemently protested the call. "My player made no defensive move. He even cleared a path." Such officiating, he argued, would ultimately affect the outcome of the match. After a tirade directed at the referee, Van Gundy was finally escorted back to the bench by the coaching staff. Liu shrugged in resignation, realizing he could not alter the referee's decision. Barely 2 minutes after returning to the bench, Larry Johnson also exited the game to join Liu. This controversial call irked the Knicks players thoroughly, leading Van Gundy to express his frustration audibly, resulting in his ejection from the game. Liu and Larry Johnson could only watch as their coach was dismissed. In the end, the pivotal MVP matchup concluded with the Jazz emerging victorious. The final score was 106-101, with the Jazz successfully reclaiming a win. After the game, Charles Oakley unleashed his fury on Karl Malone, igniting a heated exchange. "Don't let me see you in New York this season. You certainly won't see us in Salt Lake City." With impressive stats of 22 points from 11 attempts, 6 out of 8 free throws, along with 28 points, 17 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 4 turnovers, Ewing delivered a remarkable double-double in this crucial game. Upon returning to the locker room, Jeff Van Gundy, filled with regret, contemplated the consequences of his actions. Following a 1-game suspension, Charles Oakley and Patrick Ewing entered the locker room, vehemently berating the referees and subsequently directing their ire towards John Stockton. Damn it. He was awarded 11 free throws in the fourth quarter for mere touches. Liu, in this game, achieved an impressive 21 points, 2 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 steal, and 3 turnovers, shooting 7 of 11 from the field, 4 of 6 from beyond the arc, and 3 of 3 from the free throw line. Such a performance inevitably overshadowed Ewing's own statistics. With little time to recuperate, the Knicks swiftly flew to Portland, preparing for a back-to-back matchup against the Trail Blazers the following evening. On the morning of the 26th, media outlets from New York and Salt Lake City were embroiled in heated debates, with ESPN and TNT joining the fray, fervently discussing the rightful recipient of the MVP award. This behavior, however, was likely to further incite Michael Jordan, leading to a trifecta of consequences, as the morning sports programs were dominated by MVP discussions. Due to the back-to-back games, the coaching staff canceled practice, leaving Ewing to brood in the hotel, while Oakley and Starks attempted to console him. Larry Johnson, seeking distraction, visited Liu's room for lighthearted banter. Surely, the media won't actually hand the MVP to anyone else, right? With a record of 49 wins and 6 losses, how could Michael Jordan not receive the award? The skepticism regarding an MVP shift was palpable, with Johnson dismissing the notion as fanciful delusion. Perhaps the public had grown weary of Jordan's consistent victories. The prospect of him not winning might even bring joy to some. Liu, observing the ESPN analysts neglecting to mention Jordan's MVP candidacy, found the situation amusing, pondering the absurdity of the media's sensationalism. Aesthetic fatigue? What does that even mean? Does basketball truly involve such considerations? He mused. Lee, don't let those unscrupulous media figures deceive you. They will ultimately cast their votes appropriately. Noting Johnson's disbelief in his words, Lee chose not to argue, finding delight in the unfolding drama. On the evening of the 26th, assistant coach Tom Thibodeau took the reins from Van Gundy, maintaining a composed demeanor on the sidelines, exuding the poise of a seasoned strategist. In this back-to-back contest, the frustrated Oakley aggressively attacked the Trail Blazers' interior defense, finishing with 27 points, 14 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 4 turnovers on 8 of 25 shooting and 11 of 17 from the free throw line. The Knicks overwhelmed the Trailblazers, securing a decisive victory. After the game, as Liu observed the furious Oakley marching toward the players' tunnel, he couldn't help but reflect, if only he were wiser, avoiding the Salt Lake City road game would have perfectly preserved our undefeated status. Thank you to my readers for your continued support. End of chapter. The chapter has undergone review. Please bear with me as I make further adjustments. If it does not pass, I will remove a section and it will be published shortly. Chapter 71. The Trouble with MVP on March 1, 1997. The NBA announced the Player of the Month for February, with Glenn Rice of the Charlotte Hornets taking home the honor. In February, the Hornets achieved an impressive record of 10 wins and 3 losses. Glenn Rice played an average of 42.7 minutes per game, accumulating 28 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 9 steals, and 0 turnovers. He attempted an average of 23 shots per game, boasting a shooting percentage of 47.7. From beyond the arc, he averaged 2 attempts with a remarkable 56.7 success rate, while also averaging 4 free throws with an 88.5 conversion rate. The data is astonishing. Glenn Rice truly feasted in February. The NBA awarded the Rookie of the Month title to Liu of the Knicks, who also recorded a commendable 10 wins and 3 losses in February. Liu averaged 35.9 minutes on the court, scoring 16.9 points, 9 rebounds, 0 assists, 1 for steals, and 0 turnovers. He attempted 12.3 shots per game with a shooting percentage of 47.8, and from three-point range, he averaged 5.1 attempts with a 41.0 success rate, alongside 3.6 free throws at 82.1. In a season where rookie guards struggled, Liu emerged as a standout, delivering all-star caliber statistics. Analysts from various sports media not only expressed their astonishment at Glenn Rice's potential to become the next superstar, but also ceased to mock Liu as merely a product of hype. His near double-double statistics place him among the elite point guards, justifying his all-star selection. Meanwhile, Raheem of the Vancouver Grizzlies also posted impressive numbers, averaging 24.5 points. Yet the team's record of 3 wins and 10 losses significantly tarnished his reputation. Even though the Vancouver media expressed envy, they did not deny Liu's remarkable performance, which is nearing the peak levels of Kevin Johnson. New York's media celebrated Liu's success, with not just print outlets praising him, but Sports Illustrated also took the opportunity to feature him in an exclusive interview, with his image gracing the cover of the upcoming magazine. Upon returning to New York on March 1st, Liu intended to relax at home. However, the game against the Nuggets on the 28th went into double overtime, resulting in a loss for the Knicks. Liu played 48 exhausting minutes and felt utterly drained. The subsequent 2 away games saw the entire Knicks roster struggling to score. An arduous 6-game road trip. In the afternoon, agent Mark Bartelstein, upon seeing Liu's exhausted state, remarked helplessly, "Jeff Van Gundy's coaching style is rather extreme. But it's beneficial for rookie players to gain playing time to showcase their talent. Being a starter also helps in finding one's rhythm." Contemplating Ray Allen's situation, Bartelstein paused before sighing again. Ray hasn't been as fortunate. He's overlooked in Milwaukee, where there are 2 promising rookies, and the coach has limited his shot attempts. He should have made a bold statement back then. That was my mistake. Otherwise, Ray should be playing for the Celtics. Reflecting on Antoine Walker's prolific scoring with the Celtics, Liu sympathized with Ray Allen, considering that perhaps the Bucks would make a trade in the offseason, allowing him to thrive eventually. The 2 then shifted their focus away from the unfortunate Ray Allen, preparing for the afternoon interview. In 1995, Bill Calhoun began his tenure as the executive editor at Sports Illustrated, and by early 1997, he ascended to the position of editor-in-chief. At the age of 43, he appeared to have reached the pinnacle of his career. A quintessential elite white male, he maintained a commendable physique and exuded warmth in his demeanor. To gain deeper insights into the life of Liu, he conducted a direct interview in his Manhattan apartment. Accompanying staff were busy capturing images of various rooms, while Calhoun, attired in a sleek black suit, curiously inquired, "Lee, do you intend to continue your education?" This was indeed a rarity, as many athletes often regard college merely as a stepping stone. Liu, dressed in a light gray suit, casually replied while observing the staff photograph his study, "I possess a good memory. Reading is never a detriment. Within my capacity, I shall certainly complete my studies. In truth, reading serves as a delightful pastime for me." Calhoun nodded in agreement, recognizing that in this rapidly evolving era, his position as editor-in-chief was also a reflection of the older generation's obsolescence. Lee, did you notice the cover of our last swimsuit issue? We featured supermodel Tyra Banks, the first African-American to grace the cover of our swimsuit edition. Upon hearing this subtly pointed remark, Lee smiled and nodded. Of course, I never miss an issue of the swimsuit edition. Banks is stunning, and I believe this magazine will undoubtedly be a tremendous success. The interview predominantly revolved around life, academics, and matters beyond basketball. The audience could witness performances on the court, but everything off the court was sculpted by the media. For fans who enjoyed NCAA games, Liu had already gained considerable fame during his freshman year, his distinctive complexion rendering him a veritable panda within the league. Following the championship victory for Connecticut, he frequently graced television screens as a regular in the top plays of the NBA, naturally amplifying his popularity. In this era, players placed immense value on accolades, a sentiment stemming from the scarcity of awards. For instance, the Rookie of the Month distinction had yet to be divided into Eastern and Western conferences, thereby possessing a far greater significance than in subsequent times. Initially, the Philadelphia media expressed satisfaction with Allen Iverson's performance. However, comparisons often breed discontent. The first overall pick began with great promise, but faltered significantly in February. Towards the end of the month, the 76ers suffered a crushing defeat to the Heat, with Tim Hardaway delivering a lesson to the rookie, as Iverson managed only 2 out of 13 shots, salvaging 10 points through free throws. In the subsequent game against the Suns, Kevin Johnson and Jason Kidd thoroughly dominated Iverson. In this battle of guards, Johnson scored 36 points on 13 of 22 shooting, while Kidd contributed 19 points on 7 of 15 shooting, alongside 6 steals. Collectively, they amassed 21 assists with only 3 turnovers. In stark contrast, Iverson recorded a mere 8 points on 3 of 15 shooting, coupled with 4 turnovers. "No one can contain me one-on-one," he insisted. Throughout February, Iverson's average points plummeted to 16.4, with a shooting percentage of just 32.4, and his three-point accuracy dwindled to 23. Ultimately, Iverson's boomerang effect struck back at him, rendering him the subject of media ridicule. On the evening of March 2nd, the 76ers faced yet another humiliating defeat at Madison Square Garden. On March 4th, the Knicks triumphed over their opponents, concluding the final game of the week. Prior to the match, Liu received accolades amidst the cheers of New York fans, while Iverson, feeling the pressure, attempted numerous shots as the game commenced. After 45 minutes on the court, he managed 22 points with a shooting record of 9 out of 24, including 3 out of 7 from beyond the arc and 1 out of 2 from the free throw line. His excessive long-range attempts adversely affected the team's overall efficiency, resulting in a subpar shooting percentage below 40. Following the defeat, a dejected Iverson exited the arena. Upon returning to their home ground with a victory, MSG promptly interviewed Liu. "Congratulations on being named the Rookie of the Month once again. It's delightful to witness the team conclude this week's games with such an impressive record. Have you been following the recent MVP discussions?" The New York media has been fervently promoting the gorilla, and commentator John Andrus is no exception. Of course, the entire team stands behind Pat. "Our performance has been exceptional, and the team's form is steadily improving." Liu deliberately sidestepped any mention of the Bulls, continuing to champion the gorilla, as both parties tactfully avoided discussing Michael Jordan, engaging instead in a mutual display of commercial admiration. At Madison Square Garden, even after the game's conclusion, a multitude of fans lingered, chanting Liu's name in hopes of garnering his attention. Clad in the home team's white jersey, Liu, following the interview, ambled towards the player tunnel, exchanging high-fives with fans on either side. It is likely that the ever-grudging McGrady was seething with frustration. The Bucks faced a back-to-back challenge in New York, yet the Eastern Conference teams had surged following the All-Star break, while the Bucks began to falter. With a record of 25 wins and 33 losses, a winning streak was essential for playoff contention. However, the Bucks suffered a crushing defeat to the Bulls the previous night. Dennis Rodman has been making frequent television appearances, consistently grabbing at least 15 rebounds in 16 consecutive games, showcasing an extraordinary resurgence post-suspension. Ray Allen appeared to still be reeling from the previous loss, struggling against Michael Jordan, ultimately being overwhelmed. "The expectations set by your coach are utterly unrealistic. No matter who defends him, McGrady will score that many points," someone remarked dismissively. indicating that defensive failures should not be a concern. If any team in the league could contain him, the Bulls would have achieved a record of 72 wins. Liu hosted a gathering at his home, noticing that his friends still seemed somewhat disheartened, and shared a harsh reality. I merely wanted to test my limits, but defensively, it was futile. He kept scoring effortlessly over me. Ray Allen shrugged. When facing his idol, he always wished to rise to the challenge. Yet each encounter resulted in him exiting the game prematurely. As Liu stated, irrespective of how the Bucks shuffled their defensive assignments, if the egg was determined to score, it mattered not who was guarding him. Ewing would not claim the MVP. The Bulls still had a chance for 70 wins, rendering the award a foregone conclusion. Despite the overwhelming media promotion in New York, Ray Allen remained unimpressed, steadfast in his belief that his idol would secure the accolade. This was not the first time Liu had encountered such sentiments. He merely smiled and replied, "Anything is possible. The NBA, it can sometimes feel like a grand spectacle." On the evening of the 4th, upon returning to New York, the exuberant Patrick Ewing continued to showcase his remarkable performance. Although he played like a mere role player, he effortlessly landed several jump shots near the paint in the early moments of the game. By the third quarter, during a free throw, the fervent New York fans erupted with chants of MVP, MVP, MVP. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Knicks, playing at home, held a commanding 15-point lead with a score of 61-76. Glenn Robinson, struggling with his shooting, repeatedly missed his attempts after the game commenced. During a break, Larry Johnson, who once basked in similar MVP accolades during his time with the Hornets, couldn't help but ponder whether the fans and media in New York were truly serious about the award. A nearby spectator, using a towel to cover her mouth, whispered a remark to Liu, noting that since Liu secured his starting position, Johnson's performance had notably improved. The joy was paramount. Observing the fans around him, it was evident that everyone relished participating in the festivities and savoring the experience. Liu quietly expressed his thoughts, feeling a profound sense of unity within the city as the crowd rallied to support the players, an experience he was engaging in for the first time. The Bucks ultimately offered little resistance, following a methodical approach in the fourth quarter, leading to a decisive victory for the Knicks with a final score of 100-86. Ewing played for only 30 minutes, achieving 17 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, with no turnovers. In a post-game interview, Ewing appeared quite elated, remarking on the electrifying atmosphere at Madison Square Garden. "I do not concern myself with the MVP. We aim for 60 wins and ultimately the division championship. I hope the fans of New York will cherish this gift." In pivotal moments, the New York media was unwavering. If Karl Malone could be the MVP, surely Patrick Ewing could claim the honor as well. Following a comfortable victory over the Raptors, the Knicks took a day to recuperate before triumphantly defeating the struggling Celtics. On the morning of the 8th, upon returning to his Manhattan apartment, Liu noticed the sports section of the newspapers fervently promoting the upcoming game against the Bulls, the MVP proving ground. Glancing at the Sports Illustrated magazine in his hands, Liu felt the palpable energy of the New York media for the first time. The cover of this week's edition featured a captivating image of Liu executing a swift jump shot from the right corner, with Stockton attempting to block him. The photographer perfectly captured the moment as Liu reached his apex, just before Stockton could react, with the colorful cover boldly emblazoned with the headline, "The New Era." As the first Asian player to grace the cover of Sports Illustrated, this issue was flying off the shelves. Even those in New York who typically didn't follow sports were inclined to purchase a copy. Yet, as Liu gazed at the cover, he sensed it was yet another challenge. Following a loss to the Jazz, he had sarcastically mocked their decline, a talent for irony that local media could hardly rival. The Bulls arrived in New York a day early, and the overlooked Michael Jordan was evidently displeased, as he hadn't even sought out his teammates for a game of cards before the match. On the morning of the 9th, the New York media, seemingly irritated by the relentless pursuit of interviews, found themselves on the receiving end of Michael Jordan's disdainful demeanor after the training session concluded. He boldly proclaimed, "What do you wish for me to say? To support Pat in his quest for MVP? A record of 53 wins and 7 losses. That is the Bulls' achievement. We stand at the pinnacle of the league. Do you truly believe anyone else is deserving of this accolade?" Prior to the evening's match, Phil Jackson, during a pre-game interview, derisively remarked about the Knicks' standings: 49 wins and 13 losses. Look at the Knicks' record, a simple mathematical fact. They are in second place. You should comprehend what being second signifies. When did the criteria for MVP selections become so diminished? Despite having played 2 games less, the Bulls maintained their position as the league leaders. And Phil Jackson exuded an air of arrogance, leaving the media with little room for rebuttal. Although the game had yet to commence, the tension was palpable, and the media succeeded in inciting the ire of both the Chicago press and Michael Jordan. Madison Square Garden was filled to capacity that evening, after days of anticipation. New York fans were eager to witness Michael Jordan's potential downfall. During the pre-game introduction, the home DJ quietly announced the visiting players from the University of North Carolina. Number 23, Michael Jordan. The arena erupted in a cacophony of boos as Knicks fans, who had seen their team crushed by the Bulls in the playoffs for 3 consecutive years, were far from fond of Michael Jordan. Chewing gum and clad in a Red Bulls training suit, Michael Jordan exchanged silent high-fives with his teammates, his expression impassive. As the Knicks players completed their introductions, Madison Square Garden reached a fever pitch. New York fans always exhibited heightened enthusiasm when facing the Bulls. With Ron Harper and Dennis Rodman back in the lineup, the Bulls were indeed performing admirably. The hope was that tonight, the Knicks could triumph over the Bulls, and coach Jeff Van Gundy, having learned from the previous defeat, would implement necessary adjustments. At the MSG commentary booth, commentator Marv Albert, adhering to custom, expressed some skepticism regarding the home team's prospects. Analyst John Andrews, observing coach Van Gundy calmly clutching his tactical board, quietly mused, "The Knicks' ability to perform like this undoubtedly reflects the efforts of the coaching staff. I support Jeff Van Gundy for this year's Coach of the Year award." At that moment, the bald-headed coach did not appear as formidable as the commentators had imagined. Clutching his tactical board was merely a facade. Just before the game started, Jeff Van Gundy succinctly instructed, "Lee, you will control the pace of the game. The rest must focus on defense, ensuring Michael Jordan does not find comfort. This is our home court." Emphasizing defense once again, the offensive strategy was to be led by Lee, with others following suit. How well they performed would ultimately depend on the circumstances. Lee nodded in agreement, saying little more. As long as everyone was willing to play their part, victory was certainly within reach. At this moment, Ewing cast aside any concern for Bing Feng's identity, as his ambition for the MVP title demanded defeating Michael at least once. Before the gorilla made his entrance, he loudly declared, "Leave the rebounds to me. Charles will handle Rodman, and the rest of you focus on defense. We shall triumph in this game." As the players from both teams gathered at the center court, Madison Square Garden erupted with cheers. "Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks!" Ewing out-jumped Luke Longley, successfully gaining possession of the ball, which was quickly maneuvered across half-court by Liu. Ron Harper chose not to initiate a defensive play immediately. Instead, he advanced only as Liu approached the three-point line. In terms of height, Ron Harper held a slight advantage, complemented by his remarkable defensive experience, which allowed him to exert pressure on most backcourt players in the league. Liu, however, did not linger with the ball as he usually would, instead promptly passing it to Allan Houston at the arc. Upon receiving the ball, Liu executed a swift off-ball movement, darting towards the left corner, while the Knicks players began to position themselves. Oakley sprinted down from the free-throw line towards a closer spot on the left side, while Ewing stationed himself at the right elbow of the paint. Liu called out to his teammates before swiftly cutting along the baseline, with Ron Harper trailing closely behind. Oakley timely set a screen, allowing Liu to momentarily shake off Harper's defense as he dashed towards the right corner. Simultaneously, Larry Johnson on the right wing advanced downwards, setting a pick as Ron Harper circled around in pursuit of Liu. Observing Liu's movement towards the top of the key, Allan Houston delivered the ball to Ewing, who then moved rapidly to the left wing. Ewing, upon receiving the ball, executed a handoff to Liu, briefly delaying Ron Harper's pursuit, before continuing his descent towards the basket. With the handoff completed, Liu, now at the free throw line with the ball in his left hand, seized the moment before Ron Harper could catch up, executing a quick in and out. A deft right-to-left maneuver followed, and as Liu accelerated, Luke Longley, who had been providing help defense in the paint, stumbled slightly as he adjusted to Liu's swift change of direction. As Ron Harper closed in, he discovered that the basketball had vanished from Liu's possession. Following the shift, Liu delivered a precise pass to Ewing, who, upon receiving it, descended into the paint and unleashed a powerful one-handed dunk. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, while Ron Harper's expression soured as he realized he had been outplayed. Ewing, basking in the glory of his dunk, stood beneath the basket and let out a triumphant roar, igniting the atmosphere in the arena. The Bulls initiated a baseline inbounds, and Ron Harper advanced at a measured pace. After crossing midcourt, his teammates had already settled into their positions. Liu cast a quick glance behind him, spotting Michael Jordan maneuvering from the right to the left along the baseline. He swiftly darted to the left elbow of the free throw line. Recognizing this was undoubtedly a one-on-one offensive strategy, Ron Harper delivered a high pass, allowing Michael Jordan to effortlessly secure the ball. Faced with the advancing Allan Houston, the ball was deftly faked before it was shifted laterally with a left-hand maneuver. Then, he soared into the air, executing a leftward drift to complete a fading jump shot. Swish! The mid-range shot found its mark with unwavering precision. Chewing gum, Michael Jordan retreated with an impassive demeanor, his anger fueling a heightened offensive tempo. The predictable tactics employed by the Bulls were well known throughout the league, yet no one could effectively counter them. Accurate shooting, impressive leaping ability, and rapid pace. As the first quarter concluded, both teams swiftly revealed their contrasting strategies. The Knicks focused on setting screens for Liu Yao, emphasizing ball movement, while the Bulls relied on Michael Jordan as their primary weapon. After Liu's off-ball cut, he rapidly penetrated and received a bounce pass from Ewing at the left elbow, scoring effortlessly beneath the basket. Turning back, Michael Jordan positioned himself on the right baseline, backing down Allan Houston before executing a turnaround jump shot that found the net. A pick and roll at the left elbow allowed Liu Yao to receive a handoff pass. With the ball in his right hand, he accelerated toward the basket. As Ron Harper applied tight defense, Liu swiftly delivered a bounce pass to Ewing, who, stationed near the left baseline, converted a mid-range jumper. Just as the New York fans erupted in cheers, the Bulls' offense became increasingly straightforward and aggressive. Utilizing the same play, Jordan navigated the baseline with the aid of Luke Longley's screen, receiving a pass from Pippen and pivoting smoothly. With a quick jab step from his right foot, he took advantage of Allan Houston's shifting defensive weight and executed a clean jump shot. Allan Houston, resigned, trudged toward the baseline to prepare for the inbounds, and the atmosphere in the arena cooled. From the outset, Michael Jordan exhibited an intent to dominate, inciting media speculation about his MVP candidacy, which thoroughly infuriated the opposing team. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy, observing Jordan's exceptional start, urgently shouted, "Defense! Don't allow him an easy shot." Prompted by this directive, the Knicks quickly adopted a more aggressive stance. Larry Johnson began to assist in the defense, doubling up on Michael Jordan. The Knicks' offensive strategy faltered as Liu Yao's mid-range attempt clanged off the rim, resulting in a fierce scramble for the rebound between Oakley and Rodman. Rodman, tightly marking his opponent, first tapped the ball away before jumping again to seize the rebound. Even in the act of securing the board, he managed to flaunt his prowess. Liu Yao, retreating quickly, observed Rodman posing theatrically, feeling exasperated. Defense, 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 resonated through the arena as New York fans rallied once more. Ron Harper crossed half-court and passed the ball, leading Liu Yao to the left corner. Michael Jordan received the ball at the left elbow, with Pippen moving to the top of the arc. As the double team closed in, Pippen dashed toward the right block. Under pressure, Jordan received the ball, momentarily holding it in his right hand before charging into the paint. In the instant of the double team, he swiftly passed the ball to Pippen, who, now unguarded, unleashed a furious shot that clanged off the iron. The cheers echoed throughout the arena as Rodman, grappling with Oakley, managed to tip the ball into his possession. Quickly securing the second rebound, Rodman surged for the rebound, while the Chicago Bulls had already completed their retreat on defense, leaving the New York Knicks to engage in a half-court offense. As the game progressed, Phil Jackson, seated on the bench, wore a frown despite the Bulls' rapid offensive pace. Pippen was struggling with his shooting, and had it not been for Rodman's relentless pursuit of rebounds, the Knicks would have capitalized on the transition opportunities long ago. Observing the Knicks also missing their outside shots, Jackson refrained from calling a timeout, maintaining a facade of composure on the bench. The Knicks fans in attendance were vocal, reacting to the back-and-forth bricklaying. By the conclusion of the first quarter in 2020, both teams found themselves equally inept in scoring. During the intermission, Jeff Van Gundy, unfazed by the shooting percentages, noted Jordan being double-teamed and also failing to convert, which invigorated the bald-headed coach. Maintain this defensive intensity, continue to trap him, and let the Bulls' other players handle the offense. Do not concern yourselves with missed shots. We only need to outscore them to win. Keep shooting, all right? amidst the raucous atmosphere. Van Gundy shouted this emphatically. Ewing clapped his hands, urging his teammates to stay energized, declaring, "Hold on. They can't hit anything." As the second quarter commenced with the rotation of players, Lee Yu, observing from the bench, was taken aback to see Michael Jordan not resting and continuing to play, exclaiming, "The New York media has truly riled him up. This situation is rare during the regular season." Allan Houston, reduced to a defensive pawn, remarked apathetically, "At least he is also missing shots. I really don't want to see him score 50 points on me." Both players had underwhelming performances in the first quarter, with Lee Yu shooting 1 for 3 and Allan Houston 2 for 5, but according to their game plan, they needed to keep shooting. During the rotation phase, the Bulls brought in Steve Kerr and Randy Brown as backcourt partners, moving Jordan to the small forward position, while Rodman and Bill Wennington anchored the paint. Both teams opted to rest their big men towards the end of the first quarter, bringing in Charles Oakley and Larry Johnson, with Starks and Chris Childs manning the backcourt, and veteran Buck Williams taking the center role. Jordan's shooting percentage was declining. "This was our golden opportunity. Oh, Steve Kerr nailed that open three-pointer." Commentator Marv Albert, having grown increasingly animated since witnessing Jordan's struggles, was revitalized by the three-pointer, reminded that the Bulls possessed sharpshooters. Ron Harper appeared to be in poor physical condition, contributing little to the offense aside from defense in the first quarter, making Phil Jackson's substitutions timely. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy urged his team to continue the double team, frequently funneling the ball to Michael Jordan, combined with the Knicks' rapid defensive rotations, slowed the Bulls' offensive rhythm. Unyielding, Michael Jordan remained convinced that his next shot would find the mark. However, several jump shots near the elbow clanged off the rim. After shooting 4 for 7 in the first quarter, Jordan's touch eluded him in the second, as he struggled to regain his shooting form. With 5 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the first half, both teams' primary lineups returned to the court, and the score stood at a stalemate of 33-33. Struggling with his shooting, Michael Jordan unleashed his defensive prowess, harrying Starks into a series of missed shots. Phil Jackson showed no intention of substituting, maintaining a serene smile on the bench, while Van Gundy appeared increasingly tense. The Bulls, through sheer defensive tenacity, clawed their way back into the game. Ron Harper refrained from engaging in offense, focusing solely on shadowing Ewing, successfully defending for the majority of the time, save for one instance where he failed to adequately contest a sudden jump shot following a pick. From the right side of the free throw line's elbow area, Michael Jordan launched yet another errant shot, the crowd's cheers growing increasingly piercing, and at some point, his chewing gum had vanished. Ewing, in the latter part of the second quarter, began to relentlessly attack the paint, stepping up to the free throw line and capitalizing on several mid-range jumpers, amassing a significant portion of the Knicks' points. With the score tied at 42-42, the first half concluded. Michael Jordan shot a mere 1 for 6 in the quarter, accumulating only 4 points. "Our defense proved effective," commentator Marv Albert cheerfully summarized the second quarter, while analyst John Andrews remained less enthusiastic. "He will find his rhythm and sink those difficult shots. We must respond promptly." During halftime in the Knicks locker room, Jeff Van Gundy expressed a hint of disappointment, noting the struggles of their outside shooting. Lee Yu shot 2 for 6 and Allan Houston 2 for 8, both underperforming. Nonetheless, Van Gundy chose to place his trust in them, continue to shoot in the second half, seize opportunities, and shoot decisively, while maintaining this intensity on defense. "He will tire, and all we need to do is wait for our chance." The locker room fell silent as everyone attentively absorbed the coach's motivational words. If they could secure this game, perhaps Ewing could bolster his MVP candidacy. Lee Yu was unconcerned with his missed shots. Most of the first half was spent accommodating Ewing, with pick-and-roll plays predominantly occurring within the three-point arc. However, Ron Harper proved to be a formidable opponent. The veteran remained quiet, contributing no offensive effort while relentlessly pursuing on defense. "Improve the pick positioning, and I will make those shots. We need a few fast break opportunities." Upon hearing Lee Yu's words, Charles Oakley nodded in agreement. Jordan continued to shoot jumpers, while Rodman focused on securing rebounds. With no opportunity to confront Jordan, the veteran decided to challenge Rodman instead. "Don't worry about the boards. We only committed 1 foul in the first half." In the second half, they won to get another front court rebound. As the second half commenced, the mood among New York fans remained vibrant. Watching Jordan miss shots brought them joy. Defense, defense, defense. The Bulls initiated the offense, and amidst the cheers of the New York crowd, Michael Jordan showed no signs of relent, launching a back-to-the-basket fadeaway jumper from the left block, which also missed. Rodman found himself at a disadvantage this time, as Oakley skillfully boxed him out, securing the rebound and promptly passing the ball to the awaiting Liu. As the second half commenced, Steve Kerr, who entered the game as a starter, did not rush to impede the play but instead swiftly retreated alongside his fellow Bulls teammates. With the ball held in his left hand, Liu accelerated along the left sideline, trailing closely behind his opponent as he crossed half court, approaching the three-point line. It was only then that Kerr advanced to apply defense. However, Liu, undeterred by the pressure, maintained his speed, executing a rapid crossover dribble before transitioning the ball to his right hand and elegantly maneuvering it behind his back. Kerr hastily slid to his right. Yet Liu opted not to drive past him. Instead, he exerted force through his legs, swiftly stepping back. In an instant, he created space to evade the defense. Before Kerr could mount an effective challenge, Liu swiftly converted to a three-point shot and released it. Swish. The three-pointer cleanly rippled through the net. 42-45. This marked the Knicks' first successful three-pointer of the game. The Bulls, now retreating to half court, gazed at Liu, who strolled back, momentarily at a loss for words. At Madison Square Garden, the crowd erupted once more as Michael Jordan took the initiative to dribble across half court, arriving at the arc before passing to Steve Kerr. Allan Houston observed Jordan's off-ball movement to the left side of the key, where he subsequently requested the ball while maintaining a close mark. Under Liu's interference, Kerr's pass was not of the highest quality. Nevertheless, upon receiving the ball, Jordan leaned back to make space, swiftly pivoted towards the baseline, disregarding the defense, and executed a fadeaway jumper that found its mark. Increasing the pace of ball movement, Michael Jordan quickly retreated on defense, clapping his hands upon reaching half court to signal for a solid defensive stand. "Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks!" The chants resonated once again as Kerr directly took on the defensive assignment, while Liu remained unhurried, signaling for another play as he leisurely brought the ball past half court. Employing a similar strategy, he promptly passed the ball after crossing half court. Allan Houston received it at the top of the arc, and Liu then sprinted towards the left corner. This time, Ewing did not position himself in the paint. Instead, he made a quick run from left to right, setting an off-ball screen on the right baseline. Oakley's robust initial screen from the left corner caused Kerr to lose his defensive positioning momentarily. Upon receiving the cue, Luke Longley quickly shifted to the right corner, as Houston and Larry Johnson executed a rapid ball transfer. As the ball reached the baseline, Liu immediately lifted the ball for a fake, timing it perfectly as Longley lunged forward to defend. With a significant step forward with his left foot, Liu feigned a drive, causing Longley to instinctively retreat. In a flash, Liu gathered himself, elevated, and released the shot. Swish. Another three-pointer found its way into the net. An exquisite shot. Longley was left off balance by the simple feint, showcasing impeccable teamwork. The fans erupted in exuberant cheers, and commentator Marv Albert raised his voice in excitement, exclaiming, "What a comfortable three-pointer." The score shifted to 44-48, narrowing the gap to 4 points. The Knicks sensed an opportunity and began to vocally rally each other, intensifying their defensive efforts. Phil Jackson naturally discerned the transformation within the Knicks team. Their screens had grown increasingly ferocious. In a stark departure from the previously disciplined play of Oakley in the first half, he rose to voice his grievances to the referee. Consequently, during a Bulls offensive, Jordan, ensnared in a double team at the left elbow area, distributed the ball to Pippen at the top of the arc. Pippen, however, misfired on a three-point attempt, with the long rebound falling directly into the hands of Liu. Accelerating along the right sideline, the crowd erupted in cheers. Steve Kerr swiftly moved to impede, while the Bulls scrambled back on defense. On the right wing, noticing that the Bulls had established their defensive positions, Liu decelerated and promptly passed the ball to Allan Houston at the arc summit. With Ewing stationed at the right elbow of the free throw line, Liu immediately made a lateral cut. Steve Kerr could merely pursue, but was impeded by Ewing's screen, falling a step behind. Rapidly shifting to the left wing beyond the three-point line, Liu caught the ball and executed a drifting jump shot. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. The score gap widened to 7 points. Steve Kerr, standing beside Liu, could only watch as Liu raised his arms in triumph, a smile gracing his face. "These screens are all fouls. You should observe their movements." While calling for a timeout, Phil Jackson did not initially devise a strategy, but instead approached the referee, vocally expressing his discontent. The front row of New York fans, witnessing this scene, began to hurl derisive remarks. Michael Jordan returned to the bench with a stern expression, while Pippen appeared somewhat embarrassed, having missed too many open shots tonight. "Well done, Lou. We're ahead by 7. Assistant coach Thibodeau patted Lou's shoulder with enthusiasm. The coaching staff had made the right call. Upon returning to the bench, Lou exchanged a fist bump with Oakley. The Knicks' newly developed offensive scheme, fortified by rigorous screens, afforded Lou greater opportunities. This tactic also complemented Allan Houston, yet Michael Jordan's defensive prowess posed a significant challenge. Jeff Van Gundy exuberantly offered words of encouragement, while on the other side, Phil Jackson swiftly substituted in Ron Harper. As the game resumed, the concerns of the Bulls' coaching staff materialized. Pippen missed another shot, and Harper had been silent on the offensive front in the first half, prompting the Knicks to converge on Michael Jordan. Receiving the ball with his back to the basket in the left block, both Lou and Larry Johnson lunged forward, compelling Jordan to swiftly dish the ball to Ron Harper in the left corner. Harper, unguarded, took a three-point jump shot. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. The rebound fortuitously fell into Ewing's hands, and Lou received the pass as the Knicks surged forward in a frenzy. On the right wing, Oakley's robust screen again impeded Ron Harper, prompting Rodman to switch defense. Lou, holding the ball in his right hand, executed a straightforward yet aggressive acceleration towards the right block, immediately performing a dramatic crossover step back. With a slight pause of his left hand, he seized the opportunity as Rodman slid by, swiftly changing direction beneath his legs, just as Lou attempted to breach Rodman's defense. A powerful shove from the side disrupted his balance, causing him to stagger and nearly topple into the basketball hoop. Rodman, grinning mischievously, attempted to provoke further, but was unexpectedly met with Liu's powerful throw of the basketball. Thwack! The ball struck Rodman's face, causing him to yelp in pain and instinctively clutch his nose. Enraged, he was about to charge forward to throw a couple of punches, but Charles Oakley reacted swiftly, restraining Rodman. Players from both teams surged onto the court, and the fervent New York fans erupted into a chorus of cheers and jeers. "Next time, it'll be your bird that gets smashed." Liu, held back by the referee, glared and cursed, aware that if he fell, he might sustain a serious injury. Michael Jordan, his expression darkened, intervened to separate the two. As a disgruntled Rodman sulked toward the bench, muttering angrily. Oakley, however, remained unfazed, chuckling as he patted Jordan on the back, proclaiming, "I swear, you guys are going to lose tonight." At that moment, Phil Jackson, lacking any pretense, admonished his players to remain calm. Rodman, with a cut on his lip from the impact, intended to continue his tirade, but fell silent upon seeing Jordan's grim demeanor. Both players received a flagrant foul, resulting in free throws for each side. The atmosphere at Madison Square Garden was charged with hostility, as the fans, sensing victory, could hardly contain their excitement. From this moment, the game transformed entirely. The gritty essence of basketball emerged. This was the rhythm the Knicks cherished. Oakley, having only committed one foul in the first half, unleashed his potential. Ron Harper struggled from the perimeter, resorting to an elbow as he penetrated the paint. Liu and Larry Johnson collaborated to contain Jordan, leaving the Bulls coaching staff to watch Harper and Pippen miss open shots. In transition, Liu showcased a hidden flying knee learned from Stockton, but Rodman, anticipating the move, was prepared, leading to another tumble on the floor. The situation began to spiral out of control, with an invigorated Ewing joining the fray. Liu was dragged out by Allan Houston as another scuffle ensued on the other side. An exhilarating contest. We demonstrated superb defense, and the Bulls were becoming increasingly frustrated. The commentator, Marv Albert, fueled the excitement, while Spike Lee on the sidelines gestured theatrically towards the Bulls. By the end of the lengthy third quarter, Liu, Oakley, and Larry Johnson all carried 4 fouls, having exhausted their earlier allowances. With a score of 22-30 in the third quarter, the Knicks finally led by 8 points. This was the outside shooting we had anticipated. With a shooting line of 3 for 7 and perfect free throws, Lee scored 12 points in this quarter, with consecutive three-pointers proving crucial. The commentator, John Anderes, caught up in the electric atmosphere, raised his voice in enthusiasm. Surrounded, Michael Jordan managed 4 for 9, tallying 10 points in the quarter, while Ron Harper recorded 0 for 3 and Pippen 1 for 5, combining for a mere 4 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, The verbal jabs ceased, and the teams continued to clash. Under such intense defensive pressure, the game took on a bitterly competitive flavor. Yet the New York fans grew increasingly jubilant, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. Ron Harper was substituted once again, with Steve Kerr taking the court. As Scottie Pippen continued to struggle in his shooting, Michael Jordan ceased to pass the ball. As time elapsed, Jordan began to attempt three-point shots. On the other side, Liu began to dominate the ball, with Ewing executing consecutive pick-and-rolls, completing mid-range jumpers near the paint. With just 2 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the match, Ewing powered into the paint from the left low post, overcoming Luke Longley's block to score a two-pointer. Madison Square Garden erupted in an explosion of sound. The Bulls were being suppressed, trailing 84-92. Jordan, facing a triple team, hesitated but managed to score 2 points in the paint. Turning back, he executed a simple pick-and-roll at the top of the arc, allowing Liu to shake off his defender, who then made a successful jumper in the paint. Liu, filled with fervor, raised his fists in a triumphant roar towards Rodman, prompting the referee to swiftly intervene and separate the two. In the final moments of the game, Michael Jordan showed no signs of surrender, yet time was not on his side. As the final buzzer sounded, the score read 90-98, with the Knicks narrowly clinching victory. Ewing, standing on the sidelines, exuberantly celebrated, reaffirming his prowess. Amidst the cacophony of taunts and jeers that filled the arena, Michael Jordan walked with his head held high, expressionless. Striding towards the player tunnel, Phil Jackson, with a stern countenance, exchanged pleasantries with a grinning Jeff Van Gundy. It had been a frenetic contest, and this year, we could undoubtedly challenge the reigning champions. With a stat line of 20 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 steal, and 4 turnovers, Lee showcased the caliber of an all-star point guard. I believe that, after this game, no one will cast doubts upon him. Just look at the defense he faced. Remarkable. And he is only 19 years old. Commentator Marv Albert observed Liu celebrating with his teammates and could not restrain his enthusiasm. Analyst John Andrews, watching the fans reluctant to leave the arena, reflected, after the finals defeat, I see hope once again. As the Knicks returned to the locker room, the adrenaline faded, and fatigue began to set in. Liu felt soreness in various parts of his body, with a shooting performance of 6 for 15, 3 for 8 from beyond the arc, and 5 for 6 from the free throw line. He rubbed his forehead at the sight of his 40 shooting percentage. Michael must be furious, having scored 36 points on 14 of 32 shooting. Oh, and yet he lost. I can hardly wait to see what he will say at the press conference. Charles Oakley seemed entirely unaffected by the intensity of the game, playfully mocking his friends with a lighthearted demeanor. Ewing laughed heartily beside him, and the atmosphere became lively, prompting Liu to mutter softly, MVP? It truly is a splendid accolade. Thank you to my readers for your unwavering support. A section has been deleted and reposted. End of chapter 72. The importance of Excel. The 1996 to 1997 season became, for Michael Jordan, a so-called proving ground. Prior to the commencement of the regular season, he was ranked 46th among the NBA's 50 greatest players, despite possessing 4 championship titles, including a memorable three-peat, yet still lacking the respect he deserved. As the regular season approached its conclusion, the Chicago Bulls dominated the league, consistently holding the top position. Yet, the MVP award remained shrouded in uncertainty, a distinction determined by the media, who failed to extend the respect due. With 4 championships to his name, must Michael Jordan continuously prove his worth? The relentless consumption by the media has increasingly soured Jordan's spirits, reaching a peak after a loss to the Knicks. The New York media, unafraid of backlash, reveled in their victory, seizing the opportunity to deride the Bulls. Michael, can you discuss why you took so many shots tonight? With a dismal 32 attempts yielding just 36 points, how do you assess your efficiency? Their veiled jabs at Jordan's solitary play were met with amusement by the journalists, who once revered him as the undisputed king of the league. Jordan, seemingly oblivious to the number of shots he took, mused that perhaps 32 was not enough, as it did not secure victory. Efficiency was not his concern. He played not for statistics, but to remember the sting of defeat, which fueled his motivation. Having heard such cliched criticisms far too often, Jordan managed to quell his frustration. At the press conference, he simply cataloged this loss, along with the unprincipled media. Michael, how do you evaluate the performances of the Knicks and the Jazz this season? The conversation circled back to the MVP topic, and Jordan felt the media had developed amnesia, 53 wins and 8 losses. That is the Bulls' record. We remain atop the league. If they surpass this achievement, then I will offer my assessment. Throughout the press conference, Jordan maintained an expression that conveyed, "You are all jesters," which irked the journalists further. What right do losers have to gloat? The superstars of the NBA must not only navigate challenges on the court, but also maintain amicable relations with the media. They all share a common interest, reliant on one another in this interconnected ecosystem. However, Jordan has never been fond of the relentless scrutiny from the media, though his remarkable talent and the support of his brand have bolstered him. Thus, a discord has existed between them. Yet, for the sake of profit, most media outlets have acquiesced. This season was different, however, as Jordan confronted the NBA, presenting a rare opportunity. Is the MVP awarded merely for a good record? Who deems it so? On the morning of March 10th, Liu gleefully perused newspapers laden with mockery directed at the Bulls. The journalists' disdain palpable as they once again overlooked their status as league leaders, perhaps sensing that his friend was blinded by the allure of the MVP. The defeated Bulls headed directly to Boston, eager to escape the unwelcoming atmosphere of New York. Scottie Pippen's performance, a mere 4 points from 18 attempts, including a dismal 1 from 8 beyond the arc, resulted in a paltry 14 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists, an effort more befitting a sixth man for the Knicks. It was a foregone conclusion that the next day's newspapers would be rife with derision. The Bulls, however, were not inclined to linger and absorb the ridicule. The NBA has also announced the Player of the Week, with Patrick Ewing of the Knicks receiving the accolade. Setting aside the initial 3 matches against lesser opponents, Ewing delivered a flawless performance in the clash against the Bulls, 12 out of 18 from the field, 8 out of 13 from the free throw line, culminating in 32 points, 14 rebounds, and 3 turnovers. Thus, the accolade for Player of the Week was well-deserved. When Mark Bartelstein arrived bearing tickets, Liu had already shed his state of mere amusement. A few tickets to the North Carolina University games were at hand, and with only 2 matches next week for the Knicks, it was a reminder to attend the games and maintain a presence among the fans. Regrettably, Connecticut did not qualify for the tournament this year, which could have enhanced the atmosphere. Players require exposure, and Mark Bartelstein is constantly preoccupied with the situation regarding Ray Allen. Compared to average players, Allen remains a highly regarded talent, yet witnessing Liu's treatment in New York might evoke a sense of melancholy in him. North Carolina's games? Vince Carter, perhaps? His popularity has been surging lately. As March Madness approaches, Liu frequently encounters reports on Tim Duncan and Vince Carter. The former has essentially secured the top pick for 1997, while the latter's fame is skyrocketing, as everyone adores an impressive dunk. With the NBA undergoing a transformation, the focus is likely shifting towards perimeter players. What the fans wish to see is what the league presents, which bodes well for shorter players. Mark Bartelstein has been preoccupied with business matters as well, and while securing big-name stars is challenging, signing some smaller perimeter players could prove beneficial. Should fortune smile upon them, a commendable profit could be realized. Looking at the tickets in his hand, Liu felt it was time for a brief respite. The schedule from late February to early March had been excessively grueling, nearly overwhelming him. Following the game against the Bulls, the team had achieved a significant milestone, and a substantial amount of rest time this week would naturally afford the players a break. On March 11th, the Knicks were set to face the Mavericks on their turf. In their previous encounter, the opposing team had yet to make any trades and was embroiled in internal strife, but this time, the Mavericks had begun to falter. With a record of 20 wins and 41 losses, their chances of making the playoffs hinged on winning all remaining games. However, with an abundance of teams performing poorly, such a dismal record still placed them at 11th in the Western Conference, with 3 other teams trailing behind. The game that evening proved to be quite lackluster, perhaps a manifestation of the law of conservation of luck, as Ewing started off in poor form. The Mavericks' defense was not particularly commendable. It was simply a matter of missing shots, and the gorilla was off his mark. Contrarily, Charles Oakley was in unexpectedly good form, aggressively snatching offensive rebounds and consistently sinking mid-range jumpers. Initially intending to take it easy, Liu found himself compelled to play earnestly as the score remained tightly contested at halftime. Fortunately, the opposing team exhibited little desire to win, as the second half turned into a collective debacle for the Dallas fans. Ultimately, the Knicks triumphed narrowly, 98-90. Ewing concluded the game with 4 out of 15 shooting, relying on free throws for a total of 14 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 turnovers. Upon returning to the locker room, the gorilla was understandably disheartened. Pat, do not dwell on the data. After all, we emerged victorious, and that is what truly matters. With the holiday fast approaching, Charles Oakley was in high spirits, offering words of comfort to his friend. Naturally, Starks discerned that the leader was eager to enhance his statistics. Karl Malone's Excel performance surpassed that of Ewing. If the MVP were to be decided, and neither team held the top position in the league, Excel would become a pivotal factor. Ewing, with a disingenuous tone in the locker room, uttered a few encouraging words before proposing. Is anyone interested in joining me to watch the Georgetown game? I assure you, front row tickets await. Everyone shook their heads, apart from supporting their alma mater. No one wished to stir up any trouble during this rare break. Liu remained silent, trailing behind the Goliath, effectively becoming a mere bag carrier. With little interest in the Georgetown match, Jeff Van Gundy was in remarkably good spirits, ever since defeating the Bulls. The bald-headed coach had been unable to contain his smile. This week, let everyone rest well, aiming for a flawless record in March. With the regular season nearing its conclusion, he reminded the players, if you feel unwell at any point, be sure to communicate with the team physician. While our record is essential, health takes precedence. I do not wish to see our roster diminished before the playoffs even commence. Assistant coach Thibodeau glanced at Ewing. The Goliath's knee had always posed a risk of injury. If it weren't for the players' need for statistics, the coaching staff would even consider reducing Ewing's playing time. After issuing these reminders, the coaching staff finally announced the holiday, allowing everyone to enjoy their evening freely. Allan Houston had struggled in the past 2 games, feeling quite low. Lee, where do you plan to go during the break? Will you continue to practice? A shooter requires strategy, yet more importantly, the freedom to shoot. With his shooting form faltering, Liu could only offer consolation. After so many consecutive games, it's time to unwind. Do not worry about the statistics. The upcoming matches cannot possibly be worse. On March 12th, upon returning to New York, Liu fortuitously reunited with friends. The youth, influenced by Yahoo, found themselves captivated by the internet. Ivan was particularly enchanted. Believe me, the future undoubtedly belongs to the internet. This is the realm where young people should strive. Perhaps having indulged too deeply in Yang Xiwen's motivational rhetoric, they all fantasized about establishing the next Yahoo, basking in the allure of capital and ascending to the pinnacle of success. Watching Ivan passionately expound on the future of the internet, Liu couldn't help but tease softly. I recall you once claimed the insurance industry would flourish. That finance and insurance were the true future. Ivan, undeterred by the jest, cheerfully continued, finance and insurance are indeed part of the future. But the internet will undoubtedly yield substantial profits. I speak the truth. Look at Yahoo today, beloved by the youth. I am confident that even in advertising, they are reaping enormous rewards. Nearby, the blonde-haired girl, Elia, rolled her eyes discreetly at her boyfriend's daydreaming and retorted, what you should be doing is preparing for the bar exam, rather than indulging in fantasies daily. Upon hearing his girlfriend's words, Ivan could only shrug. Though his expression revealed a hint of a narrow-minded perspective, Melinda leaned comfortably against Liu, a playful smile adorning her face as she observed the banter between the two. We are quite uncertain about how to realize those technologies. You don't intend to pursue a career in investment banking, do you? If so, you might as well have studied actuarial science. Evan straightforwardly nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the lucrative opportunity before him and deeming it unreasonable not to give it a try. I will prepare for the bar exam. I too aspire to enter investment banking. I firmly believe this is a golden opportunity for wealth. He embraced his girlfriend, only to receive a couple of playful punches in return. Watching the playful exchange, Liu decided to support his friend's ambitions. After all, we are still young, with ample room for trial and error. The internet has proven to be a profitable venture these past few years. Evan and Liu bumped fists, both of them financially secure and free to choose their paths. At worst, they could return to their parents for support, which gave Evan a sense of confidence. Alia, on the other hand, was a good girl, academically accomplished and quite beautiful, who preferred a life of comfort. She could only sigh in resignation at this moment. You can live well without needing much money. Some young people, influenced by the waves of the internet, began preparing for entrepreneurial ventures, while others contentedly accepted their current situations, moving steadily towards graduation and societal integration. Liu was aware of several money-making opportunities. His focus now was on accumulating capital. By evening, only Liu and Melinda remained in the apartment. With a mischievous grin, Melinda inquired, "How long do you think they'll date?" "I recall Evan's record is 3 months." It was not unusual for Liu to hear of his friend's frequent romantic endeavors, although this time he was dating an academic overachiever, an unprecedented type for him. Regardless, our relationship has certainly lasted longer. On March 13th, Liu and his friends flew to Windsor to watch the game between North Carolina and Fairfield in the Eastern Division. Mark Bartelstein had secured front-row tickets for Liu, and the four of them, dressed as students, blended seamlessly with the other fans. Last night's basketball game had been quite intense, and Melinda, feeling a bit worn out, tied a scarf around her neck, having tossed and turned throughout the night, and still felt a bit weak upon arriving. The crowd was immense, with many North Carolina supporters in attendance. "Vince Carter is indeed a spectacular dunker," Evan remarked, noting the packed Lawrence Joel Coliseum and expressing his admiration for Carter's popularity. Liu spotted Antoine Jamison among the North Carolina lineup, recalling that in just a year, these two would be making their mark in the NCAA. The DJ quickly recognized the NBA players sitting courtside, and naturally, Stackhouse rallied support for his alma mater, prompting cheers from the North Carolina fans. When Liu stood to acknowledge the crowd, the audience erupted with excitement. Having often appeared on television and made it to the All-Star selections, even those who typically do not watch the NBA had likely seen Liu's highlight reel. The crowd anticipated a one-sided match, yet at halftime, the score was 28-35, with North Carolina trailing by 7 points. The local fans, relishing the unexpected turn of events, found the situation quite amusing. Melinda, who had been leaning against Liu, could clearly sense his growing delight. "Aren't you here to support North Carolina?" Liu embraced the bewildered girl with a cheerful grin, exclaiming, "I am here for enjoyment." Unfortunately, his aspirations remained unfulfilled by the second half. Carter and Jamison erupted in brilliance, effortlessly turning the tide of the match. North Carolina advanced with a slight scare, yet Liu felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had anticipated an unexpected exit for them. After the game, the rookie duo, Carter and Jamison, approached him eagerly. Carter, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Lee, that move by Clay God is simply phenomenal. So many people are imitating it. What does it feel like to outmaneuver Michael Jordan?" Liu jestingly replied, "It's akin to evading an old man. You know, Mike is getting on in years." The two rookies were momentarily perplexed upon hearing his words, but soon realized he was merely teasing as they observed him laughing heartily. They took a quick commemorative photo together, and Liu was astonished to discover that fans remembered him not for his all-star status, but for having outsmarted Michael Jordan. Is everyone not anticipating a Bulls championship? On March 15th, Liu and his companions ceased watching the games and instead explored the quaint little town. He took the opportunity to purchase some local delicacies, including cigars, to treat his esteemed elder. Upon returning to New York, Liu felt the holiday was far too brief, with time slipping away too quickly. During the afternoon training session, everyone concluded their business early, with little regard for the evening's game against the Nets. In the locker room, Liu, Starks, and Oakley indulged in the fragrant smoke of their cigars. Karl Malone has been racking up points this week, and Pat just earned Player of the Week. But soon he may be surpassed. Starks, who aspired to help Ewing secure an MVP title, had been closely monitoring the competition. However, with Malone's explosive performance this week, it seemed unlikely. "If you don't get it, don't let it weigh on your mind, Pat. I still believe the majority of media will cast their votes for Mike," Oakley consoled his friend. Despite their impressive record, they acknowledged that Malone's consistent excellence throughout the season made it difficult to compete. Most importantly, the Jazz stood atop the Western Conference while the Knicks claimed second in the East. Even with a better record, the distinction was not in their favor. "MVP is typically selected from the leading team in the Western Conference," he remarked, the sentiment still holding true. However, the narrative would differ for the Knicks, as selecting from the second-place team was less compelling. Considering the publicity angle, Oakley surmised it was likely still Mike's to lose. Ewing remained silent, completely captivated by the allure of the MVP title. Without a championship, such accolades became his ultimate pursuit. That evening, in the game against the Nets, Ewing struggled once again, entering a phase where every shot seemed to elude him. With a dismal record of 19 wins and 44 losses, the Nets languished at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, just above the utterly dismal Celtics and the tanking 76ers. Faced with such an underwhelming opponent, the entire team was eager to help Ewing bolster his statistics, especially considering that Malone was dominating on the other side. In terms of performance, One had to keep pace with the competition. That evening, Ewing managed a disheartening 6 out of 16 from the field and 5 out of 8 from the free throw line, culminating in a mere 17 points, 12 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block, and 3 turnovers. In a bid to avert disaster, Liu excelled with a commendable 8 out of 14 shooting, including 4 out of 9 from beyond the arc and a perfect 2 for 2 from the charity stripe, quietly amassing 22 points along with 7 assists. On the morning of the 17th, the NBA announced its Player of the Week, with Karl Malone of the Jazz earning the accolade. The Jazz had a stellar week, securing 4 victories against a single defeat. Malone averaged 39 minutes on the court, with impressive stats of 31 for points, 10, 2 rebounds, 3, 6 assists, 1 for steals, 0, 4 blocks, and 2, 6 turnovers per game. He took an average of 22, 8 shots, boasting a shooting percentage of 50, and made 10, 6 free throws at an 81, 1 success rate. These figures indeed surpassed those of Ewing from the previous week, and although New York media endeavored to bolster Ewing's reputation, most votes were still swayed by the statistics. The evaluation of a player's prowess during the regular season ultimately relies on data, and Ewing found himself troubled by the numbers. As March drew to a close, the Knicks had 7 games remaining, facing no particularly formidable opponents, and barring any catastrophic performances, they could maintain an undefeated record. The Jazz had already suffered 1 defeat, and should the Knicks finish March with a flawless record, Ewing might just secure the title of Player of the Month, keeping his MVP hopes alive. Following a comfortable victory against the struggling Grizzlies, the Knicks faced the Pacers on the night of the 19th, expecting a straightforward contest. Yet they encountered an unexpected setback. The score stood at 96-109, with the Knicks being technically outmatched by their opponents by the third quarter. After an exhausting back-to-back series, the team struggled with their shooting, though Ewing performed decently, scoring 23 points on 7 of 17 shooting, along with 8 rebounds and 2 assists. Meanwhile, Reggie Miller had a remarkable outing, playing for 43 minutes and racking up a game-high 29 points. Jeff Van Gundy found himself in an awkward position post-game, acutely aware that this was a pivotal moment for Ewing's MVP aspirations. The loss could be attributed to a lack of strategic preparation prior to the game. Upon returning to the locker room, the young, balding coach took responsibility, urging all players to approach the remaining games with seriousness and not to underestimate any opponent. The regular season was not yet over. Although they held a 2-game lead, the gap was narrowing, and it was crucial to give their all in every match. Liu sat quietly, resting his chin on his hand. He had done his utmost, consistently seeking Ewing during offensive plays, but when the tactics faltered, he had to turn to other options. However, his jump shots were consistently off the mark, a predicament compounded by the presence of a towering opponent. Rick Smits, standing at an impressive 2.24 meters, was enjoying a solid season and served as a formidable ally for Reggie Miller. If Allan Houston invested too much energy in defense, his offensive contributions were likely to diminish, creating a peculiar dynamic where the team still needed to generate statistics for Ewing. After returning to the hotel, Larry Johnson, accompanied by Chai Ning-Ming, indulged in a late-night snack delivered by NBAmakes, quietly lamenting, "Pat simply cannot handle too much ball control. His performance always dips during back-to-back away games." This contrasts with Malone, who, despite being of a similar age, appears to be in far better form. I do not believe that this award can be conferred upon 2 individuals. Maintaining our performance is of utmost importance. However, Allan Houston expressed understanding, acknowledging that the defeat partly rested on his shoulders. Such is the privilege of the leader. We did our utmost. Even after losing a match, there remains a chance to be named Player of the Month, and when we compare statistics in April, we could still have a shot at the award. The preferential treatment granted to Ewing reminded Liu of the incident involving the general boosting scores. This has become a facet of the team's culture, where, in critical moments, everyone supports their own. After concluding the games in March, we must prepare for the playoffs. Will you not impart some playoff wisdom suitable for rookies? Liu shifted the topic, prompting the elder to cease her complaints, though she could not resist a few more jibes. Good grief. Once you enter the All-Star game, you should stop referring to yourself as a rookie. Before heading to Milwaukee for an away game, the Knicks remained in Indiana. On the evening of March 20th, Charles Oakley, wearing a broad grin, pulled Liu into the hotel ballroom. "Surprise. I am not only a devoted fan of the Knicks, but also your superfan. It is truly a pleasure to meet you." Faced with this middle-aged man, somewhat portly and balding, Liu was puzzled. Was this a fan meeting? Kaplan maintained his enthusiastic demeanor, cheerfully stating, I know Pat is vying for the MVP award, and upon seeing your recent loss, I flew over here to treat everyone. Rest assured, this will remain confidential. Enjoy yourselves, and it's entirely complimentary. Consider it a small gesture from me as a fan. The celebration commenced. Before Liu could fully comprehend the situation, two elegantly proportioned blonde women appeared before the crowd, and with a cheer from the Knicks cheer squad, an indescribable scene unfolded. The front line was tasked with energizing the atmosphere, and as more than 10 young ladies entered, the excitement grew increasingly fervent. Oakley lounged on the sofa, idly toying with a ball in his hands, and remarked to Liu, Relax, Lee, you can trust Kaplan, no one knows these secrets. This spectacle indeed broadened Liu's horizons. His previous parties had never been so extravagant. With a slight smirk, he reclined on the sofa, playing with a Persian cat in his lap, and quietly mused, Where's Pat? Surely he hasn't forgotten him. Oakley took a puff from his cigar and chuckled. Pat has moved on to the next stage. There are still plenty of opportunities over the next few days. So indulge yourself. On March 22nd, aboard the flight to Milwaukee, the Knicks displayed signs of fatigue, worn down by consecutive battles. That evening, the Knicks appeared lackluster, leaving the Bucks nearly dumbfounded. The final score was 79-88, a disheartening defeat on the road. Upon returning to the locker room, Ewing showed signs of regret, lamenting how, during such a crucial period in the MVP race, they had succumbed to distractions. It remained uncertain whether Kaplan had prepared gifts for the coaching staff. In any case, after this loss, the team tacitly refrained from seeking explanations. Liu gazed at the team's shooting percentage, slightly over 40%, and resolved silently, The indulgence in wine and women has taken its toll. Henceforth, I shall abstain from alcohol. On March 23rd, the New York Knicks returned home to face the Portland Trail Blazers in a back-to-back matchup. Throughout the game, the team continued to create opportunities for Ewing, who, without a doubt, is a legendary center, fully recuperated from the intense match a few days prior. Adjusting to the game, Ewing showcased his prowess before the New York fans, utterly dominating Sabonis on the opposing team. Upon returning home, the Knicks ended their two-game losing streak. In his 40 minutes on the court, Ewing scored 35 points, grabbed 12 rebounds, and committed 3 turnovers, with a shooting record of 11 out of 22, including 1 out of 1 from beyond the arc, and 12 out of 16 from the free throw line. His 35 points were the highest of the game. However, during the post-game press conference, when the New York media inquired about the reasons for the previous dismal defeat, Ewing could only respond awkwardly. The consecutive away games have left us somewhat fatigued, and the intensity of the matches has affected our stamina. Nevertheless, we managed to adjust our physical condition in time, and I am delighted to secure a victory at home. On March 24th, the NBA announced the Player of the Week, with Karl Malone of the Utah Jazz claiming the honor once again. This week, the Jazz triumphed with a record of 3 wins and 0 losses, dominating their opponents. Malone averaged 33.7 minutes, scoring 29. 7 points, acquiring 9. 3 rebounds, providing 4. 0 assists, making 1. 0 steals, and committing 2. 7 turnovers per game. He attempted 17. 7 shots per game with a shooting percentage of 67.9 and averaged 8. 0 free throws with a free throw percentage of 78. Such formidable efficiency suggests that even if Ewing performed at his best, he would still find it challenging to rival Malone. Securing the Player of the Week accolade twice in a month nearly guarantees him the Player of the Month title. During the afternoon training session, Patrick Ewing wore a look of frustration. With a record of 54 wins and 15 losses, the Knicks stood firmly, closely followed by the Heat, with 51 wins and 17 losses. The two teams occupied the second and third positions in the Eastern Conference. In the Western Conference, the Utah Jazz led with a record of 52 wins and 17 losses. Despite the Knicks' superior record, the Chicago Bulls continued to lead the entire league. With only 3 games remaining in March, the Knicks faced minimal scheduling pressure, allowing ample rest time for the players. However, after Malone received the Player of the Month award, the competition between the two seemed to reach a conclusion. Regardless of how the New York media lauded the Knicks' performance in terms of individual statistics, Ewing found himself unable to compete with Malone. The atmosphere grew tense as the leaders simmered in frustration, and the morale team dared not speak much. After all, they were brothers who had endured struggles together and understood the guerrilla sentiments. Liu continued his fundamental training as usual, engaging in ball control drills, stationary shooting, and sprinting with shots. His physical condition had slightly declined compared to the previous month, with minor injuries sustained from collisions affecting his performance. However, under Jeff Van Gundy's insistence on utilizing the starters heavily, the significant playing time had transformed Ray Allen's remarkable explosiveness into a tangible asset. This brought about a noticeable improvement, making his quick stops and starts significantly easier. The only source of frustration for Liu was that despite undertaking extensive strength training with the team trainer, his muscles had yet to bulk up as he had hoped. The training effects of the novice John Wallace are undeniably more pronounced. Excellent work, Lee. As the regular season approaches its conclusion, you have completely acclimated to the intensity of NBA competition. I truly wish to express my gratitude to your childhood basketball coach. Among all the players I have encountered, your performance with your non-dominant hand is exceptional. Assistant coach Don Chaney, clad in a pristine white training uniform and with a slight belly, praised Liu's performance. Indeed, gratitude is due to them. But my deeper appreciation lies with Coach Carl Hone, who helped me rectify numerous bad habits during my 2 years in college. Liu is no longer a child. Having been exposed to basketball from a young age, he has intentionally honed his non-dominant hand. Nevertheless, his gratitude towards Coach Hone is sincere, for he absorbed a wealth of tactical concepts during his college basketball experience. Nearby, Thibodeau had just consoled Ewing and, noticing the conversation between the two, interjected, "Lee, prepare yourself. The playoffs differ from the regular season, with more targeted defenses. If all goes as expected, our first-round adversary will likely be the Magic. You are well aware of Anthony Hardaway's physical advantages, so do not let your guard down. We must maintain this heightened state of readiness. It matters not if you face challenges in your matchup. After all, their experience is far more extensive." Liu nodded with a smile, aware that the coaching staff had already begun preparations for the playoffs, and he too could not afford to relax. "Do not worry. I am also an all-star player. I extend my gratitude to my readers for their subscriptions." This chapter briefly discussed the MVP, and there will be no further regular season content. We must avoid unnecessary wordiness. The next chapter will delve into the playoffs. Once again, I appreciate my readers' support through subscription. Chapter complete. Chapter 73. The Premier Point Guard? As the 1996 to 1997 season draws to a close, the league exhibits a stark polarization. Top teams are achieving 60 wins, while the struggling Celtics are on the verge of making history. As April arrives, the Knicks, benefiting from their winning record, can adjust their strategies with ease. Although securing the top spot seems unlikely, they can tactically adapt based on the Heat's performance, ensuring they maintain their second-place standing. At this juncture, the coaching staff's primary objective is to ensure the health of the entire team as they head into the playoffs. Jeff Van Gundy is brimming with energy this season. As the end approaches, he has not only donned several sharp suits, but also chosen his shirts and ties with great care for each game. The only regret for this young coach is his uncooperative hair, which has unfortunately succumbed to thinning. The league's best coach, with a balding head, slightly detracts from his image. The Knicks may be the team in the league that adheres most strictly to the dress code before each game, from the coaching staff to the players. Everyone is impeccably attired, exuding gentlemanly elegance. However, once on the court, their style of play starkly contrasts with the league's norms. When they cannot win, they resort to physicality. Since Liu joined the team, this tendency has not only persisted but intensified. On April 19th, at the United Center, Chicago fans rose in unison, chanting. With just 13 seconds remaining in the game, the Knicks maintained a 2-point lead, 103-101. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy clenched his fists nervously. After scoring an impressive 33 points in the third quarter, the team's stamina waned with Allan Houston fouling out, resulting in a dismal offensive performance in the fourth quarter. As the game transitioned into a half-court offense, the Bulls began to score consecutively, with Pippen finally finding the net. In the previous possession, Liu struggled to hold the ball until the shot clock ran down to 24 seconds, ultimately missing a layup. In the closing moments, neither team managed to score. Yet the Bulls still had a chance to clinch the game. During the final timeout, Phil Jackson substituted in Steve Kerr for the struggling Ron Harper, intuitively knowing that the Knicks would need multiple defenders on Jordan, thus opting for a sharpshooter. The roar of the United Center intensified as Pippen inbounded the ball. Starks lowered his center of gravity, positioning himself in front of Jordan. Beyond the three-point line on the left wing, Michael Jordan did not rush his attack. He slowly approached the arc before suddenly changing direction, accelerating with the ball in his left hand. At the top of the arc, Liu released his defensive assignment on Steve Kerr to provide support, while Larry Johnson abandoned his pursuit of the circling Pippen to hasten towards Jordan. Forced to decelerate in the left block, Jordan was soon surrounded by 3 defenders, with arms extending around him. He expertly passed the ball to Kerr at the top of the arc. Liu reacted swiftly, sliding into position to contest Kerr's shot. Kerr, with the ball in hand, compressed the defense with a decisive move, and as the shot clock neared expiration, he passed to Pippen on the right wing. With ample time to shoot, Pippen took a moment to aim before releasing a steady jump shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, and the Chicago crowd erupted in anticipation, only for it to rattle off the back of the rim. Quick thinking, Liu seized the long rebound, snatching it before Kerr could commit a foul as the final buzzer echoed through the arena. Wow! The Knicks bench erupted, with the atmosphere electrified as Ewing roared beneath the basket and Oakley embraced Liu in celebration. Jeff Van Gundy, on the sidelines, raised his arms, shouting with uncontainable excitement. Hushed murmurs swept through the United Center as the Chicago crowd began to express their discontent, booing in waves. Regrettably, the Bulls could not secure a victory in their final home game, falling short of equaling the Celtics' remarkable 40-1 home record from the 85-86 season. Nevertheless, a 39-2 home record is undeniably impressive. Congratulations are also due to the Knicks, who shattered the franchise record set in the 69-70 season, finishing with a remarkable 64 wins and 18 losses. In the TNT commentary booth, Hubie Brown smiled, reminiscing about his coaching days in New York, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia witnessing the Knicks' extraordinary achievement. In this nationally televised game, Bulls fans eagerly anticipated the opportunity to celebrate a new record on their home turf, only to be met with disappointment. As the final shot went awry, Pippen could only stand with his hands on his hips, gazing upwards. With a performance of 12 points, 6 rebounds, 12 assists, 3 steals, and 2 turnovers on 4 of 10 shooting, he fared decently, aside from his dismal 0-4-5 from beyond the arc. In the last regular season match, Michael Jordan was in good spirits after a recent victory at Madison Square Garden, yet he was unexpectedly thwarted upon returning to his home court. To claim he was indifferent to the record would be disingenuous. Tonight, he deliberately adhered to the coaching staff's strategy, opting to share the ball more, which indeed resulted in an efficient game, but the loss rendered the statistics meaningless. He scored 33 points on 14 of 22 shooting, including 1 for 1 from three-point range and 4 for 8 from the free throw line, accompanied by 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 4 turnovers. With such a high shooting percentage, the fans could hardly ask for more from Michael Jordan. Observing his somber demeanor post-game, Oakley felt uplifted and playfully approached him, quipping, "Number 70 win season, a bet's a bet. You'll be treating us next gathering." The season concluded with a record of 69 wins and 13 losses, which Jordan found unsatisfactory, shaking his head and muttering, "Lucky fellows. There's still the playoffs. You know the consequences of provoking me." Unfazed by Jordan's glum expression, Oakley chuckled and twirled around in jest. In the commentary booth, John Stockton remarked on his teammate Lee's multiple embraces with others, adding, "Since the All-Star game, Lee has stepped into the starting role, transforming the Knicks' offensive dynamics. In my view, he has delivered a flawless season. His All-Star selection is well-deserved. Let us not forget he is merely 19 years old. I am already eager to witness Lee's performance in the playoffs. Last season, he had been Pat Riley's protege, but this season, Jeff Van Gundy has surpassed expectations. And with such a record, securing the Coach of the Year award is effortless." Upon returning to the locker room, an exhilarated Jeff Van Gundy proclaimed, "We did it. The best record in franchise history. This has been a perfect season. Now that the regular season has concluded, we face new challenges. Let go of the past. Our sole aim is the championship." Ewing rose to applaud. The Knicks had successfully clinched the Atlantic Division title, and the Gorilla also appeared particularly joyful, stating, "We have fulfilled our promise." Lee was equally elated, as the division championship came with a banner, and once the regular season officially ended, he would gain talent. "Cheer up, Larry. Before the Eastern Conference Finals, we will enjoy home court advantage. This is crucial." Although Larry Johnson smiled, his spirits were not high. Lee understood the primary reason was the reduction in individual statistics, a sentiment echoed by Allan Houston. Different players have varying aspirations, and observing the locker room atmosphere. Lee momentarily grasped the essence of the cake theory. With no game scheduled for the Knicks the following day, the team set off that night for New York. And after a 4-day respite, they would prepare for their first playoff game of the season. On April 20th, a total of 8 matches were held. The Washington Bullets and the Cleveland Cavaliers were vying for the final playoff spot in the Eastern Conference, while the Jazz were determined to secure the MVP title for Karl Malone, leaving no room for defeat in their last game. Ultimately, the Cavaliers faltered at home, succumbing to a stunning comeback by the Washington Bullets with a score of 85-81. The Bullets successfully clinched their playoff berth, marking this as the final postseason appearance in the team's history before they would be rebranded as the Washington Wizards next season, embarking on a new chapter in their legacy. The cautious Jazz, meanwhile, left no opportunities for the Kings, winning their match and achieving a record of 64 wins and 18 losses, with both teams boasting identical records. The MVP race devolved into a competition of Excel statistics. As all the evening games concluded, Liu finally noticed the reappearance of the extraction disc on his modest panel. Gazing at the swiftly spinning disc, he barely had time to call for a halt before receiving a notification. Allan Houston's exceptional stamina. Upon seeing the new talent manifesting in a bronze tier, Liu was momentarily stunned, only to realize that fully realizing this talent would demand considerable time and a painful process. Stamina reserves? Stamina ceiling? On April 21st, the regular season of the 1996-97 season concluded, and the playoff matchups were officially announced. In the Eastern Conference standings, the Detroit Pistons and the Charlotte Hornets both finished with 54 wins, the Orlando Magic with 45 wins, and the Bullets with 44 wins. In the Western Conference standings, the Portland Trail Blazers with 49 wins, the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Phoenix Suns both with 40 wins, and the Los Angeles Clippers with 36 wins. The disparity between the Eastern and Western conferences remained unchanged, while the teams intent on tanking set several records. For the first time in NBA history, 2 teams finished with a winning percentage below 20. The Boston Celtics established a franchise record for the lowest winning percentage and fewest wins, becoming the only team to have won just once against other teams in their division, finishing with 15 wins, while the Vancouver Grizzlies languished at the bottom with 14 wins. Remarkably, after the conclusion of the regular season, Boston fans even cheered for their team's defeat in the final game. Tim Duncan, come to us. NBA Commissioner David Stern expressed his dissatisfaction, noting that the performance of these tanking teams was subpar and fans were unlikely to appreciate games devoid of suspense. Consequently, the commissioner resolved to address these veteran teams. As the regular season wrapped up, various awards were on the verge of being announced, with the first to be revealed being the leaders in statistical categories for the season. Following John Hollinger's employment at ESPN in 1995, his player value assessment system has evolved over the past 2 years and gained acceptance within the league. The Advanced Statistic PER officially launched in 1997. For the vast majority of fans, previous debates revolved around championship comparisons. However, with the increasing sophistication of data, a growing number of Excel-savvy fans emerged. Utilizing detailed statistics to evaluate player performance serves as the foundation for sports commentators when casting their votes. On April 21st, while the fervor of the regular season was still palpable, ESPN promptly unveiled the rankings of various statistics during their television program, igniting a surge of excitement among the fans in New York. In the scoring leaderboard, Patrick Ewing averaged 23.8 points per game, surpassing Hakeem Olajuwon to secure the 6th position in the league, although he trailed behind Michael Jordan's impressive average of 29.6 points and Karl Malone's 27.4 points. The steadfast performance of the Big Gorilla left New York fans content. On the assists leaderboard, Liu recorded a remarkable 666 assists this season, averaging 8.1 assists per game, placing him 8th in the league. The assists leader for the season was Mark Jackson of the Pacers, with an average of 11 for assists, edging past John Stockton's 10.5 assists. They were the only 2 players to achieve double-digit assists. In terms of three-pointers, Liu connected on 193 shots, averaging 2 for three-pointers per game, which positioned him 7th in the league. His three-point shooting percentage of 49 ranked him 10th, while Glenn Rice of the Hornets led all players with an impressive 47 shooting from beyond the arc. Regarding free throw percentage, Liu's remarkable 85 for placed him once again in the 10th position, while his effective field goal percentage of 61.9 secured him the 7th spot. with Steve Kerr of the Bulls leading with a 66.7 rate. In the realm of efficiency rating, Liu's value of 25 placed him 12th in the league, just above the so-called successor to Jordan, Anthony Hardaway. Ewing, with a PER of 23, ranked 16th, showcasing both Knicks players within the top 20. Much to the delight of the New York media, Liu participated in 80 games, averaging 38 minutes on the court, accumulating an average of 16.1 points, 2.9 rebounds, 8.1 assists, 1 for steals, and 2.0 turnovers per game. He attempted an average of 11.3 shots with a shooting percentage of 46.6, taking 5 attempts from beyond the arc with a 49 success rate, and averaging 3.6 free throws with an 85 for conversion rate. With these impressive statistics and rankings, the fans and media of New York collectively celebrated, in the day after the conclusion of the regular season. Various print media bestowed upon Liu the title of the league's premier point guard. When challenged, the New York media responded with conviction. If scoring was lacking, they would compare assists. If assists faltered, they would turn to three-point shooting. If three-point shooting fell short, they would examine effective field goal percentage. And if that too was insufficient, they would scrutinize PR. On the morning of April 22nd, while enjoying breakfast and perusing the newspapers, Liu noticed that the Orlando media had recently engaged in a feud with their New York counterparts. The Knicks' first-round opponent happened to be the Magic, and with Liu outpacing Anthony Hardaway in numerous statistics, it left the Orlando media in a rather discontented mood. Due to injury concerns, Hardaway had only participated in 59 games this season. Although his statistics remained stable, his efficiency had notably declined, averaging 2.05 points per game, ranking 17th in the league. The so-called false successor to Jordan remains a top scorer in the league. Mark Bartelstein recently comforted Ray Allen, who has been fishing and has been residing in New York lately. Such is the nature of New York media. If they could manage their own words, they wouldn't constantly witness opposing players having breakout games. Consider Reggie Miller's performance at Madison Square Garden. The involvement of New York fans and media has irked several star players. A rather unwise choice. Liu found the article vividly engaging, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. He relishes reading keyboard warriors' critiques. The article is quite amusing and well-reasoned, and he almost believed he had transformed into the league's top point guard. He felt compelled to save the news as it was worthy of being cherished. Mark Bartelstein expressed concern over Liu's potential underperformance against Anthony Hardaway as it pertains to financial implications, and has been frequently providing motivational support to alleviate stress. As long as the playoffs reflect their regular season performance, a lucrative sneaker contract is assured during the off-season. In high spirits, Liu raised his cup of milk and drank heartily. He remained unperturbed, as the Magic team was indeed feeble. Rest assured, Mark. Achieving 64 wins speaks volumes about the Knicks' strength. During the regular season encounters, the Magic only managed to win once. I am well aware of our opponent's capabilities. The first round will be exceedingly manageable. Following the conclusion of the regular season, the Knicks enjoyed a 2-day break, and Jeff Van Gundy was unconcerned about the first-round match. The Magic were easier to contain compared to the Hornets. During the training session on the afternoon of the 23rd, everyone adhered to the tactical drills and offensive strategies. Despite the comprehensive advantage in regular season standings, Jeff Van Gundy still hoped the players would adopt a more serious demeanor. Be prepared for help defense. Once the opponent enters the paint, our interior defense must rotate effectively. Clad in training attire, Jeff Van Gundy observed the players executing their tactics while vocally expressing his thoughts. Though most of the Knicks players simply let his words go in one ear and out the other. After the regular season's adjustments, the team's strategies became straightforward. In the first 2 quarters, allow Ewing to engage in pick and rolls, take more shots, and aggressively pursue offensive rebounds. By the third quarter, the aim would be to overpower the opponent while also facilitating Ewing's low-post offense. If the opposing team holds firm, the fourth quarter would be left to chance. As the practice concluded and they returned to the locker room, the ever-sarcastic Larry Johnson remarked, "Lee, why do your statistics appear so astonishingly good?" Liu had grown accustomed to this group of cynics criticizing the league's guards for their underwhelming performances, even being surpassed by a rookie. He tapped his head with his left hand. "Play smart. I'm not going to shoot long twos, even if my finishing efficiency near the basket is average. Closer shots remain a superior offensive option. Often, it's a matter of mathematics. To enhance PER, one can engage in some calculated risky steals. However, Don't think about altering oneself. Such playing habits are ingrained from a young age, and statistics are not the sole focus. Frequently, successfully putting the ball through the hoop is what truly matters. Allan Houston found himself in a state of discontent, having experienced a decline compared to the previous season. In his sophomore year, his statistics mirrored those of Li Yao, yet as time progressed, his performance seemed to diminish year by year. I truly ought to curtail my long two-point attempts, as they have adversely affected my efficiency. Observing Li Yao's impressive standing on the statistical charts, Allan Houston, after a moment of contemplation, began to reflect on his own game. The suggestions from the coaching staff felt inconsequential. Houston believed he must revert to the style of play that characterized his rookie season, yearning for the spotlight. Everyone enjoys the adoration that comes with fame, and the popularity of ESPN statistics largely stems from the player's vanity, simultaneously providing fans with an opportunity to engage with the sport on a deeper level. As Jeff Van Gundy was on the verge of being named Coach of the Year, he realized that his position with the Knicks remained unchanged, save for Ewing, who seemed to value his guidance. Unlike Li Yao, who was a rookie in the playoffs, other key players had at least experienced the first round. With several veterans having played in the finals, the Magic, they garnered little attention. On April 24, 1997, the playoffs officially commenced, featuring 4 games that evening. With the Knicks set to face the Magic at home, the team had achieved 64 wins, leading to an overwhelming demand for playoff tickets this year. That night at Madison Square Garden, New York fans entered the arena early, buoyed by the team's best record in history, filled with hope that the home team could break through the Eastern Conference. In the lead-up to the game, New York media fanned the flames, while Anthony Hardaway exuded arrogance, remarking, "Lee's stats are impressive, but he is still a rookie, and his skills do not yet reach the level of an all-star." He further asserted that the playoffs differ from the regular season, and past encounters do not reveal much. With his statistics diminished, Hardaway, as a seasoned star, could only derisively label Li Yao as a product of hype. In contrast, Patrick Ewing appeared particularly confident during interviews, refraining from unnecessary chatter. "The team's form is improving, and tonight's game will be a resounding victory. We are prepared." The contrasting attitudes of the two team leaders were evident, as Hardaway seemed rattled, prompting New York media to prepare for post-game ridicule. As the atmosphere intensified, Hardaway was met with a chorus of boos upon the visitors' entrance. When the home players emerged, thunderous applause nearly lifted the roof off the arena. It had been long since such an electric atmosphere was felt. Evidently, the franchise's best record had reignited the fans' passion. The lineup remained largely unchanged from the regular season, with Hardaway and Nick Anderson in the backcourt, Dennis Scott and Derek Brown on the wings, and Ronnie Sakely as the center. Coach Brian Hill seemed to aim to leverage their physical advantages to resolve issues. In the MSG commentary booth, announcer Marv Albert, upon receiving the starting lineup, offered a brief assessment of the Magic's roster. In terms of height, the Knicks were not at a disadvantage, as in the regular season. Attention would need to be paid to interior defensive coordination. The Magic's shooting ability was not particularly impressive. Commentator John Andrus appeared relaxed, confident that the Knicks would face little trouble in this matchup, having dominated the regular season. As both teams conducted their final warm-ups, Jeff Van Gundy took his place on the sidelines, dressed impeccably in a tailored black suit complemented by a crisp white shirt and a red tie, smiling as he settled onto the bench. "Let's go Knicks," echoed through Madison Square Garden, a resounding cheer that filled the arena. There was no pre-game communication between the teams, and Anthony Hardaway continued to disregard Li Yao, believing that acknowledging a rookie would diminish his stature. As Ewing successfully won the tip-off, cheers erupted, and the Knicks, clad in their white home jerseys, initiated the first offensive play. With both players donning the number 1, Li Yao controlled the ball, leisurely crossing half-court, while Hardaway chose to defend from beyond the three-point line, directing his teammates to position themselves. On their initial offensive attempt, the Knicks employed a straightforward yet effective strategy. As Li Yao approached the left wing beyond the three-point arc, Ewing quickly set a high pick. However, this play unfolded slightly differently from the regular season. Li Yao, with the ball in his left hand, pivoted to shield it, lowered his center of gravity, and feigned a left-side drive. Having faced Li Yao twice in the regular season, Hardaway was well aware of his capabilities. Rather than attempting to steal the ball, he closely guarded Li Yao, opting for a strategic delay instead of aggressive pressure. Li Yao took a significant step forward before suddenly exploding with speed, swiftly turning to snatch the ball with his right hand. He used his offhand to push away Hardaway's arm, accelerating past Ewing. As Liu evaded his defender, the New York fans erupted in cheers, noting that Ewing remained stationary. Magic center Ronnie Sakely hurriedly adjusted to switch defenses, sliding quickly to the left. The tall and lengthy Hardaway soon caught up, and upon seeing Liu attract two defenders, Ewing swiftly rolled to the basket. Positioned near the left baseline, Ewing received Liu's bounce pass seamlessly, requiring little adjustment before executing a smooth mid-range jumper. Swish! The two-pointer hit its mark with precision. The exquisite teamwork displayed Liu's ability to evade and pass brilliantly, while Pat started strong with his shooting touch. Hearing the crowd's exuberance, commentator Marv Albert felt a surge of joy, noting that, akin to the regular season, a simple pick-and-roll remained effective. However, the quality of Ewing's screens had improved, as he no longer rushed to roll, finding his sweet spot near the baseline for mid-range shots. Hardaway, trailing closely, struggled against Liu's sudden stop and pop, especially at the free-throw line, where predicting Liu's next move became increasingly challenging. After reviewing numerous game tapes, the coaching staff found little recourse, ultimately resorting to a straightforward, physical defensive strategy. Defense, 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 resonated throughout the arena. The spectators in attendance began to chant in support of their home team's defense. As the Magic took their turn on offense, Liu quickly realized that their tactics were not particularly innovative. Upon crossing half-court, Hardaway promptly passed the ball to Dennis Scott, who received it on the left wing and subsequently lobbed it to Hardaway, positioned near the paint. Following the opening, the Magic opted for a strategy where Hardaway would back down against Liu, a tactic frequently employed during the regular season. In response, Liu firmly anchored himself, using his forearm to hold off Hardaway while vigilantly guarding the baseline to prevent any pivot towards the edge. With the ball in his right hand, Hardaway exerted force, occasionally pulling back in feigned maneuvers. Yet, Liu remained steadfast in denying him access to the baseline. The Magic players spread out, watching as Hardaway approached the basket. With no opportunity to pivot towards the baseline, Hardaway abruptly spun forward, leveraging Liu's defense as he charged into the paint. Accelerating with sudden intensity, Hardaway secured half a body position, facing the rim, and executed a one-handed layup. Just before the ball left his hand, Ewing, who had been keenly observing, shifted to provide help defense and leapt to disrupt the shot. Rather than opting for a pass, Hardaway elevated the shot's arc, sending the ball towards the backboard. Thud! The basketball ricocheted off the back rim. As Hardaway attempted to contest for the rebound, he found himself entangled with Liu, making it impossible for either to jump effectively. On the second chance, Ewing secured the defensive rebound and swiftly dispatched the ball to the sprinting Allan Houston, prompting the Knicks to launch a fast break. Cheers erupted anew, while the Magic scrambled to retreat on defense. Houston, upon receiving the ball, rapidly crossed half-court before decelerating at the top of the arc. The retreating Hardaway, frustrated, clapped his hands, seemingly believing this offensive opportunity should have resulted in an easy score. Coach Ajubito shouted incessantly from the sidelines, urging his players to focus on their defensive matchups for the next possession. Liu, arriving at the right wing, feigned a catch at the arc before suddenly darting left. Swiftly maneuvering along the baseline, Hardaway strained to keep pace, and as Liu halted abruptly near the baseline behind Oakley, Hardaway muttered an expletive, quickly adjusting his stance to follow. In the next instant, however, Liu surged forward, racing towards the left wing beyond the three-point line. This sequence transpired in a fleeting moment, and as Liu reached the left wing, Allan Houston promptly delivered a cross-court pass. Feigning a shot, Liu observed that Hardaway had maintained his defensive position and immediately lowered the ball, executing a crossover to penetrate. As Hardaway adjusted his defensive weight, sliding quickly to the right, Liu, with a sudden burst of energy, took a large step back, denying Hardaway any reaction time before drifting left to release a jump shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark, cleanly sinking through the net. The entire offensive sequence consumed less than 10 seconds, prompting Hardaway to curse under his breath, disliking the necessity of chasing his defensive assignment around the court. After the basket, Liu signaled a tactical gesture to indicate the continuation of this strategy for the next possession. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, the Magic once again positioned Hardaway for a low-post catch, this time shifting to the right side of the paint, repeating the back-down approach. Liu adeptly defended against the low line, while Hardaway, upon nearing the paint, executed a sudden and swift pivot. With his right hand, he scooped the ball and, bearing down on Liu, forcefully charged towards the basket, leveraging his physical advantage to swiftly position himself at the right lower quadrant of the hoop. Noticing Ewing closing in for a block, Hardaway, beneath the rim, executed a near baseline pass. In the left lower corner of the basket, center Ronnie Sakely received the pass and, facing Ewing's defensive maneuver, quickly attempted a layup. Under duress, the basketball ricocheted off the rim, and Hardaway, having been pushed out of bounds by Liu, could only watch as Liu secured the rebound and surged forward. As the fast break unfolded, the New York fans erupted in cheers. The Magic's defense was swift, and Hardaway managed to catch up to Liu as he crossed midcourt. On the left wing, holding the ball in his left hand, Liu sensed the defensive pressure beside him, slowed near the three-point line, and executed a rapid crossover. Seizing the moment as Hardaway closed in, he smoothly transitioned into a behind-the-back dribble. Once Liu switched to his left hand, he began shielding the ball, halting at the three-point line and glancing towards the arc's apex, prompting Hardaway to instinctively look back. Amidst the gasps from the crowd, Hardaway turned just in time to see the basketball soaring towards the basket. Just as he landed, a player swiftly maneuvered along the baseline to the left lower quadrant of the basket. Upon receiving the pass, he executed a sneaky layup with finesse. The game commenced with an impressive display of fluid offense, thrilling the New York fans who cheered exuberantly. As the game progressed smoothly, Liu began to retreat defensively, signaling his strategy while subtly wagging his finger at Hardaway. This fleeting act of provocation seemed to irk Hardaway, the purported successor to Jordan, who promptly abandoned his back-to-the-basket play. Upon reaching the arc's pinnacle, Hardaway, with the ball in his right hand, executed a swift directional change before switching to his left hand. In an instant, he pulled the ball back for a feint, then executed a quick step back, effortlessly creating space from Liu to release a swift two-point jump shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net. This signature step-back jumper posed a formidable challenge for Liu to defend, signaling that Hardaway was finding his rhythm. Charles Oakley gestured to Liu, encouraging him not to dwell on such a shot, as this type of offense was not only beyond Liu's reach, but also proved difficult for any Knicks player. Hardaway managed to reclaim some pride by breaking the deadlock for the Magic, yet his smile soon diminished. The Knicks executed a straightforward offensive strategy, providing a screen for Allan Houston, who received the ball in the elbow area and made an easy jump shot. Turning back, the Magic initiated a pick and roll, but Nick Anderson's floater in the paint was thwarted by Allan Houston's defense. Following another fast break, a simple right-side pick and roll led Liu to draw the attention of Dennis Scott. A behind-the-back bounce pass found Oakley, who, positioned at the right elbow, made a mid-range jumper. With a score of 21-11 and 8 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Madison Square Garden erupted in excitement. Coach Ajubato quickly called for a timeout, as issues arose on both ends of the court. "Come on, you're an all-star," Liu quipped lightly to the bench, teasing Anthony Hardaway, who had been posturing since entering the game. Maintaining his aloof demeanor, Hardaway left Liu with a view of his back as he turned towards the bench. Liu shrugged, remarking that even trash talk had its hierarchy. Evidently, the pretender to Jordan's throne held little regard for conversing with newcomers. Jeff Van Gundy, surprised by the ease of the game, noted that the intensity mirrored that of the regular season, as they swiftly dismantled their opponents from the onset. "Excellent. Let us maintain this offensive rhythm. We must quickly establish a lead." The bald young coach, after offering a brief comment, ceased directing the play. Before taking the court, Liu patted Ewing on the shoulder, offering a succinct reminder. "Pat, let us execute a few handoffs at the top to get Allan into a rhythm." The Magic's defenders were all wing players, adept at setting screens. Thus, Allan Houston would need a different approach to find open shots again. Ewing nodded, whispered a few words to Houston, and the Knicks convened for a moment before leisurely returning to the game. On the bench, Jeff Van Gundy's lips twitched. This scenario was not new to him. Following the timeout, the Magic made minimal adjustments, continuing to exploit Hardaway's strengths. With elegance, he penetrated the paint, delivering timely passes. However, despite several attempts, the Magic failed to convert any baskets, their stylish drives resulting in no finality. Conversely, the Knicks found their rhythm effortlessly, with no reliance on low-post plays. As Houston's decisive drives led to Ewing's jump shots near the paint, the disparity quickly widened, while the Knicks executed a series of seamless shots. The Magic's offense was fragmented. Initially, New York fans merely cheered, but as the Magic continued to clang shots off the rim, the front row spectators could no longer contain themselves, unleashing mockery. "Where's O'Neal? You need him." The chorus of insults and jeers reached Hardaway's ears, nearly pushing him to the brink of frustration, shattering his calm facade. When Liu and Allan Houston executed a simple cut to shake off their defenders and sank three-pointers, Coach Juwan called for another timeout. With 5 minutes and 26 seconds left in the first quarter, the game was on the verge of collapse. As they returned to the bench, Liu and Allan Houston exchanged a fist bump, noting that the Magic's defensive discipline was lacking. An astonishing game. "We are dominating on both ends." Coach Van Gundy had made the right adjustments, effectively neutralizing Hardaway's low-post offense. Commentator Marv Albert, increasingly elated, lauded the coaching staff once more. Reflecting on past encounters between the Knicks and Magic, he noted, "Lee is exhibiting remarkable intelligence on the defensive end. Certainly, O'Neal's departure has had a profound impact on the Magic." Perhaps this series would conclude swiftly. Following the timeout, the Magic intensified their defensive efforts. Yet the Knicks remained unfazed. Charles Oakley relentlessly pursued offensive rebounds, leaving the Magic unable to execute a single fast break. Anthony Hardaway struggled to maintain his composure, vociferously urging his teammates to reposition themselves. Yet, whether through his low-post playmaking or penetrating passes, his teammates were unable to convert. His signature jump shots clanged off the rim, and in a state of anxiety, he attempted a forceful drive only to be thwarted by Ewing's block. The Magic found themselves ensnared in a scoring drought, and at Madison Square Garden, as the Knicks continued to score, the New York fans began to celebrate the impending victory prematurely. No longer seeking timeouts, the players continued to miss their shots, and by the conclusion of the first quarter, a palpable silence enveloped the Magic's bench. The Knicks had established a commanding lead of 24 points. "Buddy, are you an all-star?" Liu teased Hardaway as he passed by, his tone laced with incredulity. Without glancing back at Hardaway's reaction, Lee strode towards the bench, leaving the opponent with nothing but the back of his head. Hardaway, initially eager to retort, was instead ignored, muttering a curse under his breath as he trudged to the sidelines. The spectators noted the apparent altercation between the two and began to jeer loudly. As the game concluded, the Magic were devoid of any opportunities, incredulous that they had exhibited such fluid offensive play. Commentator Marv Albert, gazing at the statistics, found himself exhilarated, while analyst John Andrews praised the bald-headed young coach, truly the best coach in the league. Coach Van Gundy and the team had matured together. The Showtime era belonging to the Knicks had indeed arrived. I extend my gratitude to my readers for their support. A minor issue arose with backup conflicts, causing discrepancies in the manuscript, which I had to resolve throughout the afternoon. I appreciate your understanding. End of chapter. Chapter 74. Record-breaking on April 24, 1997. During the first game of the Eastern Conference playoffs between the Magic and the Knicks, the camera frequently focused on Horace Grant. Seated on the Magic's bench, a pivotal player during the Bulls' three-peat, Grant had become the highest-paid player on the Magic following O'Neal's departure. However, he now sat with a solemn demeanor, having missed the playoffs due to frequent injuries late in the regular season. As the second quarter commenced, both teams began to rotate their lineups, with the Magic introducing the cinematic essence of humanity's brother, Gerald Wilkins. This player had devoted the prime of his career to New York. Brian Shaw also entered the game, while veteran Daniel Shays took to the interior. Coach Juwan hoped for the rotation to yield results, but unfortunately, the substitutes continued to struggle with their shooting. In stark contrast, Starks began to shine. The 24-point deficit proved overwhelming, with the Knicks bench playing without pressure. After more than 2 minutes into the second quarter, the Magic finally scored, as Hardaway executed a pull-up jumper from the left elbow. Regrettably, the series of injuries to the main roster had adversely affected the team's chemistry. Had Hardaway and Grant remained healthy, perhaps the Magic season would have unfolded more favorably. The relentless clanging of iron reverberated as the point gap widened, prompting commentator Marv Albert to indulge in some gossip. The Magic made a grave miscalculation by retaining their core lineup. Had they retained Shaquille O'Neal and Penny Hardaway, championship glory might not have eluded them. The Bulls cannot maintain their dominance indefinitely, and I firmly believe that the Knicks will eventually find success, as time is undeniably on our side. Commentator John Andrews chimed in with a remark, noting that the decline of the Magic serves as a cautionary tale. Letting go of a core player without cause makes the quest for a championship exceedingly arduous. As the regular season drew to a close, the Magic resorted to their bench players, yet their approach remained largely unchanged. Trailing significantly, they eschewed a barrage of three-point attempts in favor of tightening their defense and focusing on finishing near the paint. On the bench, Liu observed as Hardaway swiftly maneuvered along the baseline, receiving the ball at the left block and charging towards the basket, nearly executing a breathtaking dunk. Despite the considerable deficit, they maintained their conventional tactics. Winning this game seemed an insurmountable challenge. The one-on-one defensive strategy proved ineffective against Hardaway, and Liu, unperturbed by the opposing team's scoring, quietly voiced his frustrations. It was indeed a daunting task to close the gap. Should they miss three-point shots and concede rebounds, the loss could be even greater. With a three-point shooting percentage barely above 30%, Hardaway was not an exceptional shooter. Allan Houston, fully at ease with the substantial lead, anticipated that the starting lineup could enjoy ample rest before returning in the latter half of the second quarter, effectively clocking out after the third quarter. Liu found himself envious of Hardaway's ability to navigate the physicality of the game. A player must choose their angles wisely when attacking the rim, especially in an era where defensive pressure is intense. While Liu encountered little trouble against most backcourt players, facing forwards often forced him to adjust his positioning, jeopardizing his established pathways to the basket. More muscle and strength were still necessary. In his growing impatience on the court, Hardaway ceased to frequently assist his teammates, relying instead on his individual prowess to score consecutively. The exuberant New York fans were in a frenzy. After more than half a quarter of play, the Magic had managed a mere 8 points, with the score at 31 points apart. The remaining 5 minutes and 20 seconds of the first half saw the Knicks' starting lineup return to the court. Hardaway, now devoid of any semblance of calm, seemed bewildered by his teammates' incessant misses, especially on several open looks. "Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks!" In the first offensive possession after his return, Hardaway initiated full-court pressure, attempting to force a turnover from Liu. The two engaged in a tussle from half-court, but the aggressive defense yielded little fruit. Liu executed a simple stop, dribbled behind his back, accelerated, and swiftly turned, protecting the ball as he charged past the midcourt line. As the regular season neared its conclusion, most players in the league had ceased to apply full-court pressure on Liu, revealing Hardaway's fraying composure. Ewing set a cursory screen at the top of the arc before swiftly descending, leaving the Magic center, Ronnie Sakely, in his wake. As Liu made a decisive move to the left, he deftly controlled the ball with his left hand, taking advantage of Hardaway's desperate slide. Crossing the three-point line, he immediately unleashed a powerful shot. Hardaway swiftly adjusted his balance, and, upon seeing Liu change direction, slid to the left. However, unable to create the expected shooting space, Liu expertly executed a behind-the-back dribble, quickly retreating to regain his position beyond the arc, feigning a shot at the top of the key. Anxious to defend, Hardaway leaped, only to realize too late that he had been outmaneuvered. Seizing the moment, Liu leapt as well, despite being closely guarded, tossing the ball towards the basket. Swish! The basketball struck the backboard and fell into the net, leaving Liu momentarily stunned before he turned to the audience, raising his arms in triumph and flashing a smile, also drawing a foul in the process. Lee toyed with Hardaway, as if to say, "How did I manage to sink that shot?" The commentator, Marv Albert, erupted with excitement, while a dejected Hardaway trudged off to the side without any attempt at justification. Standing at the free throw line, as he received the ball, the New York fans began chanting loudly, "MVP, MVP, MVP." The fervent cheers caused Ewing to furrow his brow slightly. He hadn't received such adoration this season. With Liu sinking his free throw effortlessly, the lead surged towards 40 points. Jeff Van Gundy, seated on the bench, wore a smug expression, contrasting sharply with the animated coach Adjubito shouting from the sidelines. As the latter half of the second quarter unfolded, the Knicks' offense flowed seamlessly, with Larry Johnson nailing a three-pointer from the left wing. The opposing team's interior defense weakened, allowing Ewing to simply position himself, receive the ball, turn, and score with ease. Charles Oakley, nearing the end of the half, ceased his relentless pursuit of offensive rebounds. The lead was insurmountable, prompting him to take it easy. When Liu made an off-ball cut and received a pass from Ewing in the right corner, he approached the basket without hesitation, tossing the ball off the backboard before swiftly retreating on defense. The ball sailed just above Hardaway's fingertips, striking the backboard perfectly before dropping into the net. This basket incensed Hardaway, prompting him to raise his hand for a substitution, signaling his desire to exit the game. Coach Ejiogbito immediately called for a timeout, replacing the increasingly frustrated Anthony Hardaway. As the first half neared its conclusion, Liu's long-range three-pointer from midcourt circled the rim before bouncing out, eliciting cheers from the New York crowd. What a display of shooting prowess. With a score of 32-64, the outcome of the game was all but settled. The Knicks merely awaited the opponent's bench players to enter. It had been an exhilarating first half, showcasing an extraordinarily efficient offense, surpassing even regular season performances. Lee's stats read 4 for 6 from the field, 3 for 4 from beyond the arc, and 1 for 1 from the free throw line, totaling 12 points, 1 rebound, and 6 assists. It was clear that his performance outshone Hardaway's. Commentator Marv Albert also recalled Hardaway's pre-game jibes regarding Liu as a product of stardom, responding with a grin. Undoubtedly, the statistics revealed certain truths. In the league's backcourt, it was challenging to find a player whose overall prowess could rival that of Lee. Commentator John Andrus began to laud Liu's performance. Although the New York media often misrepresents comparative statistics, this nonetheless reflects a certain level of prowess. The two commentators were fervently praising the game from their seats, while the Magic team, returning to the locker room, had lost all composure. No amount of motivational rhetoric could rectify the staggering 32-point deficit. Throughout several regular season games, the Magic team had experienced losses by as much as 21 points, and their sole victory was a narrow 4-point win. The psychological preparation prior to the game proved futile, as the Knicks, boasting an impressive 64 wins, significantly outclassed the lower-tier teams. Coach Ejiogbito felt a wave of relief at halftime, having not heard any complaints from Hardaway, regardless of the score. The third quarter would still demand their participation. As the second half commenced, the Knicks showed little interest in adhering to their pre-game strategy, particularly as their opponents continued to falter. With a few fast breaks, they effortlessly maintained their lead. Each time Hardaway missed a shot, Liu would count it. And upon hearing the call of 3, the pretender to Jordan's legacy could no longer contain his frustration. Turning in anger, he attempted to confront the situation, only to be met head-on by Oakley, who was prepared for such a reaction. Before he could utter a word, he stumbled from the impact. "Hey, looking for something else?" The players from both teams were largely clustered in the paint, and upon Oakley's remark, the Magic team quickly shielded Hardaway, aware that any confrontation could lead to suspensions, further exacerbating their woes. The referee promptly escorted Hardaway away, as he was a key figure in this series. Charles Oakley, already somewhat bored on the court, typically would have taken action by this point, but the overwhelming score left him with little to do aside from securing rebounds. "Charles, take a breather." Jeff Van Gundy quickly rose, signaling for veteran Buck Williams to enter the fray. Observing that the opposing team had no intention of changing their lineup, he resigned himself to a battle of attrition. In the third quarter, the Knicks executed their plays effectively, with Ewing receiving the ball in the low post and aggressively attacking the interior. The Guerrillas' efficiency was commendable, as he consistently sank jump shots from both sides of the paint. Liu and Allan Houston supported him, and the Magic's interior defense soon faltered. With a score of 17-26 in the quarter, the New York fans began to celebrate their impending victory. The score ballooned to a staggering 41-point gap. As the fourth quarter began, Coach Ejiogbito hastily substituted in the bench players, acknowledging the grim reality of the situation. The New York fans, having paid for their tickets, vociferously rallied for the bench to exert themselves, hoping to see the Magic become the headline of tomorrow's sports section. Meanwhile, Hardaway's countenance darkened on the bench as the substitutes started to falter as well. Liu, on the other hand, was exuberantly waving a towel, while Walter McCarty seized his rare opportunity to score, giving his all on both ends of the court. By the time the fourth quarter concluded, Madison Square Garden erupted in ecstasy, with the New York fans chanting, 50 points. The Orlando Magic suffered a decisive loss by 50 points, leading Hardaway to stride towards the player tunnel without a glance back. This defeat marked a historic moment, as the 50-point margin equaled the record set in 1971 during the Western Conference semifinals between the Bucks and the Warriors. That distant year of 1971 saw the Bucks triumph over the Warriors, a match that occurred long before Lee was born. It is truly astonishing. Commentator Marv Albert was equally taken aback by such a significant victory, as even the atmosphere team struggled to maintain their spirits. Lee, who had already changed into his training attire and was waving to fans, expressed a tinge of disappointment. "Ultimately, we still lost by 8 points. In his inaugural playoff appearance, Lee played for 27 minutes, recording 6 out of 10 field goals, including 3 out of 4 from beyond the arc, alongside 1 out of 1 from the free throw line, amassing 16 points, 2 rebounds, and 8 assists. At the post-game press conference, New York media was unable to meet with Anthony Hardaway due to a recurrence of an old injury, rendering him unable to attend. Jeff Van Gundy, however, accompanied Lee to the press room, where the New York journalists were delighted to cheer. At the tender age of 19 years and 114 days, Lee was congratulated for becoming the youngest player in NBA playoff history to score 155 points. When asked how it felt to break such a record, Lee found it somewhat surreal, as he anticipated future records that would likely include his name. "It feels pretty good. At least I performed comparably to the opposing all-star players," he remarked. "The playoffs are not much different from the regular season, my friends. These records will soon be surpassed, so there is no need for further reporting." Lee reminded the audience that the Magic would face off again in 2 days. As long as he had ample playing time, he was confident that the record would be broken swiftly. This elicited a chuckle from the New York media, who recalled Hardaway's pregame remarks that backfired on him. The so-called Jordan successor put forth a commendable performance, scoring 14 points with 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 turnover, achieving the highest score for the Magic. However, the New York media was not inclined to let him off easily. "Lee, how did it feel to match up against Mr. 50 points? Will we witness a dazzling offense in the next game?" Lee quickly caught on to the new moniker for Hardaway. "We will indeed execute an efficient offense." It's unfortunate that Grant has sustained an injury, but this is the playoffs. Winning by 50 points signifies that we have given our all, and it demonstrates respect towards our opponents. Respect. The Magic's traveling reporter, unable to contain himself amidst the banter, abruptly stood up and left, only to hear the remark behind him. "What an ill-mannered fellow." A record-tying victory sent the New York media into a frenzy, and Lee's achievements began to dominate sports headlines. Recently, the NBA had seen a lack of compelling news, with Michael Jordan reclaiming the scoring title and Rodman retaining his rebounding title, stories that had been reported for years, leaving fans somewhat desensitized. Consequently, following the conclusion of the first-round games that evening, most media outlets eagerly reported on the match, recognizing that fans would only engage with entertaining narratives. Aside from the unfortunate Anthony Hardaway, Stephen Marbury of the Timberwolves is also feeling quite despondent. The aging trio of the Rockets decisively overwhelmed the Timberwolves rookies in just 3 quarters. Marbury scored a game-high 28 points, along with 4 rebounds and 4 assists, only to see his efforts go uncelebrated. Hakeem Olajuwon and Patrick Ewing both scored 18 points, with Olajuwon achieving this on 7 of 13 shooting. Yet he played a mere 30 minutes. The Rockets showcased a multitude of players scoring in double digits, and as the playoffs commenced, aside from Clyde Drexler seeking his rhythm, the rest of the team appeared in excellent form. After just 1 playoff game, the chorus for the Rockets' championship aspirations resonated once more, as commentators and fans alike believed that the aging trio could indeed reach the finals. Pat Riley's Heat, relying on their tenacious defense, easily triumphed over the Hornets with a score of 99-109, while the bench player Del Curry struggled, hitting only 1 of 8 attempts for a mere 4 points. The Jazz also displayed their dominance, securing a commanding victory over the Clippers at home with a score of 86-106. John Stockton recorded a double-double with 13 points, 7 rebounds, 17 assists, and 1 steal against 4 turnovers, while Karl Malone contributed 27 points and 10 rebounds on 13 of 27 shooting. The dynamic duo of Utah remains consistently formidable. In the first round, with a best-of-5 format, if a team possesses sufficient strength, they will swiftly claim match points. On the morning of April 25th, the Knicks coaching staff, in addition to their routine preparations for the matchup against the Magic, began reviewing footage of the Heat in advance. Although the Hornets performed decently during the regular season, with Glenn Rice in explosive form this year, they faltered in the playoffs when faced with the physicality and layered defenses of their opponents. The second-round pick, Leonard, who emerged in the starting lineup during the second half of the regular season, has recently been in commendable form, particularly adept at catch-and-shoot situations. He scored 24 points for the Heat against the Hornets, shooting 8 of 13 overall and 6 of 9 from beyond the arc. Assistant coach Tom Thibodeau provided a brief introduction to Jeff Van Gundy regarding this player. "It must be acknowledged that in terms of training rigor, we cannot surpass Pat Riley. Since taking over the team, our training intensity has significantly diminished. The impressive performance from a second-round pick is undoubtedly a result of diligent practice. And Jeff Van Gundy holds great admiration for Pat Riley's ability to unearth the potential within players. The Heat have increased their three-point shooting, becoming the team with the most attempts from beyond the arc during the regular season. Jeff, this is no coincidence. They have altered their style of play. Assistant coach Dan Craig, observing the technical statistics, once again reminded the bald-headed young coach. Averaging 22.7 attempts from three-point range. The Heat continue to employ their staunch defense while increasingly relying on perimeter shooting offensively. The Knicks have also augmented their three-point attempts this season, averaging 19.3, ranking 8th in the league. Lee and Starks accounted for half of their attempts, with the majority of the remainder coming from Chris Childs and Allan Houston. The increase in three-point shots has correspondingly elevated the Knicks' average number of possessions to 8.15 per game, placing them 7th in the league. The team's offensive and defensive balance, characterized by a blend of deliberate pacing and bursts of speed, is the underlying reason for their remarkable achievement of 64 victories this season. Jeff Van Gundy pondered the adjustments the Heat might implement, recognizing that intensifying physicality would undoubtedly be their strategy. The priority remains to protect their home court. Winning the initial 2 games would provide ample opportunity for adjustments. Without excessive directives, the coaching staff sensed that Jeff Van Gundy was likely unaware of Pat Riley's potential modifications. As they reviewed game footage, the consensus among the group was a disheartening realization of their lack of an offensive system. Unlike the Jazz's academic style of basketball, which emphasizes incisive cuts and frequent pick and rolls, or the Bulls' triangle offense that creates space for Michael Jordan to operate while others await their chances. The Knicks found themselves questioning their success. 64 wins. How did we achieve so many? Liu acknowledged the coaching staff's analysis of the Heat's game tapes. Yet in light of the Knicks' situation, continuous adjustments seemed less practical than simply entrusting the ball to their most effective players. With Ewing's decline, relying on him as a focal point was nothing short of wishful thinking. The afternoon practice followed a regimented routine of executing plays and strategies before breaking for rest, with veterans opting to take it easy during additional drills. Upon his return, Michael Jordan once again claimed the scoring title, marking his 9th such accolade, while Rodman secured the rebounding title for the 6th consecutive year, much to the fans' delight. That evening, the league was set to honor the 2 Bulls players, while Larry Johnson, feeling frustrated, practiced his three-point shots amidst casual complaints. Jordan's decline in statistics was perceived as a positive, indicating the inevitability of aging. Liu, hearing Allan Houston's remarks, resignedly noted, an average of 29.6 points, a mere drop of 0.8 points from the previous year, rendered the decline almost negligible. The statistics appeared disheartening. Yet even after the drop, his shooting percentage stood at a commendable 48.6, proving he could still perform under pressure without double teams. The first round of the playoffs was not taken seriously by many, yet the Bulls remained the Eastern Conference's powerhouse. Several veterans harbored psychological barriers, having experienced the elation of winning 2 regular season games, yet subconsciously doubting their ability to conquer Michael Jordan. After the evening practice, Liu returned home and reviewed the Bulls game. Despite Harper and Pippen's lackluster performances, Michael Jordan played for 42 minutes, achieving 29 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 3 turnovers on 12 of 25 shooting. The Bulls triumphed over the Bullets with a score of 86-98. Not even a dominant center could withstand Michael Jordan's onslaught. Liu switched off the television, silently calculating. Precisely 48 shooting, identical to his regular season performance. Was this a decline? On April 27th, the evening's Game 2 between the Magic and the Knicks was set to commence. Numerous fans in attendance brandished whiteboards, the Mr. 50 Points moniker having resonated throughout New York over the past few days. Prior to the match, Hardaway refrained from giving an interview, as the previous game had revealed a significant disparity in strength between the 2 teams. Once the game commenced, the atmosphere at Madison Square Garden grew increasingly electrifying. Despite a 2-day respite, the Magic struggled to find their rhythm. Apart from Hardaway's initial fadeaway jumper from the low post on the left side, the score remained stagnant at 4 points for the Magic after 4 minutes and 20 seconds of the first quarter. In a bid to penetrate the basket, the team continuously shared the ball and made attempts despite their poor shooting. Suddenly, on the left wing, Hardaway made a decisive cut, powering through Lee's defense and driving into the paint, faking a pass before releasing a left-handed shot to the trailing Ronnie Sakeley, who, facing Ewing's block, could not convert and hit the rim instead. Amidst the fans' cheers, Lee secured the defensive rebound beneath the right side of the basket, prompting the Knicks to swiftly transition across half-court. Frustrated at yet another missed opportunity, Hardaway's expression soured as he fell back on defense. Accelerating along the left sideline, Lee assessed the court situation and, without waiting to cross half-court, launched the ball towards the upper right of the basket. Larry Johnson, already positioned beneath the rim, leaped but, lacking sufficient time, was unable to complete a dunk, instead managing to guide the ball into the hoop after gathering it midair. An exquisite pass. Regrettably, the dunk was not executed, yet Lee consistently showcased his ability to spot teammates, simplifying the Knicks' offensive maneuvers. Commentator John Andrews was taken aback, having overlooked this opportunity. The Magic's Derek Strong had just returned to half-court only to discover that the Knicks had already scored. He contemplated voicing a complaint, but, upon seeing Hardaway's furrowed brow, swallowed his words. Following a lackluster start, the Knicks struggled with their perimeter shooting, with Allan Houston missing 2 attempts, most of their points derived from fast break opportunities. Defense. 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 Hardaway swiftly crossed half-court, the cheers for defense resounding anew as he observed his teammates' positioning with a frown, while Oakley approached the arc for a pick and roll. The anticipated outcome did not materialize, as Ewing remained stationed in the paint, and Hardaway could still feel Lee's grip on his waist, the screen failing to shake off the defense. Although he could have passed to an open teammate, Hardaway opted instead for a quick stop, taking a lateral step below the free throw line, and executed a jump shot that found the net. At 6:13, the Magic finally broke their scoring drought. However, Hardaway's face bore no signs of joy. With nearly half of the first quarter elapsed, he felt an unsettling premonition about their meager scoring. Swiftly retreating on defense, he turned to direct his teammates in their assignments, still calling out as Lee had already crossed half-court. In the left corner, Allan Houston quickly moved to the wing position, while Lee, holding the ball in his left hand, mirrored his lateral movement. As Liu momentarily hesitated at the three-point line, Allan Houston feigned a reception. Hardaway intended to alert his teammate to switch defenses, but in the next instant, Liu, holding the ball in his left hand, suddenly lowered his center of gravity and accelerated. Almost deceived, Hardaway quickly slid to the right, leveraging his physical advantage to apply constant pressure, attempting to funnel Liu toward the baseline. As their bodies collided, and with no means to shake off the defense, they approached the left side of the basket, where Liu, in a burst of speed, executed a crossover step to retreat. The abrupt stop momentarily caught Hardaway, who was still sliding defensively, off guard. In the blink of an eye, as Liu switched to his right hand, he surged forward, penetrating the paint, and, while bracing against the recovering Hardaway, contorted his body to complete a layup. Swish! The two-pointer rippled through the net. After his successful offensive maneuver, Liu stood beneath the basket, playfully flexing his biceps, eliciting a cheer from the front row fans. Having been caught off guard once more, Hardaway sought to communicate with his teammates, but ultimately accepted the inbounds pass in silence. The once formidable Magic team that had triumphed over Michael Jordan in the playoffs was no more. With the absence of the injured Grant, Hardaway found himself overwhelmed. The Knicks' perimeter defense allowed for casual switches, and among the few, Liu was the weakest link, relying on his teammates for assistance in the low post. Hardaway again positioned himself for a back-to-the-basket play on the left side, swiftly turning toward the baseline after a series of physical confrontations. He scooped the ball with his left hand, bearing down on Liu as he leapt toward the basket's left side. Ewing's timely help arrived quickly, prompting Hardaway to leap and pass. The moment Ronnie Oakley received the ball, Oakley, who had collapsed to the basket, forcefully swatted it away. Clap! The ball and hand were struck simultaneously, causing Oakley to instinctively shout and raise his arms, attempting to draw a foul. However, the referee remained unresponsive as Oakley passed the ball to the awaiting Allan Houston, initiating a fast break for the Knicks. The Magic players hastily retreated, with Brian Shaw, who had earned a starting opportunity that night, quickly lagging behind, while Nick Anderson did not overlook the open man this time, also sprinting back. Ewing and Oakley chose not to rush, but lingered at the back. Hardaway, rapidly returning, stayed close to Liu's side, while the Magic swiftly aligned their matchups, compelling the Knicks to decelerate. Let us go Knicks! Let us go Knicks! Let us go Knicks! As the game transitioned into a half-court offense, the home crowd began to rally vociferously for their team. Arriving at the right wing, Allan Houston promptly delivered the ball to Ewing at the free throw line. then cut without the ball, dashing toward the basket. With no opportunity presenting itself, he veered toward the left corner, in the vicinity of the left baseline. Larry Johnson's screen was negotiated, yet Allan Houston still failed to find an open shot. On the left wing, Liu quickly signaled a tactical gesture, indicating for the open man to elevate, before swiftly moving laterally to receive a handoff pass from Ewing at the top of the arc. The moment he caught the ball, Hardaway was right on him. Although Ewing's screen was effective, just a slight shift of body could enable a defensive maneuver. As Ewing deftly maneuvered, Liu, clutching the ball in his right hand, accelerated towards the basket, compressing the Magic's defense. Noticing the shift, Larry Johnson promptly moved to the top of the arc. Upon reaching the vicinity of the free throw line, Liu executed a behind-the-back pass. Ignoring the defensive strong, Larry Johnson caught the ball and swiftly launched a jump shot from the arc. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark, eliciting an even louder cheer from Madison Square Garden. On the sidelines, Coach Adubuto glanced helplessly at the bench, sighing inwardly at the sight of a composed Grant. Despite altering the starting lineup, Hardaway's vigorous defense against Liu's three-pointer and heightened focus on off-ball defense yielded little effect. With the defense compressed, players struggled to maintain their defensive focus, prompting Coach Adubuto to shout, "Concentrate, stick to your man." The cacophony of the arena made it challenging for the Magic players to discern their coach's commands. But the intent was clear: focus on defense. The score reached 6-18, widening the gap to double digits. Retreating to fist bump Liu, he encouraged, "Nice shot. The extra practice seems to be paying off." The consecutive points brought Larry Johnson a sense of pride. "Let's wrap this up quickly." As the second half approached, the Magic finally found some rhythm, completing several baskets under the rim, yet their defensive lapses allowed the Knicks to score effortlessly. Frustrated, Hardaway was substituted with 1:52 left in the first quarter, having passed the ball numerous times without securing a single assist. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 18-29, with the Knicks maintaining an 11-point lead. Already donned in warm-up attire on the bench, Liu observed the eager rotation players and cheerfully remarked to Allan Houston, "I'm already contemplating our next opponent." Unfamiliar with the inside joke, Allan Houston replied earnestly, "We must remain vigilant against their comeback." For assists in a single quarter, "Lee, you're on track to break records again tonight." Liu shrugged, his joy momentarily dampened. Feeling a tinge of loneliness, perhaps this joke will fade away. Thank you to the readers for your subscription and support. This concludes the first round, with some content omitted to avoid unnecessary filler. Chapter 75, a contest of master and apprentice for Anthony Hardaway, this year's playoffs. With 2 consecutive games scoring under 40 points at halftime, felt like a nightmare. In the Eastern Conference first-round Game 2, during the matchup between the Magic and the Knicks, the score was 31-58 at halftime, with the Magic trailing by 27 points. The resounding jeers from Madison Square Garden rendered Hardaway's gaze vacant, an experience he had never encountered before. Such a significant deficit signified that the game was virtually over, and the Knicks would not squander such an opportunity. Liu, in the starting lineup, alongside Chris Childs from the bench, firmly controlled the tempo of the game, ensuring that as long as they kept pace, another efficient three-quarter performance was on the horizon. As the players returned to the locker room, Allan Houston felt utterly at ease. Last year's playoff saw him and Grant Hill swept aside by Hardaway and O'Neal in the first round, but this year, they had achieved sweet revenge. Scoring 13 points in a single quarter, it seemed they could easily dominate their opponents. Upon hearing Houston's words, the others nodded in agreement. The dismal performance of the Magic suggested that a series sweep was indeed within reach. Although the opposing team was missing a key interior player, the outcome of the match had exceeded expectations, proving to be remarkably effortless. The probability of a 3-0 sweep in the first round appeared high. Larry Johnson also found the game to be quite manageable, recognizing that the Heat had already secured a match point, leaving the Hornets with no opportunities. Witnessing the Hornets' swift defeat left a bitter taste in the mouth of the veteran. Glenn Rice, a formidable force during the regular season, continued to perform admirably in the playoffs. However, the entire team struggled against the Heat's relentless defense, succumbing to a 12-point loss in Game 2. A swift victory would afford them additional rest. Ewing simply reminded everyone that the Heat were likely to sweep their opponents, as the veteran did not wish for the Knicks to suffer from inadequate resting time, especially considering the older player's slower recovery. Liu, while anticipating an explosive performance from Hardaway upon returning home, noted the lackluster contributions from the other Magic players. With a regular season average of only 94.1 points, the Magic ranked among the league's lowest in scoring ability, and this situation had regrettably persisted into the playoffs. The significant point deficit prompted Jeff Van Gundy to refrain from excessive admonitions upon returning to the locker room. The game was virtually unwinnable. As the second half commenced, the enthusiasm of the New York fans remained undiminished, vociferously cheering for their team while mocking the so-called 50-point man. The Magic showed signs of revival. But time was not on their side. Hardaway continued to score, while EU focused on managing the game's tempo and distributing the ball effectively. Seizing opportunities to sneak in for easy baskets whenever Hardaway was distracted became part of his strategy. The intensity of the match persisted throughout the second half, and as the fourth quarter approached, Hardaway refused to relent. The Knicks engaged for 6 minutes before coach Ajubuto decided to substitute in the bench players. With a final score of 84-108, Hardaway sat on the bench, staring blankly at the 24-point deficit. The significant victory incited raucous mockery from the New York fans directed at the Magic players. From the commentary booth at Madison Square Garden, announcer Marv Albert expressed his admiration. At just 19 years and 117 days, Lee has surpassed Magic Johnson, becoming the youngest player in NBA playoff history to achieve 15 points and 10 assists. This remarkable record set in 1980 has been shattered. What an extraordinary young talent. Over 35 minutes on the court, he recorded 17 points, 3 rebounds, 10 assists, and 1 steal, shooting 6 of 12 from the field, 3 of 7 from beyond the arc, and making both of his free throws, delivering a performance that was, as in the regular season, rather unremarkable yet effective. Breaking the record set by the legendary Magic Johnson has indeed stirred excitement in commentator John Andrews. It is difficult to fathom that Lee is merely 19 years old, possessing an unseen talent that can only be appreciated by those who witness him play. Mastering the rhythm of the game is no simple feat. The New York Knicks have seen a reduction in turnovers and an increase in possessions this season, a direct result of Lee's presence as a starter. His mature mindset prevents him from exhibiting the impulsiveness typical of many young players, while his remarkable memory enables him to anticipate opponent strategies with uncanny precision. His current role within the team is to render the offense more coherent and rational. The moment he shattered Magic Johnson's record in the playoffs sent the New York media into a frenzy. Following the game, Lee attended a press conference alongside Ewing, who felt somewhat sidelined. When asked about breaking Magic Johnson's record, Lee displayed a humble demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the media's excitement. With a smile, he adjusted the microphone and replied, "This was just an ordinary playoff game, and I merely executed the fundamentals. It is that simple." In an offensive possession, simply passing the ball to a successfully moving teammate can yield an assist. After the conclusion of the game, not only did the New York media erupt in jubilation, but ESPN and TNT also extensively covered Lee's achievement in eclipsing Magic Johnson's record. Unlike the regular season, most analysts place greater significance on the playoffs, where Magic Johnson holds a more esteemed position in NBA history. Breaking the record of such a legendary figure has significantly elevated Lee's popularity. Beyond New York fans, many aficionados of the sport seek to understand stars through cable broadcasts and print media. Even those who are indifferent to the NBA find themselves intrigued by records, drawn in to witness the unfolding drama. On April 28th, the Miami Heat triumphed over the Hornets, sweeping them with a decisive 30-point victory and advancing effortlessly to the semifinals. Although Pat Riley is likely to miss out on the Coach of the Year award, his meticulously crafted Heat team has undeniably succeeded. The award for Executive of the Year is likely to be claimed by Riley, who adeptly juggles both roles. The Jazz also advanced, with Stockton, Hornacek, and Malone continuing their steadfast dominance, sweeping the Clippers with a commanding 30-point lead. Stockton effortlessly put up his signature numbers: 10 points, 4 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 steals, and 4 turnovers. The Knicks, now in Orlando, gathered to watch the game together, and Ewing felt a pang of jealousy, given the recent narrative. It seems that Malone is indeed on track for the MVP title. Do these sports journalists and broadcasters only focus on statistics? Our performance is certainly on par with that of the Jazz. Charles Oakley genuinely feels his age as the media rallied behind Malone, bewildered by such an outrageous selection outcome. Starks, still youthful in demeanor, remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Regarding the PER statistic, it is said that Karl Malone surpasses Michael Jordan. The members of the Knicks, Upon hearing this statistic, wore expressions of confusion, their faces adorned with questions. It serves as a measure of player efficiency, though it lacks objectivity and should merely be regarded as a reference. Liu provided a brief explanation, yet his companions continued to shake their heads, showing little regard for such metrics. Most ordinary players tend only to scrutinize shooting attempts and shooting percentages, disregarding other statistics entirely. To dismiss Jordan based solely on this one figure is a conclusion that strains credulity. The atmosphere grew tense as the group complained, suspecting that sports journalists and broadcasters were intentionally undermining Michael Jordan. Liu shrugged in silence, and as May approached, the announcement of this season's MVP award loomed. The gorilla lamented daily. How is it that, being part of a 64-win team, he fails to receive the award? The reasoning was straightforward. Ewing's Excel metrics lacked luster, while Liu's performance within the Knicks showcased superior statistics. This created an awkward situation, as besides average points, rebounds, and shooting percentage, Ewing fell short in every other aspect. With Liu not even boasting the best Excel metrics within the Knicks, it was unlikely that the majority of sports media would cast their votes for Ewing. The leader grew frustrated, and the group could only retreat to their rooms, canceling the evening's card game. In the opening of the game, the Knicks surged ahead by 17 points. With a focus on attacking the rim, Hardaway relentlessly took shots in the first quarter, going 4 for 10 and accumulating 9 points. However, such efforts bore little fruit. Defensively, Liu struggled to contain Hardaway, and on the offensive end, he refrained from forcing plays against Hardaway's explosive performance, instead dishing out 5 assists in the quarter. Ewing, with a 5 for 7 shooting performance, effortlessly secured 10 points and 8 rebounds, while Allan Houston, shooting 3 for 5 and nailing 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, efficiently contributed 8 points. During the intermission, the Orlando arena echoed with boos, as fans who paid to watch the game were not there to witness a lackluster display. Hardaway, clearly eager to compete with Liu, felt a pang of envy towards the latter, who frequently graced television screens. Despite a strong opening quarter, Hardaway's teammates faltered, leaving him thoroughly disheartened. Seated on the bench, Liu donned his training attire, ignoring the jeers directed at him, maintaining a serene demeanor as the game approached its conclusion. The sensation of dominating one's opponent was undeniably satisfying, and it appeared Hardaway was resolved to press on. Allan Houston, noticing Hardaway still on the court in the second quarter, began to revel in the situation, recognizing that a 17-point deficit was daunting to overcome. Their futile attempts in the first quarter, characterized by isolation plays, signaled their impending defeat. Regaining focus, Liu observed as Hardaway began to score consecutively, making a remark before returning his attention to the unfolding game. The Knicks indeed lacked a player who could match Hardaway at the point guard position, and Chris Childs proved unable to contain the so-called successor to Jordan, who continued to score effortlessly. On the bench, Starks has recently been in increasingly fine form, capable of sinking response shots. Despite still trailing significantly, the crowd of Magic fans began to cheer loudly for Hardaway's performance. With 8 out of 11 shots made in a single quarter, Hardaway exploded with 17 points, effectively dismantling the Knicks' backcourt. As the first half concluded with a score of 56-39, the point differential remained unchanged. Having failed to exceed 40 points in the first halves of 3 consecutive games, Hardaway was on the verge of despair, hastily retreating to the locker room with a sullen expression. Undeterred, Hardaway continued to shoot relentlessly in the third quarter, while Liu consistently allowed drives but contested shots. The Magic, overwhelmed, began to launch a series of three-point attempts. Anticipating this offensive strategy, the Knicks secured the rebounds, and Liu initiated a fast break, leading to a complete collapse of the game. The third quarter ended with a score of 80-57, and some Magic fans had already begun to exit the arena. Having played nonstop for the first 3 quarters, Hardaway did not return for the fourth, as Coach Atibida called in the atmosphere team, signaling the definitive conclusion of the series. On the bench, Ewing had changed into his training gear, boasting impressive stats of 17 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 block, and 2 turnovers on 8 out of 12 shooting in just 31 minutes, leaving him quite satisfied with his performance. "Lee, how is PR calculated?" Ewing feigned indifference as he quietly inquired about the statistics. In simple terms, it is the offensive data minus the number of missed shots, further reduced by the number of missed free throws, and then divided by the number of games played. Liu briefly explained, and upon seeing Ewing silently shaking his head, it was apparent he was still preoccupied with thoughts of the MVP. On the Knicks bench, laughter and chatter filled the air, although their leader did not secure the MVP. Everyone had truly given their all, marking a complete turning of the page. The game concluded swiftly with a final score of 104-88. As the Magic salvaged a semblance of dignity in the final quarter, bringing the series score to 3-0. The Knicks ultimately swept the Magic, advancing to the Eastern Conference semifinals. Hardaway made an effort to maintain his composure as the expressionless Knicks exchanged handshakes. However, glancing at the smiles of Allan Houston, and Liu nearly broke his resolve. And after offering a handshake, he departed hastily. Post-game, Hardaway's old injury flared up, preventing him from attending the press conference. With a stat line of 30 attempts yielding 16 makes, 42 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal, the false heir to Jordan bid farewell to the season with a spectacular performance, leaving fans satisfied with ample justification. The Magic may have lost, but Penny did not. In tonight's game, Liu played only 27 minutes, achieving 14 points on 5 out of 9 shooting, including 2 out of 5 from beyond the arc, along with 4 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. This double-double once again broke Magic Johnson's record. The sweep not only eliminated their opponents, but also granted the Knicks nearly a week of rest. As major sports media began to promote the upcoming battle between Minter and Mentee in the Eastern Conference semifinals. On April 28th, just back in New York, Starks was awarded the 6th Man of the Year honor by the league. In the press room of Madison Square Garden, Starks beamed as he accepted the trophy. Despite his average of 13.6 points per game being less impressive among the candidates, his voting percentage soared to an impressive 73. The Knicks' remarkable performance, which shattered the franchise's best record, warranted individual recognition. Starks was awarded the title of Best 6th Man, while Ewing's dreams of an MVP honor were irrevocably dashed. Seizing the opportunity, the coaching staff announced a day off, after which everyone would focus on preparing for the Eastern Conference semifinals. Winning an award is always a delightful affair, leading Starks to host a party at his apartment, believing that joy is best shared. Besides the Knicks, a throng of revelers gathered to join the celebration. Ewing, donning a smile, anticipated that in just a few days, Karl Malone would be receiving his accolade, while he himself could only indulge in sour lemons. When Pat called me initially, I was taken aback, yet I chose to accept the invitation. Though my personal statistics this season were modest, participating in the playoffs is always a fortunate opportunity. Allan Houston surveyed the raucous crowd, raising a glass of juice in a toast with Liu, reminiscing about his own pivotal decisions. Liu opined that Houston was more enamored with a grand market like New York. Ewing's recruitment played a role. Yet geography was paramount. As the pace of play increased, so too would the statistics, with more possessions inevitably leading to more shot attempts. After pondering, Houston found merit in Liu's assertions and ceased to fret over his declining numbers, acknowledging that it was merely the first year. New York fans, however, were not particularly fond of Houston's style of play, and skepticism had lingered throughout the season. During his time at the University of Tennessee, Houston had experienced the scrutiny of playing father-son basketball, with his father serving as head coach, receiving criticism even then. Regardless of his performance, Houston maintained a calm demeanor in front of the media, crediting his college experience for the composure it instilled in him. In the semifinals, we should have more opportunities. Often, games hinge on talent, and our tactics remain flexible. Liu raised his juice, winking, the Heat are not the Magic, although Mourning is younger. He won't hold back against Ewing. When the situation stagnates, the ball must be passed to the perimeter. Houston understood, recognizing that while his regular season statistics had dipped, his playoff performance could rise, and perhaps next season would see a shift. The two clinked glasses once more, while Larry Johnson, sitting nearby, drowned his sorrows in drink. This year had brought neither statistics nor accolades, relegating the once prominent player to the status of an ordinary role player. On April 30th, the Bulls triumphed over the Bullets with a last-minute dunk by Pippen, winning 96-95 in a nail-biting finish, thus advancing to the Eastern Conference semifinals. The waning form of Michael Jordan saw him play for 43 minutes, achieving 28 points, 2 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 block, and 2 turnovers from 14 of 24 shooting. His nearly 60 shooting percentage left pundits astonished. The Bulls remained an unstoppable force. If all went as expected, the Bulls would face the Hawks in the next round. Despite the Atlanta Hawks boasting this season's Defensive Player of the Year, Dikembe Mutombo, The majority remain steadfast in their belief that Michael Jordan will once again penetrate the Eastern Conference Finals. The New York Knicks have commenced their preparations, with Jeff Van Gundy placing immense importance on the upcoming Eastern Conference semifinals. After all, he is soon to receive the accolade of the league's best coach. And Van Gundy certainly does not wish to be embarrassed on his home turf. As the playoffs continue, the resilient Detroit Pistons have managed to tie the series at 2-2. Leading to a decisive showdown that spectators eagerly anticipate. On May 3rd, the NBA officially announced that Karl Malone of the Utah Jazz has been awarded the Most Valuable Player title for the season. Upon the revelation of this news, a throng of eager media outlets flocked to Chicago to interview Michael Jordan, while a smaller contingent ventured to New York in hopes of speaking with Patrick Ewing. However, to the disappointment of many, both superstars declined all interviews, citing their unwavering focus on preparing for the semifinals. Approaching his 34th birthday, Karl Malone is experiencing a pinnacle moment in his career, and Jazz fans are elated. On the evening of the 4th, Liu visited Stark's home for dinner, and after their meal, the two settled in front of the television, witnessing David Stern present the coveted trophy to Malone. Starks expressed disbelief. 69 wins, scoring champion this season. And Michael Jordan did not receive the award? These media folks have truly lost their minds. Conversely, Liu felt a sense of satisfaction, sharing the sentiment of many fans who relished Jordan's dismay. Sometimes, MVP considerations must account for other factors. The recent news has undoubtedly been monopolized by this award. Is it really all about the statistics? In a spirit of jubilation, that evening in the Western Conference semifinals, the Jazz triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 79-73. Karl Malone delivered a commendable performance, achieving 23 points and 13 rebounds, while Shaquille O'Neal managed only 17 points and 12 rebounds. The once mighty Big Shark was reduced to Little Shaq, and the newly recorded youngest player to score 20 points in playoff history, Kobe Bryant, struggled with just 3 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists. The seasoned Jazz imparted yet another lesson to the Lakers, with Malone proving that the MVP title is no mere fluke. On May 5th, the NBA announced the season's best coach, Jeff Van Gundy of the Knicks, who led his team to a franchise-best record of 64 wins, earning the award without contest. Dressed sharply in a tailored black suit, white shirt, and deep blue tie, Van Gundy endeavored to maintain his composure as he lifted the trophy in the Madison Square Garden press room. The Miami Heat, already in New York, remained notably low-key, with Pat Riley refraining from extensive commentary on the matter. Jeff is an exceptional coach, and I believe he will continue to achieve great success. I'm pleased to see him receive this award. That evening, prior to the commencement of the Eastern Conference semifinals, Pat Riley, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, spoke eloquently to the New York media, offering simple congratulations. Arriving at the familiar Madison Square Garden, Riley exuded charm and poise, showcasing the true demeanor of a distinguished coach. As the bald-headed young coach passionately explained his strategy while holding a tactics board, the New York fans in attendance felt a significant dip in their spirits. Following the conclusion of the home team's entrance ceremony, the noise within Madison Square Garden intensified. The Miami Heat retained their starting lineup from the first round, with Tim Hardaway and Vashon Leonard forming the backcourt, while Jamal Mashburn and Alonzo Mourning occupied the forward positions, and P.J. Brown served as the center. Both teams were well acquainted with each other's tactics, presenting a challenge for the Knicks. At the MSG commentary booth, announcer Marv Albert briefly introduced the Heat's starting lineup, while commentator John Andrews quipped, "Having just been awarded the title of Coach of the Year, I trust Coach Van Gundy will devise a tailored strategy." This match can indeed be deemed a proving ground. As the players conducted their final warm-ups, Ewing, having learned of Malone's award, fell into a contemplative silence. Fortunately, just before the game commenced, he reminded his teammates, "Focus on defense, do not allow them easy points, and protect our home court." As both teams gathered at center court, Mourning approached Ewing to offer some encouragement, while Tim Hardaway kept a watchful eye on the opposing point guard, Liu, urging him to stay sharp. "Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks!" The resounding cheers reverberated throughout the arena as the players exchanged pleasantries. With a leap, Ewing successfully secured possession of the ball, prompting the Heat players to swiftly retreat on defense, while Hardaway charged across half-court to initiate the defensive coverage. Pat Riley's tactical approach was distinctive. Perhaps having learned from past experiences with the Pistons, this championship coach absorbed a wealth of strategies from Chuck Daly. He favored aggressive defense and expanded coverage, aiming to control the game's tempo, establish positioning, and engage in frequent physical contact, even during off-ball defense, demanding substantial physicality from his players. Hardaway did not hold back either, maintaining a low center of gravity and swiftly gliding from the backcourt to the front, ensuring that Liu was never at ease with the ball. As Liu maneuvered to the left wing, Ewing promptly repositioned himself from the paint. The Knicks spread out in a typical 2-on-2 formation following the opening play. On the left wing, near the three-point line, Ewing set a solid screen. Unlike during their encounters with the Magic, as Hardaway navigated through the pick, P.J. Brown was already in position to apply pressure. Ewing, initially slow to recognize the Heat's defensive shift, was a step behind in his role. Thankfully, Liu's quick release allowed him to deliver a precise bounce pass. As the basketball soared towards him, Ewing accelerated, moving toward the paint to secure the ball. Facing Morning's help defense, Ewing executed a swift pivot after a single dribble, positioning himself beneath the left side of the basket. He raised his left arm and prepared to release the ball, but in that fleeting moment of release, Morning leapt to complete the block. Oh, the seemingly seamless offense was entirely anticipated by the opponents, prompting an audible gasp from the New York fans in attendance. Tim Hardaway promptly moved to receive the ball, rallying his teammates as they surged past half court. The Heat did not initiate a fast break, and Liu refrained from pressing, watching as Hardaway leisurely advanced, only stepping up to disrupt him as he crossed the half-court line. The retreating defender felt a sense of humiliation, simultaneously urging his teammates to establish their defensive matchups while casting a fierce glare at Morning. Unfortunately, the younger player ignored the elder's presence, as P.J. Brown swiftly maneuvered to the right wing beyond the three-point line to set a screen for Hardaway. Defense, 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 echoed through Madison Square Garden, spurred on by the fervent New York fans. Liu managed to slip half of his body into the fray, reaching out to defend. But Hardaway was unable to accelerate in time and soon found himself entangled with Liu. In stark contrast to the Heat's aggressive delay defense strategy, Ewing remained stationed near the basket to protect the rim. With the ball held in his right hand, Hardaway feigned an attempt to break through from the right side, delivering a bounce pass to the right elbow area near the free throw line. Without hesitation, P.J. Brown caught the ball and executed a mid-range jump shot. Swish! The ball cleanly passed through the net. The jeers of the Madison Square Garden crowd did not faze him. On the sidelines, Pat Riley smiled and applauded, signaling that this was a commendable offensive play. The strategy was the same, yet the nuances of execution on both ends of the court varied significantly. Clearly, Ewing had let his guard down, missing the opportunity to capitalize on a clear path to the basket, as he hesitated and lost his chance. Without waiting for the baseline inbounds, Liu tapped his head, reminding his teammates to adjust their tactics. Tim Hardaway continued his relentless pursuit, attempting to induce a mistake from Liu. After crossing half court, Charles Oakley stationed himself near the left baseline, while Liu reached the top of the arc. At that moment, Allan Houston swiftly darted along the baseline, utilizing Oakley's screen to create space. Hardaway's interference proved ineffective as Liu, with the ball protected on his side, quickly passed it to Houston in the left block. With no defender in front of him, Houston wasted no time in launching a jump shot. Swish! Another 2 points effortlessly found their mark. The arena erupted in cheers, but shortly thereafter, Hardaway assisted in setting up Vashon Leonard on the right block, who executed the same play, sinking a mid-range shot with ease. It was as if both teams were mirroring each other, exchanging shots in a rhythmic dance, the score gradually climbing. Liu was taken aback by the Heat's comprehensive delay strategy against screens. Not only was Hardaway aggressively pursuing, but the two towering figures in the paint seemed to intentionally allow Ewing to score. Once again, a screen and roll play materialized, with Ewing receiving the ball as Morning quickly positioned himself for help defense. Oakley's fleeting opportunity went uncapitalized as Ewing hesitated to pass, opting instead for a back-to-the-basket move in the low post, a position where he excelled. Just as he began his maneuver, P.J. Brown swiftly rotated to assist, and sensing trouble, Ewing intended to dish the ball back out to Liu, only to be intercepted by Morning, who seized the opportunity to steal the ball. A decisive and swift steal elicited gasps from the crowd as the Miami Heat launched a rapid transition offense. The receiving player, Juwan Leonard, surged forward with remarkable speed. The Heat accelerated unexpectedly, leaving the Knicks unable to execute their defensive assignments in time. Approaching the left wing, Leonard opted not to take a contested shot. Instead, he adeptly passed the ball to Mourning, who was making a quick cut down the center. Mourning received the ball, took 3 long strides, and scored effortlessly beneath the basket. Be mindful of the defense. Ensure timely matchups. Jeff Van Gundy shouted from the sidelines, his urgency palpable as he was determined to avoid defeat tonight. Pat made an error. He needed to hasten his offensive rhythm to score more efficiently. Lee's passes consistently penetrated the opponent's defenses, and Charles had his opportunities, yet unfortunately, they were not capitalized upon. Commentator John Andrus casually remarked on the game, 118, and the Heat have regained the lead. With 8 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Knicks' scoring was predominantly from Allan Houston, while Ewing struggled, making only one of his 3 attempts. As the paint was practically sealed off, and perimeter shots failed to find their mark, Pat Riley, acutely aware of the guerrillas' playing habits, executed a highly targeted defensive strategy. "Let's go Knicks." The New York fans rallied, their voices rising in unison as they trailed in points. Following the tip-off, Mourning and P.J. Brown made their presence felt on both ends of the court, fully engaged and vocally urging their teammates to position themselves defensively. This time, Liu moved faster than the Heat had anticipated, approaching the left wing without calling for a screen, nearing the 3-point line before suddenly decelerating. He swiftly dribbled behind his back with his left hand, switching to his right, lowering his center of gravity, and using his shoulder to create space as he sliced past Tim Hardaway. Shifting laterally to the left while maintaining physical contact, Hardaway, having sensed Lee's deceleration, thought his defense was effective. However, in the next moment, he witnessed Lee shielding the ball with his back, pivoting on his left foot, and drawing the ball back with his right hand. Instinctively, Hardaway shifted, and as he moved right, Lee quickly spun forward, feigning a shot. Hardaway was caught off guard and leapt, only to see Lee pivot back, drifting effortlessly into a shot. The exquisite maneuver sent the New York crowd into a frenzy, as the ball banked off the backboard and through the net, eliciting joyous cheers from the spectators. "Oh, what a beautiful step." Lee completely outwitted Hardaway. The Knicks suddenly altered their offensive tempo, prompting commentator Marv Albert to instinctively raise his voice. 11-10, the Knicks responded just in time, seemingly unprepared for Lee's back-to-the-basket move. A frustrated Tim Hardaway turned away only to see Lee discreetly raise his left hand, forming a gesture that signaled too small. Hardaway, instantly infuriated, found himself at a disadvantage as the Heat initiated their offensive play, failing to adhere to their tactical instructions. At the top of the arc, he executed a pick and roll with P.J. Brown, driving into the right side of the free throw area, and then, with a sudden motion, dribbled between his legs before swiftly changing direction. As Tim Hardaway scooped up the ball, he immediately accelerated in a straight line, shaking off Liu, hoping to exploit the momentary lapse in Ewing's defensive support to approach the basket and execute a right-handed layup. However, at the instant of his release, he was thwarted by the leaping Liu, who had caught up in pursuit, followed closely by Ewing, who delivered a block beneath the rim. The basketball sailed over his fingertips, ricocheting off the backboard at an awkward angle, ultimately landing in the hands of Oakley, positioned at the lower left of the hoop. Upon receiving the pass, Allan Houston ignited the Knicks' offense, propelling them into a fast break. After Larry Johnson surged past half court, he caught a pass on the right wing beyond the 3-point line, immediately executing a right-handed dribble to cross over and penetrate the defense. With Jamal Mashburn's defense bearing down on him, he barreled into the paint for a one-handed layup. Under duress, the ball ricocheted off the rim, but Johnson leapt again, snatching the rebound. By this time, Mourning had retreated to the paint, raising his arms in an attempt to obstruct the shot, spotting Liu sprinting towards the left corner. Johnson swiftly passed the ball. Tim Hardaway, having just risen from the floor, was a beat late in his pursuit. Observing Liu catch the ball and feign a shot, he instinctively lunged to defend. However, as Liu secured the ball, Hardaway flew past him, completely unguarded, allowing Liu to calmly release a jump shot. Swish! The three-pointer went cleanly through the net. The crowd erupted in cheers, followed by gasps as Johnson and Mourning tangled beneath the basket, both collapsing to the floor. Fortunately, the referee reacted promptly, stepping in to separate them. On the sidelines, Pat Riley expressed his dissatisfaction with the sequence of plays, loudly urging Hardaway, "Hey, steady the rhythm. Pass the ball. Pass the ball." With the score now in favor of the Knicks, a whisper of jest floated from Liu as he faced Hardaway. "Hey, I hear you're about to make the All-Star team? Ignoring the taunt, Hardaway, upon noticing Riley's stern expression, regained his composure. Although the sight of Liu's smug grin ignited a simmering anger within him, instinctively, he quickened the pace of the Heat's offense, lofting the ball to Mourning as he crossed half-court, rather than setting up a pick-and-roll as in previous plays. In the low post on the left side, Mourning attempted a turnaround jumper, but Oakley interfered, resulting in a clank off the iron. Ewing secured the rebound, and Liu immediately signaled for another low-post play. After crossing half-court, Ewing positioned himself on the right side of the free-throw line to receive the ball. While Liu swiftly cut through the right wing without the ball, Hardaway could only chase after him, trailing Liu as he circled around. Noticing Ewing preparing for a handoff, instinctively, he quickened his steps. Suddenly, Liu halted abruptly, feigning an outside shot. Hardaway, who had just accelerated, cursed under his breath and adjusted his balance. Before Hardaway could close in, Liu darted back, swiftly arriving at the free-throw line to accept the handoff. With a quick stop and jump, Hardaway had to force his way through the screen, but Ewing's imposing frame proved effective, allowing Liu to shake off Hardaway's defense in an instant. P.J. Brown instinctively stepped back as Ewing descended, and in the blink of an eye, Liu had already penetrated the lane. He leaped with all his might to block the shot, but the basketball soared past his outstretched hand. Heading towards the upper left of the hoop, Ewing ascended majestically, grasping the ball mid-air, and with tremendous force, he slammed it home. The arena erupted with a thunderous bang as Ewing landed, roaring in triumph and pounding his chest. This powerful alley-oop instantly ignited the atmosphere of Madison Square Garden. The rhythm of the game had shifted back to the Knicks at 11:15. On the sidelines, Pat Riley contemplatively observed the smiling Liu retreating on defense, then turned sharply to glare at Tim Hardaway. He called out to his players to refocus their attention. Tim Hardaway, aware of his misstep, began to rein in his emotions and executed the tactics with precision. As Mourning hit a mid-range jumper from the left side near the baseline, the Heat's bench erupted in cheers. Hardaway attempted to control the pace, aiming to guide the Knicks into a half-court offense, while Liu occasionally accelerated the tempo, executing sudden personal attacks. Both teams endeavored to draw the other into their preferred rhythm. The Heat were all too familiar with our tactics. Several low-post attempts had failed to yield results. Coach Van Gundy needed to make adjustments. Commentator John Andrews noted Ewing's unsuccessful left-side low-post shot, unable to resist commenting on the initial tactics. As the Heat launched their offense, Mourning turned in the left low post and missed a layup. Well, Coach Van Gundy certainly understood the Heat's offense, as Charles executed several exquisite defensive plays, while Mourning's first quarter was equally ineffective. Commentator Marv Albert, observing the Heat also begin to falter, humorously remarked on the unfolding situation. Both Georgetown centers, Ewing and Mourning, commenced their attacks from the left side. Yet neither achieved significant offensive efficiency. As the first quarter drew to a close, Tim Hardaway, like Liu, adhered to the established tactical plan, striving to position the big men comfortably for receiving passes. The game's tone shifted to battling for rebounds beneath the basket. At 19:21, in the final moments, Allan Houston's mid-range shot clanged off the rim, preventing the Knicks from extending their lead. Tim Hardaway furrowed his brow and approached the bench with a serious demeanor. Having played the entire first quarter, shooting 2 for 3 for a mere 4 points, but dishing out 3 assists. The game seemed to deviate from the strategy devised by the coaching staff. Liu was proving to be steadier than anticipated. The noise in Madison Square Garden grew louder, as the game failed to meet the fans' expectations, leading to some dissatisfaction. Having also played the full first quarter, Liu found the Heat's defensive discipline more challenging than during the regular season. Furrowing his brow, he approached the bench. While Jeff Van Gundy expressed great satisfaction with the team's performance, promptly delivering a motivational message, focus on defense, the opponent will surely make the first mistake. Our task is to patiently wait and seize the opportunity to secure victory. Having returned to his seat, Liu observed the incessantly speaking bald coach, who passionately emphasized defense. Momentarily at a loss for words, the opposing team had intensified their perimeter defense, attempting to facilitate more offensive opportunities for Pat. Allan Houston, already donned in his training attire, quietly expressed his discontent, noting how this contradicted the coaching staff's recent focus. There was no double team on Ewing. Liu exchanged fist bumps with Starks and a few other rotation players before turning back, murmuring, "This presents an opportunity. It's unlikely that we will experience a complete drought throughout the game. The end of the chapter acknowledged the reader's subscription support. Chapter 76. Inefficient core in critical matches. Most coaches steadfastly adhere to their tactical philosophies, often reducing player rotations and relying heavily on their starters as a conventional strategy. This tendency may stem from habits cultivated during the NCAA championships, where a single game determines the outcome, prompting coaches to prefer their primary lineup to persevere a bit longer. Jeff Van Gundy might have altered his frugal ways for the sake of his image, donning a tailored suit in pursuit of the league's Coach of the Year award. However, as he reached the Eastern Conference semifinals, he did not modify his strategies, but rather placed greater emphasis on defense, rebounding, and maintaining a low-post offensive approach. Similarly, Pat Riley, despite Tim Hardaway's stellar season, where he ascended to 4th place in the MVP rankings, adhered to a disciplined passing game in the first quarter. During the second quarter's rotation phase, both teams presented the New York fans with a rather unpalatable experience. The Miami Heat introduced their most improved player, center Isaac Austin, in exchange for Mourning, who had played the entirety of the first quarter. John Crotty replaced Tim Hardaway, while on the front line, Jamal Mashburn continued his presence, and Dan Majerle and P.J. Brown also alternated in. Despite the roster changes, the height advantage remained intact with a small ball lineup featuring 1 guard and 4 forwards. To safeguard the boards, Van Gundy paired Oakley with veteran Buck Williams in the paint, while the perimeter trio consisted of Chris Childs, Starks, and Larry Johnson. Although lacking in height, Oakley's rebounding prowess somewhat compensated for the lineup's deficiencies. However, 3 minutes into the second quarter, with both teams scoring only 2 points, the mood among the New York fans soured. John missed a jump shot from beyond the arc. Stark's shot clanged off the rim, eliciting a disheartened exclamation from commentator Marv Albert, as both teams found themselves at a complete standstill. Defense, defense, defense. The New York fans rallied once more for their team's defensive efforts. Yet soon P.J. Brown of the Heat squandered a promising opportunity with an errant shot from the left low post, regrettably slapping his hands together in frustration as he retreated on defense. As the Knicks commenced their offensive play, Chris Childs' penetration drew defenders, allowing him to distribute the ball to Starks on the right wing beyond the arc. Upon receiving the pass, Starks faked a shot before swiftly releasing the ball with his right hand, executing a decisive drive to the basket. However, P.J. Brown's timely help defense proved effective, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. The agile power forward executed a sweeping defensive maneuver. As the Miami Heat largely adhered to their defensive strategy from the first quarter, and, at present, they have succeeded, commentator John Andrus lamented the game, noting the spirited play from both sides. Yet the score remained a paltry 21-23, with neither team managing to score. In the subsequent possession, the Heat circulated the ball effectively along the perimeter, leading to Dan Majerle's aggressive drive to the basket, earning him a place at the free throw line amidst the cacophony of boos from Madison Square Garden. It appears that during critical moments, Starks falters, prompting Jeff Van Gundy to seize the opportunity and swiftly substitute in Ewing, with a clear tactical intent to funnel the ball into the paint. On both benches, a palpable silence enveloped the players as the situation was dire. Liu intended to wave his towel, yet found no opportunity, resigned to remain seated. Oakley, having been substituted out, wore a displeased expression, having not participated in such a contest for quite some time. Damn it, I knew the game would devolve into this. Battling ourselves. Upon returning to his seat, Oakley grumbled that the strategies prepared over the past few days had gone awry, culminating in a game played purely on fervor. Liu observed the Heat's free throw attempts also failing to find their mark, leaving him momentarily speechless, as the physical confrontations rendered the players' hands stiff. Upon Ewing's entry, Chris Childs not only assumed the role of primary defender, but also bore the responsibility of passing to the big man. The pick-and-pop jumpers were unsuccessful, leading to an increased focus on low-post attacks. Initially expected to dominate the paint and exploit Isaac Austin, P.J. Brown's help defense played a pivotal role. When Ewing faced a double team in the post, he failed to quickly distribute the ball to veteran Buck Williams. Multiple attempts at low-post scoring ended in failure, though Larry Johnson's drive earned a foul, initiating a free throw contest. Pat was completely contained in the low post, with all his attempts at a front-facing shot failing to find the net, as Pat Riley effectively curtailed our interior offensive efforts. Commentator Marv Albert, observing the somewhat lackluster game, glanced at the statistics and succinctly summarized the second quarter's proceedings. P.J. Brown indeed proved instrumental, His agile help defense rendered our inside game ineffective and disrupted our outside shooting as well. This year, he stands a significant chance of being selected for the all-defensive team. And Pat Riley's construction of the Heat has proven successful. Commentator John Andrus chimed in with a touch of sarcasm, remarking that compared to the bald-headed young coach, Riley was far more seasoned. With 6 minutes and 32 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the score was locked at 29-29 as the Heat managed to equalize, thanks to their bench players, while affording morning ample rest. Ewing's inefficiency compelled Jeff Van Gundy to call a timeout. In the realm of tenacious defense, the Heat are no less formidable than the Knicks, both teams relishing this pace of play. Fully engrossed in the game, Jeff Van Gundy suddenly realized that all his strategies were merely remnants of those once employed by Pat Riley. His entire system was derived from lessons learned from his opponent, providing ample screens for Lee and Houston, eschewing pick-and-roll plays, engaging in one-on-one battles from the perimeter, and if shots failed to find the net, crashing the boards for rebounds. Trusting one another, they aimed to secure a lead in the first half. The raucous Madison Square Garden echoed with Van Gundy's impassioned declarations as he stood before the crowd. Having just been named Coach of the Year, he was determined not to succumb to the ridicule of the New York media following this match. Removing his training gear, Liu nodded in understanding while stretching his body. After observing half a quarter from the bench, he had grasped the Miami Heat's tactical approach. They firmly believed that Ewing could not dominate them in the post, thus employing pick-and-rolls as a significant delay tactic, allowing guards to funnel the ball into the paint. Ewing, however, had failed to respond, rendering their offense ineffectual under defensive pressure, leading to miscommunication in ball movement. The Gorilla's expression soured. Upon entering the game in the second quarter, he struggled even against the opposing bench center, finding no effective solution against P.J. Brown's help defense. Following a timeout, the Knicks starting lineup returned, while the Heat fielded only Tim Hardaway, with Mourning still resting. In good form, Isaac Austin continued to play, while Jamal Mashburn and Dan Marley, two frontline players, also took to the court. As the critical moments approached, the previously underperforming Joakim Leonard saw reduced playing time. "Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks!" The fervent New York fans erupted once more, and the re-entering Tim Hardaway took charge of the defense, attempting to slow down the Knicks. After receiving the inbounds pass, Liu executed a series of half-turns, confidently dribbling past half-court. Larry Johnson quickly positioned himself at the arc to receive the ball, and Lee sent a swift pass before sliding to the right wing. Allan Houston, utilizing Oakley's screen near the left baseline, cut along the baseline and swiftly kicked the ball out to the left corner. Just as he received the pass, Dan Marley closed in on him. The veteran, once part of the Suns' triumvirate, certainly had the upper hand in experience. Under tight defense, Allan Houston refrained from forcing a shot and returned the ball to the top of the arc waving his hand. Liu signaled Oakley to step up. As Allan Houston again cut baseline to reposition, Lee swiftly moved laterally, making a quick diagonal cut. Approaching the free throw line, he noticed Tim Hardaway had opted not to closely guard him, prompting him to accelerate towards the left wing beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the pass, he immediately sidestepped, effortlessly executing a jump shot. Tim Hardaway, trailing behind Oakley, was a moment too late to contest the shot, and before he could leap to defend, he saw the ball soaring toward the basket. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net. Wow! A decisive and crisp goal elicited a jubilant roar from the New York fans in attendance. With a score of 29-32, the Knicks were the first to alter their offensive strategy. P.J. Brown glanced towards Coach Pat Riley, signaling his readiness to switch defensive assignments. But upon seeing the coach shake his head, he could only offer Tim Hardaway a determined look to pursue the defense. After sinking a three-pointer, Liu shook his head and retreated on defense, while Tim Hardaway, visibly displeased, received the ball from the baseline. Having reviewed extensive game footage prior to the match, the coaching staff had designated individual defensive assignments, a decision Tim Hardaway found questionable, yet few believed that a shooter could maintain efficiency under high-pressure circumstances. Defense, defense, defense. The chant resounded once more, stirring the emotions of the New York crowd. With Mourning absent from the court, Tim Hardaway assumed the role of the Heat's primary offensive weapon. Dan Marley utilized a screen to drift towards the right wing, while Allan Houston effectively shadowed him, resulting in a failed tactic. Isaac Austin promptly moved to the top of the arc to set a high pick. Liu exerted considerable effort to navigate the screen, while Ewing remained steadfast in the paint, as the Knicks adhered to their defensive strategy from the first quarter, doubting Hardaway's ability to execute efficiently from mid-range. After briefly evading his defender, Tim Hardaway found himself at the left elbow of the free throw line, where he abruptly halted and swiftly released a jump shot. The ball clanged off the rim, yet P.J. Brown managed to secure the rebound over Oakley. However, his pass was slightly off due to an elbow in the process, leading to Allan Houston intercepting it just before Dan Marley could react. P.J. Brown, unable to voice his grievances, hurriedly retreated on defense as Allan Houston accelerated down the left sideline, while Dan Marley persistently engaged in physical contact, attempting to delay the transition offense. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the Heat successfully completed their defensive setup, with P.J. Brown directing his teammates to their assignments. Failing to execute a transition play, Allan Houston quickly passed the ball to Larry Johnson at the top of the arc before swiftly shifting to the right wing. Liu had already positioned himself in the right corner and, upon noticing Oakley signaling from the right elbow, discreetly nudged Tim Hardaway ahead of him. Pretending to run along the baseline, he suddenly accelerated in the opposite direction, with the obstructed Tim Hardaway facing away from the basket. As he sped up, he spotted Oakley in the elbow area and opted to swiftly maneuver around the screen. Employing the same tactic, Liu received the ball on the left wing beyond the three-point line and immediately drove forward with the ball in his left hand. Tim Hardaway initially intended to contest the shot, but, upon witnessing Liu's drive, quickly slid into position to defend, successfully establishing a half-step advantage. Liu, with the ball in his left hand, charged towards the basket, while Tim Hardaway exerted considerable pressure in an attempt to push him towards the baseline. The two engaged in a fierce contest, and in an instant, they found themselves beneath the hoop. Approaching the paint, Liu executed a swift jump step, and after a moment of aerial confrontation, he deftly maneuvered the ball, evading his defender, and arrived at the lower right side of the basket. With his right hand, he grasped the ball and delivered a reverse layup. My ball. Tim Hardaway, amidst a flurry of contact, failed to impede Liu, who exclaimed as the ball ricocheted off the backboard and ultimately swished through the net. With a score of 29-34, the Knicks had once again extended their lead. Oh, the referee did not blow the whistle, and the front row fans beneath the basketball hoop erupted in chants and jeers. Meanwhile, those further back cheered in unison, captivated by a splendid pull-up layup, an offense everyone adores. Such offensive prowess is precisely what we need, and Coach Van Gundy's adjustments are remarkably timely. Commentator Marv Albert, witnessing the home team regain the lead, exhaled in relief. The offense became increasingly effortless, with Lee's performance being nothing short of exceptional. Analyst John Andrus also regained his cheerful demeanor, offering jovial insights about the game. At this moment, Jeff Van Gundy vocally protested to the assistant referee, exclaiming, "Hey, that was undoubtedly a foul. Just look at their defense. They cling to my players every single time." Naturally, the referee remained unresponsive, and on the court, Lee was unfazed, casually exchanging a fist bump with Oakley while retreating on defense. The veteran's tenacious screens indeed provided significant assistance. On the sidelines, Pat Riley began vocally rallying his players, signaling tactical gestures, urging them to bolster their defense. After 2 consecutive defensive lapses, Tim Hardaway opted against calling for a screen this time. At the top of the arc, he swiftly maneuvered the ball through his legs, changed direction, and as he scooped the ball with his right hand, he immediately executed a crossover step to penetrate. Although Liu was prepared, sliding quickly to the left, Hardaway managed to break into the paint, ultimately leaning to release a shot that found its mark. 31-34, the Heat began relying on their star players' individual talents to resolve issues. The Heat soon provided a solution for off-ball defense, as several players engaged in physical confrontations, leading to an increase in tugging and jostling. The Knicks repeatedly employed the same tactic, with Liu attempting to penetrate from the right wing, only to be disrupted by Hardaway, forcing a missed shot. Turning back, after setting a screen, Hardaway executed a quick stop-and-pop jumper from the elbow on the right side of the free throw line, but Liu, having navigated through the screen, leapt to contest the shot, resulting in another miss. In a series of exchanges, both teams struggled to score until Liu once again drove to the basket, assisting Ewing, who forcefully finished underneath, finally breaking the scoring drought. As the second quarter approached its finale, Hardaway abandoned jump shots, opting instead to bear down against Liu's defense and score at the rim. Allan Houston, unable to shake off his defender, found a few opportunities for back-to-the-basket plays in the low post. Damon Stoudemire's three-pointer clanged off the rim, yet he excelled defensively, effectively stifling Houston's offensive efforts. The pace of the game suddenly quickened, and in the waning moments of the first half, Liu, while contested, attempted a transition three-pointer that rattled off the rim. Amidst the collective sighs of the audience, Oakley anticipated the trajectory, leaping to secure the long rebound and promptly returning the ball to Liu. Stationed at the left wing beyond the arc receiving the pass, Liu lowered his center of gravity and immediately executed a left-handed drive. Hardaway rushed to defend, but once again found himself caught half a step behind. Before the half concluded, Liu, under duress, leaned back, drawing upon his skills to launch a shot with his left hand. Bang! With the lights flickering on, the basketball kissed the backboard before finding its way through the hoop. 39-45. Madison Square Garden erupted in jubilant cheers. Observing Tim Hardaway's astonished expression, Liu's spirit soared. It seems I might have a chance to be selected for the All-Star team. Upon hearing those words, Tim Hardaway's expression darkened significantly as he turned and strode toward the players' tunnel, completely disregarding Liu. With a dismissive smirk, Liu had grown accustomed to being overlooked by these seasoned stars, who seemed to effortlessly ignore his all-star status. What a splendid shot. Perhaps your training truly bears fruit. Charles Oakley chuckled heartily as he patted Liu on the shoulder. The old-timer had regained his jovial demeanor, enjoying the favorable circumstances. There exists a scientific basis for this. It is, of course, effective. Liu remained unfazed by the old man's banter. Since acquiring his new talent, he had intensified his training regimen with resistance bands to enhance his physical prowess. The production team's donkey was akin to this. Every time he completed his training, the old fellows displayed expressions of astonishment. As the first half concluded, the Knicks once again subdued the Heat. Allow me to take a look, shooting 4 out of 7 in a single quarter, with 1 out of 3 from beyond the arc. Lee scored 9 points in the second quarter, accounting for nearly half of the team's total. I believe Lee should be considered for this season's All-Star lineup. His performance in the playoffs attests to his prowess. The commentator, Marv Albert, lauded the statistical analysis with great enthusiasm, while analyst John Andrus nodded in agreement. Against Tim Hardaway, Lee's efficiency remained remarkable, with 64 victories. Indeed, the young talents deserve their chance. The duo at the commentary booth laughed heartily as they completely overlooked the unpleasant chocolate they had previously consumed. Upon returning to the locker room, the Knicks' atmosphere became exuberant. And although Ewing was somewhat disheartened, he managed to display a smile. In the first half, the big man shot 4 out of 12 and sank 2 out of 2 free throws, accumulating 10 points and 9 rebounds. Apart from his commendable rebounding performance, most of his points were opportunistic. Liu, meanwhile, shot 6 out of 11, with 2 out of 5 from three-point range, leading the team with 14 points and contributing 4 assists in the first half. In light of this, Jeff Van Gundy entered the locker room with a smile, opting not to make significant adjustments, but rather clapped his hands in encouragement. Excellent. We have thoroughly dominated the opponent, securing 5 more rebounds in the first half. Let us maintain this momentum in the second half. There was no mention of altering the offensive strategy, as the coaching staff believed Ewing was not in optimal form and thus decided to modify their offensive initiation. Both teams had committed only 4 turnovers throughout the first half. Tim Hardaway of the Heat, however, was unable to find his rhythm from three-point territory, shooting 5 out of 10 for a total of 10 points. During halftime, Pat Riley made minimal adjustments, sending the starting lineup back onto the court as the third quarter commenced. Defense, 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 the fervent New York fans shouted, while Pat Riley, arms crossed on the sidelines, furrowed his brow slightly. Liu evidently possessed the ability to develop offensive plays and consume possession, and Jeff Van Gundy's adjustments had taken him somewhat by surprise. Observing the sharply dressed assistant coach across the court, no longer the disheveled figure of the past, Riley suddenly realized he had underestimated his opponent. In the second quarter, Tim Hardaway, after a plethora of attempts, immediately capitalized on Mourning's screen as the second half commenced. Stepping forward from the left wing beyond the three-point arc, he deftly evaded his defender and launched a long 2-point jumper. The ball struck the rim, bouncing long, where Liu positioned himself ahead of Mourning to secure the rebound. Following a miss at the onset, Tim Hardaway gestured grimly to his teammates to hasten their retreat, while he himself swiftly took on the task of guarding Liu. P.J. Brown also noted that the Knicks had abandoned their pick-and-roll offense upon crossing half-court. Liu passed the ball to Larry Johnson at the top of the arc, who then smoothly dished it out to Allan Houston waiting on the left wing. Oakley's screen momentarily staggered Juwan Howard, leaving Allan Houston with an open lane for a three-pointer. Swish. The shot found nothing but net, extending the lead to 39-48. The roars of the crowd grew increasingly deafening as the game deviated from the anticipated course. Pat Riley maintained his composure, merely reminding his players to focus. Still struggling to find his shooting touch, Tim Hardaway opted not to call for a screen, instead leveraging his speed to penetrate the paint. Upon drawing the defense, he promptly passed the ball to Mourning, positioned at the lower right of the basket, who, despite Oakley's defensive maneuver, managed to bank it in. Boo! The crowd erupted in jeers at the Heat's successful field goal, with Liu raising his hand to indicate his culpability. Tim Hardaway received instructions to adopt a more aggressive defensive stance, yet this tactic proved futile. Liu merely accelerated, stopped abruptly, dribbled behind his back, shielded the ball, and advanced swiftly towards midcourt, smoothly transitioning to his dominant hand upon reaching the half-court line. The basketball remained at his side, while Tim Hardaway's attempts to intercept were thwarted by Liu's adept ball handling. Liu passed to Ewing at the right elbow of the free throw line before darting towards the right corner. Noticing the ball bounce out to Allan Houston, who received Ewing's handoff, Juwan Howard successfully applied tight defense. Liu immediately shifted from right to left, swiftly gliding along the baseline, as if to feign a retreat. Learning from his previous oversight, Tim Hardaway chose to trail him along the upper line. However, Liu unexpectedly accelerated back towards the basket, racing towards the right wing. Tim Hardaway hastily pursued him, and from the right side beyond the three-point line, Liu successfully caught Allan Houston's cross-court pass, then feigned a shot. Constantly adjusting his center of gravity, Tim Hardaway refrained from biting on the fake this time, raising his left hand in an effort to disrupt. Seizing the moment as Tim drew near, Liu swiftly released the ball with his right hand and executed a crossover step to penetrate further. Tim Hardaway, sliding defensively to his left rear, readjusted his stance, yet Liu merely dribbled once, then unleashed a powerful shot before retreating back beyond the three-point line, evading the defense to execute a quick jumper. Swish. The ball sailed through the net with ease. Unable to contest the shot, Tim Hardaway found himself anchored in place. Watching as Liu raised his right arm, displaying 3 fingers in a boastful gesture while transitioning back to defense. The score swelled to 39-51. As the lead reached double digits, Liu was on fire. Tim Hardaway found it increasingly challenging to contain his offensive prowess as the score gap continued to widen. The commentator, Marv Albert, noted with increasing cheerfulness, the Miami Heat were creating opportunities for Juwan Howard, yet after Tim Hardaway's drive and dish, the sharpshooter who had been so accurate in the previous game found himself once again clanking a shot from the right corner. The long rebound bounced into the hands of Larry Johnson, leaving the Heat players to hastily retreat on defense. The ball was advanced by the opposing player, who sprinted past the half-court line. At this moment, Tim Hardaway was tightly guarding Liu, the two engaged in a tug-of-war on the right wing, while the referee remained silent. First, Liu moved toward the top of the arc, then suddenly made a lateral move, evading his defender as he received the pass, prompting Hardaway to immediately tighten his defense. Positioned far from the three-point line on the right wing, Hardaway pressed close to Liu, denying him an easy opportunity to shoot. Ewing swiftly maneuvered to the right wing, seizing the moment as Liu maintained a triple threat stance and executed a quick left-foot jab step. Suddenly, he released the ball with his right hand, sidestepped the defense, and quickly turned after gathering the ball, accelerating with all his might. Hardaway, glancing up, saw Ewing standing ready but could not adjust his balance in time, crashing into him and falling to the floor. The crowd erupted in uproar, and P.J. Brown hurriedly slid over to help defend. As Liu reached the free throw line, he executed a swift in-and-out move, faking right before driving left, followed by a rapid behind-the-back dribble. He abruptly halted, and P.J. Brown, reacting quickly, instinctively lunged forward to defend, only to witness the basketball sail past him as Liu delivered a bounce pass that sliced through the defense. Ewing, cutting to the basket, leaped in the paint, confronting the help defense from Mourning, and emphatically slammed the ball through the hoop. The net rippled, and the whistle blew as Ewing's powerful dunk ignited the atmosphere at Madison Square Garden, his fist raised in triumph as the front-row fans erupted in applause. Just as Tim Hardaway climbed back to his feet, he collided with the Gorilla's elbow, shaking his head as if coming to his senses. Jeff Van Gundy joined in the celebration, pumping his fists and exclaiming excitedly, "That's it, Lee. What a beautiful assist." The Knicks players gathered around Lee Yu, exchanging high fives, while Ewing calmly sank his free throw. The score reached 39-54, extending the gap to 15 points. Following a surge of 90 points, Pat Riley's demeanor shifted to seriousness, prompting an immediate timeout. Marv Albert, overlooking the previous screens, remarked with a smile, "The fluid offense has returned. Lee has truly taken command of the game's tempo." Commentator John Andariese echoed the sentiment, praising, "Since the second quarter, Coach Van Gundy has adeptly adjusted the strategy, turning the game around. He truly deserves the title of best coach." The double-digit lead allowed the Knicks to play with greater freedom, while Pat Riley quickly recognized the collapse of his backcourt. The execution of tactics was exquisite. After morning's screen, however, Vashawn Leonard missed a wide-open shot from the left corner. Turning back, the Knicks employed a similar cutting strategy, with Lee Yu receiving the ball at mid-range after a series of shots beyond the arc. Allan Houston's passing quality was rather mediocre. Yet Oakley's off-ball screens in the left elbow area successfully delayed Tim Hardaway's defense. Upon receiving the ball, Lee Yu made a slight adjustment. As Hardaway lunged to defend once more, Lee executed a lateral step to evade his guard, drifting to the left near the restricted area, and successfully sank a mid-range jumper. The crowd erupted in cheers as the lead widened, and the New York fans could no longer contain their excitement, beginning to celebrate an impending victory. In the subsequent plays, the once stubborn Heat began to shift their strategy, focusing on interior plays, while the Knicks, with Ewing also engaging in low-post offense, started to see an increase in their score. However, Ewing struggled to find his rhythm in the low post, as P.J. Brown and Mourning were well prepared. Meanwhile, Allan Houston and Lee Yu had found their shooting touch, seizing every opportunity to shoot. Observing the accelerating pace of the Knicks, Pat Riley took a glance before returning to the bench, recognizing the overwhelming deficit and refraining from calling a timeout. As Oakley joined in with a jump shot from the elbow, the Heat crumbled entirely, leaving P.J. Brown uncertain about whether to maintain the delay. All scoring concentrated in the paint, with the perimeter shooting falling flat, resulting in a silence from the Heat's bench. By the end of the third quarter, Madison Square Garden was filled with New York fans who genuinely felt victory was within reach, their cheers resonating throughout. The quarter concluded at 16-29. With an overall score of 55-74, the fourth quarter almost resembling garbage time. In the final quarter, the Heat brought in Dan Majerle to replace the struggling Vashawn Leonard, initiating a last-ditch effort. Tim Hardaway relentlessly attacked the basket, and Mourning's resilient mid-range shots began to find their mark. Halfway through the quarter, both teams were scoring. Lee Yu consistently initiated plays with Allan Houston running off-ball tactics. After the third quarter, this sharpshooter had undoubtedly found his rhythm. Majerle's defense proved largely ineffective, often resulting in forced fouls. It was not until the final quarter that Ewing found his shooting touch in the low post, executing a turnaround jumper from the left side near the paint. Jeff Van Gundy observed that Lee Yu was no longer indiscriminately launching three-pointers. Instead, he was methodically controlling the pace, which brought him great relief, prompting him to relax and take a seat on the bench, much like Pat Riley. Tim Hardaway ceased his desperate defensive attempts, as his lackluster defense was ineffectual against Lee Yu, merely watching the scores rise with a sense of frustration. With 5 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in the game, Pat Riley calmly called for a timeout and opted to substitute in some energy players. Lee Yu also committed a foul, and soon after, a smiling Jeff Van Gundy replaced his starters. At Madison Square Garden, the fans began cheering for the players on the bench, and commentator Marv Albert, sensing victory was assured, promptly declared, 18 for 10, 3 for 7 from beyond the arc, 2 for 2 from the free throw line, 25 points, 2 rebounds, 10 assists, and 1 turnover. Lee has once again shattered records, becoming the youngest player in NBA playoff history to achieve 2010. At the tender age of 19 years and 126 days, Magic Johnson's record has once again been surpassed, showcasing an astonishing performance. Commentator John Andariese remarked on the difficulty of breaking such a record, cheerfully noting that extraordinary talents often go unrecognized, and that Lee indeed surpasses his fellow rookies. The Miami Heat's atmosphere group finally found their rhythm, while Tim Hardaway sat on the bench with a glum expression. With 7 out of 17 shooting, 6 out of 8 from the free throw line, he tallied 20 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1 turnover, leading the team in scoring. However, as the atmosphere group sank a three-pointer, Hardaway muttered in frustration, lamenting that their shooting touch had arrived too late in the game. Liu had already changed into his training attire and was engaged in light-hearted banter with Starks, who, disliking garbage time, relinquished the opportunity to McCarty. I don't know why I often find myself in such situations. It certainly isn't a psychological issue. Starks, with a disappointing 1 out of 5 shooting for a mere 2 points, defended himself, while he chose not to expose him, reasoning that the victory was what truly mattered. John, I believe in you. Ewing returned to the bench, observing the jovial atmosphere around him, and reflecting on the complexities of winning. With 8 out of 20 shooting, 7 out of 7 from the free throw line, he amassed an impressive double-double of 23 points and 16 rebounds, yet the gorilla remained expressionless. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the game swiftly concluded with a decisive score of 79-98, as the Knicks triumphed over the Heat. Jeff Van Gundy wore a hint of a smug smile as he eagerly approached the sidelines to shake hands with Pat Riley. Jeff, it's wonderful to witness your growth. Pat Riley maintained his smile, prompting Van Gundy to temper his delight, declaring, I will continue to win. The Knicks are the superior team. Observing Riley's calm nod, Van Gundy felt a significant reduction in his sense of accomplishment. As he turned towards the bench, the cheers of the fans echoed in his ears, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. I am the one who has emerged victorious. I extend my gratitude to my readers for their continued support and subscriptions. My recent business trip has delayed my writing, and I appreciate your understanding. This chapter concludes. Chapter 77. The rules that are fully understood on the evening of May 5, 1997. Patrick Ewing's worries did not materialize. The New York media showed little concern for his inefficient performance. Rather, many lavished him with elaborate praise for his relentless pursuit of rebounds, while also commending his bald-headed coach. At the press conference, Jeff Van Gundy found a renewed sense of accomplishment as the New York media extolled him, subtly mocking Pat Riley. Leaving New York, Pat will never achieve success. Madison Square Garden is the hallowed ground of basketball. Departing from here is a grave mistake. The underlying message from the lemon-sucking New York media was unmistakable. If a former assistant could earn the title of the league's best coach here, why couldn't Pat Riley, with a few more years of perseverance, secure a championship? The bald young commander and the gorilla basked in praise, with no one begrudging their triumphs. At least the discerning New York media found satisfaction in this moment. On the morning of the 6th, Liu enjoyed breakfast in his apartment while perusing the newspaper. The front page still dominated by his record. The era of New York's best rookie has arrived. Perhaps the media had received word, confidently bestowing upon Liu the title of best rookie, while drawing parallels to Showtime, heralding him as the next Magic Johnson. As for the stark contrast in playing styles between the two, the onlookers showed little concern. After all, the newspaper provided a delightful read, and that was all that mattered. In addition to the news of the Knicks' victory over the Heat, the Houston Rockets' aging triumvirate also secured a resounding win against the Supersonics, occupying a small portion of the sports section. With a score of 102-112, the home team Rockets flourished in their multifaceted attack, successfully clinching the game. Olajuwon's performance against the Supersonics frontcourt was rather unremarkable, recording 15 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks, and 3 turnovers on 6 of 11 shooting. However, the Rockets triumphed due to an explosive three-point shooting display. They made 15 of 28 attempts from beyond the arc, achieving a remarkable 53.6 success rate. The veteran point guard Mario Elie, recently promoted to the starting lineup, had an astonishing night, making 7 of 8 shots, including 5 of 5 from three-point range, amassing 20 points. The advantages of star-studded basketball were evident, as Olajuwon attracted double teams, allowing Drexler and Barkley to shine. Drexler scored 22 points on 8 of 15 shooting, while Barkley contributed 19 points on 7 of 14 shooting, together amassing 18 rebounds, 8 assists, and 6 steals. The power of the aging trio was indeed formidable. On the other hand, the Supersonic Shawn Kemp led all scorers with 24 points, shooting 11 of 15, and also secured 11 rebounds. Gary Payton recorded 19 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 steals, and 3 turnovers on 7 of 16 shooting. Despite the Supersonics having more possessions and a commendable three-point shooting percentage of 45.5, the multitude of stars on the opposing team exacted a toll for their defensive schemes. Following this victory, Commentators ceased their jests about 111 being less than 3. When the playoffs arrive, star power proves invaluable. In reporting this news, the New York media did not forget to continue lauding Liu's performance, once again crowning him as the premier point guard in comparison to Gary Payton. Achieving 25 points and 10 assists in the playoffs is indeed a daunting task. Yet seeing himself extolled in the newspaper left Liu shaking his head in resignation. Were he a different young player, he might have been swept away in the euphoria. But Liu found little pleasure in such treatment. The NBA resembled a microcosm of fame and fortune, with jealousy being a common affliction. The veterans largely ignored him. And Liu understood that they were likely all afflicted by this ailment. Across the table, Christine lit up with her bright eyes, showcasing her delectable breakfast. And upon noticing Liu's occasional head shakes, curiously inquired, "Isn't making the newspaper a sign of stardom? Aren't you happy?" Observing his young companion, who had returned to her girlhood attire, Liu replied casually, "You are still too young. Perhaps in another 10 years, you might grasp my current sentiments." Dressed in a somewhat fitted white t-shirt, Kristen quietly shot a glare at Liu, but upon contemplating her depleted wallet, she could only obediently lower her head and flaunt her meal. "If you intend to remain in the modeling industry, remember to maintain your physique." As Kristen savored her food, she was momentarily choked by Liu's words, and then she sweetly inquired, "Li, could you give me a ride?" However, Liu interrupted with a smirk. "There are no such privileges for a follower, Alice. Remember what you said. There's change by the door. You can choose to take a taxi or the bus. Don't forget to close the door." As Liu prepared to leave, the little follower could only glare in secret, then replied obediently, "I understand." Left alone in the apartment, Kristen gazed out at the bustling cityscape, then glanced at the high-end items she had recently purchased, remembering the envious looks of her dorm mates. She couldn't help but smile. "At least I don't have to attend those dreadful parties." Meanwhile, as Liu drove towards the training facility, his thoughts were far from the alluring figure of the model. After all, a wave of his hand could summon a throng of stunning women. Kaplan, the owner of the Golden Club, had been sending out invitations for new ladies ever since he connected with the Knicks, hoping to attract more NBA players to frequent the establishment. Although there was a risk that Liu might also indulge, it would be ungracious to dismiss the other's goodwill. After the morning's film session, Jeff Van Gundy, sporting dark circles under his eyes, earnestly reminded the team, "We played a splendid game. Our rebounding and turnovers were well managed. However, don't expect the Heat's three-point shooting to remain at 5 out of 25 in the next game. The Heat will surely bounce back. So let us not underestimate our opponents and protect our home court." Starks nodded vigorously, believing in his own potential for resurgence. After the film session, this veteran trained with even greater determination. The gorilla could undoubtedly be regarded as a commendable leader, displaying tenacity on the court while also being actively engaged in practice. Though this was partly due to the reduced training intensity, Jeff Van Gundy was not Pat Riley. The training load had been cut in half, much to Ewing's satisfaction. As the morning practice neared its conclusion, most players opted to follow the assistant coaches in light exercises, as they would be facing Game 2 tomorrow, thus focusing on recovery and tactical lessons over the next couple of days. Liu surveyed the area and soon noticed that Larry was absent. He immediately inquired of Allan Houston. "Larry was just here. Where did he go?" Allan shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. "He went to practice boxing. He said it would better activate his body." On the evening of the 6th, the Bulls hosted the Hawks for Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. The Hawks had decisively eliminated the Pistons with a score of 32, and faced with the league's top-seeded Bulls, they did not falter, battling fiercely until the last minute. With 43 seconds remaining in the game, Pippen received an assist from Longley, and from the right side beyond the arc, he successfully made the three-point shot. In the climactic game between the Bulls and the Hawks, the latter failed to capitalize on their opportunities, resulting in a stalemate as neither team scored again. With only 24 seconds left on the shot clock, a fumbled pass and a missed jumper ensued, allowing the Bulls, through their remarkable defense, to secure victory. Michael Jordan played for 44 minutes, achieving a commendable 13 out of 25 from the field, 1 out of 3 from beyond the arc, and 7 out of 10 at the free throw line, culminating in a double-double of 34 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals, 3 blocks, and 3 turnovers. Scottie Pippen, in 43 minutes of play, shot 11 out of 24, including 6 out of 10 from three-point range, and contributed an efficient 29 points. Liu watched this game at Stark's residence, raising an eyebrow instinctively as he observed Jordan once again surpassing a 50 shooting accuracy. Pippen's salary this year seemed to be less than $2.5 million, a significant loss for him. Stark's salary was not much higher at $1.9 million this season. Yet witnessing Pippen's performance made him feel slightly better about the 400,000 difference. Noticing the schadenfreude in the air, Liu realized Starks had indeed bitten into a sour lemon. Regardless of Pippen's modest salary, he remained a pivotal player for the Bulls. While this veteran found himself relegated to the bench by Allan Houston, securing the 6th Man of the Year award would undoubtedly lead to a lucrative contract. Congratulations were in order for John, who would soon be in the market for a grand new home. Indeed, winning accolades assists in acquiring a favorable contract. And Stark smiled with satisfaction, as financial gain was his immediate pursuit. Simultaneously, the Lakers faced the Jazz in Game 2. This match was intensely competitive, with the score fluctuating dramatically. With just 2 seconds remaining, the Jazz took the lead courtesy of Antoine Carr's 2 free throws. The final score was 101-103. As Van Exel's three-pointer was thwarted by Malone, leading to a narrow triumph for the Jazz. Shaquille O'Neal delivered a standard performance, shooting 10 out of 25 for 25 points, 12 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 5 turnovers. Robert Horry, traded mid-season to the Lakers, dazzled with 7 out of 7 from three-point range, racking up 21 points. Van Exel, who missed a crucial shot, recorded a double-double of 15 points, 4 rebounds, 12 assists, 1 steal, and 3 turnovers on 6 out of 17 shooting. While Byron Scott contributed 24 points off the bench, showcasing the Lakers' strong resurgence, albeit in vain. Newly crowned MVP Karl Malone achieved 31 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals on 12 out of 26 shooting, despite committing 7 turnovers. Nonetheless, his brilliance shone through, reaffirming his MVP status. Following the games, New York sports commentators declared that O'Neal and Olajuwon paled in comparison to Ewing, asserting that the Gorilla deserved a spot on the All-NBA first team this year. On May 7th, the NBA announced the Rookie of the Year for the 1996-97 season, with Liu of the Knicks triumphing. Coupled with his previous playoff records, Liu's achievements made headlines once again, dominating the news cycle. However, his award sparked some controversy, as the Philadelphia media contended that Allen Iverson was the rightful recipient. 5 rookie players have made it to the shortlist. Allen Iverson from the 76ers, Stephon Marbury of the Timberwolves, Sharif Abdurrahim from the Vancouver Grizzlies, Antoine Walker of the Celtics, and Liu from the Knicks. Among these 5, Iverson boasts an impressive average of 23.5 points per game, leading the pack, along with an average of 41 minutes on the court and a staggering 19.8 attempts per game. Ultimately, Allen Iverson lost this selection with a voting rate of 30.43. Liu clinched the award with a voting rate of 38.26. Although their scoring figures differ, Liu's individual statistics are extraordinarily impressive, placing him among the top 10 in the league with a shooting percentage of 46.6, surpassing even the inside player Abdurrahim. Compared to the other rookie contenders, Liu's efficiency and assist-to-turnover ratio overwhelmingly dominate, qualifying him as a commendable all-star point guard. Not even a lemon can alter the outcome. On the evening of the 7th at Madison Square Garden, the attending New York fans erupted in cheers for the trophy-holding Liu. Wow. Dressed in the Knicks' home white training attire, Liu smiled as he gazed at the small bronze trophy in his hands. The MVP trophy looks even better. Posing for photos with the league staff, the local New York media was generous with their coverage, capturing the moment with fervor. Meanwhile, on the Heat's bench, Tim Hardaway felt a twinge of envy. Despite delivering peak performances, he found himself on television less often than Liu, rising to 4th on the MVP leaderboard. Most media attention remained focused on the top 3 players. While he was likely to be selected for this season's All-Star roster, Tim Hardaway desired more recognition. As both teams completed their final warm-ups and approached center court, a resounding cheer filled the arena. "Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks!" Mourning and Ewing both fixated on the referee's ball as it was tossed high into the air. Ewing leapt prematurely, allowing Mourning to seize the opportunity and deflect the ball towards his half of the court. The rare sight of the Gorilla failing to win the jump elicited boos from the New York fans directed at the Heat players. Pat Riley sat calmly on the bench, while Jeff Van Gundy loudly reminded everyone to defend and match up timely. Liu did not closely guard Tim Hardaway, maintaining a small distance as the latter was low in stance, and quick in movement. In the first play, Hardaway did not attempt to score. Instead, he swiftly moved to the left wing, lobbing the ball to Mourning, who was back to the basket in the paint. Facing Ewing's tight defense, Mourning opted not to force the shot and quickly passed to P.J. Brown at the free throw line. Upon receiving the pass, Brown pivoted and took a step up, with Liu hastily pursuing him, straining to navigate past the screen. Tim Hardaway received a handoff pass, positioning himself at the right elbow of the free throw line, drawing the attention of Oakley's defense before delivering a bounce pass. At the free throw line, P.J. Brown received the ball again, and with the advantage of height, he took aim and shot. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and Mourning seized the opportunity to snatch the offensive rebound ahead of Ewing. He then surged towards the basket, but Ewing interfered, causing the ball to bounce off the rim once more. Fortunately, Ewing capitalized on the moment, successfully securing the defensive rebound, prompting cheers from the crowd. After receiving the ball, Liu noticed that the Miami Heat had retreated to half court. Undeterred by the opponent's adjustments, Liu signaled a tactical gesture, and the Knicks initiated their offense in the low post. As they approached the left wing, Liu delivered a high lob pass to Ewing, who received the ball with his back to the basket. Noticing P.J. Brown lurking at the lower right side of the hoop, having learned from the previous game, the gorilla refrained from recklessly leaping into the paint. Liu and Larry Johnson spread out on the wings to create offensive space, while Allan Houston feigned a cut along the baseline before suddenly darting back toward the free throw line, shaking off the trailing Washburn Leonard. He arrived at the free throw line just in time to receive Ewing's pass. Without any hesitation, Allan Houston immediately executed a jump shot upon catching the ball. Washburn Leonard provided no room for Allan Houston, seemingly unbothered by the possibility of a foul as he aggressively contested the shot. Thud! The ball bounced off the rim, and Allan Houston fell to the floor. The referee remained silent, and Jeff Van Gundy, initially poised to voice his grievances, quickly realized that the Heat had initiated a fast break and urgently called for his team to retreat on defense. Swiftly recovering, Allan Houston stood up unharmed, merely expressing his discontent to the referee as they retreated. Tim Hardaway received the ball and charged forward, advancing to the arc without pausing, executing a rapid crossover dribble. Then swiftly changing direction and using his right hand to scoop the ball, breaking through with a quick crossover step. Liu could only follow suit, desperately sliding in his defense as they both entered the paint. Accelerating, Tim Hardaway took 3 long strides, leaning into Liu's body and awkwardly releasing a right-handed layup. Bang! The ball hit the backboard before falling through the net, successfully converting the fast break for the Heat. The evident change in strategy was clear as Liu noticed Tim Hardaway had been granted more scoring opportunities, leading him to realize the Heat's adjustment. Unable to penetrate the interior, they opted to seize easy scoring chances. A controversial call was made by the referee. Washburn Leonard's defensive maneuver was undoubtedly problematic, severely affecting Allan Houston's jump shot. In the MSG commentary booth, commentator John Andrus continued to question the previous call. The players on the court refrained from lamenting the past play. Liu received the inbounds pass and gestured for another low-post play. Ewing received the ball in the same position, this time with Larry Johnson cutting in. The latter swiftly maneuvered to the free throw line, receiving the ball and executing a quick cut. Noticing P.J. Brown's defensive approach, Larry Johnson immediately passed the ball to Oakley, who was in an unguarded position near the right baseline. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a mid-range jumper that found its mark, successfully executing the tactical play. Jeff Van Gundy could finally breathe a sigh of relief, continuing to vocally encourage his team to defend. Defense, defense, defense. As the defensive cheers resounded, Tim Hardaway chose not to hasten his pace, but instead waited patiently for all players to establish their positions before leisurely advancing past half court. Liu noticed Jamal Mashburn's movement behind him, while Mourning shifted leftward into the blocked area, turning to alert the defender who had followed him, urging, assist on defense. At the top of the arc, Tim Hardaway delivered a cross-court pass to the left wing, where Jamal Mashburn, upon receiving the ball, immediately executed a high lob pass. Hearing the call, Larry Johnson relinquished his assignment, gliding in front of Mourning. As the opponent caught the ball, he swiftly attempted to intercept it, while Ewing, who was defending behind, simultaneously made his move. With no time to release the ball, Mourning's possession was disrupted and sent crashing to the floor by the combined efforts of the 2 players. Larry Johnson regained control of the ball, and Liu received it once more, noticing that the Heat had successfully retreated on defense, prompting a resigned raise of his eyebrows. Employing the same tactic. This time Ewing positioned himself on the right side for a low-post catch. Liu's timely pass allowed the gorilla, having established his position, to pivot towards the baseline and attempt a jump shot from the paint, only to miss the mark. Morning's steadfast defense proved effective, and P.J. Brown, hoping to secure the rebound, was thwarted by Oakley, who snatched the ball from behind. The veteran leaped again, securing the offensive rebound. Tim Hardaway, initially intending to offer support, quickly dashed outward upon realizing the lost rebound. Outside the three-point line on the left wing, Liu received the pass and, noticing Hardaway closing in, feigned a shot. Observing that Hardaway remained unperturbed by the feint, Liu seized the moment to lower his center of gravity, executing a crossover step to break through. Prepared for the maneuver, Tim Hardaway swiftly slid rightward, attempting to position himself in the left blocked area. Liu executed a rapid behind-the-back dribble, coming to a sudden stop before switching the ball to his right hand, feigning a shot as he glanced upward. With a quick fake, Hardaway instinctively lunged forward in defense, allowing Liu to pivot and accelerate. With the ball held firmly in his right hand, Liu penetrated the paint, and before P.J. Brown could provide help defense, he leaned into the contact and unleashed a one-handed floater. Swish! The two-pointer found nothing but net. Liu's smooth breakthrough elicited a roar from the New York fans, leaving Tim Hardaway helplessly wide-eyed, his height proving a disadvantage. The use of a floater was a tactic Liu reserved for matchups against smaller guards. It had been ineffective against Anthony Hardaway in the previous round. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy applauded, signaling that this was a splendid offensive display. Following the opening plays, the Heat consistently targeted Morning, and this time it bore fruit. Establishing deeper positioning in the low post, Morning swiftly turned towards the baseline upon receiving the ball, forcing Ewing into a shooting foul. This straightforward yet effective offensive approach drew a frown from Liu as he observed Morning's furious celebration. Recognizing the Heat's strategy to consolidate ball control early on, Pat had to be cautious of his fouls. Receiving an early foul could lead to an untimely exit from the game. In contrast to the Heat's interior presence, our rotation lacked height. Commentator Marv Albert, noticing Ewing's early foul, couldn't help but express concern over the team's foul trouble. Morning's flawless free throws initiated a fluid offensive exchange between both teams. As the score began to rise alternately, Liu systematically delivered the ball to Ewing in the low post, as the Knicks sought to penetrate the opponent's interior. Regrettably, Morning was well prepared, tightly marking the formidable gorilla, while P.J. Brown swiftly assisted in defense. The anticipated outcome failed to materialize, prompting a frown from Jeff Van Gundy on the sidelines. Both teams directed the ball to their centers, yet neither Ewing nor Morning displayed efficiency. Larry Johnson frequently cut in, and Liu provided consecutive assists to the veteran, allowing him to score under the basket, effectively countering Tim Hardaway's scoring spree. With 6 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Morning returned to the free throw line, as Oakley committed a foul against Ewing. The crowd erupted in discontent, with New York fans vocally expressing their dissatisfaction, some even berating the referees. Following a series of physical confrontations, Morning missed both free throws, and Ewing secured the rebound as the Heat swiftly retreated on defense. After receiving the pass, Liu accelerated along the right sideline. Approaching the three-point line on the right wing, he noticed the Heat players communicating and coordinating their defense. Holding the ball in his left hand, Liu slowed down near the three-point arc, glancing towards the top of the key. Seizing the moment before Tim Hardaway could close in, Liu lowered his center of gravity, executing a deceptive shoulder shimmy, darting left and right, then making a significant change of direction. As he switched to his right hand, Liu surged forward, catching the unprepared Hardaway off guard. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Liu swiftly penetrated from the right side at a 45-degree angle, racing towards the basket, prompting P.J. Brown to rush back on defense. However, instead of opting for a layup, Liu slipped to the left side of the rim, evading the defense, and executed a reverse layup with finesse. An exquisite offensive decision. Lee always seems to find the path to an effortless score. This splendid fast break play elicited admiration from commentator Marv Albert, while analyst John Andrews noted Pat Riley's request for a timeout, adding that the Knicks had finally demonstrated effective transition offense, indicating dissatisfaction from the Heat's coaching staff. At 10-14, Morning missed a free throw, and Liu's basket helped the Knicks extend their lead. Tim Hardaway gestured towards the sidelines, acknowledging his part in the mistake, returning to his seat in frustration. On the other side, Allan Houston shared similar sentiments. Voshon Leonard was relentlessly pursuing him, defending with synchronized intensity. In an effort to guard against the opponent's aggressive plays, Allan Houston lost his offensive rhythm, going 0 for 2, effectively disappearing from the game. Jeff Van Gundy continued to complain to the referees about the Heat's defensive tactics. Yet, in this era, there were no cylinders to rely on, nor was there an emphasis on falling space. The referees provided a brief explanation before signaling for him to return to the bench. "We need to play with greater tenacity. Let us not forget this is our home court." Returning to the bench in a huff, Jeff Van Gundy vocally delivered motivational words, fixing his gaze on Allan Houston, directing his remarks specifically towards the sharpshooter. Despite spending 3 seasons with the Pistons, Allan Houston did not embody the essence of the old Pistons. Instead, like Grant Hill, his style was more fluid and graceful. Allan Houston could only nod vigorously in acknowledgement, while Liu remained silent, skeptical of such passive adjustments. The Heat capitalized on the rules tonight, intensifying their defense against jump shots, which significantly affected the ball-handling challenged Allan Houston. Following a timeout, the atmosphere at Madison Square Garden remained electric. As long as the home team held the lead, the New York fans were exuberant. Perhaps due to morning's lackluster performance in the first half, Tim Hardaway seized the offensive reins after the break. From the right wing beyond the three-point line, the recently substituted Isaac Austin set up a screen, briefly shaking off Liu. Crossing the arc, Tim Hardaway soared, launching a 2-point shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net, bringing the score to 12-14, as the Heat quickly closed the gap. Charles Oakley showed no intention of providing help defense. This style of offense was acceptable to the Knicks. Feeling a resurgence of confidence, Tim Hardaway pounded his chest, provoking a chorus of boos from the crowd. As the Knicks initiated their offense, they shifted away from low-post plays. Upon Liu arriving at the left wing, Ewing promptly set a screen. Tim Hardaway quickly applied pressure, ready to navigate the pick. Meanwhile, Liu, with the ball protected against his body, accelerated laterally once Ewing established his position, driving hard to the right. Approaching the free throw line, Liu suddenly flicked his wrist, causing Mourning, who was late to assist, to instinctively shift backward. However, the basketball merely bounced off the floor and returned to Liu's hands. Taking advantage of Mourning's momentary slip, Liu surged forward, penetrating directly toward the basket. Tim Hardaway, trailing closely behind, accelerated to catch up, while Mourning and Isaac Austin collapsed defensively, momentarily leaving Liu surrounded by 3 defenders. Faced with the trio? Without waiting to leap for a layup, Liu discreetly delivered a behind-the-back pass, the basketball soaring accurately into Ewing's hands near the left baseline. Mourning, attempting to contest, was too late. Ewing capitalized with a mid-range jumper. The crowd erupted in cheers, thrilled by the exquisite teamwork. Soon after, the Heat mirrored the play, with Mourning receiving a pass from Tim Hardaway after his drive, responding with a mid-range jumper from the right baseline. As the first quarter drew to a close, both teams began to score consecutively, with Ewing finishing strong and Jamal Mashburn following up with a mid-range shot of his own. Tim Hardaway's quick stop-and pop from the elbow area near the free throw line missed, and the long rebound fell right into Liu's hands, initiating a fast break. The Heat scrambled to retreat defensively, and Liu, refusing to hold onto the ball, spotted Allan Houston sprinting toward the left wing, promptly delivering a long pass. Upon receiving the ball, Allan Houston smoothly decelerated before immediately launching a jump shot. The retreating Voshon Leonard lunged to contest, and both players tumbled to the floor. Oh! After hitting the ground, Allan Houston inadvertently stepped on his opponent's foot, prompting a gasp from the front-row fans, who then erupted into jeers at Voshon Leonard, who pretended to be unscathed. "Witness what he has done to my player. This is undoubtedly a malicious foul." Jeff Van Gundy, upon seeing the referee call 3 free throws, was immediately consumed by rage, rushing to confront the official with loud complaints. It appeared that the referee, sensing the heightened reactions from the crowd, subsequently called a foul for unsportsmanlike conduct. Fortunately, Allan Houston, who had been on guard, was unscathed, albeit visibly perturbed, casting an angry glance at the opposing team. The Knicks players hurried over to pat Allan Houston on the back, while Oakley pointed at Tim Hardaway, signaling him to exercise caution. No one paid any heed to Voshon Leonard. It was evident that this was the Heat's strategy, attempting to substitute role players for the Knicks' primary scorer. Nevertheless, Allan Houston was affected, making only 3 out of 4 free throws. After Mourning secured the rebound, Tim Hardaway quickly initiated a fast break. With Liu in hot pursuit, Tim Hardaway accelerated towards the basket. As he approached the paint, just as he leapt to evade Liu's block, he was unexpectedly knocked to the floor by the swiftly returning Oakland. Witnessing Tim Hardaway crash to the ground near the camera, the fans erupted in cheers. Mourning instinctively moved forward to seek an explanation, only to be staggered by Larry Johnson's shove. The referee, recognizing the escalating situation, hurried over to intervene. "Do not let me see you in the paint again," Oakley shouted at Tim Hardaway as he made his way to the bench. Having accumulated 2 fouls and needing to exit the game, Tim Hardaway, having taken a hard fall, grimaced while rubbing his right arm. On the sidelines, Pat Riley did not complain like Jeff Van Gundy. Instead, he clapped his hands, urging his players to focus. Charles responded, "We must play even tougher." Seizing the opportunity during the opposing team's free throws, commentator John Andrews raised his voice in praise. As the first quarter drew to a close, both teams commenced free throws once more. Liu's drive was thwarted almost immediately, and Tim Hardaway found himself sprawled on the floor once again. The frequent clashes delighted the New York fans, and soon both Liu and Tim Hardaway were substituted out. Lee had performed exceptionally well, delivering 4 assists within the quarter. Unfortunately, Allan Houston had yet to find his rhythm. Commentator Marv Albert, reviewing the statistics, noted with a hint of exasperation that Allan Houston had gone 0 for 5, scoring merely 3 points. "The Heat's defense has indeed proven effective, but I believe the young man will persevere." Commentator John Andrews, however, expressed disdain for such a reasonable defensive strategy. With Liu off the court, the first quarter swiftly concluded, with a score of 18-22. The Knicks still in the lead. At Madison Square Garden, the noise intensified as fans applied pressure on the referees. The primary shooter was struggling, and everyone understood the implications. On the bench, donned in warm-up gear, Liu observed the grim-faced Allan Houston and, instead of offering words of comfort, quietly advised, "Increase your drives, draw some fouls, and adjust your approach." Allan Houston nodded. Although he failed to score in the first quarter, he had ample opportunities. "Shit, I shall respond." Jeff Van Gundy exchanged high-fives with players heading to the bench, visibly irked by the antics. He disliked such gamesmanship. Upon returning to the bench, he squatted before the team and declared loudly, "Play freely. This is our home court. Let them know they are in New York." Thanks to the unwavering support of our readers, this chapter concludes. Chapter 78, The Walking Record for Pitchers of the 1990s. It is difficult to envision a future where the NBA would implement a series of rules favoring perimeter players. Allan Houston faced the tenacious defense of Kawhi Leonard in the first quarter and struggled to find his rhythm. During the rotation phase of the second quarter, he remained off target. Pat Riley did not adhere to his usual rotation as in Game 1. The starters Tim Hardaway, Jamal Mashburn, and Alonzo Mourning remained on the court, only substituting Dan Majerle and Isaac Austin. Mourning, who played through the first quarter without a break, returned in the second with boundless energy. The New York fans witnessed Tim Hardaway executing a crossover dribble to penetrate Chris Child's defense, assisting Mourning for another 2 points in the paint, prompting a chorus of jeers. With 7 minutes and 34 seconds left in the half, the Heat managed to take the lead. Coach Van Gundy's timeout was timely. Clearly, Starks was having an off night, and Allan Houston was being completely contained. To defend their home court, regaining their starting lineup was paramount. Commentator John Andrews felt as if he had bitten into a foul chocolate. After Starks sank a 3-pointer, he quickly devolved into a string of misses, failing to rebound. And his attempts at drives and jump shots were lackluster. If the opponent faltered as well, Jeff Van Gundy would certainly continue to trust a few players, but currently, it seemed the Heat had found their offensive rhythm, scoring with frequency. Back on the bench, Starks slammed his seat in frustration, his expression revealing anger as he once again struggled against the defensive pressure. The smaller lineup had proven ineffective. The veteran was unable to withstand the onslaught from the opposing players. At this moment, Jeff Van Gundy could only sit before the team and offer a motivational speech. "Believe in your shots. What we need to do is seize opportunities and shoot decisively. Do not dwell on the score. We have ample time." Encouraged, Allan Houston remained silent this time, as Dan Majerle and Jamal Mashburn took turns defending, both continuing their strategy from the first quarter. Sensing the players' wavering confidence, Jeff Van Gundy wisely opted not to force Allan Houston into a duel. He turned to Lou and instructed, "Lou, team up with Chris." Implementing a backup strategy, the Knicks opted for a dual point guard formation. Naturally, Lou's height disadvantage at the shooting guard position was merely a necessary adjustment to help Allan Houston regain his form. "I am ready," Lou exclaimed, having warmed up, as he exchanged a fist bump with Chris Childs standing nearby. Oakley comforted Allan Houston with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, while Ewing's expression grew serious. With the sudden absence of a scoring option, he felt an immediate sense of responsibility to bear more weight. After the timeout, Pat Riley remained composed, arms crossed. Having discerned the Knicks' strategy in just one game, containing their shooters proved not to be a daunting task, as the Heat, once they centralized ball control, transformed their role players into mere instruments, exerting maximum effort on defense while awaiting opportunities on offense. After more than 4 minutes of play, the Knicks had managed only 5 points. As the starting lineup returned, Madison Square Garden erupted with cheers. "Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks!" The Knicks deployed a dual point guard strategy, with Dan Marley immediately guarding Liu, stationed in the left corner, and subtly tugging at his opponent. Chris Childs, faced with Tim Hardaway's tight defense near the arc, began to shield the ball with his body. When Oakley approached the free throw line, Liu swiftly moved to cut across the court, and a prepared Dan Marley quickly slipped off the screen set by Oakley. As Liu received a cross-court pass on the right wing beyond the three-point line, he wasted no time, immediately releasing the ball with his right hand and stepping forward into a drive. Adjusting his center of gravity, Marley desperately slid to his left. But Liu lowered his stance, driving into the right block and explosively launching the ball. With a sudden stop, Liu created just enough space, swiftly changing direction while switching to his left hand, taking advantage of his defender's advance to accelerate past him. Isaac Austin in the paint hurriedly repositioned himself to provide help defense, but as Liu neared the paint, he quickly gathered the ball mid-stride and executed a smooth floater with his right hand. The ball struck the backboard before perfectly settling into the net, prompting commentator Marv Albert to raise his voice. "A flawless rhythm. Lee has leveled the score since stepping onto the court." The seasoned defender Dan Marley raised his hand to signal a switch, his physical condition having deteriorated this season due to injuries, leaving him unable to keep pace with Liu's tempo. Jamal Mashburn, once a key offensive player for the Mavericks in the 3J trio, known for his exceptional one-on-one skills and regarded among the league's elite small forwards, found himself relegated to a supporting role upon joining the Heat. His offensive opportunities dwindled while he was expected to exert more effort on defense. Frustrated, Mashburn complied with the veteran's suggestion to take on defensive duties in the next possession. Defense, defense, defense. Amid the cheers for defense, Chris Childs took on the task of guarding Tim Hardaway throughout the game, as both teams' tactical frameworks mirrored one another, emphasizing pressure. In the paint, Mourning began to establish position, backing down against Oakley's defense on the left wing. Tim Hardaway delivered a pass and immediately signaled his teammates to spread out, while Liu positioned himself in front of the utility player Dan Marley, keeping a watchful eye on the action in the paint. With a resolute determination, Mourning swiftly pivoted towards the baseline, only to encounter Ewing's timely defensive support. His intention to deliver an interior pass to Isaac Austin resulted in an errant throw that sailed out of bounds. The front row fans erupted with enthusiasm, as stellar defense invigorated the team's morale. Ewing promptly initiated the baseline play, and Chris Charles received the ball. Tim Hardaway advanced to disrupt the flow, while the Miami Heat swiftly retreated on defense. Liu had already sprinted past half-court, positioning himself on the left wing. Noticing that his defender had transformed into Jamal Mashburn, he vocally urged Larry Johnson to move to the baseline. Understanding the cue, Johnson executed a graceful cut, swiftly maneuvering towards the right block. As Chris Charles crossed half-court, he delivered the pass. Upon receiving the ball, Johnson utilized his right hand to power through, pushing Dan Majerle towards the right baseline, and began to back down as he approached the paint. Suddenly, he executed a turnaround jumper. With a resounding swish, Majerle's vigorous defense led to a foul, granting Johnson a trip to the free throw line. At this juncture, John Crotty seized the opportunity to substitute Tim Hardaway, allowing the backcourt stalwart a brief respite. Pat Riley expressed his satisfaction with the player's performance, offering an encouraging pat on Hardaway's shoulder. Regaining control of the game rhythm was crucial, and identifying advantageous points on the court became paramount. Johnson converted both free throws and commentator John Howard's demeanor brightened once more. As the second quarter approached its midpoint, the Knicks had reclaimed the lead. The Heat's offensive strategy had become heavily reliant on Mourning, yet this time, Oakley aggressively pressed forward, causing John Crotty on the left wing to hesitate in passing. After a few tense moments, they were compelled to shift the ball, with Majerle receiving it on the right wing. He lofted a pass to Isaac Austin in the low post. Ewing opted against establishing position and instead prepared to close in on Austin as he caught the ball, only then approaching to contest. Confronted with staunch defense, Austin switched to his left hand, poised to advance. When Liu suddenly lunged forward, Austin was forced to halt, aiming to exploit his height advantage by passing to the perimeter to Majerle. However, the intent was all too evident, and in the moment of release, Liu leaped to intercept the pass. Securing the steal, Liu charged forward, prompting the Heat to hastily retreat while the fans erupted in cheers. Majerle immediately stepped up to defend, but Liu pressed on without pausing, nearing the center. With a deft motion, he executed a significant behind-the-back dribble, evading the defense before accelerating further. As Majerle lost his defensive position, he was compelled to slide and chase, only to find Liu seamlessly changing direction. With a swift crossover, he transitioned the ball to his right hand, and before Majerle could leap for a block, Liu had already positioned himself beyond the three-point arc, launching a shot that sailed through the net. Yes, this marked Liu's inaugural three-pointer of the game, a product of fast-break offense. The exquisite shot sent the crowd into a frenzy, and commentator Marv Albert's spirits lifted, his tone becoming noticeably more buoyant. With a deft three-pointer from Liu, the score gap narrowed to 5 points. A successful shot is a triumph, while a miss seems a futile endeavor. On the sidelines, Pat Riley furrowed his brow, glancing at the clock without calling for a timeout, instead signaling for the ball to be directed to the post. Jamal Mashburn, still lacking opportunities, continued to play the supporting role, watching as Mourning maneuvered into the paint and executed a turnaround shot right in front of the basket. In the ensuing minutes, both teams began to struggle with their shooting. Ewing's strong low-post attack failed to connect, and on the return, the Heat's offensive attempt by Dan Majerle was similarly thwarted by Liu's interference. Liu executed a lateral cut, but his three-point attempt from the right wing was disrupted by Jamal Mashburn, resulting in yet another miss. Majerle collected the long rebound, seizing a rare chance for a fast break, but Mashburn's layup was thwarted by a recovering defender, ricocheting off the rim. As both teams continued to clang their shots, the atmosphere was lively, yet the score remained stagnant. Jeff Van Gundy, visibly agitated, shouted from the sidelines, but it did little to alter the course of the game. Mourning drew a foul, and during this pause, both teams substituted in their starting lineups. 2 free throws were missed, but Ewing promptly secured the defensive rebound. The Knicks maintained their lead, and the jubilant New York fans cheered upon seeing Mourning slap his thigh in frustration. Ewing, having missed his previous attempt, proactively moved to the arc to set a screen. Liu, now back at the point guard position, faced tight defense from Tim Hardaway. With great finesse, he maneuvered the ball behind his back, lowered his center of gravity, and slipped past Ewing's left side. Hardaway, attempting to capitalize on the moment, aimed for a steal, but Liu swiftly changed direction, evading the interception. Confronted by Mourning's help defense, Liu, with the ball in his right hand, noticed Mourning slide to the left. Seizing the opportunity, he accelerated his dribble, executing another behind-the-back maneuver. As Mourning lost his defensive position, Liu switched to his left hand and surged toward the basket. In the paint, he executed a jump step, but was met with a collision from the pursuing Mourning, losing his balance. Just before Mourning could complete his block, Liu deftly tossed the ball toward the backboard with his left hand. With a resounding swish, the ball made its way into the hoop as the whistle blew, and Liu celebrated with a triumphant fist pump on the floor, eliciting a wave of cheers. The Heat found themselves in a bonus situation, presenting an opportunity for the Knicks. Commentator John Howard, noting the missed shots, expressed his concern, while analyst Marv Albert glanced at the statistics and added that Mourning had accumulated 3 fouls, hinting at potential adjustments for the Heat. Liu was assisted to his feet by Allan Houston and Larry Johnson. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he approached the free throw line and successfully converted his bonus shot, breaking the Knicks' scoring drought. Tim Hardaway, persistently complaining to the referees about the Knicks' alleged time wasting, received only a dismissive glance, signaling for the game to continue. As the score widened to 31-37, on this offensive possession, Tim Hardaway, with the ball in his right hand, executed a dribble between his legs, feigning a drive before pulling up for a shot from the arc swish. A sudden, cold-blooded strike found its mark. The Heat registered their first three-pointer of the game, drawing boos from the Madison Square Garden crowd. With 2 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in the first half, neither team had yet reached 40 points. In the closing moments, there were only missed shots and free throws, as Kawhi Leonard's three-point attempt failed. The first half concluded with a score of 38-40, with the Knicks maintaining their lead. The players swiftly made their way to the tunnel. The pace of the game slow and the physicality intense. Everyone needed a moment to catch their breath. The Heat seemed to have discovered the key to limiting our performance, showcasing an impressive defensive effort in the first half. Compared to Game 1, Allan Houston had only accumulated 5 points, while he had impressively scored 14 points by halftime, proving to be a reliable young man. Commentator Marv Albert, observing the dismal statistics of both teams, tried to find humor in the situation and praised Liu. This was not a promising sign. Pat Riley understood the Knicks all too well, implementing targeted defensive strategies for Game 2. We needed to protect our home court. The visible struggle to score was apparent, and commentator John Andrews refrained from predicting the series outcome, as the situation was already evident. Liu's stats for the half stood at 5 of 9 from the field, 1 of 3 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 3 of 3 from the free throw line, totaling 14 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 turnover. Despite leading the team in scoring, Liu returned to the locker room feeling somewhat despondent, as the Heat had effectively exploited their defensive strengths. Ewing also wore a frown. Having scored only 8 points on 3 of 10 shooting and 2 of 4 from the line, failing to dominate the younger players as expected. Had it not been for Mourning's 5 of 9 from the free throw line, the Heat would have been in the lead. At this moment, Jeff Van Gundy, disregarding his sharply tailored suit, tossed his jacket aside upon entering the locker room and exclaimed, "Hang in there. Trust me, they are faltering. If we persevere until the end, victory will be ours." After this motivational speech, the team felt slightly uplifted, but with the unpredictability of the game, they knew they had to endure through the second half. As the third quarter commenced, the Heat continued their aggressive strategy from the first half, relentlessly pressuring Allan Houston. After a pick and roll, Ewing's shot in the paint missed, but Larry Johnson grabbed the offensive rebound and scored, securing the Knicks' first 2 points of the quarter. The Heat initiated their offense with a simple high-low play, yet Mourning's attempt at the basket was unsuccessful. Ewing fought for the defensive rebound but grimaced in pain, losing his balance and collapsing to the floor, resulting in a turnover. Van Gundy smacked his forehead and quickly summoned veteran Mark Williams to the court. The New York fans gasped as they witnessed Ewing hobbling off the court, offering applause as encouragement. This was disastrous. With Pat injured, our rim protection would undoubtedly suffer. Marv Albert sensed the game slipping away, and John Andrews remained silent. The two undersized interior players could not withstand the Heat's relentless assault. Following an out-of-bounds play, Tim Hardaway received the ball on the left wing. Taking advantage of the Knicks' recent substitution, he executed a dribble move, swiftly changing direction and accelerating toward the basket. Liu had anticipated this, opting not to apply tight defense, but instead sliding quickly to the left rear. As Tim Hardaway believed he had evaded the defense and was poised for a right-handed layup in the paint, Liu surged from behind, leaping high to swat away the shot with his left hand. Hardaway stumbled, losing control of the basketball, which was swiftly seized by Oakley, who then quickly passed it to Liu. The Knicks suddenly accelerated, with everyone rushing past half-court. As they advanced to the right wing, Woshang Leonard hurriedly came to assist defensively. Liu decelerated, dribbling the ball between his legs with his right hand, feigning a pass while glancing at the basket. Leonard lunged forward to defend, but Liu suddenly lowered his center of gravity, swiftly pushing the ball with his left hand to change direction, effortlessly bypassing the defense and cutting into the right wing. P.J. Brown, retreating to the basket, quickly stepped up to assist defensively. Observing Liu's behind-the-back pass during his drive, he turned to see the newly substituted Buck Williams descending from the center, who effortlessly completed the layup. What a splendid collaboration. We require such effortless scoring. Commentator Marv Albert praised the fast break scoring, emphasizing that running during transitions creates scoring opportunities. The Knicks, accustomed to such routines during practice, executed their plays with instinctive precision. Liu, returning on defense, tapped his head, signaling for a front defense and a double team in the paint. Initially, Ewing on the bench would shout in excitement when Mourning scored in the paint, But as Oakley continued to rotate forward and defenders converged, Mourning's strong attack faltered. Once again facing a double team, Mourning intended to pass to the left wing to Jamal Mashburn, but his pass was too forceful, sailing out of bounds. Wow! A successful defense elicited loud cheers from the New York fans, and at that moment, Liu hastened the offensive tempo, setting up a pick and roll on the wing, giving Oakley a knowing glance. P.J. Brown and Tim Hardaway executed a quick double team, breaking through to the right side of the restricted area. Seizing the opportunity, Liu delivered a precise bounce pass to Oakley, who, after a fake screen at the right elbow near the free throw line, received the ball uncontested and smoothly sank a mid-range jumper. Pat Riley signaled for composure as Tim Hardaway controlled the clock, attempting a last-second drive, only to be interfered with by Oakley, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Liu seized the rebound, charging forward, and before crossing half-court, sent a long bounce pass. Larry Johnson, sprinting down the court, successfully caught the ball in front of everyone, approached the paint, took 3 powerful strides, and effortlessly executed a two-handed slam dunk. The forceful dunk ignited the atmosphere at Madison Square Garden, with the crowd's roar growing ever louder. Tim Hardaway, attempting consecutive drives that fell short, then launched a three-pointer from the right wing after a pick, only to realize the Knicks were quickly initiating a baseline play. He hurried to defend Liu's side. Engaging in a physical tussle, they tangled at the arc, just beyond the three-point line. With the ball in his right hand, Liu swiftly dribbled behind his back, executed a step back, then quickly gathered the ball and shot. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. Yes, a magnificent response. Hardaway's team failed to make any defensive moves. The New York Knicks accelerated their pace, and commentator Marv Albert joined in the excitement. Tim Hardaway stood still, surrounded by the cheers of the fans. This offensive choice truly caught him off guard. His expression darkened as he found himself in a showdown with rookie players. A humbling experience for a seasoned star. Following a swift defensive sequence, the Knicks led by 7 points. Jeff Van Gundy, seemingly disengaged, stood on the sidelines shouting incoherently. With Patrick Ewing on the court, he could still offer some direction, yet when it came to certain offensive decisions made by LeBron, he found himself at a loss. Oakley scored with a jump shot from the elbow, while Allan Houston's off-ball cut resulted in a bucket beneath the rim. Once the Knicks' 2 shorter interior players advanced to the elbow, the Heat's defense faltered under LeBron's orchestrations. Oakley's mid-range shot successfully punished their opponents. Despite attempts to control the game's tempo, mistakes from Rashard Lewis and Mourning provided LeBron with opportunities. Mourning's pass was intercepted by LeBron, and from the top of the arc, Tim Hardaway could only scramble back defensively. The roar of Madison Square Garden intensified as LeBron, having stolen the ball, faced Tim Hardaway's defense while gripping the ball in his right hand and accelerating with fervor. The two rushed into the paint, and in a fluid motion, LeBron executed a quick behind-the-back dribble, scooping the ball with his left hand while simultaneously pivoting. He completed the behind-the-back switch and, with a sudden feint, left Hardaway completely off balance. Before the defense could recover, LeBron, with a single-handed grip on the ball, executed a delicate shot. Thud. The basketball hit the backboard and swished through the net, sending Madison Square Garden into a frenzy. LeBron's dazzling maneuver prompted wild cheers from the fans shake and bake. What a spectacular display. LeBron's signature move. Tim Hardaway was left looking like a mere statue. Commentator Marv Albert exclaimed in excitement. Witnessing such a play in the playoffs was extraordinary. Overwhelmed by the humiliation, Hardaway could no longer contain himself and pushed LeBron. However, LeBron, having anticipated the move, sidestepped gracefully and pushed back against the aggressive Hardaway. The latter nearly stumbled, and as he attempted to regain his composure, he was quickly restrained by the baseline referee, leading both teams to converge around them. MVP? All-Star? What the heck? We should switch places. With distance between them, LeBron began to taunt, playfully mocking the furious Hardaway. Hearing his most cherished accolades ridiculed, Hardaway writhed in anger, shouting, "Let go of me. Damn it. You think you can talk trash to me? You rookie, you lousy all-star." With the game interrupted, Oakley chuckled as he escorted LeBron back to the bench, the atmosphere lightening as teammates celebrated with high fives. The New York crowd showed no restraint, hurling insults, seemingly confident of victory, with increasing taunts aimed at Pat Riley. "Traitor. New York doesn't welcome you. Take your ugly basketball philosophy and get out of New York." As both teams returned to the court, The furious Tim Hardaway was no longer concerned with the passage of time, relentlessly driving towards the basket in a series of aggressive plays. His overt intentions on the offense allowed the Knicks to defend with ease. Oakley seized the opportunity, knocking his opponent to the floor. Mourning, intending to defend his teammate, nearly received a devastating punch from a veteran player. As tensions flared once more, the referees intervened, blowing their whistles repeatedly to separate the two sides. Hardaway, now sprawled on the floor, found his rhythm disrupted and, after scoring a free throw, failed to contribute any further points from the field. Meanwhile, Liu, capitalizing on the Heat's missed shots, quickened the pace of the game, with Oakley and Buck Williams drawing fouls as they advanced. In the final moments of the third quarter, the game stretched on with both teams exchanging free throws. It was not until the Knicks' final possession that Liu, amidst Hardaway's defense, made a successful shot in the paint, bringing a lengthy third quarter to a close. The score for the quarter stood at 20-27, and after 3 quarters, the Knicks led by 9 points at 58-67. Allan Houston quietly snuck in points under the basket, scoring 8 from strong plays and free throws, while Liu capitalized on the chaos, shooting 3 out of 4, including 1 from beyond the arc, amassing 7 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1 steal. On the bench, Ewing appeared bewildered, having exited the game with a lead. Is this intentional? Yet, the others paid no heed to the guerrilla's expression. Jeff Van Gundy, raising his voice, dispensed motivational words. Control the turnovers, deny them any opportunities, and if we hold on for one more quarter, victory will be ours. With success within reach, no one wished to see a last-minute reversal. In the fourth quarter, both teams' primary lineups continued to battle, with the Heat intensifying their defense. Ewing, having rested for a quarter, regained considerable energy and exerted himself defensively, prompting another mistake from Mourning. On the sidelines, Pat Riley observed the Knicks seizing opportunities and running fervently, instinctively shaking his head, his expression grave as he paced. Both teams struggled to find the net, and the New York fans, momentarily indifferent to the game's nuances, stood up and cheered for a win. Hardaway, unable to penetrate, had only rested for 2 minutes across 3 quarters, and even the Iron Man could not sustain the effort of trailing Liu back and forth. In half-court offense, Liu frequently fed the ball to Ewing in the low post. The Gorilla, though less efficient, managed to keep pace with the demands of the moment. Despite 2 timeouts from the Heat, the shooting woes persisted. With just 1 minute and 56 seconds remaining in the game, Hardaway was substituted out. Yet the Heat refused to concede, though they struggled to score. On the sidelines, Van Gundy urged his players fervently to hold their ground. After Liu consumed the final seconds of the shot clock, the Heat ceased their attack, allowing time to elapse. As the final buzzer resonated, the score read 76-82, and Madison Square Garden erupted in jubilant celebration, with the New York fans rejoicing in their victory in Game 2. The final quarter ended 18-15, but as long as they secured the win, no one focused on the faltering offense. The series score has reached 2-0. We have successfully defended our home court, and securing a single victory on the road will grant us the opportunity to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals at home. For the fans in New York, this season is nothing short of perfection. Commentator John Andrus has begun to exuberantly proclaim that, regardless of the outcome, reaching the conference semifinals is already a commendable achievement. At the tender age of 19 years and 128 days, Lee continues to etch his name in the annals of history, with a remarkable performance of 24 points, 4 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, and 3 turnovers, earning him the title of MVP for this match. In the commentary booth, analyst Al Albert joined in the enthusiastic praise, and together they nearly willed the Knicks to a championship. Tim Hardaway swiftly departed the court post-game, as defeat often entails taking the blame. Had it not been for a sudden collapse in the third quarter, the Heat might have seized a victory on the road. With 8 successful shots out of 23 attempts, including 2 out of 8 from beyond the arc and 6 out of 7 from the free throw line, Hardaway expressed dissatisfaction with his performance, tallying 24 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. Mourning exchanged greetings with Ewing before hastily exiting, having recorded 24 points and 13 rebounds from 8 of 14 shooting and 8 of 13 from the foul line. Yet he felt a profound sense of regret. Had his free throw shooting been more precise, the Heat would have led at halftime. The fans in attendance did not leave immediately after the game, instead reveling in the joy of a consecutive home victory. As Li Yao made his way towards the player tunnel, fans on either side cheered, extending their arms for high fives and celebration. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere was jubilant. They required just one road victory to seize a series advantage. The Eastern Conference Finals beckoned. Ewing returned to his seat, pounding his knee in delight, sporting a broad smile. With 17 points, 11 rebounds, and 1 block from 6 of 19 shooting and 5 of 6 from the foul line, his statistics may have faltered. Yet the outcome was what truly mattered, a victory. Jeff Van Gundy entered the locker room, grinning from ear to ear, relishing the thought of Pat Riley's serious demeanor. We did it. For the upcoming away game, all we need is one victory, and then it's back home to advance. The bald-headed coach exuberantly expressed his excitement. Li Yao, smiling, sat beside the dejected Starks, who had a disappointing night, shooting only 1 of 7 in limited minutes for a mere 5 points. With 9 successful shots out of 17 attempts, including 2 of 6 from three-point range and 4 of 5 from the free throw line, Li Yao was pleased with his performance despite his fatigue in the fourth quarter. Resistance training must continue. Sooner or later, I will outlast these veterans. At the post-game press conference, Pat Riley faced the probing questions from the New York media with an air of calm. It is unfortunate that we could not secure a victory on the road, but we have discovered the key to winning. This series is a lengthy journey, and the Heat will emerge as the ultimate victors. Where did we falter? Mourning recorded 9 turnovers tonight, indicating minor issues in our tactical execution. Jeff has skillfully coached the Knicks, yet upon returning to Miami, the Heat are poised to clinch victory. Observing Pat Riley's eloquence on stage, the New York media below seethed with displeasure. What s with the traitor's arrogance? On the morning of May 8th, Liu gazes at the newspaper, where the New York media is fervently disparaging, shaking his head in exasperation. Winning brings joy. Apart from the subtle jabs at Riley for being unseated by his assistant, the majority of the commentary merely echoes the praise of his statistics. In the playoffs, with 2 consecutive wins in 2010, Liu has once again set a new record. Records are merely trends, easily manufactured, for the fans' revel in the spectacle. In the game happening concurrently, the Supersonics managed to reclaim a win on the road, finishing 106-101. The aging trio of the Rockets performed adequately, yet their role players faltered. Gary Payton nearly played the entire match, logging 47 minutes with a stat line of 6 for 20 from the field, 1 for 7 from three-point range, and perfect from the free throw line at 4 for 4, totaling 17 points, 2 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, and 4 turnovers. Coach George Karl employed a 7-man rotation. Although the primary point guard's efficiency was lacking, the ultimate goal of winning remained paramount. The New York media also drew comparisons between Liu's and Gary Payton's statistics, ultimately concluding, winning, the title of the premier point guard, akin to a contemporary magician, continues to grow in absurdity. After breakfast, Starks beckoned Liu, as both prepared their luggage for the afternoon flight to Miami. Congratulations in advance on making the all-rookie first team, Li. You've garnered all honors available to a rookie. Stay healthy, and after your rookie contract, a substantial deal is assured. Starks exhibited a hint of envy. As an undrafted player, his career has not been as smooth. The second contract in a professional career is crucial, with many players relying on it for their later years. However, Liu remained indifferent. Winning a championship is the priority. That will elevate my market value. On the evening of the 8th, the Knicks, already arrived in Miami, gathered at the hotel to watch that night's game. In a surprising turn, the Bulls, playing at home, were defeated 103-95, thoroughly dominated by the Hawks. Even Michael Jordan is human. He played 44 minutes, shooting 12 for 29, 0 for 6 from 3, and 3 for 3 from the free throw line, accumulating 27 points, 16 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 block, and 1 turnover. Pippen, however, exhibited an outstanding performance, going 9 for 18, 4 for 4 from beyond the arc, and 2 for 2 from the line, contributing 24 points, 4 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal, and 1 turnover. The Bulls played at a brisk pace, and when faced with double teams, Jordan hastened his ball handling. Yet, with a shooting percentage barely above 40, victory eluded them. The Hawks, on the other hand, were on fire, with Steve Smith shooting 8 for 19, Mookie Blaylock 9 for 13, hitting 8 of 9 from 3, and Mutombo 8 for 11. Their collective explosion secured the win, prompting the Atmosphere crew to exclaim in disbelief, "Unbelievable! Blaylock hardly missed. Liu, witnessing Jordan's performance, chuckled, knowing that the following day would surely bring forth a session of criticism. The Hawks cannot maintain such precision indefinitely. The Bulls will reclaim their footing. In critical matches, Jordan has never failed to deliver. The Bulls suffered a defeat, yet Oakley remained optimistic, firmly believing that the Bulls would triumph in the series. The exuberant atmosphere led to fanciful musings of the Hawks eliminating the Bulls, followed by the Knicks easily overcoming the Hawks to reach the finals. As discussions grew increasingly absurd, the notion of securing the championship title became a shared dream. Ewing, however, was more focused on the game between the Jazz and the Lakers, where the Jazz faced a loss. Observing Malone's dismal shooting performance of 2 for 20, along with 12 out of 11 free throws, accumulating 15 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 assists, he couldn't help but laugh. A fraudulent MVP, just a soft player who excels at free throws. On the morning of May 9th, the NBA announced this season's all-rookie teams. The first team comprised Liu, Allen Iverson, Antoine Walker, Marcus Camby, and Sharif Abdurrahim, while the second team included Stephon Marbury, Corey Maggette, Ray Allen, Kobe Bryant, and Travis Knight. The second team featured an abundance of guards, indicating a scarcity of towering players. The entire team congratulated Liu on his selection to the all-rookie first team. However, that very evening, the Knicks suffered a decisive loss, 84-89, as the Heat successfully reclaimed a game upon returning home. The match unfolded similarly to Game 2, albeit with fewer errors from Mourning and more accurate free throws. In the Miami arena, the Heat fans erupted in cheers as Pat Riley fulfilled his promise with a victory. Liu and his teammates swiftly retreated to the player tunnel, already prepared for the loss. Upon returning to the locker room, Jeff Van Gundy offered encouragement. "We have fully grasped our opponent's style of play. We are still in the lead." After returning to the hotel, he emphasized the importance of rest, stating that he would review the game footage with the coaching staff, determined to return to New York with a victory in Game 4. Gratitude was expressed to the readers for their support through subscriptions. Chapter concluded. Chapter 79. The Price of Victory. On May 9, 1997, Jeff Van Gundy returned to the hotel, feeling a pang of melancholy, despite projecting confidence in front of the players. Witnessing the game unfold as predicted by Pat Riley left him feeling uncertain. While he took pleasure in Riley missing out on the Executive of the Year award, thoughts of necessary adjustments loomed heavy on his mind. The coaching staff had reviewed the game footage but found little to remedy. Without double-teaming and relying heavily on one-on-one plays, the essence of basketball returned to its fundamental competition, defense, and the ability to finish at the basket. Unlike the veteran Big Three of the Rockets, Ewing's low-post power moves failed to prompt the Heat to alter their defensive strategy, as the opportunity for consistent double-teaming had not materialized throughout the series. After a thorough discussion, the coaching staff decided to retire for the night, realizing there was little left to adjust. On the morning of May 10th, the NBA announced the all-defensive teams for the 1996-97 season. The first team included Gary Payton, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Karl Malone, and Dikembe Mutombo. The second lineup consists of John Stockton, Muggsy Bogues, Anthony Mason, P.J. Brown, and Hakeem Olajuwon. Olajuwon experienced a double delight, as the Rockets secured a precious victory on the road last night, reclaiming control of the series. In Game 3, buoyed by the stellar performances of Olajuwon and Drexler, the aging trio clinched the win. Charles Barkley had a rough night, shooting only 2 for 11, tallying 11 points, 17 rebounds, and 3 assists. Despite his shooting woes, his fierce rebounding contributed significantly. Patrick Ewing, upon hearing the news early in the morning, felt a pang of envy. Since 1992, he had been absent from the defensive lineup. Fortunately, he is likely to be selected for the All-Star team this year, which somewhat alleviates his regret. Securing one more victory on the road would present an opportunity to conclude the series. It's high time for a breakthrough, as continued struggles in shooting are unjustifiable. Starks, while engaging in shooting practice, lamented his dismal performance. Players naturally keep an eye on their statistics. This veteran has consistently struggled in the series, shooting 1 for 6 and 1 for 7, and last night was no exception, further disappointing. Allan Houston was also feeling frustrated. He disapproved of the Heat's defensive strategy, which disrupted the game's rhythm. The lack of exhilarating fast breaks and the Heat's deliberate pace after gaining a lead left the Knicks with little recourse, unless, like in Game 2, Mourning committed numerous turnovers. The frequent physical confrontations had left the Knicks feeling agitated. Lee could sense the rising emotions among his teammates. The grueling matches were slowly fueling their frustration. The team engaged in light banter rather than intensive training, focusing primarily on physical activity to recuperate for Game 4. Jeff Van Gundy, sporting dark circles under his eyes, observed the players' recovery training from the sidelines. Last night, he had repeatedly reviewed the game footage. Yet he struggled to devise effective adjustments. "How is Pat Esney feeling?" Van Gundy inquired. The assistant coach, Tom Thibodeau, quietly responded, "It's manageable. 40 minutes of playing time won't be excessive. We must ensure our height on the court. Rebounding is crucial." The two shared a mutual understanding. Unlike their emphasis on offense and spacing, they placed greater faith in defense. Hearing the positive news, Van Gundy finally felt relieved. "Now we just need one road victory. I believe we will reach the Eastern Conference Finals this year." That evening, fans eager for entertainment were met with disappointment, as the Bulls displayed their dominance once again, winning 100-80 against the Hawks on the road and regaining control of the series. Despite having two players named to the all-defensive team, the Hawks found little solution against the multifaceted Bulls. Michael Jordan and Pippen reduced their shot attempts, with Jordan scoring 21 points and Pippen 17. The bench duo of Kukoc and Beekler contributed 16 and 14 points respectively, while the team collectively recorded 25 assists and only 13 turnovers, epitomizing the essence of team basketball. The once precise Atlanta Hawks have lost their magic, as every player falters. The Chicago Bulls managed only 5 successful three-pointers from 19 attempts, while the Hawks converted a mere 6 out of 22. With a dismal three-point shooting percentage of below 30%, compounded by a field goal accuracy of only 24 from 66 attempts, the Hawks indeed face a formidable challenge in securing victory. In another match, the Utah Jazz effortlessly clinched their series point with a score of 110-95. Karl Malone made a resounding comeback, achieving 12 successful shots out of 27 attempts and flawlessly converting 18 free throws for a total of 42 points, alongside 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 turnovers, re-establishing his MVP credentials. Notably, his perfect record at the free throw line set a new playoff record in the NBA. Shaquille O'Neal of the Lakers delivered an outstanding performance, hitting 12 out of 19 shots and 10 out of 15 free throws, amassing 34 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 6 blocks. However, the Lakers, who favor a methodical offensive approach, found themselves consistently overpowered by the fast-paced Jazz. John Stockton adeptly controlled the tempo of the game, with the Jazz committing only 11 turnovers while maintaining 82 possessions, leaving the Lakers completely at their mercy. Liu, who had specifically tuned in to watch this match, felt a twinge of envy at the Jazz's crisp and decisive offense. Unlike the Knicks, who increased their pace relying on three-pointers, the Jazz's transition offense proved to be far more effective. Larry Johnson aspired to emulate Malone, charging ahead in fast breaks and scoring effortlessly upon receiving the ball. Observing the post-game statistics, it was noted that the Lakers attempted 41 free throws while the Jazz took 34. Oakley could not help but grumble, "We've been penalized so many times, yet we don't receive such treatment. The referees are as blind as bats, failing to call fouls." Liu had little to argue against this, as long as the officials maintained consistent standards. Following the match, the atmosphere shifted as discussions arose regarding which team from the Western Conference would reach the finals, with a consensus forming around the seasoned trio emerging victorious. The advantages of star power in basketball were becoming increasingly evident. As long as 2 of the 3 maintained their usual standards, the Rockets would be an unstoppable force, given their abundance of stars. On May 11th, at the Miami Arena, fans of the Heat arrived early, as the stakes of the evening's game were crucial. A victory at home would tie the series at 2 games apiece. As in the previous 3 encounters, the match commenced with both teams offering the Heat's supporters a taste of disappointment. The offense remained stagnant, characterized by intense physicality, causing Tim Hardaway to lose his shooting touch completely. The previously struggling Kawhi Leonard erupted tonight, while Patrick Ewing, who had also been underperforming for 3 consecutive games, found his rhythm, leading to an evenly contested battle. The first quarter ended with both teams scoreless, but Hardaway began to regain his form in the second quarter, only for the Heat's offense to falter again, as Leonard fell off target once more. At halftime, the teams were tied at 40, each having played a solid quarter. The turning point of the match occurred in the third quarter, marked by Tim Hardaway's consecutive errors, which Liu capitalized on to execute 3 swift transition plays, significantly widening the score gap. With 5 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Lee made a steal at the top of the arc and successfully completed a layup during the transition, bringing the score to 52-46, granting the Knicks a 6-point lead. The atmosphere on the sidelines was electric, with the cheer squad erupting in excitement. In a game of such a slow tempo, a 6-point deficit typically requires at least 2 possessions to overcome. Pat Riley's calm demeanor vanished, as the championship coach could hardly believe that his core point guard faltered under pressure, repeatedly committing turnovers. Lee's performance was remarkable. His ability to manage errors was undoubtedly underestimated. Compared to some younger players, Lee exhibited greater patience, a crucial trait in the playoffs, as it is no simple task to wait for the opponent to make mistakes. From the TNT commentary booth, Hubie Brown praised Lee as he approached the bench, while his colleague, Dick Stockton, concurred, lamenting, "In such a critical game, most rookies would struggle." After facing some foul trouble in Game 3, Lee made the necessary adjustments tonight. He does not play like a typical 19-year-old. True talent is often misunderstood. If there were another draft, I would place Lee in the top 10. Following the timeout, witnessing the Heat continue to miss their shots, the crowd's fervor diminished, signaling a potential decline in the game's excitement. With a quarter score of 18-24, the Knicks maintained a 6-point lead at 64-58 as the third quarter concluded. Ewing performed exceptionally well, shooting 5 for 7 and accumulating 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 block in the quarter, 2 of which were offensive rebounds. Returning to the bench, the Gorillas celebrated with fervent enthusiasm. In this pivotal match, Ewing broke free from his slump, and Lee breathed a sigh of relief. Often, when the Gorilla consumes a large share of possessions, the game becomes particularly challenging. Excellent. Do not relax. There is still 1 quarter left, and victory is within our grasp. We must hold on. The opponent's shooting percentage continues to decline. We only need to endure for another 12 minutes. Jeff Van Gundy, crouched on the floor, shouted with excitement, envisioning the team's potential advancement to the Eastern Conference Finals, igniting his passion. Chris Childs faced foul troubles tonight, his performance lacking. Continuing with the substitution strategy from Game 3, Van Gundy brought in his favorite player, Charlie Ward, hoping he could withstand the next 3 minutes. Having played the entire third quarter, Lee, Allan Houston, and Ewing were substituted out, while the Heat replaced Jamal Mashburn with veteran Dan Marley. As the fourth quarter began, both teams continued at a slow pace, with the Heat fans unwavering in their support, vociferously cheering for their team. 2 minutes and 15 seconds into the quarter, Larry Johnson aggressively drove to the basket, drawing a foul from P.J. Brown and earning 2 free throw opportunities. At this juncture, neither team had scored, yet tensions were escalating, as the Heat players seemed on the verge of losing their composure. As the first free throw was expertly executed, just as the second was about to be taken, Charlie Ward on the right side of the paint made a decisive move to position himself against P.J. Brown. The diminutive players jostled around, and an irate P.J. Brown, after sidestepping, seized Charlie Ward and hurled him into the throng beneath the basketball hoop. Oh, the sight of such an act left the Miami Heat fans in stunned silence, followed swiftly by a cacophony of frenzied shouts. Dazed from the fall, Charlie Ward hastily scrambled to his feet and positioned himself at the sidelines, only to be swiftly ensnared by P.J. Brown, who locked his arm around Ward's neck, sending him crashing back to the floor. Witnessing Ward nearly on the verge of unconsciousness, the New York Knicks surged forward, converging around P.J. Brown, intent on extricating Ward from the fray. The enraged Heat players quickly followed suit, resulting in a chaotic melee, with Oakley toppling Tim Hardaway to prevent any further escalation. In the blink of an eye, the situation spiraled out of control. On the Knicks bench, assistant coach Don Chaney barely managed to restrain Lee O'Connor and the cheer squad, while Allan Houston and Ewing charged into the fray. The Gorilla, unable to tolerate the bullying of his teammate, barreled toward P.J. Brown, knocking over an official in his path, and dove into the crowd to separate the two. As Charlie Ward emerged, intending to land a couple of punches on P.J. Brown, security personnel swiftly intervened, escorting him back to the bench. Larry Johnson appeared to mediate the chaos, but instead held on to Woshawn Leonard while Allan Houston unleashed a barrage of strikes. Meanwhile, Ewing restrained P.J. Brown, and the two sides became entangled, with P.J. Brown pounding the floor beneath the weight of several robust players, unable to withstand the mounting pressure. The arena reverberated with the boos of the spectators, the shouts of the referees, and the exchanges of insults between players. Pat Riley merely grasped mourning, occasionally voicing his grievances to the officials, maintaining an air of composure throughout. Goodness, how did it suddenly escalate to this? In the commentary booth, Hubie Brown stared at the fray, momentarily bewildered, as both teams became a tangled mass. P.J. Brown, Patrick Ewing, and Allan Houston were all ejected from the game. Post-match, they might even face additional suspensions. This was far from fortuitous for the Knicks, who had lost 2 key players, while the Heat had only sacrificed 1. Dick Stockton, observing the trio retreating to the player tunnel, was nearly at a loss for words, as victory seemed imminent, only for calamity to strike. Back on the bench, Oakley seethed with frustration. After years of playing, he was well aware of when to act and when to play the good soldier. Damn it. We were on the verge of winning, leading by 31 points, and with the next game at home, why didn't we stop them? Jeff Van Gundy's voice became hoarse from shouting, his frustration mounting as the Heat once again succeeded in sidelining 2 of their main players. After regaining composure, he resolutely declared, "We must secure this game. The aftermath will be handled by the team." Jeff Van Gundy adjusted his tie and loudly admonished the team. Realizing it was too late for regrets, they could not afford another defeat in this match. The sudden conflict heightened the atmosphere in the arena, providing the Miami Heat with the opportunity to swiftly introduce Isaac Austin, continuing their strategy of employing Twin Towers. Pat Riley had calculated perfectly. A comeback was within reach. As the next game would return to New York, where the opposing team would be incomplete, allowing them to seize the crucial game. Game 6 would then return to Miami, where they would secure victory on home ground. This championship coach seemed unfazed by the preceding altercation, calmly laying out strategies and firmly instructing the players set to enter the game. Maintain focus and exploit our advantageous points. Tim Hardaway nodded in agreement, well aware that the Heat had regained dominance in the paint. At this moment, Jeff Van Gundy repeatedly urged Lee, control the pace of the game, avoid mistakes, and do not grant the opponent easy scoring opportunities. Just hold on for another 10 minutes, and we shall achieve match point. Victory is within our grasp. Liu's expression was grave as he merely patted Van Gundy on the shoulder. He too was adept at managing the clock. Rest assured, coach. All you need to consider is the next game. Tonight, we shall triumph. Starks replaced Allan Houston, as the coaching staff placed their trust in the experienced veterans during this critical juncture. Larry Johnson, Charles Oakley, and Buck Williams formed a diminutive yet resolute front line, needing to stand firm despite the odds. Tim Hardaway successfully converted 2 technical free throws, and Liu also made his additional free throw from a flagrant foul. The score stood at 67-60, with the Knicks still leading by 7 points. The Heat fans had hoped for a comeback, and Pat Riley believed that with their significant advantage in the paint, the Heat could assert control. However, unexpectedly, Mourning faltered under the defensive pressure, missing shots. And Isaac Austin also stumbled at a crucial moment, wasting precious time. The score narrowed slightly to 75-70, with only 4 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Pat Riley could no longer maintain his composure, continuously shouting reminders for his players to stay alert. Defense, defense, defense. The Heat fans echoed his fervor, while Tim Hardaway relentlessly challenged Liu, attempting to provoke a turnover. Yet the basketball remained steadfastly by Liu's side as he crossed half-court, positioning himself beyond the three-point line on the right wing, preparing to protect the ball. After enduring several exchanges, Tim Hardaway found himself on the verge of exhaustion, repeatedly attempting to swipe the ball. As Liu's shoulder subtly shifted, Hardaway instinctively created a small distance. After 12 grueling seconds of back and forth, Oakley finally arrived at the arc to set a screen. Maintaining his side-on position, Liu swiftly pivoted, scooping the ball with his left hand while leaning against Hardaway, leisurely preparing to break through on the left side. The screen was subpar, prompting Mourning to immediately coordinate with his teammates for a significant double team. Observing the opposing player's slip in defense, Liu subtly accelerated, opting not to drive in but rather to dribble outward. As the play stretched beyond the three-point line, Mourning hastily retreated on defense. With time dwindling on the shot clock, Tim Hardaway intensified his defensive aggression. Meanwhile, the Knicks spread out, positioning themselves along the baseline. While the two veterans prepared to contest for the rebound, Hardaway used his elbows strategically, while Liu, with the ball in his left hand, lowered his center of gravity and shielded the ball from his opponent's grasp. Seizing the moment as the defender lunged, Liu swiftly accelerated. Hardaway slid to his right, But Liu quickly executed a crossover dribble, switching to his right hand. Bearing down against the defensive pressure, he charged into the paint. Approaching the right elbow near the free throw line, Hardaway sensed Liu beginning to decelerate. Assuming his defense had succeeded, Hardaway increased his physicality. As the shot clock neared its end, Liu reached the right elbow, abruptly slowed to a stop, then feigned acceleration by elevating his body. In that fleeting moment, as Hardaway bit on the ruse, Liu spun sharply and, with a backward lean, released a jump shot. Swish! The mid-range shot found its mark, narrowing the gap to 7 points once more. After completing the offensive play, Liu retreated on defense, first raising his left index finger to the front row of spectators, then signaling with both hands for his teammates to maintain composure. A resounding chorus of boos erupted throughout the arena, growing louder amid the realization of a significant 13-point deficit. As the cerebral force behind the Heat, Tim Hardaway found himself momentarily bewildered, with only 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the game. Should he accelerate the pace or continue feeding the ball inside? Should he execute a pick and roll or attempt a three-pointer? Quickly advancing past half court, Hardaway positioned himself on the left wing, spotting Mourning in the post. He lofted the ball to him. In this crucial moment, the Heat opted for the most reliable offensive strategy. Oakley firmly guarded his opponent, while Mourning exerted himself, pushing towards the basket. After placing the ball in his right hand, Mourning initiated a series of back-to-the-basket moves, rapidly penetrating the paint, leveraging his height advantage to withstand Oakley and attempt a layup. The basketball circled the rim, but ultimately fell away. Oh, the Heat fans in attendance collectively sighed in disappointment, as the veteran Buck Williams secured the rebound. Seeing Liu receiving the ball and deliberately running down the clock, Hardaway escalated his defensive pressure, resulting in a foul before even crossing half court. Heeding the assistant coach's alert, Pat Riley recognized that his team was on the brink of entering the penalty phase and shouted emphatically, "Stay calm. Stay calm." Liu paid no heed to the defensive antics, as he positioned himself against his opponent while receiving an inbounds pass, then resumed his deliberate dribble across half court. Hardaway felt utterly helpless, refraining from aggressive cutting, his anxiety mounting, while Liu continued to waste time at the top of the arc. Meanwhile, the Heat fans erupted in a chorus of frustration, their anger palpable as they watched the clock continuously dwindle. Approaching the 24-second mark, Liu faced a significant delay, executing a rapid drive and dish, but Oakley's mid-range jumper hit nothing but air. In the fleeting moment when the basketball ricocheted off the rim, Oakley surged into the paint, swiftly snatching the offensive rebound ahead of Mourning's defensive return. The Knicks regained possession of the 24-second shot clock, inciting a chorus of jeers from the Heat fans. At this juncture, Tim Hardaway, unconcerned about fouling, relentlessly pressed, nearly clinging to Liu. However, such defensive efforts proved futile. With mere seconds left on the shot clock, Liu, bearing the weight of the defense, advanced into the paint, executing a step-back jumper that clanged off the rim, resulting in a chaotic scramble for the ball. Larry Johnson nearly secured the rebound, but it was Isaac Austin who ultimately managed to wrestle it away. With just 2 minutes and 38 seconds remaining in the game, Tim Hardaway opted not for a three-pointer, instead feeding the ball to the interior. Positioned on the left side of the restricted area, Mourning, deliberately quickening the pace of the offense, attempted to penetrate, but was met with help defense. He sought to pass the ball inward to find Austin beneath the basket, but the pass was intercepted by the seasoned Buck Williams, who executed a clean and decisive steal. The crowd of Heat fans collectively sighed as the Knicks began to run down the shot clock again. Liu, displaying cunning, recognized that the Heat could not afford to commit any more fouls. They merely needed to wait for their opponents to err in order to secure victory. In the commentary booth, Hubie Brown watched with a smile as Liu skillfully shielded the ball to consume time. Dick Stockton, shaking his head in resignation, observed that the Heat faced an uphill battle, with time not on their side. Unless they could string together consecutive three-pointers, something neither team had successfully done that evening, their chances were dim. A missed shot could easily lead to a long rebound, offering the Knicks an opportunity for a counterattack. Once again, Liu pressed the shot clock, resulting in a missed attempt and a frenzied battle for the rebound. Mourning managed to secure it, and Tim Hardaway swiftly brought the ball across half court. This time he bypassed passing, signaling for Austin to set a screen as he drove from the right side with the ball in his right hand, briefly shedding Liu's defense. Hardaway halted at the arc and launched a three-point jumper. The ball clanged off the rim, yielding a long rebound that fortuitously landed in Larry Johnson's hands. Lue seized the ball and initiated a fast break, pursuing the Heat's defense. Tim Hardaway anticipated that Lue would slow down to run down the clock, but to his surprise, Lue merely paused momentarily at the arc before accelerating into the paint. Losing his defensive position, Hardaway urgently called out to his teammates. Austin, having just regained his footing, instinctively leapt to contest Lue's shot as he soared into the air. In an aerial confrontation, Lue, with one hand grasping the ball, launched it towards the backboard, losing his balance in the process. The ball struck the floor with a resounding thud, and as Lue cried out, Austin turned to see the basketball ricochet off the backboard and tumble into the net. The Heat fans could no longer contain their frustration, erupting in a cacophony of boos as the Knicks celebrated Lue's achievement. Jeff Van Gundy on the sidelines jubilantly pumped his fist in celebration. Time was running out, and the Knicks were poised to claim match point. Tim Hardaway no longer complains about the extended celebrations of the Knicks. He is acutely aware that the contest has slipped away tonight. After regaining his breath, Lue calmly sank the additional free throw. The atmosphere on the sidelines erupted as the cheer squad began wildly waving their towels in jubilant celebration of their impending victory. As the game approached its final 2 minutes, Kawhi Leonard made a three-point shot, but it was too late. Throughout the evening, Tim Hardaway had only rested for a mere 2 minutes, tirelessly engaging in both offense and defense, an arduous feat for a diminutive point guard. In the final 15 seconds, Lue advanced to the Heat's half-court, maintaining steady control of the ball as time dwindled away. When the final buzzer resonated, the score stood at 80-73, with the Knicks triumphantly claiming the series point and advancing to a 3-1 lead. The cheer squad erupted in jubilant shouts, and Lue, with a smile, handed the ball to the referee, celebrating with fist bumps alongside his teammates. It seemed as though the series had concluded, as the Heat fans vented their frustrations vocally. The Knicks swiftly retreated to the players' tunnel, victory secured, and the series effectively at an end. Upon returning to the locker room, Ewing joined in the celebration, playfully punching Liu's shoulder and exclaiming, "Lee, splendid work. Securing the series point means we have essentially reached the Eastern Conference Finals." The Gorilla remained unfazed by his suspension. To him, a one-game ban and a subsequent loss were trivial matters, easily rectified by future victories. Allan Houston, however, felt a twinge of guilt. Rising to fist bump Lue, "It was my fault, but thankfully we clinched the win. I can hardly bear to imagine what it would have been like to lose." "Relax, bro. We've won, and we will advance at home. This round of the series is behind us." Returning to his seat, Lue offered solace to Allan Houston, emphasizing that the process mattered little. Victory was all that counted. Oakley grinned broadly, his spirits high, nearing the twilight of his career. The prospect of returning to the Eastern Conference Finals brought him immense satisfaction. Even Starks, who had been a mere spectator throughout the series, no longer fretted over his performance. As Lue had stated, the series had concluded, and they were headed to the conference finals. When Jeff Van Gundy entered the locker room, his face radiated with joy. The bald-headed coach no longer fixated on feelings of accomplishment. Having bested Pat Riley, he felt he had validated his status as one of the league's premier coaches. "We performed exceptionally well. This victory belongs to the team, yet the series is not over. We must remain vigilant." Upon their return to New York, he reiterated the importance of rest and advised them to minimize their newspaper reading. With a commanding 3-1 lead, the team had no thoughts of a potential reversal by the Heat. History had already provided its verdict. Holding a series point and being overturned in 3 consecutive games was an exceedingly rare occurrence. During the post-game press conference, Pat Riley continued to underscore the Heat's advantages. "Our roster is more complete. In the next game, we will secure victory. This series will extend to 7 games. I have stated that this will be a lengthy contest." Observing the calm demeanor of the championship coach, the media in attendance remained silent, their disbelief palpable towards his comforting words. While it is conceivable that the Heat may secure another victory, the Knicks are destined to advance. As of 1997, throughout the extensive history of the NBA, there have been only 5 instances of teams overcoming a 13-point deficit in the playoffs. The most recent being in 1995 during the Western Conference semifinals, when the Rockets, led by the formidable Hakeem Olajuwon, made a remarkable comeback against the Suns. Delving even further back, one finds the Eastern Conference Finals of 1981. Such improbable events were met with skepticism by the media present. Tim Hardaway, attending the press conference, wore a despondent expression, having recorded a lackluster performance of 6 out of 22 field goals, 3 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and 2 out of 3 from the free throw line, culminating in 17 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 6 turnovers. His poor performance in the first 3 quarters left the team unable to mount a comeback in the fourth. The New York media did not miss the opportunity to mock him, quipping, "Tim, congratulations on your selection to this season's All-Star team." How would you assess Lee's performance in this series? Lee played for 38 minutes, achieving 20 points, 3 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 steals, and 3 turnovers with a shooting record of 7 out of 18, including 2 out of 5 from three-point range and 4 out of 6 from the free throw line. Both players struggled with shooting, and after encountering foul trouble in Game 3, Lee only managed 14 points. However, in this pivotal match, he delivered a performance reminiscent of 2010, serving as a rebuttal to his critics. With no inclination to praise the rookie, Tim Hardaway could only express his discontent through platitudes. Lee is a remarkable young talent, and it is gratifying to witness him perform at such a level, serving as an inspiration for young players in the league. On the morning of May 12th, the NBA announced the All-NBA teams for the 1996-97 season. The first team comprised Tim Hardaway, Michael Jordan, Grant Hill, Karl Malone, and Hakeem Olajuwon. The second team included Gary Payton, Mitch Richmond, Glenn Rice, Scottie Pippen, and Patrick Ewing, while the third team featured John Stockton, Anthony Hardaway, Anthony Mason, Vin Baker, and Shaquille O'Neal. Upon returning to New York, the Knicks congratulated Ewing on his selection to the second team, despite feeling somewhat aggrieved at being overshadowed by Olajuwon. Ewing found solace in this accolade, the pinnacle of his achievements in recent years. Nevertheless, the New York media expressed dissatisfaction with the selections. They believed that Ewing, with a higher average scoring, deserved a place on the first team and perceived Hardaway as undeserving of his recognition. As the playoffs progressed, Lee averaged 18, 6 points, 3 rebounds, 9, 5 assists, 1, 3 steals, and 9 turnovers per game, ranking 19th in scoring, tied with Hardaway, and standing third in assists. Ignoring the already fishing in the lead Jason Kidd, he ranked just behind Stockton among backcourt players in the playoffs. Such performance undoubtedly merited inclusion in the All-NBA teams. The title of the premier point guard has once again been bestowed upon Lee. As for the New York media's tendency to compare playoff statistics with regular season performance, the fans remain indifferent. Let them boast. No one cares about the outcome of the next game. In the eyes of the spectators, with 2 key players suspended, a loss is entirely expected. They can simply reclaim victory thereafter. However, as noon approached, the NBA's announcement of disciplinary actions incited the Knicks coaching staff to vociferously allege foul play. Allan Houston and Patrick Ewing, having rushed onto the court from the bench, were rightly sanctioned with a 1-game suspension. Yet, the Gorillas' collision with the referee warranted an additional game, resulting in a 2-game suspension akin to that of P.J. Brown. Following the morning's film session, Jeff Van Gundy wore a furrowed brow, anxious about unforeseen circumstances. Should they be pushed to a Game 7, the outcome could be dire. If they were to become the 6th team in NBA playoff history to be overturned from a 3-1 lead, the league's best coach would transform into the season's greatest jest. During lunchtime, the Gorilla departed in a foul mood, aware that should the series take an unexpected turn, the New York media would undoubtedly crucify him during the offseason. Larry Johnson lamented to Lee about the drastic implications of a 2-game suspension, expressing, "The NBA must be doing this on purpose." Seeing the Bulls also reach match point, they wish to salvage their viewership ratings. Now the suspense returns. To this, Lee remained unfazed, asserting that the Knicks were not destined to be the future Warriors. As the team was predominantly composed of seasoned veterans, comebacks were simply improbable. Admittedly, there were certain variables to consider, particularly with Pat absent for Game 1 against the Bulls, which could potentially affect their performance. The elder was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, while Lee, with a beaming smile, confidently declared, "Bro, just give me the ball in the next game, and we shall conclude this series. Thank you to the readers for your continued support." Chapter 80. I hold every record on May 12, 1997. The first team to advance to the conference finals was born. That evening, during the Western Conference semifinals, the Jazz triumphed over the Lakers after a grueling overtime battle, 93-98. With the series now at a 4-1 score, the Sharks faced another sweep at the hands of the Gentlemen. Following this match, Lakers head coach Del Harris encountered scrutiny from the Los Angeles media regarding his player selections. After Van Exel made a crucial steal, the Lakers had a chance to seal the game, yet Kobe Bryant delivered an airball. In overtime, Kobe continued to shoot, resulting in 2 more airballs. Shaquille O'Neal's 6th foul and subsequent departure marked the turning point of the game, while Kobe's 3 airballs effectively concluded the Lakers' journey for the season. Post-game, Coach Harris refrained from lamenting the lack of available players in overtime or the team's poor performance, which yielded only 4 points. Instead, when faced with media inquiries, he retorted, "You often criticize me for not giving Kobe Bryant opportunities. Now that I have entrusted the game to him, you question my decision?" This, he asserted, was merely the cost of young players' growth. Troubled by fouls, O'Neal played for 37 minutes, shooting 9 of 17 from the field and 5 of 9 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 23 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 block, and 2 turnovers. Van Exel, on the other hand, played for 51 minutes, achieving 9 of 17 shooting, with 2 of 7 from beyond the arc, contributing 26 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 2 turnovers. Coming off the bench, Kobe Bryant participated for 29 minutes, hitting 4 of 14 shots, failing to convert any of his 6 three-point attempts, but successfully sinking 3 of 3 free throws, thus providing 11 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 turnover. Although the Lakers performed admirably, committing only 7 turnovers, their opponents, the Jazz, also showcased commendable skills. Stockton recorded an impressive 11 of 13 from the field, 1 of 2 from three-point range, and 1 of 2 from the charity stripe, culminating in 24 points, 1 rebound, 10 assists, 1 steal, and 4 turnovers. Under the leadership of this seasoned point guard, the Jazz only committed 13 turnovers throughout the game. Karl Malone scored 32 points on 9 of 21 shooting, converting 14 of 18 free throws, and securing 20 rebounds with just 1 turnover. The Lakers were swept by the gentlemen, with Harris and O'Neal readily accepting the blame. The media in Los Angeles refrained from casting any aspersions on Kobe Bryant, as it was inconceivable to attribute the loss to the rookie. Kobe's post-game practice also went unnoticed. Only in the future, when this rookie ascends to stardom, will the media delve into this historical moment. Liu watched the game at home, and the 35-year-old Stockton once again left a profound impression on him. The opponent did not employ excessive flashy moves. In their half-court offense, most of their plays consisted of quick stops and jumps, with shots primarily taken near the free throw line. However, during fast breaks, this old-school point guard consistently delivered timely passes, facilitating effortless scoring for his teammates. With his shooting touch on point, the screen and roll between Stockton and Malone proved devastating, as the two veterans overwhelmed the Lakers. Stockton's performance reminded Liu of Coach Carl's words, "A player's inherent abilities do not undergo significant transformation upon entering the league. Most NBA players have honed their skills since adolescence, and their characteristics are typically established early on. It is paramount to refrain from attempting to imitate others. Rather, understanding the game and observing how these exceptional players command it is of utmost importance." On the evening of May 13th, 3 games unfolded. Following a grueling 5-game series between the Hawks and the Pistons, the Hawks were compelled to play back-to-back upon returning home on the 11th. The Bulls successfully obtained a match point, leading the series 3-1. In 43 minutes, Michael Jordan recorded 27 points on 12 of 22 shooting, alongside 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, and 5 turnovers. Despite the Bulls' numerous turnovers and limited possessions, the back-to-back fatigued Hawks struggled significantly, ultimately missing their opportunity to even the series. Following this match, discussions surrounding the Bulls' potential advancement to the conference finals ceased. Holding a match point, analysts unanimously predicted that the Bulls would conclude the series. Jordan's shooting percentage of 54.5 further silenced his skeptics. Should both the Knicks and Bulls emerge victorious, the 2 teams for the Eastern Conference Finals would be officially determined. That evening, Madison Square Garden was filled to capacity, with New York fans eagerly anticipating their home team's advancement. As the visiting team took the court, a chorus of boos erupted, while on the Knicks side, the absence of Allan Houston and Ewing went unnoticed by the crowd. Liu enjoyed a moment in the spotlight, reveling in the resounding cheers that marked his unexpected ascent to a central role. During the singing segment, Starks made the sign of the cross over his chest, offering a prayer to God, having secured a starting position. As the court lights illuminated the arena, Liu remained composed, stretching his neck and warming up. Tonight, he would be the tactical linchpin of the team. With the two key players missing, Coach Van Gundy had no choice but to lower the team's height. Lee partnered with Starks in the backcourt, while the front line featured Larry Johnson and Charles Oakley, with Vabok Williams at center. The electric atmosphere was palpable, and announcer Marv Albert's tone brightened considerably. Without P.J. Brown, the Heat also opted to reduce their height. The backcourt remained Tim Hardaway and Vashon Leonard, with Dan Majerle and Jamal Mashburn on the wings, and Alonzo Mourning at center. Commentator John Andrews sighed with relief at Pat Riley's adjustments. A smaller lineup could still be managed. As the players completed their final warm-ups, the crowd's roar intensified. When they reached the center court, no greetings were exchanged. For the Heat, this game was a matter of life and death. A loss would be unbearable. Liu adjusted his arm sleeves in his half of the court, appreciating the elegance of the home white jersey over the away uniform. The contrasting moods of the players were evident. The Heat's tension was palpable. The referee tossed the ball high into the air at center court, but Mourning jumped too early, allowing veteran Buck Williams to easily tip it away. "Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks!" Liu seized control of the ball, instantly eliciting a thunderous cheer from the crowd. Tim Hardaway advanced to guard him, with the Heat's game strategy remaining largely unchanged. Swiftly crossing half-court, Lee positioned himself at the top of the arc, while both big men sank towards the near baseline. Starks stationed himself on the right wing near the sideline. Larry Johnson made a quick move up the court, slowing down at the free-throw line, then curving around to the left elbow. With Liu shielding the ball at the arc, he quickly delivered a bounce pass. Johnson, leveraging his physical advantage, positioned Dan Majerle behind him. Upon receiving the pass, Johnson abruptly stopped, exerting force to fend off his defender, then executed a swift pullback, launching a jumper. Swish! The mid-range shot found its mark with precision. Within 11 seconds, the Knicks completed their offensive play, prompting the fans to erupt in jubilant cheers. Liu hastily retreated on defense, sharing a celebratory high-five with a fan. "Tonight, we have altered our tactical approach, demonstrating unwavering decisiveness in our offense, which appears to be a positive development." Commentator John Andrews also favors a decisive and straightforward style of offense. The first round reminded him of certain regular season scenarios. Defense, defense, defense. The exuberant crowd continued to rally for the defense. Retreating to half-court, Liu glanced back and observed that the Heat had significantly expanded their offensive spacing, allowing him to surmise their tactical intentions. Liu signaled Oakley to position himself slightly further inside, while deciding to momentarily ease off on Jamal Mashburn according to the game plan. In contrast to the Knicks' offense, Tim Hardaway, after crossing half-court, swiftly passed the ball to Mourning, who caught it at the free-throw line, allowing Dan Majerle to move forward for a handoff. Soon, the four players on the perimeter engaged in a series of ball exchanges while simultaneously attempting to penetrate, yet the Knicks' one-on-one defense held its ground, eventually reverting back to a simple positioning. Tim Hardaway received the ball again at the top of the arc, while Mourning repositioned himself to the left side, preparing for a screen. At that moment, Dan Majerle stood on the left wing, with Majerle, Vashon Leonard, and Jamal Mashburn occupying the corners, occasionally shifting upward. Noticing the positioning behind him, Liu anticipated that Tim Hardaway would likely opt for a drive and dish. Liu quickly raised his right hand, indicating he would contest Hardaway's left-handed layup, as Oakley began to inch forward, ready to defend against Hardaway's right hand. At the instant his teammate settled, Tim Hardaway lowered his center of gravity, dribbling behind his back, switching to his left hand before swiftly changing direction, using his right hand to scoop the ball up and execute a crossover drive. Liu had defended against this maneuver countless times. He immediately slid leftward, ensuring he remained beside Hardaway while applying pressure. Unable to bypass the defense, Hardaway drove into the paint, noticing Oakley shifting towards him. Unable to approach the basket, he instinctively passed the ball to the right corner. After catching the ball, Jamal Mashburn found himself unguarded and, with a slight adjustment beyond the three-point line, took a jump shot. Bang! The long rebound bounced out, and the compact Larry Johnson successfully secured the defensive board on the left side. Tim Hardaway swiftly marked Liu after the catch, prompting the Heat players to quickly retreat on defense. Upon receiving the ball, Liu held it with his right hand, bracing against the defense as he accelerated along the right baseline. With all his strength, Tim Hardaway desperately tried to push Liu towards the sideline, only to be momentarily stunned by Liu's sudden behind-the-back dribble. Fortunately, the agile player quickly adjusted his balance, and Hardaway charged back to defend on the right wing. Liu effortlessly passed the ball to Starks at the top of the arc, sensing that Tim Hardaway had not relinquished his defensive pursuit. Liu first feigned a run towards the top, completing a handoff, then abruptly reversed course, rapidly moving towards the baseline. From right to left, Liu swiftly glided along the baseline, forcing Hardaway to hasten his chase. After circling around, he utilized Buck Williams' screen near the left baseline to quickly pop out to the left side of the key. Upon reaching his designated spot, Liu received Starks' pass, immediately dropping the ball to his right hand and stepping forward to drive. Upon entering the paint area, it became evident that Mourning had retreated to the low post. Liu swiftly dribbled behind his back, executing a sudden stop that caused Tim Hardaway to lose his defensive position in an instant. Witnessing Liu drift to the left and complete a fadeaway jump shot, Tim Hardaway could only leap in a desperate attempt to interfere. Swish. The two-pointer found its mark effortlessly. Maintaining a brisk pace of attack, Liu executed his offense with just a single screen, as he scored consecutively from the outset. The roars from Madison Square Garden grew increasingly thunderous. Tim Hardaway, wearing a scowl, swiftly signaled tactics after receiving the inbounds pass. The Miami Heat's formation featured a significant number of smaller players, with 4 capable of shooting from beyond the arc, thus creating ample space for Mourning to operate one-on-one. Buck Williams fought hard to guard the low post, striving to push Mourning towards the restricted area. Once over half court, Tim Hardaway passed the ball to the left wing where Vashon Leonard awaited. Upon receiving the ball, Leonard immediately lobbed it to the post for Mourning. Starks, tracking the ball closely, rushed to double-team Mourning, who, upon catching the pass, dared not dribble. Without hesitation, Mourning swiftly tossed the ball to the perimeter. The pass was precise, allowing Leonard on the left wing to catch it and shoot without much adjustment. Bang! The long rebound bounced out, and Liu was perfectly positioned to grab it in the paint. As the Knicks began to accelerate again, Coach Pat Riley vocally urged his players to retreat on defense. Following 2 missed three-point attempts, the Heat's defensive demeanor grew increasingly frantic. Liu positioned himself on the right wing, where the Heat had already established defensive matchups. Oakley quickly shifted to set a screen. With the ball in his right hand and maintaining a side stance, Liu made a decisive move to break through on the right side. Jamal Mashburn, noticing Liu's acceleration towards the three-point line, immediately slid to assist Tim Hardaway in the double team. The Heat unexpectedly altered their defensive strategy to aggressively trap the ball handler. Liu reacted swiftly, exploiting the momentary confusion of the 2 defenders to accelerate toward the sideline. After drawing in the defense, Liu flicked his right wrist, delivering a behind-the-back bounce pass. Oakley, stationed on the left wing, received the ball with no one in front of him. Taking aim for a long two-pointer, he confidently released a jump shot. Swish. The long two found its way through the net. The opening sequence resulted in a resounding 60-point surge, igniting the New York fans into a frenzy, eager for advancement tonight. What a splendid display of offense. Liu gradually seized control of the game's tempo. The purposeful attack drew incessant praise from commentator John Andrus. Mourning's deep positioning enabled the Heat to secure 2 points in the paint, while the opposing 4 players posed a threat from beyond the arc, undeniably affecting our strategy. Commentator Marv Albert noted the Heat's low-post offense, with the other 4 players stationed at the three-point line, reflecting on the situation. In the early stages, the Heat's offensive tactics were straightforward: create space, drive and distribute, establish positioning, and execute low-post plays. As the critical moments of the game approached, Pat Riley made minimal adjustments, opting for a simpler strategy: to attack and shoot whenever an opportunity arose. The Knicks have likewise simplified their tactical approach, moving away from Ewing's dominant low-post attacks. Liu would inform his teammates in advance of the strategy for each possession, according to the habits formed during practice. As long as Liu reached the designated position within the stipulated time, he would deliver the pass. If the opponents disrupted the timing and failed to position themselves promptly, the set play would be abandoned, allowing Liu to determine the offensive strategy independently. When Starks shook off his defender and made a long two-pointer, followed by Buck Williams scoring from a pass by Liu after a drive, all 5 Knicks on the court had registered points. In contrast, aside from Dan Majerle sneaking a score for the Heat, the rest were struggling to find the basket. With 7 minutes and 9 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Pat Riley, his demeanor grave, swiftly called for a timeout. The Heat's defense was commendable, with timely retreats, Yet their faltering offense left the coaching staff disheartened. On the Knicks bench, Jeff Van Gundy was in high spirits. After the game commenced, he remained seated, occasionally rising to theatrically shout, only to quickly return to his seat. The game was unfolding more effortlessly than he had anticipated. There were no issues with rebounding or offense. "We are playing exceptionally well. Let us maintain this pace." He clapped the tactical board, made no adjustments, and continued to bask in the moment. Larry Johnson sat in his seat, sighing in disappointment. According to the plan, he had a size advantage over Dan Majerle, yet he had missed 2 opportunities with back-to-back post-ups. Failing to capitalize on such offensive chances, he would have to wait for the latter half of the game for further opportunities. Seizing the chance to commit a foul, he noted Mourning's mediocre free-throw performance. Deciding to test his touch for the night, Liu briefly hydrated, then turned to remind the 2 veteran big men. Defending the low post indeed demands considerable energy. If unable to contain the offense, committing an early foul is a viable strategy. It was a sound idea. The game was competitive, yet the opponents were too swift, limiting potential fast break opportunities. Oakley raised an eyebrow and readily agreed, while Buck Williams nodded in affirmation. Following the timeout, the atmosphere in the arena remained electric, with the Heat repeatedly misfiring, much to the delight of the New York fans. Tim Hardaway broke the deadlock for the Heat, utilizing Mourning's solid screen to shake off Liu's pursuit and successfully execute a layup in the paint. After scoring, he chose not to celebrate, but instead immediately focused on defending against Liu. Seamlessly, he passed the ball to Starks, and Liu sprinted towards the front court, prompting Tim Hardaway to alert his teammates to the defensive scheme. As Starks reached the arc, Buck Williams moved down to set a screen for Liu near the left baseline. Anticipating the play, Tim Hardaway quickly maneuvered around, cursing under his breath as he hurried to pursue Liu, who was receiving the ball on the right wing beyond the three-point line, adjusting his defensive focus and slowing his pace. As the play unfolded, Tim Hardaway found himself confronted by Liu, who deftly drifted to the right to receive the ball before releasing a shot. Rooted in place, Hardaway instinctively reached out, but his defensive efforts were rendered futile, and as he turned, he witnessed the basketball swish through the net. The Knicks had scored their first three-pointer of the game, igniting a chorus of cheers from the fans, who noted the widening gap in the score. Hardaway's decision to slow his pace was judicious, yet Lee had anticipated his defense, executing a remarkably straightforward and effective offensive maneuver. The commentator, Marv Albert, sensed a shift in the game's ease and began to relish the prospect of victory. Suddenly, the 2 commentators were pulled from their musings as they observed Mourning successfully shoot from the lower right side of the basket, snapping them back to the action. The Knicks abruptly accelerated their offensive tempo, employing a similar tactic. Liu made a lateral cut, receiving the ball on the left wing just beyond the three-point line. With a feigned lift of the ball, he deceived Hardaway, shifting his center of gravity. Lowering himself, he made a decisive move to drive past Hardaway, who was trailing by half a body length, desperately attempting to catch up. As he neared the basket, he noticed Mourning also retreating on defense. Suddenly, at the left lower side of the basket, Lee executed a jump step, pushing off his defender before performing an elegant up-and-under move. Just evading Mourning's block, he glided to the right side of the basket, twisting his body to scoop the ball with his right hand, finishing with a deft layup. With a series of effortless scores, Madison Square Garden erupted in jubilation. The score stood at 8-15, showing no signs of narrowing. Liu then altered his defensive approach, as Hardaway received an inbound pass and was immediately closely guarded. The Heat players, no longer as patient in their perimeter ball movement, saw Hardaway move to the left wing, where he lofted the ball to Mourning in the low post. Mourning, receiving the pass, made quick moves to position himself near the basket, pivoting rapidly towards the baseline and switching to his left hand. Just as he was poised to finish with a bank shot, Buck Williams, having lost his defensive position, opted to commit a foul. With a shake of his hands, Mourning had no time to lament, stepping to the free throw line, where he focused intently on his shooting form. However, both attempts clanged off the rim, much to the delight of the New York fans, who believed their interference had played a role. As the Knicks launched a counterattack, their joy was palpable. The small ball lineup managed to retreat in time, but Liu, undeterred, surged along the left sideline, approaching the three-point line. In motion, he executed a rapid in-and-out dribble with his left hand, then used his shoulder to create space, driving forcefully to the basket. Hardaway fought valiantly, providing physical resistance, but ultimately Lee's left-handed layup ricocheted off the rim. Before the Heat could celebrate their defensive effort, Oakley and Larry Johnson rushed to the basket. After a chaotic scramble for the ball, the Grandma secured the offensive rebound and scored with a layup. The Knicks capitalized on the disadvantages of the small ball lineup, as the absence of P.J. Brown significantly diminished the Heat's rebounding prowess. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, Liu and Starks took turns driving to the basket. Missed shots were of little concern as Oakley and the Grandma aggressively pursued every rebound, with the Heat failing to execute a single fast break. They were left relying solely on Mourning's gritty jump shots, prompting Pat Riley to become increasingly restless on the sidelines. With just 1 minute and 46 seconds remaining in the first quarter, as Liu stepped up for a free throw, Isaac Austin replaced the elusive Jamal Mashburn, allowing the Heat to establish a twin tower formation. Upon entering the game, Isaac Austin promptly aided the Heat in securing 2 points beneath the basket. Subsequently, he delayed Liu's movement, only to be met by Oakley on the left wing, who successfully sank a long two-pointer. The seasoned veteran exhibited remarkable shooting prowess tonight, and after making the basket, he beamed at his teammates. With the score now at 14-23, witnessing the widening gap, Mourning could no longer contain himself and hastened the offensive tempo, resulting in a foul by Oakley after a swift pivot under the basket. In the stands, fans rose to their feet, vociferously cheering and attempting to distract the players. The second free throw clanged off the rim, eliciting another round of applause. The Knicks executed a series of crisp passes, with Liu swiftly delivering the ball to Starks, who charged toward the basket. Drawing defensive attention, Starks, while on the move, passed to the trailing Larry Johnson. Completely unguarded, Johnson received the pass and executed a one-handed slam dunk. Completing the dunk, Larry Johnson stood beneath the hoop, thumping his chest in triumphant exultation. Meanwhile, the retreating Worsham Leonard appeared momentarily bewildered before dejectedly initiating a baseline play. Noticing the defensive lapses of his team, Pat Riley's expression soured, and by the end of the first quarter, the Heat's bench had fallen into a hushed silence, having dug themselves a 10-point hole from the outset. Everyone understood the implications. It was a flawless first quarter. No turnovers. We had full control of the game's rhythm and thoroughly dismantled the Heat's defense. Liu excelled, shooting 4 of 6, with 1 three-pointer from 1 attempt, and hitting both free throws for a total of 11 points, 1 rebound, and 4 assists, simplifying the Knicks' offensive execution. Commentator Marv Albert couldn't contain his enthusiasm, noting that the Knicks had never lost when leading by 10 points this season. Analyst John Anderis shared his sense of security. Feeling assured with the 10-point lead, the Heat's strategy had utterly failed, and they were unable to respond from beyond the arc. Perhaps tonight, we would advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. On the Knicks bench, smiles illuminated every face. Liu, having spent a season with the team, understood his teammates' psyche. A 10-point cushion allowed everyone to relish the game and shed their mental burdens. During the intermission, Jeff Van Gundy, having learned from previous playoff experiences, resolved not to let Starks be the primary offensive weapon during the rotation phase. Lee, you start. We need to keep scoring. John, once you're in, focus on defense. Grateful for the rare playoff opportunity, rookie John Wallace nodded eagerly. Without the team's depth, he would not have seen the court. Veteran Chris Childs and seasoned player Herb Williams were also brought into the game, with Liu and Larry Johnson initially leading the charge. The Heat launched the first offensive move, as Tim Hardaway finally found his rhythm from the perimeter, executing a mid-range jumper after a screen at the free throw line. Observing that the Heat had not made any substitutions, Liu immediately recognized their desperation. Losing would mean fishing for a comeback, and they could no longer afford to be concerned about stamina. As the score tightened back to single digits, the tension in the air was palpable. Worsham Leonard observed Liu beside him, anxiously monitoring the movements of the Knicks. During the rotation phase, the offensive strategy became exceedingly straightforward, a double screen at the elbow. Liu first swatted away the defender's arm, then swiftly cut from left to right, receiving the ball at the right side of the three-point line. He noted Worsham Leonard sliding towards him, feigned a shot, and executed a significant jab step with his right foot, instinctively stepping back. Worsham Leonard was taken aback when Liu lifted the ball after retracting his foot and launched it. Swish. The three-pointer sailed through the net. The arena erupted in cheers as Liu raised his right arm, displaying 3 fingers, and even while retreating, couldn't resist showing off. Tim Hardaway shot Worsham Leonard a glare. Feeling aggrieved, Washang Leonard knew Li Yu was not Allan Houston. He had been too close and was simply outpaced. The point gap returned to double digits and even widened slightly. Intent on accelerating the game tempo, Tim Hardaway initiated another pick and roll at the top of the arc. But this time, Mourning's jump shot from the left elbow clanged off the rim. Larry Johnson secured the rebound and swiftly transitioned the ball to Chris Charles. Just after crossing midcourt, Li Yu caught the pass, cradling the ball in his left hand while leaning against Washang Leonard, and began to decelerate as he approached the right wing. At the three-point line, Li Yu executed a quick behind-the-back dribble, hesitated slightly, turned to glance at the top of the arc, and switched to his right hand, feigning a protective dribble. As Washang Leonard glanced over his shoulder, Li Yu suddenly lowered his center of gravity and spun quickly, snagging the ball with his left hand, evading the defense, and retreating swiftly beyond the three-point line. Near the left sideline, Li Yu drifted slightly to the left and released a rapid jump shot beyond the arc. Washang Leonard leaped to contest, only to fly past Li Yu, failing to impact the shot. Swish. Another three-pointer. Oh! Madison Square Garden erupted, the atmosphere ignited by an audacious three-pointer following a swift transition. Goodness! What an unexpected offensive choice. Li had outwitted everyone. Commentator Marv Albert was left speechless. When Li Yu turned sideways, he seemed poised to pass to a trailing Knicks player. But in the blink of an eye, he launched the shot. On the sidelines, Pat Riley furrowed his brow. Wasn't that just a reckless throw? He shouted to his players, "Focus on defense. Concentrate." Washang Leonard found himself in a predicament. He was not a small player and lacked the agility needed to match Li Yu's rhythm. The point gap widened to 19-33. Fortunately, the Heat finally responded offensively. Dan Marley, utilizing his extensive game experience, executed a back cut at the top of the arc, receiving a handoff from Mourning, and made a quick stop-and-pop jump shot from the left wing beyond the three-point line. Jeff Van Gundy finally felt his presence, quickly rising to alert rookie John Wallace to focus on defense. Chris Charles advanced rapidly, reaching the top of the arc, while Li Yu suddenly accelerated from the right side near the baseline, tracing an arc and cutting across. The big man adjusted his screen position closer to the left wing of the three-point line, and Mourning, noticing his teammate had been completely shaken off, immediately switched to defend as Li Yu received the ball. Li Yu received the ball with a feint, causing Mourning, who was rushing to defend, to lean forward, nearly diving out of the play. Exploiting the opponent's defensive balance, Li Yu swiftly released the ball with his left hand, sidestepped laterally, denying Mourning another opportunity to defend, and launched a quick jump shot from beyond the three-point line. Yes, Li Yu broke through the defense, and the three-pointer went in. After hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers, commentator Albert was shouting at the top of his lungs. On the sidelines, Spike Lee rose to his feet, raising his hands high and shouting, while also calling out to Mourning, "Watch your ankles, buddy. Time to go home and fish." Li Yu celebrated with Larry Johnson, employing stylish screens, as the Knicks players began to grasp the essence of the tactics. With relentless acceleration during the rotation phase, Li Yu fully showcased his scoring explosiveness. Completely disregarding the Heat's scoring, he entered a frenzied shooting mode. After a lateral cut, facing the switched defender Mourning, Li Yu faked him out and executed a smooth step-through, hitting a mid-range jumper. Following a rebound, on the right side beyond the three-point line, the pursuing Washang Leonard was again deceived by Li Yu's feint, allowing him to effortlessly drive past. Ultimately, Li Yu glided into the paint, finishing with a deft layup. Tim Hardaway, quickening the offensive tempo, had just scored with a floater in the paint, prompting the Knicks to swiftly initiate a baseline play. On the left wing, Li Yu received the ball and executed a crossover to break through. Using his left hand to shield against Washang Leonard's defense, he swiftly spun in the paint, drawing a foul from Mourning. The New York fans grew increasingly exhilarated, unable to contain their excitement. He made both free throws, while Washang Leonard appeared dazed. Upon seeing Li Yu raise the ball, he instinctively jumped to defend, only to find his defense faltering. Pat Riley's timeout could not alter the course of the game, until Li Yu, in transition, attempted a wild three-pointer that clanked off the rim, signaling a decline in his shooting rhythm. With 3 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Isaac Austin, just subbed in, was forced to delay in front of Li Yu on the right wing, nearly getting bypassed again. The Heat's defensive formation fell into disarray, and Washang Leonard forgot to switch defenses, allowing Li Yu's bounce pass from the paint to penetrate the defense. Larry Johnson, cutting down the middle, caught the ball and soared, managing to dunk it over Mourning into the basket. Upon landing, Larry Johnson unleashed a furious roar at Mourning, only to receive an elbow from his former teammate, quickly escalating into a shoving match, prompting the referee to rush in between them. The New York fans sighed in disappointment at the lack of a fight. On the Knicks bench, the Atmosphere crew was cheering loudly. Recently entered Jamal Mashburn hit a three-pointer from the left corner, and Lee Yu, back in the point guard position, advanced past half court. Buck Williams set a screen at the top of the arc, and Lee Yu, with the ball in his left hand, took a step to shake off the defense and launched a shot. Swish. The three-pointer went in cleanly. Tim Hardaway was left dumbfounded, his hand still hovering beside Lee Yu. Did he just shoot that? With a score of 35-53, the significant lead prompted the fans to begin celebrating the victory prematurely. Unbelievable. Lee dominated the game entirely, transforming the second quarter into a personal showcase of offensive prowess. Witnessing such an impressive performance from a rookie on the playoff stage evokes memories of the legendary Magic Johnson. The commentator, Marv Albert, was nearly at a loss for words. Every errant throw seemed to find its mark. Lee Yu shrugged at Tim Hardaway and swiftly retreated on defense. As Mourning approached the free throw line once more, Lee signaled for a substitution, having exerted himself for nearly half the quarter. Time to catch his breath. With a remarkable 9 out of 11 shooting, including 4 out of 6 from beyond the arc and a perfect 2 out of 2 from the foul line, he amassed 24 points in the quarter, equaling the playoff record for points in a single quarter set by Michael Jordan in 1990. The young man was visibly fatigued. A brief respite was warranted. Should he endure the remaining 2 minutes, he might even surpass Floyd's record. Commentator John Andrews felt a lingering sense of anticipation, while the crowd began to applaud Lee as he made his way to the bench. Regardless of the Heat's defensive strategies, Lee consistently delivered from the perimeter. Raising his hands in salute to the fans, he approached the bench, where the Atmosphere team eagerly greeted him with fist bumps. Incredible. Lee, you should stay in a little longer. You might just break Michael Jordan's record. Walter McCarty, envious to the point of green-eyed, chattered incessantly. Upon returning to his seat, Lee took a moment to catch his breath and casually remarked, "In the Eastern Conference Finals, facing off against the Bulls, breaking records is still within reach." Walter McCarty wore a puzzled expression, seemingly struggling to comprehend Lee's thought process. With the game losing its competitive edge, fans who had purchased tickets felt they had made a splendid investment, celebrating their home team's return to the Eastern Conference Finals. The halftime score settled at 39-60, and the second half devolved into a mere formality. Jeff Van Gundy beamed with delight, and anyone could discern the joy radiating from the bald-headed coach. Pat Riley, too, shed any pretense, pursing his lips as he hurried toward the players' tunnel. The Miami Heat's playoff journey had come to an end. By halftime, Lee had achieved an impressive 13 out of 17 shooting, 5 out of 7 from three-point range, and a flawless 4 out of 4 from the free throw line, accumulating 35 points, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists. Even before the game concluded, the New York media were in a collective frenzy. As the third quarter unfolded, the Heat no longer cared about the game's outcome, opting instead for aggressive double-teaming and a reckless defensive strategy. The New York fans, naturally, responded with loud boos, eager to witness more scoring exploits. The opposing team clearly faltered, prompting Lee to relax, drawing defenders away and assisting his veteran teammates. Oakley, during this match, grew increasingly accurate with his mid-range shots, causing Lee's assist tally to soar. By the end of the quarter, with a score of 22-22, Tim Hardaway, upon leaving the game, saw the statistics revealing Lee's double-double, grumbling in frustration. As the fourth quarter commenced, the game had entered garbage time. Although Lee did not score further, he remained unperturbed. Changing into his training gear and comfortably seated on the bench, Starks performed adequately, scoring consistently in the third quarter. However, the veteran was more concerned about their upcoming opponent in the finals. The Bulls appeared to be leading decisively, leaving the Hawks with little hope. Lee glanced at the bench before turning his head to respond. "We will have fewer players in the next game, so let us enjoy this match." A heartfelt thank you to the readers for their subscription support. This chapter concludes. Chapter 81. The Vanguard against Jordan on May 13, 1997, 2 seasons later. The Knicks once again reached the Eastern Conference Finals. The Heat, after holding firm for half of the fourth quarter, managed to close the gap somewhat, but ultimately faced a disappointing defeat. Mourning played for 39 minutes, shooting 9 of 17 from the field and 6 of 12 from the free throw line, accumulating 24 points, 9 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 turnovers. Every time he found his rhythm, the Knicks would send him to the charity stripe, yet he could not respond adequately, faltering in his free throw attempts. Muscles bulging. He felt powerless amidst the cheers and jeers of New York fans. Mourning stood by the sidelines for quite some time, contemplating the score. Tim Hardaway, after a brief handshake, turned and walked back to the players' tunnel. He recorded 17 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 steal with no turnovers, shooting 7 of 17 from the field, 2 of 8 from beyond the arc, and 1 of 4 from the free throw line. Learning from previous games, Hardaway managed his turnovers well. However, an overabundance of safe passes rendered it difficult for the Heat to execute threatening fast breaks. The energy expended on defense took its toll, and aside from a stellar performance in Game 3, his subsequent games were rather lackluster. Reaching the conference finals left Jeff Van Gundy immensely satisfied. As he exchanged smiles and handshakes with Pat Riley, the two engaged in light conversation at the technical table, with Riley maintaining his composure and patting his former assistant on the back before briskly departing the arena. This has indeed been an extraordinary season. As the playoffs progressed, we have showcased our dominance. With the roster adjustment, the Knicks have become younger, and the future belongs to us. I am confident that we will respond to our old rivals in the conference finals. Commentator Marv Albert expressed great satisfaction with the Knicks' performance this year. Although analyst John Andrews held reservations about the upcoming Eastern Conference Finals, he refrained from pessimism. This is the first year after the team's reorganization and also Lee's inaugural season. Achieving such results, I believe the fans in New York are quite pleased. Regardless of the outcome, I trust that the Knicks will ultimately find success. The media in New York harbors a love-hate relationship with their upcoming adversaries. They revel in the spectacle of Michael Jordan, enjoying the sight of the league's finest facing challenges. Yet, everyone is acutely aware of the Bulls' prowess, leading some media outlets to express trepidation even before the game commenced. The Knicks may very well be the team that has succumbed to Michael Jordan the most over the years, with not only the players feeling defeated, but also the New York media sharing in the despair. At the post-game press conference, dressed in a light gray suit, Liu once again basked in the limelight of stardom, though the media's demeanor seemed oddly peculiar. At 19 years and 135 days. Congratulations on breaking the record set by Michael Jordan in 1985, becoming the youngest player in NBA playoff history to score 30-10 points. Could you elaborate on your performance in the second quarter? An astonishing 24 points. The New York Post reporter, unusually, refrained from inquiring about the next round's opponent. In response, Liu dismissed the thought, off-ball movement, receiving passes, observing the defender's center of gravity. I am not merely a shooter. Seizing opportunities, I also attack the rim. Scoring is as simple as that. Of course, this success is not without the support of my teammates, and the encouragement from the fans is immense. Playing at Madison Square Garden always allows me to find my rhythm effortlessly. This privilege will henceforth belong to the home team players. The TNT reporter, amused by Liu's jest regarding former visiting players exploding in performance in New York, boldly queried, "Lee, will the Knicks reach the finals?" The surrounding New York media shot a disapproving glance at this tactless individual who had broached an inappropriate topic. Basketball is round. Anything is possible. Certainly. The Bulls have a superior record, and we must first secure a victory on the road. Our team's goal is to win an away game. Liu responded with a smile, prompting the New York media to swiftly change the subject. After years of losses, they had learned, do not provoke Michael Jordan. He is a vengeful adversary. Simultaneously that evening, the Bulls triumphed over the Hawks with a resounding score of 41, sweeping their opponent decisively. While star-studded basketball seemed laborious, the Bulls excelled in team basketball, showcasing a multifaceted offensive strategy that left the Hawks bewildered. In 40 minutes of play, Michael Jordan recorded 24 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 2 turnovers, shooting 9 of 23 from the field, 1 of 5 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 5 of 5 from the free throw line. The rebounding battle was 30-54. Upon returning home, the Bulls secured 25 offensive rebounds, utterly dominating the Hawks. The disparity in rebounding nearly doubled, resulting in the Bulls achieving 96 possessions, making their victory inevitable. Excel cannot fully encapsulate the Bulls' dominance. Despite the Hawks' best efforts with their main players, they fell significantly short in every statistical category. Advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals, Michael Jordan displayed little exuberance. In this series, he had emphatically dunked over Mutombo, fulfilling his promise, which brought him greater satisfaction. Unlike the media in New York, the Chicago press immediately celebrated the championship. The Knicks were rendered inconsequential. They had triumphed over this opponent too many times in the past. The playoff history spoke volumes, with the Bulls having triumphed effortlessly. At the post-game press conference, clad in a loose brown suit, Michael Jordan casually fielded questions from the media until a TNT reporter asked, "Mike, tonight Lee matched your playoff single-quarter scoring record and also broke your 30-10 record. Will the Bulls make any adjustments for the next round?" Taken aback by such a query, Michael Jordan momentarily paused, as there were so many records he had long forgotten. Adjustments? No. It is the opponent who needs to adjust. Our form is improving, and Dennis's knee has nearly recovered. It is a delight to witness the Knicks ascend to the stage of the conference finals. However, Harper is poised to impart a lesson to the younger players. Michael Jordan, devoid of humility, once again manifests an unwavering determination to secure the championship as the conference finals approach. A sentiment echoed by the media present. The audacious claims he made have largely come to fruition. The two teams for the Eastern Conference Finals have officially been determined, while the Western Conference semifinals continue to unfold. The Rockets returned home with a series point advantage, only to find themselves bested by the Supersonics once more. With a score of 100-94, Gary Payton's exceptional performance has kept the intrigue of the series alive. Hakeem Olajuwon exploded tonight, achieving 31 points, 16 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 2 turnovers with a shooting record of 12 out of 18 and hitting 7 out of 10 from the free throw line. Clyde Drexler contributed with 26 points from 9 of 16 shooting, while Charles Barkley managed 17 points and 20 rebounds from 6 of 18 shooting. The Rockets secured 20 offensive rebounds, yet still succumbed to defeat, struggling from beyond the arc with a dismal 5 out of 27. Gary Payton recorded a double-double with 21 points, 6 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers, and the Supersonics committed only 9 turnovers throughout the match. Coach George Karl's relentless commitment to his starters has yielded results. On May 14th, the coaching staff granted the Knicks a 2-day respite, a reward for their advancement to the conference finals. Ewing, upon seeing the newspapers filled with accolades for Reggie Miller's records, felt a pang of jealousy. The New York media has shown remarkable leniency towards Miller, conveniently overlooking his subpar shooting performance in Games 3 and 4, where he failed to exceed 40. The Goliath opted against rest, instead choosing to train harder, genuinely intent on overcoming his old rival. Regrettably, he was suspended for Game 1, rendering his efforts futile. The Knicks' regular training facility is situated in the upper part of Westchester County, New York, offering a respite from media scrutiny. While the players enjoy a break, the coaching staff diligently reviews game footage. After watching the Bulls face the Hawks, Jeff Van Gundy fell silent, contemplating the potential vulnerability in rebounding. Compared to last season, the Bulls have indeed regressed. Assistant coach Tom Thibodeau's comments left several speechless. The decline is evident. Last season, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Dennis Rodman were all selected for the all-defensive team, but this year, Rodman has fallen out of contention due to knee injuries. Observing the assistant coaches discuss various strategies without yielding promising suggestions, Van Gundy resorted to old tactics, much like the regular season. They must double-team Michael Jordan and allow others to dictate the game, which might present an opportunity for an away victory. Silence enveloped the room. The Hawks had employed this strategy before, and it proved ineffective. Assistant coach Don Chaney, reflecting on Ewing's current state, lamented, "If only Pat were a few years younger." Using Starks to defend against Jordan was undoubtedly a grave error. Reminiscing about the past, the long-tenured members of the Knicks sighed in unison, while Van Gundy, with a serious demeanor, continued, "When playing away, it is imperative to prevent players from becoming entangled with their opponents." Several assistant coaches exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in silence. Although they felt that this matter held little bearing on the outcome of the match, they decided to adhere to the head coach's mystical inclinations. After all, who knew what fortune might bring? A rare holiday presented itself, allowing Liu the opportunity to stroll the streets with Mylanda. May had finally warmed New York, permitting the donning of jeans and a t-shirt suitable for the temperate climate. Clad in denim, a blue and white striped t-shirt, and sporting a golden ponytail, Mylanda looked youthful and radiant. However, at that moment, she was in the apartment, sniffing around and occasionally rummaging through things. Only when embraced by Liu did she break into a cheerful smile, exclaiming, "Wonderful. No sign of any leaves." Each visit to the apartment mandated a thorough inspection. No smoking, no tattoos, and certainly no indulgence in leaves, which constituted the basic requirements. Feeling the tumultuous waves in his embrace, Liu held on tightly and whispered in her ear, "How about we linger at home for a while?" Sensing his intentions, Mylanda playfully crossed her arms and tugged toward the door, pouting, "No way. We promised to watch The Fifth Element together. I hear it's fantastic." Curse The Fifth Element. Liu inwardly grumbled, having already seen the film. Although he couldn't recall the specific plot, memories assured him it was merely a popcorn flick. New York boasted an abundance of theaters, ranging from those dedicated to independent films showcasing artistic endeavors to quaint cinemas focused on French films, adorned in classical style, catering to the elite. For a blockbuster experience, the Ziegfeld on West Street, a grand single-screen theater, offered the ultimate viewing pleasure. Taking the 11 train, Liu, sporting a hat, was recognized by a few enthusiastic fans. But fortunately, the presence of his female companion deterred any unwelcome interruptions. Mylanda was thoroughly engrossed in the blockbuster, while Liu felt himself slipping into drowsiness. After a brief period, memories began to resurface, and the sensation of having been spoiled by spoilers was utterly disheartening. As the film neared its conclusion, Liu's only lingering thought was that Milla Jovovich was indeed striking. Young Russian women certainly had their charm. On May 15th, the Supersonics returned to their home court, reclaiming a victory with a score of 96-99, bringing the series tally to 3-3. Juwan appeared to have fully adapted to the Supersonics' defense, finishing the night with 30 points. 11 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 4 blocks from 21 attempts. Barkley also broke free from his slump, achieving a double-double with 20 points and 12 rebounds. Yet Drexler faltered, managing only 9 points on 3 of 14 shooting. Coupled with the Rockets' 21 turnovers throughout the game, the Supersonics, with their steady performance, valiantly extended the series to a decisive Game 7. Gary Payton showcased an impressive two-way game, recording 19 points, 8 rebounds, 13 assists, and 5 steals against Tim Hardaway, who, in the playoffs, simply couldn't match Payton's tenacity. As the excitement of Game 7 loomed, the stakes were incredibly high. Should the aging trio of the Rockets falter, the off-season headlines would practically write themselves. On the 16th, the Knicks resumed their regular training, with the coaching staff refraining from implementing any extraordinary tactical routines. In the G1 match, the team's defensive strategy relied heavily on double-teaming, while the offensive approach seemed left to fate. In response to Jeff Van Gundy's directives, several seasoned players readily agreed, affirming that irrespective of the outcome, they would exhibit unwavering dedication. Personally, I felt no desire to defend against Michael Jordan as the playoffs approached. Isolation plays became increasingly prevalent, prompting me to consider bulking up for the next season. Following the film session, Allan Houston wore a troubled expression. While sports media might provoke Michael, the players recognized his formidable prowess. The game had yet to commence, yet the tension was palpable. It sufficed to give our all. Even if we couldn't contain him, allowing him to score 50 points while the Bulls lost could still be deemed a favorable outcome. Liu, with a cheerful demeanor, offered solace to Allan Houston, acknowledging that he could do little more than support his teammates emotionally. Larry Johnson, brimming with enthusiasm after scoring 20 points and securing 10 rebounds in the previous game, seemed to have rekindled his former prowess. At that moment, he was eager to prove himself. Michael Jordan was not a deity. He too experienced fatigue. Winning an away game followed by 2 victories at home would lead us to the finals. While the fervent aspirations filled the air, Oakley shook his head, and Starks remained silent. After the film session, the veterans had already settled into a laid-back attitude. Liu observed that reaching the Eastern Conference Finals had left most of the Knicks satisfied, with no one broaching the subject of winning. Ewing trained with greater vigor, yet refrained from mentioning the championship. After one season in the league, Liu had come to fully appreciate Michael Jordan's influence. While Western teams might still harbor dissent, the Eastern teams had largely succumbed to apathy. Even the defeated Hawks refrained from making bold statements post-game. And no one spoke of reclaiming victory next year. As the playoffs commenced, former provocateurs in the media had turned into fair-weather supporters, rallying behind Michael Jordan, Bulls for the championship. On May 17th, the intensity of the Western Conference semifinals Game 7 reached a fever pitch, with both teams battling fiercely until the fourth quarter. With just 20 seconds remaining, the Rockets, playing at home, maintained a narrow 2-point lead. In a critical moment, the Supersonics appeared unable to score, falling into a drought, while Drexler stepped up to the free throw line, ultimately sealing the game. The Rockets' seasoned trio, Juwan, Barkley, and Drexler, exploded with performance, narrowly capturing the win. Juwan scored 22 points and grabbed 13 rebounds on 11 of 19 shooting. Barkley tallied 20 points and 14 rebounds on 7 of 13 shooting, complemented by Drexler's 24 points, thereby dominating the contest. Despite the Rockets shooting 6 of 24 from beyond the arc, victory was theirs. Gary Payton's 27 points failed to shift the tide. In the upcoming Western Conference Finals, the Rockets were set to face the Jazz, heralding the commencement of a battle among the veterans. As the divisional playoffs loomed, TNT and ESPN naturally sought to capitalize on the excitement, analyzing the strengths of the four competing teams. After joining TNT, McHale quickly gained popularity. This legendary Celtics player consistently delivers succinct analyses of players' technical characteristics. Rebounding is paramount. While Barkley may not score significantly throughout the series, the Rockets' frontcourt rebounding leads by a considerable margin. Such is the nature of the playoffs. A shooter may explode in one game, yet as both teams engage in relentless competition, stamina wanes, and defenses become increasingly targeted. Ultimately, it is the towering players who determine the outcome of the contest. Ernie Johnson observed his partner expounding and suddenly interjected. Lee of the Knicks delivered a phenomenal performance in Game 5. Perhaps perimeter players can also decide the fate of the game. Glancing at the pre-prepared statistics, McHale raised an eyebrow and asserted, Lee performed admirably. His overall postseason stats are impressive. However, in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Knicks will face a completely different opponent. The Bulls' backcourt is taller than that of the Heat. Harper is not Tim Hardaway, and Michael Jordan can take over defensively when it matters most. Both Lee and Allan Houston are too inexperienced. The disparity in game experience and physical prowess is glaring. As the conference finals approach, both teams possess no secrets. This is a moment to showcase star power. Thus, the Bulls and Rockets are destined to clash in the finals this year. Sports media overwhelmingly predicts that the Bulls, boasting a greater number of stars, will secure an easy victory. However, on the night of the 19th, during the Western Conference Finals, the Jazz delivered a resounding rebuttal. In Game 1, the Jazz, playing at home, triumphed over the Rockets decisively. Juwan showcased his brilliance, shooting 9 for 14 and scoring a game-high 30 points, while also grabbing 13 rebounds and dishing out 5 assists. Conversely, Barkley faltered, shooting 3 for 10, accumulating 12 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 turnover, while Drexler had a rather unremarkable game with 13 points. In the second quarter, the Jazz established their dominance, concluding the game with a commanding lead. Although Karl Malone's postseason numbers began to decline, he managed to score 21 points, largely from free throws, on a 6 for 16 shooting night. Stockton contributed consistently with 16 points, 6 rebounds, 13 assists, 2 steals, and 2 turnovers. The dynamic duo from Utah once again taught the critics, who doubted them due to their star-studded roster, a valuable lesson. Amassing stars does not necessarily equate to greater strength. Meanwhile, the Knicks had flown to Chicago, gathered in their hotel to watch the game, and Ewing could not resist making a sarcastic remark, a fraudulent MVP. Clearly, he can only score from the free throw line. Lee observed that the Jazz's pace was significantly faster. The aging Rockets could not keep up with Utah's offensive rhythm. The atmosphere among the fans was filled with delight as the aging trio suffered a loss. After an early night's rest, they prepared for the next day's game, focusing on their physical condition. Although Ewing could not participate, he still embraced his role as a leader, heeding the coach's advice and refraining from socializing with friends. As the entire team remained diligently at the hotel, although there was no indulgence in food and drink, the atmosphere crew remained unperturbed. Simply waving towels in the Eastern Conference Finals is an achievement that many players find elusive. Allan Houston, however, remained in low spirits, striving to uplift his own morale. At most, I could manage 50 points. Do not fret, bro. If that were the case, our opportunity would present itself. Upon hearing Liu's words, Allan Houston retorted with irritation, that is 50 points. I do not wish to endure that experience a second time. On May 20th, the vengeful Michael Jordan began to mock Jeff Van Gundy once more before the game. I failed to understand how a gathering with friends could influence the outcome of a match. Upon arriving in Chicago, he noted that he had not seen any Knicks players in recent days. These trivial antics proved ineffective last year and will not work this year. Prior to the game, Michael conducted an interview in the locker room, directly ridiculing Jeff Van Gundy. The bald-headed young coach had previously referred to Michael as a hypocritical scoundrel, asserting that socializing with friends was a means to secure an easy victory. The rift between them seemed insurmountable, despite receiving accolades as Coach of the Year. Jeff Van Gundy had not garnered an ounce of respect from his counterpart. As the series progressed, the league did not overly embellish the matchup. Yet the atmosphere at the United Center grew increasingly fervent, with Bulls fans arriving early. The Knicks donned their blue away jerseys, and as DJ Oakley introduced the visiting players, a chorus of boos erupted. When Liu, the last to take the stage, faced a barrage of jeers, the lights dimmed, and an irksome melody began to play. In a rudimentary animation, a cow meandered through the city, accompanied by the rapid tempo of Sirius, prompting the Bulls fans to cheer vociferously. Clad in red and white practice attire, the Bulls players made their entrance one by one. Liu, having just formed a circle with his teammates, exchanged playful shouts. Feeling a twinge of nostalgia, self-initiated BGM, nothing more. At the TNT commentary booth, Dick Stockton received the starting lineups for both teams and succinctly stated, "Rodman returns to the starting lineup tonight," indicating his knee injury has nearly healed. The backcourt remained comprised of Ron Harper and Michael Jordan, while the forwards were Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman, with Luke Longley as center. Observing the familiar starting lineup of the Bulls, Hubie Brown remarked, "In the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, the Bulls were in search of their rhythm. Now, they are ready to mount a challenge for the championship." Allan Houston of the Knicks made his starting appearance, while Charles Oakley and Buck Williams would face significant rebounding pressure in the absence of Patrick Ewing, which indeed posed considerable challenges for the Knicks. As both teams engaged in their final warm-ups, the din within the United Center intensified. When the referee signaled for both teams to approach the center court, a cheerful Michael Jordan flashed a smile, chewing gum, and extended a fist bump to the Knicks players. Perhaps having perused the newspaper, Michael Jordan finally discerned which of his records had been shattered by Liu. Prior to the game, he jestingly remarked, "Lee, tonight, experienced the true essence of the playoffs." This comment might have seemed somewhat disrespectful to the Knicks' previous adversaries, yet considering that most Eastern Conference teams had succumbed to the Bulls, Liu could only muster a smile. As he stepped onto the court for his inaugural Eastern Conference Finals, he was matched up against the league's finest, Allan Houston, who was too nervous to utter a word. Meanwhile, Oakley exchanged fist bumps with his Bulls teammates. Though he yearned for victory, he was mentally prepared for defeat, maintaining an exceptionally calm demeanor. As the referee tossed the basketball into the air, Luke Longley effortlessly leaped to seize possession, prompting an immediate eruption of cheers from the crowd. Harper did not demand the ball. Reminiscent of prior playoff encounters, Pippen swiftly dribbled across half-court. Larry Johnson promptly matched up, positioning himself on the right wing, while Harper advanced to receive a handoff. Pippen and the others spread out, with Michael Jordan already establishing position in the right block, calling for the ball. After taking 2 steps and nearing the 3-point line, Harper, under Liu's challenge, delivered a high lob pass. Michael Jordan leaped to catch it, and the Bulls shifted their positions once more. Longley approached the free throw line, while Rodman lurked on the left baseline, poised to snag a rebound. Pippen maneuvered at the arc, and Liu followed Harper, shifting toward the left corner. Before Larry Johnson could close in, Michael Jordan received the ball, using his left hand to shield it, then executed a powerful move into the paint, pivoting towards the baseline and quickly gathering for a fadeaway jumper. Allan Houston's interference seemed to have an effect, as the ball ricocheted off the rim. On the Knicks side, Oakley was fiercely battling for position, while Buck Williams grappled with Longley. At the opportune moment, the veterans seized the chance, swiftly collapsing to secure the defensive rebound ahead of Pippen. Liu immediately advanced to receive the pass, swiftly moving toward the right sideline in an effort to shake off Harper's grip. Meanwhile, the other Knicks players disregarded the backcourt as Liu took possession, accelerating with fervor toward the front court. Phil Jackson beamed from the bench, observing as Harper dashed to Liu's side. The Bulls had made adjustments, transforming Harper into a defensive specialist. Possessing extensive defensive experience, Harper had no intention of attempting to swipe the ball. He merely shadowed Liu with rapid footwork, keeping his hands close to his sides to enhance his awareness. The transition offense faltered, and the towering Longley understood the Knicks' strategy, retreating with remarkable speed. Defense, defense, defense. As Liu halted at the right wing, The cheers for defense crescendoed within the United Center. The Knicks players all spread out, with Allan Houston dashing to the left wing. Larry Johnson maneuvered at the left elbow, ready to support Buck Williams near the baseline in securing a rebound. Oakley quickly positioned himself at the three-point line, preparing to set a screen, while Rodman followed suit defensively. At this moment, with the ball held firmly in his left hand and his body angled protectively, Liu elevated his center of gravity, feigning a breakthrough to the left. Seizing the opportunity as Harper adjusted his defensive stance, Liu swiftly executed a behind-the-back dribble. In the instant he transferred the ball to his right hand, he lowered his center of gravity and accelerated with raw power. Just beyond the three-point line, he abruptly halted, feigned with his shoulder, and then twisted his body to surge forward. The sudden stop caught Harper off guard, enabling Liu to slice through as Rodman instinctively shifted to provide support. The trio converged near the right side of the restricted area, and in a moment of brilliance, Liu executed a single-handed behind-the-back maneuver. A deceptive flourish that caused both defenders to momentarily hesitate. Rodman, instinctively glancing towards Oakley in the elbow area, was the first to respond. However, Liu seized the moment, accelerating suddenly towards the right baseline, executing a quick step back, and without waiting for his opponents, launched a rightward drifting jump shot. Swish! The mid-range shot found its mark with precision. Hush! As Liu retreated, he playfully tapped his temple with his right index finger, eliciting a smile from Rodman, who, rather than being upset, clapped and chuckled before whispering a few words to Harper. Liu was in fine form, utilizing more sudden stops to evade defenders. Though the Bulls seemed to have made strategic adjustments, with Pippen taking control of the ball earlier. Observing the baseline free throw, Pippen dribbled past half court, prompting Hubie Brown in the commentary booth to instantly surmise the Bulls' tactical shift. Adhering to their customary strategies, Liu noticed Longley positioning himself in the left block, promptly alerting his teammates. Quick help defense. Arriving at the left wing, Pippen immediately lobbed the ball to Longley, who was closely guarded by Buck Williams, preventing any baseline movement, while Larry Johnson rushed back to double team. After a brief touch, Longley quickly gathered the ball and passed it back to Pippen at the three-point line. At that moment, Buck Williams swiftly circled around to defend, allowing Longley to shift towards the basket. Pippen passed again, and as Longley received the ball in the paint, Oakley closed in. Coupled with Larry Johnson's rapid arrival, a three-man blockade formed in the paint. There was no time to pass to Rodman beneath the basket. Once Longley released the ball, he lost control of it. Oakley executed a steal, and Liu immediately moved to receive the pass, prompting the Knicks to accelerate towards the opponent's half of the court. The transition from defense to offense was astoundingly swift, leaving Bulls fans gasping as Liu charged past Harper into the opposing half. Approaching the arc's apex, Liu showed no signs of slowing down. Harper maintained his defensive position, only to realize at the three-point line that Liu's ball had vanished. The gasps of the crowd filled the air as Harper turned to discover Liu's behind-the-back pass had found the fast-breaking Allan Houston. Positioned at the right wing beyond the three-point line, Allan Houston received the pass without hesitation and launched the shot. Michael Jordan, stationed within the three-point line, instinctively leaped to defend, but was a beat too late. Swish! The transition three-pointer hit nothing but net. Unfazed by the boos from the Bulls fans, Allan Houston celebrated with an exuberant fist pump. When the opposing player scored over him, Michael Jordan's smile instantly vanished. The Chicago Bulls quickened their offensive tempo. Pippen brought the ball across half court and passed it to Jordan, who was positioned at the left elbow of the free throw line, backing down his defender. Without the need for a reminder from Liu, the Knicks players anticipated a one-on-one. Larry Johnson immediately moved to double team, while Jordan, upon receiving the ball, pivoted and accelerated with determination. After taking two large steps with his left hand dribbling, he suddenly came to a halt, drifting left to execute a fadeaway jump shot. Despite the defensive efforts of two players, the basketball ricocheted off the rim once more, leading to a chaotic scramble under the basket. Longley, leveraging his height, tipped the ball toward the rim, but ultimately, Oakley seized the opportunity to secure the difficult defensive rebound. At this moment, the Bulls unexpectedly altered their defensive strategy. As Liu received the ball, Harper immediately took the lead in defense, while Pippen advanced to block. Sensing the shift in momentum, Liu made a wide turn, collected the ball with his left hand, and moved laterally to briefly elude Harper's defense. Faced with Pippen's sudden double team, he swiftly executed a behind-the-back dribble. lowering his center of gravity before changing direction. As Harper was closing in, Liu switched to his right hand and propelled forward, accelerating with great force. His dazzling dribbling maneuver allowed him to slip between the two defenders, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd as he crossed half-court, just beyond the midline. Michael Jordan pursued him, attempting to delay Liu and collaborate with his teammates for a three-man trap. However, the sudden increase in defensive intensity did not fluster Liu. Before Jordan could close in, he performed another behind-the-back dribble on the move. The trailing Allan Houston received the pass and, nearing the three-point line, decelerated. Stopped abruptly on the right wing with no defender in sight, and executed a swift jump shot. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. Oh my, what a brilliant play. The Knicks executed yet another stunning counterattack. Liu toyed with the Bulls' defense, leaving spectators in disbelief at his speed. In the TNT commentary booth, watching Liu and Allan Houston celebrate with a chest bump, Dick Stockton raised his voice in excitement. The United Center erupted in boos as Harper and Pippen stood frozen, bewildered, watching Liu retreat. How did he get past them? Well done, bro. Just like that, even Michael Jordan can't stop you. Keep shooting, take down those old-timers. As Liu retreated, he sensed the Bulls' defensive intentions and felt that the game might slip away from him. Seizing the moment, he encouraged Allan Houston. After sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers, the pregame tension evaporated, and Allan Houston, feeling the heat of his shooting hand, exuberantly shouted, "Yes, take down those old guys." Turning around, he caught sight of Michael Jordan watching him, causing Houston to lose some of his bravado. Liu, undeterred, continued to walk back on defense, urging, "They're getting old, tonight. We'll run them into the ground." With pursed lips and no longer chewing gum, Michael Jordan tilted his head, observing the two retreating players. He eventually caught up and applauded, saying, "Come on. Well done. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my esteemed readers for their unwavering support through subscriptions. This evening at 10 p.m., an additional chapter exceeding 10,000 words will be unveiled, as it necessitates some revisions. Certain sections require a complete rewrite, as promised to my readers." Chapter 82. The cost of arrogance. The privilege of a superstar is that in certain matches, they are not obliged to adhere strictly to the pre-game strategies devised by the coaching staff. Provoked, Michael Jordan finds the basketball game increasingly engaging. Disregarding the triangle offense, he resolves to impart a lesson to the younger players. After facing an initial onslaught of 80 points, the seasoned veterans of the Bulls remain unfazed, opting to minimize the back-to-the-basket plays by Longley, while Michael Jordan begins to take frequent shots. The demands of the leader must naturally be met. Initially, Allan Houston feels a twinge of panic, momentarily recalling the scene from the regular season when he was outscored by 55 points. However, as the game progresses, the confidence of the Knicks grows. "Is this all you've got, Michael?" With 5 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Liu stands at the free throw line, and the boos from the United Center grow louder. In the TNT commentary booth, Hubie Brown glances at the statistics and subtly critiques. The Bulls rely too heavily on isolation plays, which are proving ineffective. The Knicks are securing the backcourt rebounds. Perhaps coach Phil Jackson should consider calling another timeout. Liu sinks both free throws, bringing the score to 18-10, and Dick Stockton quickly adds, after starting 2 for 7, Michael needs to recalibrate. It's time to distribute the ball to his teammates. No sooner has he spoken than from right to left, Michael Jordan swiftly navigates the baseline, receives the ball, and elevates, executing a right drifting fadeaway jumper. Swish. The two-point shot finds nothing but net. The Bulls show no inclination to slow their pace when Michael wishes to shoot. None can impede him. Pursuing, Allan Houston steals himself, while Liu merely claps his hands, quickly receiving the inbounds pass. Faced with the defending Harper, he races past half-court. As soon as they transition to half-court offense, the Knicks' rhythm falters. Rodman adeptly switches on screens, but Longley's imposing stature complicates Liu's passing lanes. Oakley's screen fails to yield results as Allan Houston, positioned at the right elbow, cannot shake Jordan's relentless defense. With the first play faltering, Larry Johnson rushes to the left block, calling for the ball. After Liu delivers the pass, he swiftly cuts along the baseline, drawing the defense away. Confronted by Pippen's staunch defense, the veteran attempts to power toward the basket, nearing the paint before pivoting and launching a turnaround jumper. Bang! The basketball ricochets off the rim, and Longley secures the rebound, only to be met with a forceful swipe from Oakley. In an instant, Chaos ensues beneath the basket, culminating in the ball ricocheting off Rodman's foot and out of bounds. Hey, that's our ball. Upon witnessing the referee's call for a front-court violation, Rodman feigned innocence, leaping and vociferously protesting. The fans in the front row erupted in vehement criticism of the officials. In a swift response, Liu signaled a tactical gesture and promptly initiated play, passing the ball to Oakley on the left wing. Liu then advanced rapidly, executing a handoff. As he returned to the arc, Harper remained glued to Liu, who had scarcely touched the ball throughout the evening, consumed by the task of defense. The Bulls had adopted a formidable box-and-one defense, with Rodman loitering near the paint while Longley stood resolutely inside, refusing to venture out. A large figure positioned herself at the left corner, yet Pippen maneuvered along the baseline, compressing the Bulls' defense considerably, with only 2 defenders extending outward. After several ineffective pick-and-roll attempts, Liu decided to take matters into his own hands, firmly grasping the ball with his left hand. He gradually elevated his center of gravity while subtly shifting towards the left wing. Ignoring Harper's defense, Liu abruptly changed direction with a between-the-legs dribble, switching to his right hand and powering through with a shoulder dip. Harper swiftly slid to the right, and the two became entangled near the free-throw line. Liu's foot slipped, nearly causing him to fall. However, as Harper reached in to steal the ball, Liu grounded himself with his left hand and executed a rapid change of direction. With the defense momentarily shaken, Liu deftly scooped the ball with his left hand, eliciting gasps from the Bulls fans. Harper quickly retreated to the left. Liu rose, taking a dribble, and pivoted on his right foot, executing a fading jump shot from within the paint. Swish! The two-pointer sailed through the net. Boo! The difficult shot drew a chorus of boos from the United Center, and Harper, resigned, shrugged his shoulders, having already contested the shot to no avail. On the Knicks bench, the atmosphere was electric, as the energy crew cheered exuberantly, rallying against the Bulls' counterattack. With 4 minutes and 15 seconds left in the first quarter, Phil Jackson began to engage Bison Dele and Tony Kukoc for some warm-up activity. The triangle offense had faltered. If Michael needed to isolate, height would prevail, and rebounding would continue to be a priority. In the ensuing plays, Liu and Pippen exchanged missed shots until Michael Jordan drove forcefully to the basket, drawing a foul from Oakley. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the elder statesmen on the court began to catch their breath, providing the Bulls an opportunity to substitute, bringing Dele and Kukoc into the game for Rodman and Longley. "We need to adjust," came the assistant coach Thibodeau's reminder to Jeff Van Gundy, who pondered the lateral speed of veteran Herb Williams, shaking his head in response. "We still have the lead. Let us keep our starters engaged." With both free throws converted, Michael Jordan immediately orchestrated his newly substituted teammates into defensive positions. As the offense commenced, Liu swiftly passed the ball to Larry Johnson at the top of the arc positioned near the left baseline. Allan Houston rapidly moved to receive the ball. Despite Oakley's screen and his own quick lateral movement, he remained unable to shake off Michael Jordan's relentless pursuit. Just as he caught the ball on the left wing, Michael lunged forward, fiercely attempting to disrupt the play. Allan Houston found himself momentarily thwarted, unable to release the ball, and resorted to pivoting in place before being compelled to pass it back. This successful defense elicited jubilant cheers from the Bulls fans, forcing a play from the top of the arc where Larry Johnson signaled for Liu to receive the ball. However, the subsequent strategy faltered, and Liu swiftly positioned himself at the right wing. Upon receiving the ball, Harper closed in. The seasoned veteran, relentless in his movements, primarily utilized his physical advantage on the defensive end, compelling Liu to alter his path of attack. Outside the three-point line, Liu, with a lowered center of gravity, cradled the ball in his right hand, keenly observing the defensive movements behind him. Oakley hurried to the right wing's three-point line, ready to set a screen. Initially, Liu executed a powerful dribble in place, then quickly pulled the ball back, feigned a move, and suddenly pivoted, accelerating with the ball in his right hand. Approaching the three-point line and taking advantage of Harper's lateral slide, Liu executed a rapid behind-the-back dribble, immediately following with a wide arc behind the ball. Harper nearly collided with Oakley, prompting him to swiftly slide left to obstruct Liu's path. The newly substituted Bison Dele also moved to delay the play. As the opposing big man shifted, Oakley quickly descended into the paint. Liu, undeterred by the defenders, flicked his wrist, sending the basketball skillfully between the two defenders. Receiving the bounce pass, Oakley darted toward the basket, with Kukoc hastily providing support, yet the veteran drew a foul. The referee's whistle pierced the air, inciting a chorus of boos from the Bulls fans. Unfazed, Oakley rushed to the free throw line, gesturing a few shooting motions. He sank both free throws, exhaling a sigh of relief. When the Bulls resumed their offense, the rebound finally became untenable. Michael Jordan's shot clanked off the rim, prompting a fierce scramble from the two substitutes. Ultimately, Kukoc secured the offensive rebound and dished the ball to Pippen on the left wing beyond the three-point line, who, with ample space, delivered a successful three-point jump shot. As the quarter drew to a close, the Bulls finally capitalized on their height advantage, compelling the Knicks to tread cautiously. They could ill afford to relinquish any more rebounds. Hubie Brown, observing the Knicks' potential collapse, instinctively offered a reminder. Forced into yet another half-court offense, Liu began to frown. Excessive dribbling would deplete his stamina. The seasoned defender continued to challenge him, maintaining pressure from the moment of reception. Liu once again signaled a tactical gesture. Larry Johnson hastened to the top of the arc to set a fake screen, while Liu, with the ball in his right hand, moved laterally, feigning a breakthrough to the right. Following the fake screen, Johnson swiftly descended, drawing Pippen's defense away, while the outward-moving Allan Houston set a screen to delay Pippen's pursuit. At that moment, Liu, shouldering the defense, penetrated inside the three-point line. Pippen, momentarily delayed, saw Johnson accelerate toward the basket, while Michael Jordan instinctively followed to provide help in the paint. However, Pippen failed to keep up with the swiftly moving Houston, who had ventured to the top of the arc. As Liu broke through to the right elbow, he executed a behind-the-back bounce pass. Harper intended to bolster the defense. Yet it was too late, as he watched Allan Houston's jump shot from beyond the arc soar through the air. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark flawlessly. Such exquisite teamwork undoubtedly merited Jeff Van Gundy the title of best coach. The Knicks executed several successful plays, with Allan Houston again sinking a three-pointer. This time, the Knicks deployed a stack strategy, and Hubie Brown lauded the bald-headed coach. With a score of 25-15, Allan Houston struck again from long range, further frustrating Michael Jordan, who continued to miss his shots. The Knicks began to falter in securing defensive rebounds, as Bison Dele and Tony Kukoc failed to convert their attempts under the basket, narrowly escaping calamity. Liu sensed the rebounding issues were becoming untenable and opted to slow the pace, allowing Oakley and Buck Williams a moment to catch their breath. On the offensive end, they resumed missing shots, but fortunately, when double-teamed, Michael Jordan also failed to score. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, Mike was finally able to make a turnaround jumper from the left side near the baseline. The score stood at 25-17 as the first quarter ended, leaving the home team trailing by 8 points, eliciting a chorus of boos from the Bulls fans in attendance. Despite shooting only 4 for 11, Mike managed to secure 10 points, trudging towards the bench with a scowl, feeling he had lost face. On the Knicks bench, the atmosphere was jubilant, with the cheer squad celebrating enthusiastically, recognizing that an 8-point deficit was significant. Liu, who had played the entire first quarter, was feeling the pressure and plopped down into his seat, eagerly reaching for the water bottle. The Bulls' strategy revolved around a 4-1 setup, allowing Michael Jordan to go one-on-one while others awaited opportunities. Harper's role on offense was primarily to pass and receive, while on defense, he delivered strong, relentless pressure. Tonight, he had become a mere ornament, glued to his assignment. Jeff Van Gundy was exceedingly pleased with his team's performance, and the 8-point advantage had the bald-headed coach particularly exhilarated. John, Chris, once you're on the court, keep the tempo high, seize opportunities, and shoot decisively. We are the ones in the lead. Play boldly and capitalize on fast break chances. When it came to half-court offense, the Knicks struggled to find points, which was glaringly evident. To win, they needed to keep shooting, as they could hardly rely on the veteran Herb for low-post scoring. Eager to provide motivation, rookie John Wallace was thrilled to receive playing time tonight. Chris Childs and Starks partnered in the backcourt, while the forward positions featured John Wallace and Larry Johnson, with Herb Williams at center. Jeff Van Gundy hoped this rotation could endure for 3 minutes. However, upon witnessing the Bulls players take the court, and noticing Michael Jordan still in play, he was immediately taken aback. You really riled him up. Mike isn't taking a break. Allan Houston was equally astonished. According to standard rotation, the Bulls typically would not let Jordan play without a 3-minute respite. Liu, recalling Mike's earlier shooting struggles, quickly reassured himself. Perhaps tonight he simply lacks his rhythm. John has extensive defensive experience. The Bulls brought in Steve Kerr, Jason Caffey, Rodman, and Kukoc, clearly indicating that this lineup was still centered around Michael Jordan. On the bench of the Knicks, a wave of tension swept through the players, followed by Liu vigorously waving his towel. Kukoc and McDyess continued to struggle with their shots, while the veteran played as if invigorated, dominating the boards defensively and contributing offensively. With 8 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the second quarter, following Kukoc's successful free throws, Jeff Van Gundy hastily reinserted his starters. Phil Jackson, however, opted not to immediately bring Harper into the game, as the Knicks' double-teaming intensified, necessitating an outside response. With Pippen and Longley back on the court, the Bulls' defense transformed into an impenetrable fortress. At the top of the arc, Steve Kerr made every effort to closely guard Liu. Both players shared a similar physique, and the eager Kerr, with his tousled blonde hair, displayed remarkable energy upon entering the game. Defense, defense, defense. The home crowd, witnessing the Bulls' missed shots, felt a surge of urgency and joined in vocally. As they moved to the right wing, stepping on the three-point line, Kerr noticed Oakley advancing from behind and quickly sidestepped to maneuver around the screen. Simultaneously, Rodman swiftly shadowed him, waiting for Liu to make a drive inside. With Oakley's feigned screen, Liu, holding the ball in his left hand, executed a swift behind-the-back dribble, switching it to his right hand and accelerating towards the basket. As he navigated around the screen, Kerr immediately pursued from behind, while Rodman advanced to meet him. In a fluid motion, Liu, holding the ball in his right hand, suddenly passed the ball forward just as Rodman lunged to defend. With a deft left-hand maneuver, Liu pulled the ball away, evading Kerr's close defense, and seamlessly executed a quick change of direction. Oh, the fans in attendance could scarcely comprehend the precise movements. They merely sensed that, in the blink of an eye, Liu had slipped between the two defenders. After a few steps, he approached the paint and effortlessly completed a layup. The basketball soared past Rodman's outstretched fingertips and swished through the net. "Play God, what a move!" exclaimed the commentator, Dick Stockton, who was exhilarated and continued, "Unbelievable. It's incredible how he managed to execute that play between two defenders." Allan Houston could only shake his head in disbelief at the defensive maneuver Liu had just performed, while Michael Jordan, beside him, seemed to glare disapprovingly. Indeed, in the next possession, Michael Jordan received the ball in the left block and made a powerful move. Forcing a double team from Larry Johnson at the top of the key, he swiftly pivoted towards the baseline, and, with two defenders applying pressure, Jordan halted at the left side of the paint, executing a drifting fadeaway jumper that found its mark. 31-21, the Bulls had finally scored in the flow of play. Cornered at the baseline, yet still able to score, Allan Houston felt a chill run down his spine. Liu received the inbounds pass and encouraged his teammate. "The old guy is starting to fade. Keep running to shake off the defense." With his shooting touch ablaze, Allan Houston weaved back and forth on the offensive end, but the relentless Jordan was right on his heels. With the shot clock winding down, they found themselves without any options to connect, ultimately resorting to their standard play. Once more, Rodman quickly disrupted their rhythm, while Liu promptly passed the ball to Oakley at the right elbow. In an unguarded moment, a two-point shot missed the mark, allowing Longley to secure the rebound. Pippen, quick to respond, received a pull from Liu, prompting the referee to blow the whistle, signaling a tactical foul. The Bulls' fast break was thwarted, and Liu hurriedly called for his teammates to retreat, eliciting a chorus of boos from the crowd. After more than a quarter of play, the Bulls had grasped the situation, settling into a half-court offense where Longley merely needed to hold his position defensively. As the Knicks struggled to score in the paint, seemingly regaining composure, Michael Jordan faced a triple team and swiftly passed the ball to Kerr at the top of the arc, without the need for excessive adjustment. Kerr's open three-pointer found its mark with precision. Liu cursed under his breath. His involvement in the double team had resulted in points for the opposing team, bringing the score to 31-24 and narrowing the gap to single digits once more. The pace of the game had been significantly slowed by the Bulls' defense, making it difficult for the Knicks to orchestrate their plays from the perimeter. Prepared for Liu's cuts, Jordan and Pippen anticipated his movements, causing delays in his passing opportunities. As Liu cut to the left wing, he was momentarily late in receiving the ball, with Houston delivering a pass just as Steve Kerr closed in. With time running short on the shot clock, Liu maintained a triple threat posture, taking several probing steps to the left. Noticing the 24-second mark approaching, Kerr shifted his position, denying Liu any space to penetrate. With a sudden release of the ball from his left hand, Liu executed a powerful step back, transitioning into a quick jump shot from beyond the arc. The ball clanged off the rim as Kerr instinctively jumped to contest the shot. The Bulls had hoped to capitalize on the long rebound, but it fortuitously landed in Houston's hands, securing the front court rebound at the free throw line. Houston wasted no time, flinging the ball to the left corner. Kerr muttered in frustration as Liu slipped to the corner. Upon receiving the ball, Liu feigned a shot, watching Kerr fly past him, before confidently sinking a jump shot from beyond the arc. Swish. His first three-pointer of the game found nothing but net. Rebounds would dictate the outcome of the match, and the Bulls had underestimated the Knicks' tenacity. With the score at 34-24 and 6 minutes and 29 seconds remaining in the first half, Phil Jackson called for a timeout, needing to give Michael a breather and disrupt the Knicks' rhythm. The atmosphere shifted as Bulls fans began to express their frustration with increasing volume, unable to fathom their team trailing. Back on the bench, Michael Jordan wore a displeased expression, choosing silence, while Phil Jackson remained unfazed by the deficit, offering simple encouragement. Don't be fooled by their difficult shots. If we focus on securing rebounds, victory will be ours. He supported his core players' desire for isolation plays, reminding everyone to simply seize the rebounds. On the other side, Jeff Van Gundy refrained from excessive commentary, instead continuously emphasizing the time remaining in the game. There are 6 minutes left in the second quarter. Hold on. If we maintain our lead into the second half, a victory on the road will be ours. The head coach passionately dispensed motivational words, while the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, with everyone yearning for the game to conclude so they could joyously celebrate their triumph. In the final 6 minutes of the first half, the Bulls' starting lineup returned, and upon Harper's entrance, he found himself relegated to a mere spectator. Liu, entangled by the seasoned veteran, was left exasperated, unlike Tim Hardaway, who balanced playmaking and scoring. The old-timer waited for Michael Jordan to be double-teamed before receiving the ball, whether to reorganize or to initiate an offensive play. Harper even delegated the responsibility of advancing the ball past half-court to Pippen, fully embracing his role as a supporting player for the night. Michael Jordan's shooting touch began to resurface, and excessive attention on Larry Johnson afforded Pippen several opportunities to score with ease. Meanwhile, on the Knicks side, Oakley responded with mid-range shots, and Larry Johnson followed suit with a three-pointer. For a fleeting moment, the Bulls found it challenging to narrow the score gap as the Knicks displayed relentless tenacity. With just 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining in the first half, Liu's drive drew a foul from Harper, and amidst the crowd's jeers, he calmly sank both free throws. Even as the old-timer remained undeterred by the fouls, deeming them inconsequential, he was fully committed to exhausting his efforts that evening. In the closing moments of the first half, Michael Jordan utilized the screen set by the substitute Kukoc to shake off his defender, and from the right wing, he executed a jump shot that found its mark. As Liu's half-court three-point attempt fell short, the first half concluded, with the United Center reverberating with boos, while the Knicks gleefully made their way to the player tunnel. The Knicks entered the second half with a 10-point lead of 48-38. Michael should share the ball more. With 19 shots, he made 8, converting all 4 free throws for a total of 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 assist. Yet this was not the rhythm of the Bulls' game. The relentless pursuit of rebounds, coupled with excessive physical confrontations, left other Bulls players struggling to find their offensive rhythm amidst minimal ball touches. In the TNT commentary booth, Hubie Brown candidly identified the root of the Bulls' deficit, attributing it to Michael Jordan's erratic play. Lee had performed admirably, shooting 4 for 10, including 1 for 3 from beyond the arc and 4 for 4 from the free throw line, accumulating 13 points, 1 rebound, 5 assists, and 1 turnover. Although his efficiency was not stellar, he successfully activated his teammates, with Allan Houston scoring 15 points on 5 for 11 shooting, including 3 for 5 from three-point range, and 2 for 2 from the free throw line. The Knicks' backcourt withstood the pressure. Dick Stockton heralded the Knicks' performance, and upon noticing his partner had more to say, he promptly added, "Let us first speculate on the potential trajectory of the second half." Note that at halftime, the Bulls had secured 29 rebounds, including 8 offensive boards. The Knicks must address their rebounding issues. In the locker room, Jeff Van Gundy, eschewing tactical discussions, continued to dispense motivational platitudes. He was certainly aware that the veteran Buck Williams could no longer withstand the pressure, yet on the bench, there was only the even older Herb Williams. As for the rookie McDyess, he had long been forgotten by the balding young coach. If we could endure just 24 more minutes, a precious away victory would be ours. Imagine winning this match, returning to New York, and protecting our home court would grant us the series point. Jeff Van Gundy removed his jacket and vocally rallied the team. While the Atmosphere crew enthusiastically chimed in, Michael Jordan was off his game. Our defense was effective. The strategy they had devised was indeed bearing fruit. Oakley was fully energized. And even the old-timer began to motivate himself. We will win this game. Liu observed his teammates regaining their vigor, experiencing firsthand the rejuvenating power of motivation. Sometimes, tactical discussions prove futile. At such moments, it's simply about let's go. As the second half commenced, the United Center erupted in fervor. Bulls fans could no longer tolerate their team trailing, and the game began with a barrage of boos. The Knicks initiated the offense, and Liu wasted no time. Swiftly crossing half court, at the top of the arc, Buck Williams set a fake screen and then rolled down. Longley, in conjunction with Harper, delayed Liu's left-handed drive, and under their dual pressure, Liu attempted a drifting, fadeaway jumper from the left block, but it clanged off the rim. At that moment, Larry Johnson, Oakley, and Buck Williams surged into the paint, joined by Pippen and Rodman. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and a fierce scramble ensued. Ultimately, Rodman managed to secure the defensive rebound against two opponents, striking a pose that incited cheers from the front row fans. The Knicks' strategy became increasingly simplistic: shoot and scramble. During the defensive rounds, several players began to alternate double-teaming Michael Jordan. Should he receive the ball in the paint, he would be surrounded within 2 seconds. Jordan continued to miss, and the Knicks seized the opportunity to launch a fast break. As Liu crossed half court, he was immediately hounded by Harper, and his transition three-pointer also missed the mark. The pace of the game quickened, and scoring began to rise slowly. Within 3 minutes, Phil Jackson promptly called for a timeout, bringing in Bison Dele, who lowered the height of the lineup, substituting the outpaced Longley. The Bulls, relying on their highly mobile defense, managed to slow down the game's tempo. Jeff Van Gundy quickly recognized the shift in momentum. The double-teaming came at a cost, as Pippen sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, causing the United Center to erupt in excitement. The Knicks were then compelled to call a timeout as well. Oh, the Bulls fans roared with delight, but after the pause, the Knicks began to lose rebounds, and their fast break opportunities vanished entirely. Buck Williams was forced to leave the game, replaced by the veteran Herb Williams. Yet the situation remained grim, prompting Jeff Van Gundy to pace anxiously. With 4 minutes and 46 seconds left in the third quarter, Liu intercepted Pippen's cross-court pass, enabling the Knicks to launch another fast break, and Liu executed a swift counterattack, effortlessly finishing at the rim. As the game progressed, Rodman also faltered, leading to another transition opportunity for the Knicks, with Allan Houston stepping up to the free throw line. 2 effortless scores finally alleviated some of the scoring pressure. However, as Michael Jordan relentlessly attacked the rim, the Knicks found themselves narrowing the gap with the Bulls. At the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 65-61, with the deficit reduced to merely 4 points. Liu, like Michael Jordan, was substituted with just a minute remaining in the third quarter. Jordan was exhausted, having missed free throws, and could no longer endure. Upon hearing Liu's words, Allan Houston nodded vacantly. Having expended considerable energy on defense, the team's shooting had faltered increasingly as the third quarter progressed, leaving them to rely on a psychological victory. As the final quarter commenced, the Knicks had no choice but to rotate their backcourt, necessitating a respite for both Liu and Allan Houston. Michael Jordan, too, did not immediately return to the court. After all, they were all human, and physical stamina has its limits. Sensing a chance to turn the tide, the United Center erupted with the fervent cheers of Bulls fans. Jeff Van Gundy seemed to have made a prudent decision, with his team in the lead. A rejuvenated Starks contributed to the Knicks' scoring spree in the final quarter. With 9 minutes and 1 second remaining in the game, Michael Jordan re-entered the fray, aiding the Bulls in their quest for points. As Longley approached the free throw line, Jeff Van Gundy reintroduced his star lineup. Seizing the moment, Phil Jackson substituted Longley, who had made both free throws, for Kukoc, once again opting for a smaller lineup. The score remained at 72-68, with the gap still at 4 points. As the final quarter unfolded, both sides slowed their pace. After several consecutive possessions resulted in missed shots, Michael Jordan, having taken a brief respite, began demanding the ball in the post. Following a quick miss from Allan Houston, who rushed back on defense, he found himself unable to withstand Jordan's back-to-the-basket play. Upon receiving the ball, Jordan executed a swift move, effortlessly slipping past his defender. As he surged into the paint, Oakley rushed forward to deliver a fierce block. The ball was untouched, yet Jordan fell to the ground, clutching his nose, having received a heavy blow to the face. The crowd's boos transformed into jeers as the referee called 2 standard free throws. After Michael Jordan made one of 2, the Knicks bench was poised to cheer, only for the rebound to be tipped into the basket by Rodman. The score rose to 72-71, and the United Center erupted once more, with Bulls fans roaring as they watched Rodman raise his arms in triumph. After yet another missed rebound, Jeff Van Gundy had to vociferously remind his players to maintain their focus. Liu, who had struggled in the third quarter, returned to the game in the fourth, but had yet to regain his shooting touch. Harper closely guarded him, the veteran effectively mirroring his movements. Quickly receiving an inbound pass, Harper continued his defensive assignment, while Liu maneuvered behind the ball, switching to his right hand and accelerating with determination. The Bulls fans grew increasingly animated, sensing their team was on the brink of reclaiming the lead. Arriving at the arc, Harper took a slight step back, while Liu signaled for his teammates to spread out and clear the baseline. As the match approached its climax, there was no need for intricate strategies. With the ball in his right hand, Liu executed a jump dribble, then suddenly lowered his center of gravity, swaying his body to the right while making a significant change of direction. Switching to his left hand, he immediately accelerated with all his might. Harper, having anticipated this move, swiftly slid backward to the right, giving Liu an opportunity to break through. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves at the right elbow of the free throw line, where Liu abruptly halted and made a rapid change of direction. Transitioning back to his right hand, he dribbled behind his back, and as Harper continued to slide backward, Liu quickly gathered the ball at the free throw line and unleashed a jump shot. Swish! A mid-range shot that found its mark. An unreasonable basket. Liu once again widened the gap for the Knicks. The cheers for the defense abruptly ceased, and from the commentary booth, Dick Stockton exclaimed with excitement, "Hush!" As Liu returned on defense, raising his left index finger, the fans, while booing, also expressed their sentiments vocally. 74-71. Everyone on the Knicks knew that the next play would undoubtedly see Michael Jordan respond. As expected, in the left block, Jordan called for the ball, and Pippen delivered a pass. Just as Larry Johnson closed in on defense, Michael Jordan, relying on Allan Houston, received the pass and spun around to execute a smooth, fadeaway jump shot. Swish! The response found its way in. 74-73, the Bulls quickly countered, with numerous attempts. Michael Jordan's shooting touch was revived, and after scoring, he glared at the Knicks' boisterous bench. The Bulls intensified their defense. Harper clung tightly to Liu as he crossed half-court, quickly passing to Larry Johnson at the top of the arc. However, after several screens, they failed to shake off the defense. Oakley simply waved his hand, signaling to let everyone go for the rebound, resulting in Liu breaking through to the left side near the baseline for a sudden jump shot that clanged off the rim. A fierce scramble ensued under the basket, and Kukoc ultimately secured the rebound. Such a straightforward and forceful tactic posed challenges for the Bulls. When Liu shot near the rim and missed, the rebound was not likely to bounce far. This compelled the Bulls to mindlessly contest for the ball at critical moments, as long as Liu did not falter. The Knicks would not err, as the ball remained in his possession. Encircled by 3 defenders, Michael Jordan's response shot also missed the mark. At that moment, Phil Jackson stood on the sidelines, loudly urging the team to execute a play. In the final minutes, scoring became increasingly arduous for the Knicks, relying on free throws from Oakley and Larry Johnson to gradually accumulate points. The veteran fiercely contested for offensive rebounds, tirelessly protecting the boards on defense. Yet, Kukoc's putback and Pippen's drives kept the Bulls tightly in the contest. 78-77, with only 56 seconds remaining in the match, fans in the front rows rose to their feet, and the Bulls supporters chanted in unison, "Defense! Defense! Defense!" Dribbling swiftly past half-court, Liu refrained from an immediate attack, instead opting to manage the clock. The atmosphere on the sidelines grew tense, with the hope that if they scored, the Knicks might seize victory. In the final moments of the game, Harper did not take on the defensive assignment. As the halftime approached, Michael Jordan proactively switched his defense. When it came to the decisive phase of the match, it was clear that Jordan was ready to strike with full force. As the clock ticked away, the players on the court spread out, and the fans erupted in fervent cheers. Michael Jordan lowered his center of gravity, intently observing Liu's movements. With only 13 seconds left on the shot clock, Liu, holding the ball in his left hand, suddenly lunged forward, approaching the three-point line. He executed a rapid crossover, transitioning to his right hand, followed by two lightning-fast behind-the-back dribbles. Jordan, momentarily caught off guard, shifted his footing as Liu, having completed the behind-the-back maneuver, explosively regained control of the ball and pivoted to accelerate. With a swift change of pace, Liu gained a slight advantage, driving toward the basket while fending off Jordan's defense. He glided leftward, aware that he had not lost his defensive position, so Jordan refrained from attempting to swipe the ball. In an instant, they found themselves in the paint. In the midst of their advance, Liu executed a sudden spin, quickly securing the ball with his left hand, leaning against Jordan while deftly tossing the ball toward the hoop. As he pivoted, he rapidly prepared to block. The basketball grazed his fingertips, and Jordan instinctively widened his eyes. Perhaps due to the physical contest, the ball bounced twice on the rim before ultimately failing to fall through. The arena, which had almost transformed into the Chicago Public Library, erupted in jubilant cheers. Wow. The rebound was firmly secured by Rodman, and with 34 seconds remaining, control shifted back to the Bulls. Jordan cast a fierce glare at the silent Knicks bench. Following the critical missed shot, Liu maintained a stoic demeanor, quickly transitioning back to defense. Mindful that the Knicks still had time, Pippen, having received the ball, confidently brought it past half court, igniting the fans who could no longer contain their excitement. Simultaneously managing the clock, Jordan refrained from receiving the ball immediately on the right wing, leaving Allan Houston to instinctively shadow him. The Bulls concentrated near the baseline, while Liu maneuvered alongside Harper in the left corner. With just 10 seconds left on the shot clock, Jordan suddenly initiated his move. Pippen immediately pivoted, executing a handoff at the top of the arc before darting toward the left wing. Upon receiving the ball, Jordan sensed Larry Johnson closing in and chose not to pass. Instead, he quickly turned at the arc, scooping the ball with his right hand and accelerating through the defense. Houston desperately slid to impede him, while Johnson relentlessly pursued from behind. As the trio approached the right baseline, Jordan abruptly halted, leaping into the air and drifting to the right, momentarily suspended as he waited for the defenders to descend before elegantly releasing a jump shot. Swish! The two-pointer found its mark with precision. Oh! The United Center erupted in an explosion of elation as Bulls fans went wild. Upon landing, Michael Jordan surveyed the crowd with an expressionless gaze, leaving Allan Houston and Larry Johnson utterly bewildered. In the final moments, the Bulls surged ahead in the score. Jeff Van Gundy hastily called for a timeout. On the Bulls bench, the atmosphere was electrifying as the cheer squad erupted in celebration, rushing to high-five Michael Jordan. What a magnificent shot! Michael Jordan once again showcased his killer instinct. Hubie Brown said little, seemingly accustomed to the pivotal performances of Jordan's dunks. Just a hair's breadth away, Lee was poised to conclude the game. Yet with 12 seconds remaining, the Knicks still held a chance. In the commentary booth, Dick Stockton chuckled, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, regardless of the outcome. Neutral fans were bound to be entertained. On the Knicks bench, Jeff Van Gundy swiftly retrieved his tactical board, sketching out a play for the sideline inbound. Everyone was panting heavily, enveloped in silence. Give me the ball, and I shall make the shot. We will win this game. In the final moments, Lee paused to catch his breath, relying solely on himself, as Allan Houston and Larry Johnson appeared nearly exhausted. Initially ready to elaborate on the strategy, Jeff Van Gundy hesitated, while Lee gestured on the tactical board, turning to loudly remind Allan Houston, "Pass it back? We have ample time." Allan Houston instinctively nodded, and everyone rose once more as the timeout concluded, the United Center erupting in fervor. Defense! 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 The spectators stood, vociferously rallying, victory tantalizingly close at hand. At the sidelines, a tense Jeff Van Gundy tugged at his suit jacket, vocally urging his players to maintain focus. 12 seconds were sufficient for an offensive play. Positioned near the left baseline, Lee swiftly moved outward with Oakley's screen. On the left wing, he received Allan Houston's sideline pass, smoothly bringing the ball into his right hand and quickly advancing to the arc's top. Everyone spread out, the Bulls players feigning defense. In these final moments, the core players would not pass. Michael Jordan lowered his center of gravity, refraining from an aggressive steal as he carefully shifted his feet. As time dwindled, the cacophony of support for the defense crescendoed within the United Center. the Bulls fans reaching a boiling point. With just 5 seconds remaining, Lee suddenly sprang into action at the arc's apex, the ball in his right hand. He feigned a drive, accelerating before executing a swift crossover dribble. Lowering his center of gravity, he swayed left as Michael Jordan shifted right, executing a sharp change of direction. The basketball grazed Jordan's fingertips before landing in Lee's right hand. Realizing he had been deceived, Jordan quickly adjusted his position. Lee subtly executed an in-and-out move, his body swaying enticingly, noting Jordan retreating. He swiftly completed a behind-the-back dribble while simultaneously pushing off, stepping back significantly. Instantly, he found himself beyond the three-point line, and without hesitation, he drifted slightly to the right and launched a jump shot. Michael Jordan, momentarily frozen in place, had no time to contest the shot, only to witness Lee confidently turn around with his arms raised high after releasing the ball. The basketball traced an elegant arc before plunging into the net with a swift swoosh. A three-pointer, perfectly executed. The moment the ball swished through the net, the arena lit up, accompanied by the resonating hum of the final buzzer. Oh, he did it. The United Center fell into an instantaneous hush, as if only the excited voice of Dexter was audible from the commentary booth. The Bulls fans initially stared in disbelief at the confident Liu, who had already turned and raised his hands high in triumph, before the uproar erupted, nearly lifting the roof off the building. The jeers went unnoticed, for the Knicks players rushed onto the court, enveloping the still-posing Liu in a frenzied celebration. Jeff Van Gundy joyously leaped twice in place before composing himself and approached the scorer's table to shake hands with Phil Jackson. Michael Jordan, hands on his hips, glanced at the scoreboard and then at the Knicks, still lost in their exuberant celebration. He pursed his lips and turned towards the player tunnel. A thrilling game. A breathtaking finish. The Knicks had secured a victory on the road. The arrogant Bulls ultimately paid the price. Lee showcased his remarkable composure at just 19 years of age. An astonishing performance. Hubie Brown chuckled as he observed the tightly knit group of Knicks players reveling in their glory. Statistically, Liu tallied 22 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, and 1 turnover, with shooting numbers of 8 for 21, 2 for 7 from beyond the arc, and 4 for 6 from the free throw line. Yet, in this moment, such figures were of no consequence. Stockton merely glanced at the stats before smilingly announcing, "The series is now tied at 1-1. The Knicks have achieved their goal." With Patrick Ewing returning for Game 2, the series is sure to grow even more intriguing. Thank you to my readers for your continued support. Revising is indeed a challenge. This chapter concludes here. I will update later today, as I discovered a leak from the upstairs early this morning, resulting in my kitchen being flooded, and now the downstairs is also affected. This has left me utterly speechless. I cannot work or focus on revisions, so the update will be delayed. Chapter 83, Core Issues. On the morning of May 21st, 1997, Liu felt as if his phone might explode, inundated with a barrage of text messages since the previous night. He was uncertain how his acquaintances had acquired his number, but they were all sending messages filled with admiration and congratulations. The media was equally ablaze, with the major outlets, including USA Today and the New York Times, coincidentally using the same headline, "Superstar Clay Lee." Photographers captured the moment Liu released the ball, confidently turning as the lights flashed on. In the photograph, while Liu wore a slight smile, Michael Jordan, standing nearby, appeared astonished, becoming an unexpected backdrop to the scene. The newspapers featured uniquely crafted headlines alongside this photograph and the score of 81-79, propelling Liu into the limelight. Of course, credit is due to Michael Jordan, as the onlookers relished in witnessing his misfortune. Since the press conference last night, the New York media could hardly contain their excitement, celebrating the victory while hurling epithets like arrogant and stat patter at Michael Jordan. During breakfast at the hotel, Liu perused the Chicago Tribune, where the most striking news in the sports section was the Bulls' defeat. Conversely, the entertainment section reported on the tumultuous breakup and impending divorce of Mariah Carey and Tommy Mottola. The local Chicago media refrained from using sensationalist headlines, instead praising Michael Jordan's performance. 44 minutes on the court, 15 out of 31 field goals, 7 out of 10 free throws, totaling 37 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 turnovers. Despite a mediocre first half, he remarkably elevated his shooting percentage to 48. For in the second half, as articulated in the sports article, Michael Jordan was in exceptional form. John Wallace entered the restaurant and, Spotting Liu calmly enjoying his breakfast while engrossed in the newspaper, approached him eagerly and whispered, "Bro, how are you still having breakfast? In the Eastern Conference Finals, you defeated Michael Jordan one-on-one. My God, that's insane." Liu raised an eyebrow in confusion. How could one forego breakfast and expect him to feast on news instead? Watching the enthusiastic novice beside him, Liu shook his head in resignation. This only further attested to Michael Jordan's immense influence, just as few had acknowledged his all-star status before. Everyone remembered the moment he outmaneuvered Michael Jordan. Regardless of how the media portrayed the incident, in the hearts of players, he remained the undisputed top player in the league. The thrilling victory had kept the older players exhilarated throughout the night, yet as the adrenaline waned, they were sluggish in the morning, leaving the breakfast crowd predominantly composed of those who were merely riding the wave of excitement. Their enthusiasm remained undiminished as they quietly discussed how to defend their home court upon returning to New York, having already secured an advantage by winning an away game. Once Liu finished his breakfast, the hotel staff politely requested a photograph. He graciously agreed, and soon a multitude of staff gathered for a group photo. Fortunately, it was merely a collective snapshot, marking a historical moment. Even a decade later, novice players would reminisce about the Eastern Conference Finals where Michael Jordan was outplayed. In an era still reliant on print media and cable television for news dissemination, Liu had garnered significant attention thanks to the legendary backdrop of Michael Jordan. The morning video session was canceled, as last night the Knicks' main lineup had played extensively, with Buck Williams on the court for 40 minutes, Charles Oakley for 42, and Liu along with Allan Houston for 44 minutes, while Larry Johnson clocked in at 46 minutes. Jeff Van Gundy, sporting dark circles under his eyes, had been too exhilarated to sleep the previous night. The thought of returning home to secure 2 consecutive victories and thus reach match point for the finals invigorated the balding young coach. This truly was an exceptional opportunity. If they could maintain their momentum and secure another away victory, perhaps the series would unfold without suspense. Assistant coach Tom Thibodeau, having reviewed the game footage, could no longer contain his excitement, envisioning a promising future. "We out-rebounded the Bulls by 52. Winning last night was nothing short of miraculous. Guys, the Bulls will not lose consecutively. With Pat's return, our rebounding will surely improve." Winning is undoubtedly exhilarating, yet assistant coach Tang Kyunyi, upon reviewing the technical statistics, could not help but scratch his head, pondering the thought. How did we manage to triumph 39-52? The Knicks suffered a deficit of 13 rebounds, and Dennis Rodman, despite scoring a mere 4 points, claimed an impressive 17 rebounds. Jeff Van Gundy, glancing at the 9-10 turnovers, once again appreciated the art of delegation. Liu, far from resembling a typical 19-year-old point guard, exhibited remarkable patience during the game. Bolstered by extensive playing time, the Knicks' turnovers became almost negligible. Should we fight for another game? If we indeed secure victory in G2, the dynamics of the series would shift dramatically, and we must exert every effort in tomorrow night's match. Jeff Van Gundy sensed that the finals seemed to be within reach, especially when recalling Phil Jackson's dismal expression from the previous night, which brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing the head coach's decision to press on, the coaching staff expressed no dissent. Ewing had rested sufficiently and was brimming with energy, truly worthy of a final push. During the afternoon's recovery training session, Ewing felt as though he had struck a lemon, yet his face radiated joy, and even the gorilla was in high spirits, with the situation appearing remarkably favorable. After 2 games of rest, Ewing felt revitalized and believed that upon his return, he would lead the team to defend their home court and secure consecutive victories. The best play of the 1996-97 season. I believe ESPN might even revisit this last-second shot annually. No matter how many times I watch it, it remains profoundly shocking. My goodness, I genuinely thought we were on the verge of defeat last night. In the fourth quarter, I lost 2 possessions. Starks, unaffected by fatigue, enthusiastically recounted last night's game while completing his shooting drills. It wasn't merely about scoring 50 points. In the final quarter, I struggled to keep pace, shooting 30, with an almost monstrous level of stamina. After reviewing the statistics, Allan Houston could not help but criticize Mako throughout the afternoon training session. This was his first encounter with Michael Jordan in the playoffs, and he intimately felt the sensation of wanting to outshoot his opponent. Allan Houston feared he might be overwhelmed in the subsequent series. Larry Johnson had not fully recovered, yet at this moment, the old warrior was charged, Have a bit of faith in ourselves. We are younger, and we will outlast our opponents. Those old-timers across the court are certainly no match for us. Damn it, I am determined to reach the finals. The championship is not solely reserved for Michael Jordan. We have a chance to win. Ewing also felt that this year presented a golden opportunity and sought to encourage his teammates in the next game. We shall no longer lose rebounds. Let us teach the Bulls another lesson. Naturally, Liu chimed in with a cheerful agreement, and Oakley grinned broadly. Regardless of the outcome of G2, the Knicks had achieved their intended goal. The newspapers were filled with headlines about the last-second victory, and on television, the footage of that dramatic moment replayed endlessly. Since last night, major sports media outlets have incessantly echoed the narrative of the Bulls' G1 defeat, with Michael Jordan serving merely as a backdrop. During a particularly gloomy practice session for the Bulls, Michael Jordan emanated an undeniable aura, leaving the atmosphere team in silence as they observed him diligently receiving passes and shooting on the far end of the court. Harper, donning his practice attire, shrugged helplessly while stretching his body, reflecting on his dismal performance from the previous night, hitting only 2 out of 9 shots. With a woeful 0 for 4 from beyond the arc, totaling a mere 6 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. Meeting Harper's gaze, Pippen remained silent, feeling as though he had not fulfilled his role, shooting 7 for 18 overall, 3 for 7 from three-point range, and 4 for 5 from the free throw line, contributing 21 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. The second chance rebounds had failed to convert into points, and Phil Jackson made minimal adjustments. After the morning film session, he merely stated, "Let's maintain our game strategy." In the training facility, only Rodman appeared indifferent, casually shooting hoops and occasionally teasing the assistant coach. Completely unfazed by Jordan's demeanor, having secured numerous rebounds, he felt he had accomplished his task. Phil Jackson, accustomed to such an atmosphere, regained his cheerful disposition after the film session, believing in their advantage. As practice drew to a close, he clapped his hands and said, "Go home and rest well. We must defend our home court. Do not dwell on Game 1. In the next match, let us convert our advantage into points. Victory shall be ours." Steve Kerr had become accustomed to the head coach's laid-back adjustment style, yet he yearned for more opportunities. He approached Jordan, saying, "You can pass the ball to me. I will make those shots." Sweating profusely, Michael Jordan calmly glanced at the blonde-haired Kerr before turning away, finally responding, "You need to focus on defense." With the emphasis on defense from their leader, the Bulls found renewed energy, a task they excelled at. In a contrasting scene, the Jazz comfortably defended their home court, extending their series lead to 2-0. Olajuwon's performance remained consistently stellar, shooting 12 for 22 and securing a game-high 30 points along with 5 blocks. Barkley recorded a standard outing, hitting 5 of 12 shots and 6 of 10 from the free throw line, accumulating 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 2 assists. Drexler managed 6 for 18 shooting, including 3 for 6 from three-point range, contributing 15 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists. While the aging trio performed adequately, the supporting players faltered, collectively shooting 31 for 85. With a mere 5 for 16 from beyond the arc, their subpar shooting percentage made victory elusive. Karl Malone scored 24 points on 9 for 21 shooting, along with 15 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 turnovers, reflecting a decline compared to the regular season. Stockton remained the standout for the Jazz, hitting 7 of 14 shots and making all 12 free throws, amassing 26 points, 8 rebounds, 12 assists, 1 block, and 2 turnovers. The duo of Stockton and Malone combined for 50 points, with Stockton orchestrating the game, while the Jazz showcased a multifaceted offensive prowess, prompting many commentators to reconsider their opinions. Was stacking stars ineffective? Despite the postseason traditionally beginning with victories on the road, many analysts continued to favor the Rockets, reasoning that 3 is greater than 2, too many stars on one team. The veteran trio of the Rockets faced defeat. Yet this alteration did not diminish their status as a news highlight. Major sports media continued to echo the same narrative, with sports programs repeatedly showcasing the moment when Michael Jordan was defeated in a critical play. There is no need to seek adversaries in vain. Michael Jordan is enveloped in a layer of fiery indignation. On the evening of the 22nd, at the United Center in Chicago, when the names of the visiting players were introduced, the crowd erupted in boos at the mention of Liu. As the Bulls players took the court, the cheers grew increasingly fervent, and DJ Reggie escalated the volume, Let us welcome from the University of North Carolina, standing at 6 feet 6 inches, guard Michael Jordan. Bulls fans began to roar, and when the expressionless Michael Jordan stepped onto the court in his practice attire, he quickly exchanged high fives with his teammates. As the lights brightened once more, the din of the crowd remained unabated. The fans in attendance were particularly invested in this match, after losing Game 1. No one underestimated the Knicks any longer. The Bulls retained their starting lineup from Game 1, where they had an overwhelming advantage in rebounding. This evening, the pivotal task was to convert second-chance opportunities into points. At the TNT commentary booth, Hubie Brown spoke eloquently, emphasizing the significance of rebounding. While Dick Stockton chimed in, Patrick Ewing returns tonight, alleviating the Knicks' rebounding woes. This presents an excellent opportunity for them, should the Bulls suffer consecutive losses. The dynamics of the series would be irrevocably altered, much to the delight of New York fans. After more than a day's rest, the players' stamina had significantly recovered, and the noise within the arena grew louder as both teams quietly warmed up on the court. Liu, not having regained his expected physical condition, furrowed his brow. Even the greatest of talents must be realized through effort, and stamina is something that can only be cultivated through prolonged training. The usually composed Michael Jordan, in a less than cheerful mood, refrained from greeting the Knicks players, focusing instead on the basketball in the referee's hands at center court. With Ewing successfully winning the jump ball, Liu secured possession, but the cheers quickly morphed into jeers, followed by the resounding chants of defense. 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 The vigorous Ewing dashed across half-court, immediately positioning himself on the left side near the baseline to receive the ball. Observing that Longley was caught behind him, Liu swiftly advanced to the left wing and delivered a high lob pass. Ewing, upon receiving the ball, quickly positioned it in his right hand, executing a powerful move that propelled him into the paint, where he muscled through Longley and scored with a right-handed hook shot. The crowd erupted in boos. Yet the exuberant Ewing pounded his chest, unfazed by the hostile reception. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson expressed discontent with Longley's defensive positioning, which was far too deep, effectively gifting points to Ewing. After issuing a few commands to intensify the defensive effort and ensuring his players were prepared, Jackson proceeded to the bench. Michael Jordan was all too familiar with the Knicks' offensive tactics, having thought he had regained his accustomed competitive edge. He discovered that the Knicks' defense was even more aggressive than he remembered. As Pippen dribbled past half-court and arrived at the right wing, he utilized a screen to glide along the baseline. Michael Jordan positioned himself in the right block, seeking the ball with his back to the defense. The moment he received the pass, Jordan realized he was encircled by 3 defenders. Allan Houston was tightly shadowing him from behind, while Larry Johnson charged in, and Ewing positioned himself beneath the basket to obstruct any path to the rim. Though both Pippen and Longley had opportunities, Jordan had no intention of passing. He pivoted towards the baseline, swiftly released the ball with his right hand, took a lateral dribble, and executed a fading jump shot. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim, as Ewing's positioning effectively thwarted Longley, securing the defensive rebound. Meanwhile, Oakley and Rodman had both tumbled to the floor, prompting the referee to immediately blow the whistle and separate the two players. One was desperately leaning backward, while the other was pushing forward, culminating in Oakley executing a bear hug, causing Rodman to fall in response. Jeff Van Gundy, however, was greatly displeased with the call and promptly approached the referee, vociferously complaining. "We had secured the rebound. Your whistle has squandered our chance for a fast break." Despite having taken a spill, Rodman rose with an air of satisfaction as the Bulls successfully established their defense, flawlessly adhering to their game plan. Liu was compelled to retrieve the baseline ball once more, with Harper transforming into a relentless defensive shadow, clinging tightly to him. The Bulls' strategy became evident from the outset. They aimed to slow the pace and stifle the Knicks' transition offense. Soon, the Bulls fans were treated to a rather unsavory spectacle, with highly targeted defense. Harper tirelessly trailed the screens even as Longley struggled to keep pace. To keep Ewing at bay in the low post, Longley maintained relentless pressure, augmenting his defense with partial fronting to disrupt Ewing's offensive rhythm. The two giants engaged in a fierce struggle within the paint, while Harper exerted himself defensively, leaving Allan Houston frustrated as Jordan pursued him, denying him quality opportunities over several possessions. On offense, as soon as Jordan received the ball, he faced a triple team. Although he could have taken a quick shot, he opted instead for additional passing. The score crept upward slowly, with one side forcefully attacking the paint, while the other sought to place the ball in the hands of their superstar. Despite Ewing's vigor against Longley's defense and Rodman's help, he struggled to score efficiently. However, the Bulls found it challenging to launch a rapid transition offense in their quest to protect the boards. With 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Jordan, positioned near the right baseline, executed a turnaround fadeaway jumper successfully. Just 15 seconds later, after a series of pick and rolls, Ewing managed to delay Harper, allowing Liu to score effortlessly with a mid-range jumper from the left block. The pick and roll was not particularly high, but as long as the Gorillas swiftly descended, Longley retreated in defense, and Liu seized the fleeting opportunity. Following this, both teams began to struggle with their shooting, as Larry Johnson and Pippen found themselves at the free throw line. With 4 minutes and 13 seconds left in the first quarter, the score remained tied at 12-12. The fans of the Chicago Bulls at the venue were left in disbelief as Michael Jordan received the ball, only to be met with an overwhelming defense from the Knicks, showcasing their remarkable defensive adaptability. As the first quarter drew to a close, both teams struggled offensively until Lee and Pippen broke the deadlock with consecutive three-pointers. The quarter concluded with both sides exchanging free throws, resulting in a tie at 18-18. Phil Jackson, sitting on the bench, appeared increasingly anxious as the game remained stagnant. The starting lineups were finally substituted in the final moments, having nearly played the entire first quarter. Returning to the bench, Michael Jordan, frustrated, grabbed a water bottle to rehydrate. With a shooting performance of 1 out of 3 and 2 successful free throws, Jordan managed only 4 points while Lee played the entire quarter and exited in high spirits. Realizing that limiting Michael Jordan was key to stifling the Bulls' offense. Maintaining this pace, they believed they had a chance for an away victory. Jeff Van Gundy, filled with excitement, passionately proclaimed that the Bulls seemed to be faltering, a sentiment echoed by the entire Knicks team. Revitalized by this encouragement, the Knicks relied on their defense to serve the Bulls fans a bitter taste of defeat in the second quarter, which ended in a draw at 17-17. Both teams were sluggish and inefficient, engaging in frequent physical battles that nearly distorted the rim. By halftime, the score stood at 35-35, leaving spectators incredulous as Jordan managed a mere 1 out of 6 shooting and 5 out of 6 from the free throw line, totaling only 7 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 assist. The Knicks' defensive strategy was highly effective, not only executing double teams, but also cutting off passing lanes. At the TNT commentary table, Hubie Brown could hardly believe the statistical display before him, his tone reflecting astonishment. Pippen stood out for the Bulls with 11 points on 5 out of 11 shooting, while coach Phil Jackson opted for multiple substitutions in the second quarter, seemingly conserving energy for the second half. Dick Stockton, relishing the unfolding drama, humorously summarized the first half. During halftime in the Knicks locker room, Ewing rallied his teammates, asserting that if they could maintain their performance for another half, victory was within reach. With a 20-point lead, the Bulls had little hope of a comeback. The Gorilla had an impressive half, shooting 4 out of 12 and sinking 4 out of 6 free throws for 12 points and 6 rebounds, effectively curtailing the Bulls' rebounding efforts. However, the team was visibly fatigued. The intensity of their defensive strategy exacted a toll, with the effort to contain Jordan doubling the usual exertion. Allan Houston appeared dazed, Larry Johnson slumped in exhaustion, and Lee's stamina was waning as he often found himself involved in the double team against Harper. The defensive strategy devised by Jeff Van Gundy and his coaching staff proved effective, yet the demands of such defense required considerable energy. Oakley remained silent, the old man preoccupied with wrestling for position against Rodman throughout the first half, and his attempts at mid-range jump shots resulted in nothing but clangs off the rim. Even the most delectable of chicken soup could not restore the player's stamina, yet the encouragement from the Gorilla had a noticeable impact. By the third quarter, the Bulls fans in attendance were utterly bewildered. The score stood at 14-14 for the quarter, and after 3 quarters, it was tied at 49-49. Having played the entirety of the third quarter, Liu returned to the bench feeling utterly drained. The old man across the way was missing shots, yet with defensive tenacity. The game remained tightly contested. On the Bulls bench, Michael Jordan was also gasping for breath, having played 11 minutes with a dismal 1-4-6 shooting performance, tallying only 2 points. Overshadowed by the Knicks' perimeter defense, there was no space for penetration. The paint was congested with bodies. Pippen, too, struggled at 1-4-6, missing numerous open opportunities, thus allowing the Knicks to shrink their defensive setup. At that moment, Phil Jackson sensed the game slipping out of control, no matter how he shuffled his lineup. The situation on the court remained unchanged. "I will take charge of this game. We cannot afford to lose at home." With no time to rest, Michael Jordan declared, tossing aside the towel draped over his shoulders, and immediately prepared to return to the court. The Bulls fans erupted in excitement upon witnessing Jordan's refusal to rest. The time for battle had arrived. Early in the fourth quarter, Jeff Van Gundy brought in Chris Childs and Starks to give the starting backcourt a breather. However, within 2 minutes, 2 turnovers ensued, prompting the bald-headed coach to urgently call for a timeout and reinstate his starters. In the final quarter, it was Allan Houston who first faltered, seemingly unaware of the source of Michael Jordan's boundless energy as he relentlessly attacked the basket. With Houston's defensive capabilities waning, the Knicks' double team began to show cracks, and the Bulls rained down points from the free throw line. Ultimately, having found his rhythm, Michael Jordan clinched the victory. As the final buzzer echoed, the Bulls fans erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating alongside a fervently fist-pumping Michael Jordan. The final score was 69-73, with the Bulls successfully defending their home court. In the fourth quarter, he shot 2 for 3 and made all 10 of his free throws, contributing 14 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 block, as Jordan unleashed his prowess to seal the game. The rebounding battle ended in a tie at 45-45, with turnovers at 11-11, and shooting percentages below 30%. In the end, it was Michael Jordan's explosive performance that concluded the match. Regrettably, the Knicks came close to securing another road victory. The players had exerted themselves to the fullest. In the commentary booth, Hubie Brown lauded Jordan's performance, asserting that statistics were now inconsequential. Victory was all that mattered. With a shooting line of 4 for 15 and free throws of 15 for 16, Jordan amassed 23 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers, presenting a rather unremarkable statistical sheet. The Knicks still maintained the upper hand, needing only to protect their 2 home games to gain match point. This seemed a manageable task for them. However, Coach Van Gundy should consider implementing more rotations to manage the playing time of his starters. Dick Stockton, grinning, offered his advice, eagerly anticipating the upcoming series. In the Knicks locker room, the defeat did not cast a significant shadow. Rather, the players were simply fatigued, languishing in their seats. There was a palpable sense of regret, as they lamented that just a couple more possessions could have seen the Bulls falter. After 43 minutes on the court, with a shooting record of 9 out of 22 and 7 out of 11 from the free throw line, the Gorilla amassed a game-high 25 points, along with 15 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 turnovers. Although Jeff Van Gundy felt a twinge of disappointment, he recognized that they had achieved their initial objective, and the coaching staff remained invigorated. This was a protracted series, and they had seized the initiative. Moving forward, it was essential to safeguard their home court. The Bulls were not invincible. Even Michael Jordan could exhibit inefficiency and fatigue. Van Gundy commenced his speech, taking a moment to undermine Jordan's prowess. The bald-headed coach's endless stream of motivational rhetoric, however, failed to uplift the spirits of his team. Allan Houston, exhausted and unwilling to speak, and Larry Johnson, who had scarcely rested for 4 minutes over 2 games, found themselves mentally drained. Liu, sprawled in a relaxed position, observed the duo's condition and recognized their utter depletion. The concept of a seamless offense and defense seemed deceptively simple, yet how many players in the league could genuinely embody it? On May 23rd, upon returning to New York, the Knicks coaching staff canceled the morning film session, as the players' physical condition was far worse than anticipated. It dawned on Van Gundy that the minutes logged by his key players were perhaps excessive. Yet, considering the Bulls, with both Jordan and Pippen exceeding 42 minutes, he began to console himself. They were human too, and the Bulls would tire. Ever since Liu's buzzer beater against the Bulls, relegating Michael Jordan to the background, the New York media could barely contain their excitement. Following their loss in Game 2, the fervent chants of Knicks for the championship persisted. Morning newspapers featured multiple articles mocking Jordan's inefficacious performance in Game 2, suggesting that the referees had gifted him a victory. New York fans, perusing the papers, felt buoyed, eagerly anticipating Jordan's unraveling on their home turf. Back in New York, Liu reclined comfortably at home, while Allan Houston was receiving intravenous fluids. In contrast, he appeared relatively well. Amused by the self-congratulatory tone of the New York media, Liu merrily engaged with the articles. In Game 2, he had recorded 15 points, shooting 5 out of 13, with 2 out of 6 from beyond the arc and 3 out of 4 from the free throw line, contributing also 5 assists. Despite the team's overall dismal shooting percentage, the media overlooked this, instead directing their ire at Jordan's free throw performance. When Starks visited, he found Liu engrossed in clipping news articles and taking notes. "What a tedious hobby. You'd be better off collecting special editions of sports magazines," he jested. Yet, Liu dismissed the teasing. For him, these clippings represented the imprints of an era. In 20 years, revisiting these past reports would undoubtedly prove to be a delightful endeavor. As fewer individuals read newspapers in the future, such news would hold commemorative value. With the articles neatly organized, Liu felt a surge of happiness. Unable to surf the internet, this was one of his few cherished pastimes. "I have a premonition that we will triumph in the series." The mere thought of vanquishing the Bulls fills Starks with exhilaration, and he can hardly contain his eagerness for Game 3 to commence. Observing the invigorated veteran, Liu interjects with a reminder. "The coaching staff needs to augment your playing time. Allan's condition is difficult to restore. Relying solely on defense to secure victories is utterly impractical. Michael isn't merely a post-up player. His off-ball movement and the energy required to defend him necessitate greater effort. I will propose this during this afternoon's practice." Starks grins widely. He indeed desires more playing time, as his aspiration to win this series is palpable. "Thanks, bro. We will make it to the finals." During the afternoon practice, Liu swiftly relayed his opinions to the coaching staff, and Allan Houston nodded in agreement to reduce his playing time. Defending Michael Jordan is a task not suited for the average player. Most defensive possessions rely heavily on team defense and collective efforts. Jeff Van Gundy remained relatively nonchalant about this, much like other coaches, exhibiting a lack of trust in the rotation, especially during critical games. Allan Houston, not yet back to his prime, quietly lamented, "This is certainly not a good sign. Michael will retaliate. We should increase the rotation to exhaust him." With Ewing's return, Allan Houston's attempts at scoring have diminished significantly, as he has assumed a more defensive role. He has no qualms about his position on the team, yet he finds himself struggling to keep up. Even a role player requires stamina. Liu shrugged helplessly, noting that Larry Johnson would have to continue his arduous labor in the next game. And there was no one on the bench capable of filling his shoes. Persistence is victory. "We are the younger team." In practice, Ewing maintained an exceptionally positive demeanor, eager to defend their home court. On January 18th, despite trailing by 13 points in the first quarter, the Rockets ultimately staged a dramatic comeback. The veteran trio performed modestly. Yet on the bench, 38-year-old Eddie Johnson erupted, achieving 12 of 17 from the field and 5 of 8 from beyond the arc, amassing a game-high 31 points. The Rockets' seasoned approach yielded an impressive shooting percentage of 58.7, marking a resounding victory that heralded their resurgence. At a moment when the team most desperately needed scoring, Karl Malone delivered with 9 of 14 for 21 points, while Stockton contributed a steady 17 points, 3 rebounds, and 10 assists, albeit with 4 turnovers. The Jazz performed admirably, yet their opponents were simply too accurate, as the Rockets unleashed a staggering 38 points in the fourth quarter. The suspense of the Western Conference Finals was rekindled, much to the delight of neutral fans, for no one wished to witness a lopsided series. On May 24th, the Bulls, having already arrived in New York, found little cause for celebration. Every ensuing game was of utmost importance, as they could not afford to lose. In recent days, Michael Jordan found himself infuriated upon reading the news in the newspapers, as his free throws were attributed to the referee's favoritism rather than his own skillful drives. During practice, the atmosphere within the Bulls remained subdued, with Jordan donning an additional layer of anger. His visage increasingly reflected his displeasure. That evening, at Madison Square Garden, as the game was yet to commence, the New York fans were already in high spirits. The number of supporters clad in jerseys of the team soared, waving whiteboards in encouragement, swaying to the pre-game music. In a jubilant frenzy, the away victory had the New York fans ecstatic. However, once the game began and they witnessed Jordan's relentless scoring, the arena fell into silence as nightmarish memories resurfaced. The Knicks succumbed decisively to defeat, being thoroughly dominated by the Bulls. A rejuvenated Michael Jordan was nearly unstoppable, playing for 36 minutes, with a shooting record of 14 out of 25, including a three-point shot of 1 out of 2 and a perfect 5 out of 5 from the free throw line, achieving an impressive tally of 34 points, 8 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. Allan Houston was completely outmatched, as the Knicks' perimeter defense proved inadequate against Jordan's prowess. Scottie Pippen contributed with 21 points from 8 out of 16 shooting, while no other role players reached double digits in scoring. Though all 10 players on the roster managed to put points on the board, returning to their home court only to face defeat left Patrick Ewing dejected. He had performed admirably, shooting 11 out of 23 and making 7 out of 10 free throws, leading the team with 29 points and securing 12 rebounds. Despite committing 5 turnovers, he felt his performance was commendable. Even after the victory, Michael Jordan's expression remained grim as he stormed towards the player tunnel, finding no solace in the win to quell his inner turmoil. Post-game, the fans lingered, and Madison Square Garden remained rife with noise. In the commentary booth, analyst John Andrees lamented the decline in defensive intensity, attributing the loss to this fundamental issue. He noted that while Jordan had reduced his playing time, his efficiency had markedly increased. Phil Jackson's rotation strategy appeared to be yielding positive results, while Coach Van Gundy needed to make urgent adjustments. Commentator Marv Albert expressed regret over the Bulls' poor performance from beyond the arc, citing a dismal 1 out of 13 shooting record in three-point attempts since the series began. It was evident that the Bulls had paid a price in their defense against Houston. Yet, there remained hope, as the next home game would be crucial. The commentators refrained from despairing remarks, but the mood among the New York media was far from pleasant. At the post-game press conference, they began to question Van Gundy, asking, "Jeff, could you provide insights on the team's situation? Why did Starks not receive more playing time? Why do our players appear more fatigued than those of the Bulls?" Jeff Van Gundy, still harboring regret from the defeat, responded curtly to the question, "We require height. We must restrict Michael Jordan on the defensive end. This is precisely why I insist on utilizing Allan Houston. Stamina has never been an issue. We are younger, and our vigor is our advantage. Moving forward, we shall safeguard our home court." The Chicago reporters, amused by the brewing discord among the New Yorkers, noted that each time the team faltered, Van Gundy faced scrutiny. Even after receiving the Coach of the Year accolade, many in the New York media continued to regard him as merely Pat Riley's protege. The prevailing sentiment regarding this predicament likely stemmed from Van Gundy's physical appearance, his bald head and slick-back hair, while New Yorkers seemed to favor the latter. Dressed in a deep blue suit, Patrick Ewing did not attract the same criticism. Rather, his performance was lauded, which significantly uplifted the veteran's spirits. On the morning of May 25th, New York media perpetuated their esteemed tradition of sensationalism. The New York Post led the charge, declaring, "Since Patrick Ewing's return from injury, the Knicks' fluid offense has gradually dissipated. Allan Houston and Larry Johnson's performances have declined, and our possessions are dwindling. Perhaps this is not a matter of Van Gundy, but rather our core players are stifling the team's potential. We respect Ewing, yet the era of the Knicks belonging to him has passed. We need more pick and rolls, more jump shots, and more fast breaks." Arriving early at the training facility, Ewing's expression darkened as he read the article, ultimately crumpling the newspaper in frustration and tossing it into the trash. Equipment manager Old Mike witnessed this scene, silently shaking his head and muttering, "Perhaps Nelson was right all along. It is our core that has faltered. Thank you for the support from my readers." Chapter end. Chapter 84. The Black Egg. On the evening of May 25, 1997, during Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals, with merely 8 seconds remaining, the Jazz's Brian Russell failed to convert a potential game-winning three-pointer. The rebound was secured by Barkley, who then initiated a fast break with Matt Maloney. As the game neared its conclusion, veteran Eddie Johnson received a pass at the arc, without the luxury of time for adjustment, just a step from the three-point line. He launched a jump shot. The ball swished through the net, and the Rockets erupted in joyous celebration, embracing the veteran. With a score of 92-95, the home team Rockets narrowly escaped disaster, leveling the series at 2 games apiece, setting the stage for a pivotal clash back in Salt Lake City. The Rockets' aging trio performed commendably. Olajuwon shot 9 for 18, amassing a game-high 27 points. Barkley, with 5 for 11, contributed a double-double with 20 points and 16 rebounds, while Drexler, shooting 6 for 15, added 16 points. From beyond the arc, the Rockets managed 6 out of 19, a little over 30%. But Johnson's timely three-pointer proved invaluable, as safeguarding their home court remained paramount. The Jazz felt a tinge of disappointment, having come so close to seizing the series advantage. Karl Malone managed to score 22 points, grab 10 rebounds, and provide 5 assists along with 3 steals and 3 turnovers, hitting only 10 of his 28 attempts. John Stockton, as ever, exhibited remarkable consistency with 22 points, 4 rebounds, and 8 assists on 9 of 12 shooting, without a single turnover. The Jazz committed a mere 8 turnovers throughout the game, while the Rockets were not far behind with only 12. Both teams showcased an evenly matched performance. And as they approached the playoffs, the ability to control turnovers proved essential for any championship contender. Watching from home, Liu noted that the Jazz had an impressive 83 possessions, with only 8 turnovers, prompting him to ponder the implications. Compared to the Eastern Conference Finals, the Jazz maintained a faster pace, adhering to their regular season style. In contrast, the Bulls had been slowing down, hoping the Knicks would falter first. The result was a gradual deceleration from both teams, leading to a battle of attrition, resulting in missed shots and frantic rebounding, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. The tempo of the game naturally influenced player performance. However, the Knicks, with several seasoned veterans, found it challenging to maintain their stamina over the entirety of the game. The series stood at 2-2, and the upcoming clash would be a pivotal showdown, presenting the Jazz an opportunity to secure a decisive advantage at home. The sounds emanating from the television reminded Liu of the need to return to Chicago for Game 5, a rather unfortunate situation. On the evening of May 26th, the Eastern Conference Finals Game 4 commenced once more at Madison Square Garden. By the 4th game, both teams had become intimately familiar with one another, and tactical adjustments offered limited solutions. Player performance was paramount. Game 2 had nearly exhausted Liu, which contributed to a lackluster Game 3, but after a 2-game reprieve, his stamina had finally begun to recover. At the outset, Liu exhibited a markedly different demeanor, reminiscent of Stockton's spirited play the previous night. As he actively propelled the fast break, "Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks! Let's go Knicks!" the fervent New York fan shouted, eager to witness anything but Michael Jordan's showmanship at Madison Square Garden. Following the opening tip, the Bulls struggled to find their rhythm, with both Michael and Harper missing their initial shots. After 2 minutes of play, the Bulls had yet to score. Rodman, receiving a pass from Michael, was thwarted by Ewing, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Oakley seized the rebound and swiftly passed it to Liu, who was immediately met by Harper's defensive effort. However, Liu surged along the right sideline with increasing speed. Holding the ball in his right hand, he approached the midcourt line, executing a swift behind-the-back dribble to switch to his left hand while fending off the defense, driving toward the right wing. With the Bulls struggling with their shooting, Liu continued to advance, leaving Harper with few options as his own energy began to wane. Upon reaching the right wing near the three-point line, Liu began to decelerate, while both teams continued their efforts to reach the half-court. At this moment, Harper had slid into position in front of Liu, occasionally glancing back at the movements of the Knicks players. As Liu approached the three-point line, gripping the ball in his left hand, he subtly lowered his center of gravity, swiftly dribbling the ball between his legs. While leaning to the right, he seized the opportunity as Harper slid, retrieving the ball with his right hand before executing another between-the-legs dribble. Before Harper could react, Liu completed 2 consecutive between-the-legs dribbles, sidestepping to create space for his shot, launching a swift jump shot from beyond the arc. Swish! The three-pointer swished cleanly through the net. My goodness, it was astonishingly quick. Lee used his personal prowess to propel the Knicks' counterattack. Commentator John Andrus, observing the players just settling into position, remarked with enthusiasm as Liu clapped and retreated on defense. Phil Jackson, seated courtside, did not blame Harper. It was indeed an indefensible situation. Not only was there a need to guard against passing, but also to be wary of drives. One feint and a shot could come from anywhere. After a dominant start, the crowd at Madison Square Garden erupted in joyous cheers, reveling in the excitement. Larry Johnson, who had been lackluster in the previous games, showed significant improvement tonight, no longer concerned about back-and-forth running, quickly directing his teammates into defensive positions. Meanwhile, Ewing and Oakley returned to their posts beneath the basket, with only Allan Houston tasked with guarding the ball-handling Michael Jordan. After being triple-teamed in the last 3 games, Jordan found it challenging to even receive the ball. Aside from a breakout in Game 3, his efficiency had waned. Attempting to advance the ball, he moved to the right wing, where Longley set a screen, prompting Ewing to naturally retreat into defensive mode. On the three-point line, gripping the ball in his left hand, Michael Jordan swiftly pushed the ball and changed directions, transferring it to his right hand before leaning in with a feigned drive. Allan Houston quickly slid to his left, only to witness Jordan, now outside the three-point line, launching a rapid jump shot. Bang! The long rebound ricocheted out, and Liu, beating Harper to the ball, seized the rebound and charged forward. Maintaining his momentum along the right sideline, Lee sensed Harper's defensive pressure at his side. Crossing the mid-court line before executing a behind-the-back dribble, abruptly stopping to create some space. Without waiting for his teammates to cross half-court, Liu shifted the ball to his left hand, lowered his center of gravity, and swiftly changed direction to the left. Harper hurriedly slid back. But as Liu retrieved the ball with his right hand, he surged forward decisively, slicing through from the right wing. Wow! The crowd in New York erupted once again. And as Lee reached the right block, he suddenly halted, launching a powerful shot, only to change direction once more. With Harper losing his defensive stance, he saw Liu preparing for a layup and instinctively opted to commit a foul. The referee's whistle blew immediately, granting Liu 2 free throw opportunities. Breathing heavily, Harper felt overwhelmed, standing with hands on hips near the paint, signaling that it was indeed his defensive lapse. The relentless back and forth had also alerted Michael Jordan to the unusual pace of the game. It was a splendid counterattack. Lee's exceptional ball handling skills made it exceedingly difficult for Harper to keep up with his rhythm. Unfortunately, the others were not quick enough to follow, or we could have easily scored. The commentator Albert began to commend Liu's performance after the opening, while commentator John Andrus added that Coach Van Gundy's adjustments were remarkably timely. The Bulls, too, would tire, and we ought to seize these transitions to score with ease. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy, after a couple of symbolic shouts, largely remained passive. The ball was in Liu's hands. When a point guard possesses the ability to accelerate the game through personal offense, the coach finds himself at a loss. Calling a timeout while leading? Only a fool would do such a thing. At the free throw line, Liu steadied his breath and confidently sank both shots. Phil Jackson immediately called for a timeout. Clutching his tactical board, his expression darkening, a stark deviation from the pre-game strategy. Liu had already secured 7 points at the outset. And such an impressive performance revitalized the atmosphere, prompting teammates to approach and fist bump him as he made his way to the bench. The gorilla returned to the bench with mixed emotions. Apart from scoring 2 points early on, he had primarily focused on defense, engaging in sprints. The team's increased pace unexpectedly granted them a significant lead, reminiscent of an article from the New York Post. However, losing on home turf was not an option, and Ewing could only passively accept the flow of the game. Naturally, Jeff Van Gundy refrained from making adjustments, while the Bulls, post-timeout, executed a low-post play for Longley, with Pippen cutting without the ball to help the team score. Boo! The crowd at Madison Square Garden erupted in jeers as the opponent scored a field goal. One such field goal did not alter the shooting rhythm of the Bulls, who continued to miss shots in the following minutes. While Liu maintained the pace of the game, Liu's transition three-pointer clanked off the rim, yet the New York fans cheered. And even a fast break layup that missed did not dampen their spirits. As long as the Bulls continued to struggle, the fans remained elated. In the latter half of the first quarter, Liu began to slow the offensive tempo, repeatedly executing plays, while Ewing also contributed points. Meanwhile, on the other end, Macau continued to miss. Phil Jackson on the sidelines expressed his frustration. His core players were unable to find the basket, a near insurmountable dilemma. Each miss was met with Spike Lee raising his hands in jubilation, and coupled with the colorful language of front-row fans, Macau's mounting frustration grew even more intense. With just 1 minute and 28 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 16-24. Harper's three-pointer missed, allowing Liu to capitalize on the opportunity as he swiftly crossed half-court. Michael Jordan, who had only managed 2 points from free throws, desperately chased Liu down, reaching him on his left wing, forcing Liu to decelerate. Gazing at the focused and low-centered Jordan, who was fixated on the ball, Liu paused just beyond the three-point line. Amidst the crowd's uproar, Jordan began to shuffle, actively defending in an attempt to disrupt Liu's offensive rhythm. Suddenly, Liu accelerated his dribbling pace, quickly maneuvering the ball between his legs, switching to his right hand, leaning his body to the right before immediately dribbling behind his back. As my instinctively slid to the left, he quickly realized he had been deceived. Liu, with his left hand deftly retrieving the ball, surged forward with a powerful dribble, suddenly halting at the three-point line. After a swift gathering of the ball, he executed a jump shot. Michael Jordan, leaping in from the side, nearly completed the block but was a fraction too late, grazing Liu's forearm instead. The whistle blew, and the ball swished through the net. Witnessing Michael Jordan once again relegated to the role of a mere backdrop, Madison Square Garden erupted in exuberance. Oh, many fans rose to their feet, cheering loudly. While Liu, regaining his balance after landing, smiled and clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Come on. Tonight, I will resolve the matter from beyond the arc." Frustrated by his earlier missed shots, Michael Jordan found himself both amused and exasperated by Liu's taunt, shaking his head as he responded, "Kid, do not provoke Black Jesus." The rare exchange from my incited even more fervent cheers from the front row fans. F. Jordan. A voice, perhaps a mischievous spectator, echoed this sentiment. And soon the arena was filled with an escalating chorus of exclamations. As tensions visibly heightened, Liu, having successfully converted a free throw, shrugged in defense, igniting Jordan's ire. In the final moments of the first quarter, Pippen finally landed a three-pointer, bringing the score to a close at 19-28. Entering the second quarter, Michael Jordan was relentless, disregarding the bench's attempts to restrain him. Upon his return to the court, he demanded the ball incessantly. The Knicks, anticipating his offensive maneuvers, resumed their previous defensive strategy, tightening their grip on the perimeter while fortifying the interior. Even when he occasionally broke through to the basket, Oakley was there to deliver a faceful of rejection. Phil Jackson voiced his grievances to the referees, yet the whistle remained silent. Jordan continued to misfire, leading to a swift offensive transition for Liu, who charged forward. Holding the ball in his right hand, he approached the left wing, lowered his center of gravity, and executed a quick crossover dribble, leaving Harper to sidestep in a futile attempt to block him. Swish. Another three-pointer sank. Yes, Lee struck again from beyond the arc. His shooting touch was nothing short of incendiary tonight, rendering him virtually unstoppable on the offensive end. Commentator Marv Albert, brimming with excitement, shouted in delight. Despite Jordan's earlier struggles, the explosive nature of Lee's scoring always had the power to ignite the arena's atmosphere. The New York fans were on the verge of imploring him to shoot more, chanting against Jordan while simultaneously cheering for Liu. Frustrated and unable to find his rhythm, Jordan, besieged by defenders, refused to pass the ball. The Bulls' offensive set was repeatedly thwarted, and their three-point attempts fell flat. The team's rhythm disintegrated, leading to a disastrous second quarter. With a score of 12-23 for the quarter, the halftime tally stood at 31-51, with the Knicks leading by 20 points. Madison Square Garden was in a frenzy, with cheers and jeers ringing throughout the venue. With a dark expression and eyes ablaze with fury, Michael Jordan stormed into the players' tunnel, furiously shaking his fists. In the first half, he had shot 0 for 11, missing all 4 three-point attempts, and made 3 of 4 free throws, accumulating a mere 3 points and 3 rebounds. In stark contrast, the liberated Liu had achieved 19 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists on 6 of 13 shooting, including 4 of 9 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 3 for 3 from the free throw line. Jordan's done. I knew he would falter. Tonight, victory is ours. Upon returning to the locker room, Larry Johnson erupted into a fervent shout. The veteran had regained some stamina, allowing him to sprint vigorously, which led to a few offensive opportunities. Coupled with Michael Jordan's struggles, it invigorated his defensive efforts. Even without home court advantage, we could still secure a victory, thank God. Allan Houston exhaled a sigh of relief, as he feared that Jordan's relentless assault would overwhelm him. The atmosphere among the team was buoyed, with animated discussions about whether Jordan would continue his lackluster performance in the second half. Ewing observed Liu and the others exchanging fist bumps. Their jovial banter about the game stirred a pang of nostalgia in him. I thought you were here to support me. The Gorilla had played merely half of the second quarter, finishing the half with 4 of 7 from the field, 2 of 2 from the free throw line, tallying 10 points and 7 rebounds. In this crucial match, the coaching staff adhered to the mantra that the one with milk is the one to be favored. They refrained from discussing adjustments during halftime. Jeff Van Gundy merely offered motivational platitudes. Stay strong, do not relax, and give the Bulls no opportunities. If we win this game, we still possess a physical edge, and Michael Jordan's off night has bolstered our defensive effectiveness. Let's go. Let us decisively end their hopes in the second half. Allan Houston felt speechless. Where was this supposed physical advantage? Double teaming only meant more back and forth running, while their opponent's stamina was monstrous. Yet, Larry Johnson, buoyed by the motivational talk, regained his energy. As long as the defense yielded positive feedback, the veteran was content to play a supportive role, Witnessing Jordan's missed shots was more gratifying than scoring himself. In the second half, Liu ceased his reckless shooting and diligently adhered to tactical play. With such a significant point differential, his focus was on minimizing team turnovers. The furious Michael Jordan showed no signs of conceding, relentlessly demanding the ball and engaging in isolation plays. The clanging of missed shots echoed through the arena, nearly igniting the New York crowd. F. Jordan. There was no need for Harper to defend. Once past half court, Jordan took it upon himself to guard Liu, fully exhausting himself. Throughout the third quarter, both teams played with a measured approach, yet the fervor of the New York fans never waned, even as Jordan continued to miss. The intensity of the defense waned, but he still could not find his rhythm, finishing the quarter with 2 of 11 shooting and scoring just 6 points. The third quarter ended with a score of 54-74, with garbage time looming. After merely a 2-minute respite, Michael Jordan stormed back onto the court, his frustration palpable. After a dismal shooting performance in the first 3 quarters, he finally began to regain his touch in the fourth. However, Liu remained composed, re-entering the game with 7 minutes and 2 seconds remaining. The point gap had narrowed slightly, but the Knicks quickly rediscovered their offensive rhythm, enhancing Ewing's post play. Allan Houston felt as though he was reliving a nightmare, with Jordan incessantly demanding the ball, scoring through both shots and drives. The cacophony of jeers faded away until there were just 3 minutes left in the game. When the fans suddenly regained their fervor, time was running short. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, Madison Square Garden erupted in a chorus of jubilant cheers. On the evening of April 9, 1994, the New York Knicks triumphed over the Chicago Bulls, elevating the series score to 2-2. In the final quarter, Michael Jordan demonstrated his prowess, shooting 7 out of 13 and converting all 6 of his free throw attempts, amassing an impressive 20 points. This performance rendered commentator John Andrews cautious in his enthusiasm, remarking, "Fortunately, our lead is substantial enough to secure a victory in Game 4. The decisive battle will return to Chicago. The lads must hold firm. And we still have a chance." Meanwhile, announcer Marv Albert lamented, Lee's contributions in the first half were pivotal, and Coach Van Gundy's timely adjustments were crucial. "We need to quicken the pace of the game." After the loss, Michael Jordan wore a grim expression as Liu passed by, mockingly quipping, "Wow, Black Jesus?" Although Lee's performance in the second half was subdued due to tight defense, the jibe added an extra layer of tension, prompting Jordan to stride toward the player tunnel without a glance back. Over 45 minutes of play, he shot 9 for 35, failed to make a three-pointer out of 8 attempts, and finished with 29 points, 8 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 turnover. Back in the locker room, Liu surveyed the statistics with a sense of disbelief. Jordan's stamina seemed superhuman, powering through double teams with ease. Allan Houston, having been thoroughly overwhelmed in the fourth quarter, felt the toll of the grueling game. Even with a rotational rest, he couldn't withstand the pressure. Larry Johnson refrained from critiquing Jordan's performance, noting the uncanny accuracy of his opponent as the game progressed, which defied conventional athletic logic. Over 43 minutes, Liu scored 29 points, with 9 of 21 shooting, including 5 of 12 from beyond the arc, along with 4 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. This marked the highest score on the Knicks, while Patrick Ewing, glancing at the statistics, remained silent with his own 23 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 turnovers. Despite the victory, the Knicks were not overwhelmed with joy, as they understood that their opponents would not remain so fallible. Jeff Van Gundy, in a buoyant mood, encouraged his team as they returned to the locker room. "Forget the first 4 games. If we win Game 5, we can finish them off at home. Trust me, they are weary." Michael Jordan is weary too. In the post-game press conference, the New York media eagerly anticipated a spectacle from Michael Jordan, dressed in an oversized suit. Jordan had just seated himself when an eager reporter asked, "Michael, do you think your 35 shot attempts contributed to the Bulls' defeat?" Jordan responded, "The loss was simply because the Knicks performed better tonight. They found their offensive rhythm and made more three-pointers. However, we have adapted to their little tricks, and the Bulls will not lose again." Despite the accumulated tension, Jordan managed to maintain his composure, responding to inquiries with ease. When asked about potential adjustments for Game 5, he casually stated, "That's Phil's job, but I relish the challenge from the younger players. I will match up more with Lee. That's my adjustment. Write whatever you wish, but I will emerge the ultimate victor." The New York media, incensed by Michael Jordan's apparent disregard for the Knicks, expressed their frustration vehemently, What merit is there in relishing a loss? On May 27th, following a victory, the newspapers were replete with laudatory articles about the Knicks. At this juncture, the New York media unleashed their pent-up sentiments, resurrecting past grievances and mockingly suggesting that Jordan, ranked 46th among the top 50 players, was merely a statistical accumulator, achieving 29 points with a shooting percentage below 30. The media's prowess in reviving old controversies was unmistakable, as they even brought up Jordan's losses prior to his 3 consecutive championships. Throughout the series, Liu's shooting percentage had finally surpassed 40, yet this achievement was exaggerated, while his lackluster performance in the second half was conveniently overlooked. In the sports sections of several newspapers, there were unequivocal assertions that the Bulls were faltering, that Michael Jordan would continue to perform ineffectively, and that the Knicks would advance to the finals to secure the championship. This fervent optimism delighted the fans in New York, who reveled in the moment, celebrating their victory. The Knicks were scheduled to depart for Chicago that afternoon, with Game 5 set to commence the following evening. Despite leading significantly in Game 4, they had been subjected to considerable turmoil in the final quarter, with Allan Houston appearing somewhat listless, struggling in his defensive role. At 34 years of age, one could not discern any signs of decline in Jordan's physical prowess. Larry Johnson had come to terms with this reality. Only through direct competition could one truly appreciate the opponent's strength. As Liu perused a magazine on the plane, he mused that by the end of the series, even the most skeptical might find themselves admiring Jordan's talent. Combined with scientific training, success is a product of relentless effort. Starks, listening nearby, shook his head and remarked, "I believe it's simply talent. There are countless players who train diligently, yet none can reach that level." In truth, Jordan had experienced a decline, particularly in his physical condition. During their encounters in the three-peat era, his speed and agility were unmatched. Ewing's expression stiffened at the recollection of being left utterly bewildered by Jordan's dazzling in-and-out move, which culminated in a spectacular dunk. This stunning display of athleticism continued to be replayed on ESPN. Oakley, with a slight smirk, returned to his magazine, refraining from engaging in the discussion. Having witnessed a younger version of Michael Jordan, the airborne iteration, he remained calm and indifferent to the outcome. Fully aware of his opponent's capabilities, Liu sensed a waning desire for victory among his teammates. The loss in Game 3 seemed to have illuminated a harsh reality. In 1996, the aging trio had once again succumbed to the formidable Utah duo. Juwan, with an impressive 11 for 18 shooting and 11 for 13 from the free throw line, secured a game-high 33 points, alongside 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals. Despite committing 5 turnovers, the primary reason for the loss lay in their woeful three-point shooting, hitting only 7 out of 24 attempts, which is less than 30%, a failure to respond effectively. Drexler recorded 5 out of 15 shots, failing to score from beyond the arc, accumulating a total of 15 points, while Barkley managed to hit 3 of 6 attempts, contributing 10 points. The aging trio of stars could not leverage their advantages, instead falling short against the more cohesive performance of the Jazz. Karl Malone played for 44 minutes, achieving 29 points, 14 rebounds, and 4 assists from 22 attempts, alongside 3 turnovers, while Stockton scored 17 points and 6 assists from 7 attempts, with 5 turnovers. The lack of fast break opportunities reduced the Jazz's possessions to 69, yet they still emerged victorious, with a chance to secure the series. Analysts began to acknowledge the prowess of the Jazz, leading many to realize that the exit of the aging trio heralded a new wave of excitement. In an instant, Jazz fandom surged, and fair-weather supporters began to favor the dynamic duo from Utah. Meanwhile, the Knicks opted not to watch this game, choosing instead to rest early. As they prepared for the critical Game 5, a decisive moment that required optimal physical readiness. On the evening of May 28th, at the United Center in Chicago, as the BGM of Sirius echoed through the arena, Bulls fans erupted into cheers. A serious-looking Michael Jordan took the court, and the volume of the crowd's adulation swelled. During the singing segment, Allan Houston could not resist making a cross over his chest and began invoking the divine. The boos directed at Ewing surpassed those aimed at Liu, provoking the ire of Bulls supporters. Upon returning to their home court, the Bulls did not significantly alter their tactical approach. However, the notable change was Jordan's resurgence in shooting touch during the first quarter, as he relentlessly sought the ball in the painted area. Empowered by his fury, He accelerated the pace of the offense and began to distribute the ball more generously. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy could only watch in disbelief as the Bulls continued to score. With 6 minutes and 48 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Pippen twisted his knee during a drive and exited the game. Initially perceived as an opportunity for the Knicks, the ensuing player, Kukoc, proved versatile, scoring on drives and subsequently sinking a three-pointer. At the close of the first quarter, the score stood at 26-33, with the Knicks showcasing commendable offensive play. Though the Bulls exhibited superior efficiency, Jordan tallied 15 points in the first quarter, hitting 6 of 10 shots, including 1 of 2 from three-point range and 2 of 2 from the free throw line, rebounding strongly from the outset. How to adjust? Van Gundy, watching the exhausted bench players, struggled to concoct a viable strategy. Ultimately, he resorted to the familiar tactic of double-teaming. In contrast, Phil Jackson opted for greater player rotation in the second quarter, exploiting Jordan's presence to continually stretch the Knicks' defense. The Bulls increased their tempo. Although Jordan began to miss shots, his role players responded effectively. The game did not resemble a typical pivotal clash. Rather than engaging in a brawl, the Bulls activated a more cohesive team offense in Pippen's absence, allowing Jordan to play more judiciously. The second quarter concluded with a score of 27-31, and at halftime, the Bulls led the Knicks by 11 points, 53-64. The atmosphere in the United Center had reached a fever pitch, as Bulls fans understood that securing this series point would pave the way for a potential conclusion to the contest. At the TNT commentary booth, Hubie Brown glanced at the technical statistics and shook his head, reflecting, "This is Michael Jordan. When he desires to orchestrate the offense, he can effortlessly dominate the game." Shooting 7 for 18, he scored 18 points by halftime. The Knicks performed admirably on defense, yet ultimately, they paid the price. Beside him, Dick Stockton sensed that the outcome of the match was already determined. With a double-digit lead, the Bulls would not squander such an opportunity. Lee struggled to keep pace with the Bulls, yet his teammates were too fatigued. The relentless double-teaming drained their energy. Scoring 53 points by halftime was a commendable result. True to his word, Michael Jordan took on the responsibility of guarding Lee more closely after the opening. By halftime, he had shot 5 for 13, with 3 of 9 from beyond the arc and 2 of 4 from the free throw line, tallying 15 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 turnovers, nearly being reduced to a mere shadow of himself. In the second quarter, both teams struggled to find their rhythm, but when Rodman unexpectedly sunk a three-pointer, the tempo of the game began to tilt in favor of the Bulls. As they retreated to the locker room at halftime, Jeff Van Gundy felt somewhat bewildered, pondering how to adjust. Should they continue the double team, increase the pace, implement a half-court offense? Although no one was paying attention to him, Jeff Van Gundy suddenly found himself at a loss for motivational words. With limited options, to close the gap, they first needed to contain the opposing offense. As the third quarter commenced, both teams reverted to a physical battle. Michael Jordan struggled with his shooting, and the Knicks found scoring elusive as well. The Bulls fans in attendance remained unfazed. Even after tasting the bitter flavor of a sudden disappointment, they continued to cheer loudly for their team. The quarter ended with a score of 17-16, slightly narrowing the deficit. Entering the final quarter, the Knicks seemed to lose their vigor. Ewing found little advantage in the low post against Longley and Kukoc. They fought valiantly to close the gap, but time was not on their side. Ultimately, the Bulls triumphed with a score of 94-100, even in the absence of Pippen due to injury. The United Center erupted in cheers as Bulls fans celebrated their team's achievement of a match point. After 43 minutes on the court, Jordan recorded 11 of 31 shooting, 1 of 4 from three-point range, and 5 of 6 from the free throw line, amassing 28 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks, and 4 turnovers. While Michael Jordan's efficiency was not at its peak, his more judicious shot selections revitalized the Bulls' offense. With a stern expression and a serious demeanor, he acknowledged the fans with gratitude, repeatedly high-fiving them. In the post-game press conference, Michael Jordan offered little elaboration. "I will finish the game in New York." This blunt declaration sent waves of excitement through the Chicago media, who knew what this implied for their journey to the finals. With the Bulls having secured a match point, the once boisterous New York media fell silent, fully aware of the implications. After the defeat, the Knicks seemed to exhale collectively. Ewing, visibly frustrated, was reluctant to speak. It felt all too familiar, reminiscent of past disappointments, as the memories of previous losses haunted them once more. returning to New York overnight. The group dispersed to their respective homes. By the time Liu arrived back at his apartment, it was already the early hours of the morning. The defeat in the pivotal game did not significantly affect him. Perhaps Ewing bore the weight of psychological shadows, but he observed the decline of Michael Jordan. In his youth, Jordan truly excelled in a seamless blend of offense and defense, adeptly shadowing core players on the defensive end while boasting an impressive shooting percentage nearing 50 on the offensive side. However, times had changed, his efficiency had waned, and throughout the series, he managed to exceed 50% shooting in only one game, with the rest falling below 40%. In his study, Liu jotted down his training ideas in a notebook while conjuring up a rudimentary talent panel. Noticing that Allen Iverson's exceptional basketball instinct had transformed to silver and that Ray Allen's remarkable explosiveness was also nearing a change, Liu nodded slightly, reflecting. By engaging in more high-quality games, one is bound to reap rewards. With the Bulls gaining match point, the New York media fell silent. Ceasing their mockery of Michael Jordan and instead beginning to console themselves, the Knicks had delivered a flawless season. In the decisive Game 7, the Knicks held a physical advantage. The future looked promising. The young Knicks were poised for a transformation. On the morning of the 29th, Jeff Van Gundy, upon reading an article in the newspaper, cursed under his breath, lamenting the fickleness of the media. In the battle for supremacy, Phil Jackson's audacious choices served as yet another lesson for the league's best coach. We still have a chance. As long as we win at home, the Bulls won't have the upper hand in Game 7, especially considering Pippen's injury, he reassured his team. Assistant coach Thibodeau began to rally the group, but the painful memories of previous losses flooded back, leaving several coaches unresponsive. Van Gundy remained largely silent. Recognizing the limited scope for adjustments, Michael Jordan had effectively locked down Liu unless Ewing could perform at an extraordinary level. Yet, reflecting on past experiences, Van Gundy felt a sense of skepticism. During this afternoon's practice, let us not wear those long faces. We still have a chance. The veterans sighed in resignation. Allan Houston was already fatigued, having been overexerted, while Jordan had taken 30 shots in consecutive games, leaving him exhausted. Larry Johnson also ceased his boasting about Jordan's performance, realizing that despite their relentless defense, the opponent continued to score. In Game 5, Liu played for 43 minutes, achieving 7 of 19 from the field, 4 of 12 from beyond the arc, and 4 of 6 from the free throw line, totaling 22 points, 3 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 steal, and 4 turnovers. Naturally, his stamina could not return to peak condition, a reality to which Liu had grown accustomed. Perhaps it was a characteristic of the era. Even Phil Jackson remained tenacious with his starters. Pippen's recurring knee injury was likely attributed to his extensive playtime, although Game 6 had yet to commence. The veterans were already nearing exhaustion during practice. Oakley's shooting touch had consistently declined, and Gorilla's performance in Game 5, shooting 10 of 22 for 28 points, did little to uplift morale. Assistant coach Don Chaney watched Liu, still engaged in shooting drills, and shook his head in resignation, enduring until the end. It's just like the past. On the evening of the 29th, the Western Conference Finals Game 6 officially commenced. After a series of lackluster performances, Drexler finally erupted tonight, with the aging trio of stars displaying remarkable tenacity as both teams battled fiercely into the fourth quarter. In the critical moments, Drexler squandered a mid-range shot, leaving the Jazz with just 2 seconds on the clock. Ultimately, the Rockets paid the price, as Stockton received an inbounds pass from Brian Russell at the top of the arc, executing a jump shot from beyond the three-point line that found its mark. With a score of 103-100, in a stunning turn of events, Stockton delivered a decisive blow to the Rockets. The Jazz triumphed with a significant margin of 4-2, advancing to the finals for the first time in franchise history. The inaugural year of the aging trio concluded in disappointment, with a shooting line of 8 for 15, including 3 of 6 from beyond the arc and a perfect 6 for 6 from the free throw line. Stockton amassed 25 points, 2 rebounds, 13 assists, 2 steals, and 4 turnovers. In this pivotal game, Stockton once again showcased an impressive performance. The explosive Drexler scored 33 points on 10 of 15 shooting, hitting 5 of 7 from three-point range and going 8 for 8 from the charity stripe. Olajuwon contributed 16 points, while Barkley added 20. But they could only watch as the Jazz celebrated wildly on their home court after the last-second defeat. The Rockets' loss left New York media feeling deflated, despite reaching match point. There was a reluctance to witness the Bulls advance on their home turf. On May 30th, even without pre-game jinxes, the Knicks could not withstand the Bulls team basketball. Once again, the Bulls overwhelmed them with 33 points in the first quarter, completely dominating the game. Even though the Bulls only scored 14 points in the final quarter, the Knicks failed to turn the tide. With a shooting line of 12 for 22, the efficient McGrady netted 27 points, alongside 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 4 turnovers. The angry Buff vanished, and amid the boos from the crowd, the vengeful Michael Jordan approached Liu, offering a hug and a lighthearted remark, "Do not provoke Black Jesus." Thanks to the readers for their subscription support. End of this chapter. Chapter 85. The Beauty of Data. On May 30th, 1997, following the conclusion of Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals, the media in New York entered a state of self-comfort. During the post-game press conference, Liu, clad in a light gray suit, sat above and engaged with the media below, responding to their inquiries amicably. Beside him, the somber Ewing, dressed in black, seemed yet to recover from the defeat, his expression still clouded with disappointment. "Lee, how would you evaluate your first season? You delivered a perfect performance." The audience, in a tacit agreement, refrained from mentioning the Bulls, instead opting to ask unrelated questions with cheerful demeanor. "In my opinion, Magic Johnson truly delivered a flawless first year. As for my performance, it was solid. I believe I am at least deserving of all-star recognition." Liu was pleased to oblige. Yet the thought of Michael Jordan's smug face stirred a curse within him. Damn Black Jesus. The gorilla's expression stiffened slightly, for he was well aware of Magic Johnson's experience in securing the Finals MVP. He sensed that Liu's words carried deeper meaning. Similarly, Ewing received a multitude of accolades. Setting aside the outcomes of matches, the gorilla exhibited tenacity on the court, visibly engaging in fierce battles each time he played in the low post. A fact not lost on the media and fans alike. "Pat, do you believe we have a chance at the championship next season?" With 64 victories, the Knicks appeared to have returned to their peak form. A reporter from the New York Times ventured to pose the most pressing question on everyone's mind: the fate of the championship. "We will secure the championship. Our sole objective each year remains unchanged: to get the team on the right track. Next season, our performance will be even more remarkable. This is merely our first year of assembling the team, and we have already clinched the division championship. Next season, we will advance further." Ewing continued to paint grand visions for the New York media, and although the promised pie was not particularly enticing, most listeners were nonetheless satisfied with such responses. Liu observed this scene with a hint of amusement, noting that no one mentioned defeating the Bulls. Throughout the Eastern Conference, the defeated teams were lost in their aspirations for the future. Just wait for the Bulls to implode. On May 31st, several newspapers in New York featured sports sections predominantly echoing the same sentiment. The future is promising, with the losses conveniently forgotten. The Knicks, having achieved 64 wins this season, had only secured the 26th pick in the recent lottery. This draft position offered little hope for immediate impact, and the future of the Knicks was perceived to rest solely on their current roster. The New York media, known for their penchant for jest, did not miss the opportunity to poke fun at the Celtics, who, in their fervent tanking efforts, ended up with the 3rd and 6th picks. With the Grizzlies and Raptors lacking the chance for the top pick that season, the Celtics' odds of securing the number 1 pick were an impressive 36.3, the highest in the league, while the Spurs held a mere 21.6 chance. Yet, on the day of the lottery in New Jersey, Spurs owner Peter Holt emerged as the biggest victor, achieving a remarkable turnaround. Perhaps it was a touch of fate. Holt donned the Spurs' exclusive tie and a horseshoe-shaped lapel pin, proudly attributing their good fortune to these team-specific accessories. Everyone was aware of whom the Spurs would select. No one would overlook Tim Duncan. Meanwhile, the Red Auerbach was not yet disheartened. They still had opportunities for trades should they miss out. There were plenty who reveled in the Celtics' misfortunes, and the cynics were all too eager to share in the schadenfreude. Every weekend, Kristen Lee would come to New York to take photographs part-time. The aspiring model received her family's support, as earning money early was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. Coincidentally, today was Saturday, although she had no work this week. The allure of bustling Manhattan was irresistible, prompting her to visit Liu for a chance to indulge in food and drinks. "Are we going to Chicago? I've never been there." The eager glimmer in her eyes reflected the allure of America's 3rd largest city, a place where young people are often drawn to vibrant urban life. Leaning against the sofa while perusing the newspaper, Liu noticed the slightly plump Kristen Lee, who was blinking her large eyes in eager anticipation. He casually replied, "I have some contracts to handle in Chicago, and I might catch a game while I'm there to provide you with some exposure opportunities. There's no need for you to dress up deliberately. Don't forget your age. Young people tend to want to appear more mature." But Kristen Lee has always refrained from such efforts to cater to Liu's preferences. With her sleek black ponytail and bangs reminiscent of Audrey Hepburn, the young assistant was regaining the youthful charm befitting her age. She nestled closer to Liu and began to read the news alongside him. Soon, boredom crept in, prompting her to pout and whisper suggestively in his ear, "Lee, let's go watch a movie. Jurassic Park 2 is said to be fantastic." Striving to present her youthful charm, the assistant crossed her arms and began to act coy. Liu, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. The mere mention of the movie title had already spoiled any anticipation he might have had. "The film may not be as good as you imagine." "Yay," the assistant exclaimed, delighted, and planted a kiss on Liu's cheek before eagerly putting on her coat. How could Spielberg's masterpiece possibly be anything but splendid? On the evening of June 1st, Liu and his manager, Mark Bartelstein, found themselves seated in the front row of the United Center in Chicago. Beside him, Kristen Lee sported a similar outfit of jeans and a white t-shirt, paired with retro Converse All-Star 70s sneakers. The young assistant gazed around, reveling in the novelty of sitting in the front row, feeling herself at the center of attention. In truth, the trio indeed attracted considerable notice. Although they were not rivals on the court, Chicago fans greatly admired Liu's flamboyant playing style. The front row tickets had been graciously provided by Michael Jordan, designated as the family section for players, and Jordan was known to treat his friends well. Liu rarely made friends with males his age. Ray Allen was older, and even among the Knicks, he found camaraderie only with the older players. With a beaming smile after a victory, Michael Jordan, while handing out tickets, couldn't resist boasting, "The finals won't be returning to Chicago. 2 games worth of tickets is more than sufficient." Dressed in an elegant black suit, Mark Bartelstein was in high spirits. Thanks to Liu's playoff performance, he need not worry about sneaker endorsements. It was a well-known fact that guards had an easier time selling shoes. And with some careful maneuvering during the off-season, the profits would be substantial. What a pity it is that if the Knicks could reach the finals, coupled with NBC's broadcast, it would significantly enhance your popularity. Liu, unfazed by Mark Bartelstein's comments, thought to himself that ESPN was already giving him ample publicity. His game-winning shot against Michael Jordan served as his finest advertisement. It is indeed a bit regrettable, but the Bulls have shown signs of decline, and there will be opportunities next year. The director would surely turn the camera in their direction, aside from the celebrities attending the game. Liu had also become a walking hotspot. Throughout the season, Liu's records continued to accumulate, a staggering 24 points in a single quarter during the playoffs, and a game-winning shot in the Eastern Conference Finals, further reshaping everyone's perception of him. Before the match, Liu greeted the trio at the NBC commentary booth, at which point Isaiah Thomas cheerfully reminisced about the Eastern Conference Finals. Game 2 marked a pivotal moment in the series. The Knicks had a chance to seize the victory, but Michael Jordan undeniably responded with several free throws that influenced the series' trajectory. Allan Houston, lacking in playoff experience, was consistently exploited by Jordan in the fourth quarter. Yet the Jazz would not make such mistakes in the finals. Bob Costas, sensing his partner's veiled critique of the officiating, swiftly redirected the conversation. "Isaiah, how would you assess Lee's performance in the playoffs? Although merely a rookie, he has delivered remarkable statistics this year." Unperturbed by the topic shift, Isaiah Thomas continued with a smile. "Some prodigies shine brightly upon entering the league, and without a doubt, Lee is one of those players. Basketball transcends race. However, I believe his shooting prowess surpasses that of many young black players. He still has room for improvement in physical explosiveness and toughness. His efficiency may wane against agile, towering defenders. I understand how challenging it is for smaller players in the league, yet Lee has proven himself in the playoffs." The two commentators bantered lightly, with Isaiah Thomas also taking a playful jab at Karl Malone, whose MVP statistics diminished in the postseason. The Bulls fans were deeply invested in the game, with the score fluctuating and the Bulls struggling to widen the gap. Despite having only one day of rest, Michael Jordan exhibited exceptional form, his extraordinary stamina playing a crucial role once more. Liu, seated in the front row, occasionally applauded the Jazz's elegant plays and cheered for the Bulls' spectacular offense. The tempo of the game bore no difference from that of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Bulls maintained a slower pace, extending the contest until the final moments. With just 9 seconds remaining in the game and the score tied at 82-82, Karl Malone stepped to the free throw line, the noise in the arena crescendoing. Recently traumatized by a last-second loss in Game 1, some fans began to cover their faces. Soon, Liu witnessed a classic moment as Pippen whispered something to Malone at the free throw line, leading the MVP to miss both shots. Michael Jordan secured the defensive rebound, and the United Center erupted with jubilant cheers. Liu clapped joyfully, finding the experience of witnessing history immensely entertaining. The mailman doesn't deliver on weekends. In the final moments, on the left wing, Jordan executed a simple change of direction, evading Brian Russell, and with a mid-range pull-up jumper, sealed the game. Wow! The young accomplice beside Liu cheered along, as everyone relished watching the superstar dominate the game and vanquish his opponents. Having previously made only one of 2 free throws and nearly facing blame, Jordan's last-second heroics made everyone instantly forget his earlier shortcomings. Mark Bartelstein shrugged and remarked to Liu, "This is Michael Jordan. I've witnessed countless such scenes in Chicago." Observing the flamboyant display of punches by Michael, Liu remained silent, yet the memories in his mind grew increasingly vivid. History was repeating itself. The trajectory of the finals mirrored exactly what Liu recalled. Pippen, plagued by back and knee injuries, exhibited fluctuations in performance, while Michael faltered even as a visitor. Nevertheless, such circumstances did not impede the Bulls' quest for the championship. It merely indicated that Michael had perhaps overstepped this time, as the finals ultimately returned to Chicago. In a 2-3-2 series, the Jazz had a chance to seize the moment and claim a pivotal victory, yet regrettably, the Utah duo failed to capitalize and lost Game 5. On June 13th, the Bulls returned to their home court, providing their adversaries with no opportunities, triumphing with a score of 86-90, thus securing the championship. Following his comeback, Michael Jordan achieved back-to-back titles, receiving exaltation from all corners, although the championship also ushered in discord. In the post-game press conference, Michael unequivocally stated, "I will only play for Phil. Next season, the Bulls will continue their pursuit of the championship." The discord between general manager Krause and Phil Jackson had long been public knowledge, and the frequently rumored Pippen appeared to be on the verge of being traded. Aiming for a 6th crown? Rebuilding through a Pippen trade? Even before the new season commenced, the sports media was eagerly indulging in the unfolding drama. Priority Sports, headquartered on L.S. Street in Chicago, lies not far from the historic Chicago Exchange Building, situated within the financial district of the city. In the days following the finals, aside from reading the papers and training, Liu also attended numerous gatherings. With the conclusion of the finals, ESPN, seizing the momentum, unveiled the playoff statistics for the 1996-97 season. Fans were treated to another delightful segment of basketball insights, and the New York fans were elated. During the 1996-97 season, Liu participated in 14 playoff games, averaging 37.9 minutes on the court, amassing an impressive 29 points, 3 for rebounds, 8, 7 assists, 1 steals, and 1 turnovers per game. He took an average of 15.7 shots, achieving a shooting percentage of 47.1. From beyond the arc, he averaged 7.0 attempts, with a 3-point shooting percentage of 41.9, and from the free throw line, he averaged 4.2 attempts with an accuracy of 84.5. This data officially heralded Liu as a top-tier point guard in the league. With 43 pointers made, he ranked second on the three-point leaderboard, averaging 29 attempts per game. Also placing second, despite participating in many playoff games, he still ranked 9th in three-point shooting percentage. A player efficiency rating, PER, of 22.8 surpassed both Stockton and Malone, placing him 7th overall. Compared to the regular season, Liu's efficiency slightly improved with increased playing time. Thus, New York media found no need for nuanced comparisons. Collectively, these statistics could be summarized in one word: victory. The clamor for recognition as the premier point guard grew louder, and the defeated New York media found fresh topics to discuss. The influence of Excel is profound. Fans and analysts alike enjoy delving into player comparisons through data, and Liu's statistics were as impressive as those of superstars. The alluring statistics and immense popularity also brought substantial rewards to Liu. A few days ago, I had the opportunity to meet with Kevin Plank, the founder of Under Armour. The prospects for an initial public offering are neither too optimistic nor too pessimistic. After several rounds of dilution, it is likely to dwindle down to single digits. Mark Bartelstein has been preoccupied lately with the news surrounding Liu, attempting to ensure that sports commentators sing praises, which inevitably requires some public relations finesse. I harbor doubts about Under Armour's potential for growth. Athletes are often ill-suited for entrepreneurship. Lee, you understand my sentiment. Not every athlete possesses a penchant for reading and contemplation. The incessant boasting and grandiose visions of Planck provoke a roll of the eyes and a chuckle from Bartelstein, who has encountered numerous founders with lofty ambitions during his tenure at Morgan Investment Bank. Meanwhile, Liu, engrossed in his newspaper, is more than willing to embrace the alluring prospect of substantial financial rewards. Let us not get bogged down in details. Many eagerly anticipate professional athletic gear, whether for football or basketball. I believe this endeavor has potential, he asserts. Bartelstein, with a resigned sigh, glances at his itinerary and reminds, "We have an evening gala to attend. Nike's vice president, Mark Parker, holds you in high regard. You know, Adidas has been quite active lately. After offering a 6-year, $48 million contract to a high school guard, they've recently signed another young talent. This represents a lucrative opportunity, undoubtedly exceeding your rookie contract." Upon hearing the mention of substantial sums, Liu raises an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, "How much?" "I don't believe they would present a hefty contract. Anthony Hardaway received $40 million over 10 years, and this young man is touted as Jordan's successor." Bartelstein is well aware of the dubious nature of the so-called successor contracts. However, armed with the prowess of Excel, he is confident in securing a commendable deal, perhaps 5 years for $25 million. Lee, you are on the verge of becoming a millionaire. I express my gratitude to the readers for their continued support and consider taking a break from lengthy chapters during the off-season, making it more convenient for readers to subscribe, especially since many prefer not to engage with daily updates. At 10 p.m., there will be 2 more updates. Chapter 86 concludes with the Hook King. On June 29, 1997, as the fervor of the finals lingered, Nike seized the moment to announce the signing of all-star point guard Liu from the Knicks. Fans initially anticipated the release of Liu's signature sneakers in the upcoming season. However, in a recent interview with Sports Illustrated, he revealed that the launch would not occur until 1998. This can be regarded as a strategic marketing collaboration. The hook piques interest. Sports Illustrated capitalizes on the buzz, compelling fans to purchase the magazine for exclusive insights. All parties involved were satisfied, although fans were somewhat taken advantage of. Yet in 1997, the public remained relatively unpretentious, willingly spending to learn about their sports idols. Nike prominently featured Penny Hardaway and Jason Kidd in 1997, diverging from Adidas's strategy of signing star players, as acquiring guards was aimed at boosting sales. After the announcement, the Surface Brothers Kid sent a congratulatory message, expressing a hope that Liu might wear his sneakers next season to help promote them. While Liu was unaware of the specific contract signed by the Surface Brothers, his own sponsorship deal took over half a month to finalize. In order to secure a sponsorship with a commercial entity, Liu was required to establish a company. As an independent business, could better safeguard his assets and mitigate financial risks. Furthermore, forming a company would also allow Liu to benefit from tax advantages. Data remains crucial. Even if he secured a sneaker sponsorship, there was no internal competition. Mark Parker had been responsible for the development of the iconic sneakers in previous years, and before his recent promotion and salary increase, he had enjoyed a lavish lifestyle. After signing the contract, he turned to Liu and remarked, "The abbreviation for innovation. In the future, it will also encompass financial and consulting services." His steadfast belief, unswayed by the allure of the internet, was that he could unearth the next Yahoo. Upon hearing Liu's words, Ray Allen exhibited a look of aspiration, exclaiming, "MVP. He didn't get a chance last season, especially since when Beck was traded. So his shooting opportunities should increase." This may sound like wordplay, but in reality, the space for negotiation was quite limited, necessitating a delay in their discussions. Liu felt as though his ill-fated friend had extracted lemonade from plain water. On the 3rd, Liu returned to New York, preparing for the summer classes at Connecticut Elementary, while also maintaining his regular training regimen. Many young players even hoped that Mike could achieve a 7th consecutive championship, witnessing their idol become a legend, though those without such aspirations were in the majority. Observing his friend retreating into fanatical enthusiasm, Liu felt a twinge of frustration. Winning his 5th championship had somewhat diminished Michael Jordan's prestige. Nate was unlikely to join the Celtics last season. Mark Barrel insisted on reducing the clauses regarding competition among rivals. The competition at Nike had become too fierce, with 2 Hardaways, Jason Kidd, and Gary Payton, all vying for signature shoes. He wished he could not share every sunset with him. The terms regarding exclusivity were also amended. Liu needed to assist Under Armour in promoting athletic underwear, while Nike had yet to formally enter that sector. Ultimately, both sides made concessions, effectively resolving the issue. The 8 of them concluded their discussions with laughter, leaving the promotional responsibilities to other department staff. Naturally, the clause would be activated, as the sponsors were magnanimous enough to include it in the contract, primarily to incentivize player performance. One could not set lofty goals without aiming to become a core figure at Nike, without the benefits previously enjoyed by Anthony Hardaway. Competing for the MVP award would also lack advantage. Listening to Ray Allen excitedly recount Michael Jordan's legendary performance in the finals, Liu absent-mindedly stroked his chin, momentarily lost in thought. On the afternoon of July 1st, Liu awoke in the hotel, realizing that the artistic blonde girl from Chicago Elementary he had encountered the night before had yet to leave. Yawn. Lee, let us indulge in a few drinks tonight. It's rare to meet a young person who despises old movies. Having long since flown to New York to accompany her boyfriend, Ray Allen also plans to invite Liu to return to Connecticut for training. Upon his visit, he casually brought along a piece of news. As long as the conversation revolves around contemporary art, indulging in a few drinks is entirely acceptable. Green Mill. You shall treat tonight. Do not fret about safety concerns, for the downtown area of Chicago is indeed perilous. At 42, Mark Parker does not embody the typical American Caucasian. He possesses a slight jawline, vacant eyes, and poorly managed physique, with external appearances suggesting turmoil, yet internally there is a vibrant spirit. When idols are mentioned, Ray Allen dons a visage of reverence, while Liu discreetly smirks, undoubtedly letting his troublesome friend know that Maiko is currently recruiting for the Golden Club's lavish escapades, likely shattering the idol's glamorous aura. Gazing at the note adorned with a lip print and a phone number, Liu scratches his head, struggling to recall the individual's name. Upon entering the bathroom and witnessing the spark in his own eyes, he cannot help but exclaim in delight. On the morning of June 30th, a simple sponsorship contract was finalized, and Liu and Mark Bar Allen took the opportunity to host a celebratory gathering. With no trace of artistic inclination, Liu is baffled by some cryptic scribbles he encounters. Ray Allen is also aware of the extensive advertising Nike has deployed for Anthony Hardaway, even launching a figurine in its wake. Afflicted by the excesses of revelry, he has become rather haggard, vowing to abstain from alcohol henceforth. The stipulation in question implies that the hook merely requires Liu to cover the endorsement fees for Nike products, while also necessitating a contribution towards the fees of competing products. Aside from attending soirees and engaging in basketball, Liu is also obliged to accompany an art gallery enthusiast during his brief stay in Chicago. One might ponder whether the media will compensate for the Bulls' lackluster performance. The 3rd pick was allocated to Chauncey Billups, while the 6th was designated for Ron Mercer. In light of these developments, Liu must also visit a jazz club tonight, a venue often frequented by the mob in bygone days, exuding an ambience that is both nostalgic and chic, perfectly suited for those who disdain art. Joining the Celtics may indeed be a misstep. Do you recall whom we selected this year? Just remember that the Spurs drafted Tim Duncan that season. The MVP should have rightfully belonged to Maiko. Perhaps, in the previous season, Maiko might once again claim that honor. Billups plays with great stability. Now that Knight has joined the Celtics, he may receive less playing time, while the Lakers, lacking Shaquille O'Neal, have little hope of success. In addition to his aversion to collecting art, he also disdains gathering classic film props. In Liu's eyes, the other party is not devoid of means. Inno is Liu's first company, a name suggested by his friend Ivan. Mark Bar Allen has also transformed into a more affable character than he was in the preceding days, promptly suggesting it is certain that Liu has not received any player awards for 2 consecutive years, and the hook has no right to reduce the sponsorship fees by 50%. It is still worth contending. Even Michael Jordan was not exempt from marketing woes. Without data, accolades can diminish. Fate has played its hand. Among his elementary school teammates, only Ray Allen remains in the grand market. While last season he must continue to languish in Milwaukee, Ray Allen was well aware that Liu had remained in Chicago, and while reclining on the sofa, he elaborated with complexity. The MVP title is indeed no trivial pursuit, yet the hookmaster, Brother E, seems to stand little chance. Agent Mark Baer had long assisted Liu in sorting out various trifles, yet the intricacies of the contract revealed no discrepancies between the parties involved. In essence, prior to affixing his signature to the lucrative 5-year, $25 million sneaker sponsorship deal, Liu had officially ascended into the ranks of millionaires. If the likelihood of success was indeed bleak, one might still prefer to secure a position with AJ. It was rumored that Mike was set to enlist. Yet if you deemed that mere hearsay, I had just clinched a championship. Such preferential treatment would render anyone envious. As the spurious Jordan successor could easily be dubbed the Hookmaster, Brother Chi. Liu stroked his chin, recalling memories that seldom required invocation. Indeed, he vividly remembered the rookie Beatles and their remarkable performance. Naturally, the contract also encompassed clauses pertaining to player accolades, which served as protective measures for the sponsor. Chapter 87. The donkey of the production team. The training facility of the University of Connecticut, Gamble Pavilion, located in the main campus of Mansfield, experienced a roof collapse in January 1997. A series of relentless snowstorms had led to an excessive accumulation of snow on the roof, compounded by a malfunctioning drainage system, ultimately resulting in its collapse. Consequently, the basketball team was compelled to relocate their games to the Civic Center in Hartford. As a prominent alumnus who had amassed considerable wealth, Liu naturally felt the urge to give back to his alma mater, donating a generous sum, thereby securing his graduation. Despite securing the NCAA championship, Coach Calhoun still struggled to recruit exceptionally talented players in comparison to other prestigious basketball institutions. Upon returning to university training, Liu and Ray Allen attracted numerous novice players, who were soon left in disbelief after a few days. Is this the kind of training required to play in the NBA? Every afternoon during training sessions, Liu would begin with a thorough warm-up to activate his body, followed by the unmistakable sounds of sneakers squeaking against the floor and basketballs swishing through the net. With resistance bands secured around his waist, Liu commenced several sets of defensive slide drills. Fully awakening his body, he continued with the resistance bands, executing half-court sprints followed by explosive jump shots, and then proceeded to dunks. After releasing the resistance bands, he practiced powerful shots from 5 spots beyond the arc. Continuing with slide drills, he executed full-court sprints, half-court sprints, and after completing a dunk, quickly rebounded outside to catch and shoot. As he began to catch his breath, he resumed full-court sprints, halting beyond the three-point line to shoot. Finally, he maintained sliding drills, swiftly moving positions to complete catch-and-shoot scenarios. The number of repetitions in each training session was not fixed, primarily depending on Liu's physical state that day. The objective of the training was to enhance shooting stability while elevating heart rates, while muscle gain was unreliable. Uncovering the exceptional athleticism akin to Allen Iverson's talent was decidedly feasible. Initially, Ray Allen joined Liu in the training, but by the end of the first day, he was utterly fatigued, his shooting performance far from impressive, in stark contrast to Liu's near-perfect accuracy. However, after acclimatizing for about half a month, he began to exhibit significant improvement. The newcomers in Connecticut have recently grown somewhat desensitized, while the intensity of training is manageable on occasion. The monotony of repetition day after day proves to be overwhelming for most. Head coach Calhoun's expression reflects the resignation of a weary laborer as he observes the bare-chested Liu, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. With a cheerful tone, he remarks, "Next season, strive to secure a place on the All-Star roster. Lee, you are now a prominent star in Connecticut. It seems that early exposure to high-level leagues may not be entirely detrimental. However, entering the NBA too soon may not be ideal, as most teams in the league do not emphasize fundamental tactics, requiring rookies to acclimate to the team's style of play. The situation with the Knicks is unique. Had the esteemed Larry Brown been at the helm, I would likely have had limited opportunities in my first year. Fortunately, he has moved to the 76ers, and Allen Iverson is indeed fortunate." As he steadies his breath, Liu begins to relish the misfortune of others. He had previously paid no mind until Ray Allen informed him that the 76ers had changed coaches, prompting him to check the news. In late April, Larry Brown resigned from his position with the Pacers, and shortly thereafter, he accepted an invitation from the 76ers. Subsequently, the Pacers announced that Larry Bird would assume the role of head coach. Being an NBA coach is a perilous profession if a superstar is displeased. The coach often bears the brunt of the blame. By the conclusion of the 1996 to 1997 season, numerous teams had replaced their coaches. Jeff Van Gundy of the Knicks, however, need not worry about his next contract, having secured the title of Coach of the Year this season, thus ensuring his position for the foreseeable future. Yet, both parties are still negotiating the terms of the contract extension. Nevertheless, it is highly likely that Van Gundy will remain with the Knicks next season. Larry Johnson, who has been diligently practicing boxing, recently reached out to Lee Yu, expressing hope that the balding young coach would soon be relieved of his duties to avoid the incessant circling around the gorilla. The 76ers are expected to improve next season, although they traded the rookie selected with the second pick to the Nets. Nearby, Ray Allen wiped his brow. As a newcomer, he is eager to collaborate with a renowned coach. The Bucks head coach, Chris Ford, possesses considerable prestige, having previously coached the Celtics. However, he still pales in comparison to Larry Brown. Lee Yu suddenly recalls future scenarios and wonders if Ray Allen's mindset may shift under the tutelage of this esteemed coach. With a life marked by routine, studying, reading, attending classes, and training, Lee Yu's days are well structured. Upon returning to his newly purchased home in the West End of Hartford, where he is arranging the rooms, Mylandaw suddenly suggests relocating to the South would be quite appealing. There are country clubs and golf courses, which would facilitate social interactions. Lee Yu understands that this is an invitation to ascend into a higher social echelon. Although the new house is near Elizabeth Park, the area has already lost its allure. Much like this elegant Victorian villa, the old money has shifted its stronghold in the distinctly stratified society of America. The pursuit of entry into the upper echelons requires not only wealth, but also a refined taste. Embracing the thoughtful and curvaceous young lady, Lee Yu jestingly remarked, in truth, it matters not where one resides. For instance, if I were to apply for membership at the Metropolitan Club, they might greet me with open arms. Splendid. Young man, you aspire to join the Metropolitan Club? Indeed, sir. Do provide a brief introduction. From whence do you hail? Sir, I come from New Mexico. Ah, I see. As Lee Yu animatedly mimicked tales from years past, Miranda collapsed into his embrace, chuckling softly. The circumstances have changed. There is no longer a hierarchy as before. Transportation is far more accessible, and Albuquerque is quite charming. With a focus on his game, Lee Yu tilted his head and inquired quietly, would you care to visit Albuquerque? It is far more liberated than Hartford. Miranda pondered for a moment, adjusted her attire, and whispered in his ear, without Saturday night outings, let us retire early. On July 27th, Lee Yu finally reunited with his carefree friend, Aiden, who had once again embraced the single life. His former academic girlfriend had not defied expectations, parting ways in under 3 months. After touring Lee Yu's new abode, Aiden searched in vain for any libations, raising his voice in jest. You invested in Apple stocks? You might as well have donated your dollars. Previously, in Chicago, Mark Bartelstein had reacted similarly to Lee Yu's plans, his expression one of disbelief. Didn't T. Jobs make a comeback in February? I follow the news daily. Lee Yu chuckled as he shared his insights, prompting Aiden to lament while tooling his long hair. But you should also be aware that in April, the second quarter financial report revealed a staggering loss of $7.1 billion, a record high. They laid off 3,000 employees in May and shuttered several projects and departments. Even if the losses lessen in the third quarter, the stock price is unlikely to soar. Lee Yu shrugged, believing that the plummet of the stock price from $1,887 at the year's outset presented a golden opportunity for bottom fishing. Yet, others were convinced that Apple was finished, having already invested. It is too late for regrets. I am confident this venture will ultimately yield profit. Aiden shook his head, opting not to dwell on such matters any longer. With a playful smile, he suggested, the summer courses are nearing their end, and I have yet to experience the Atlanta Club. It is high time I did. Lee Yu pointed to the mirror, indicating his dark circles, before teasingly warning, be cautious. One might find it difficult to return from there. Youth must exercise moderation. In early August, Lee Yu received a text from the novice Walter McCarty. Lee, I may have to leave the team. I am grateful to have met a friend like you on the Knicks. A couple of days later, another message arrived from rookie John Wallace. Lee, I do not wish to leave New York, nor do I want to depart from the Knicks. I do not want to play in Canada. In response to these two messages, Lee Yu could only offer a brief reply, providing some comfort. Charles Oakley's keen insight proved accurate. as the beleaguered Mike McCarty indeed could not remain with the Knicks for more than 2 years. On August 8th, the Knicks finally made a move, signing free agent Ben Wallace for 2 years at a sum of $2 million. This announcement garnered little attention. Perhaps some players were aware of the insider information that Oakley had unearthed regarding Wallace, but many regarded this signing merely as a means for a connected individual to draw a salary. Soon after, Liu received a text from veteran Herbert Williams. The seasoned player, who had seen limited playing time this season, was also set to depart the team next season. It was conceivable that Herbert Williams might even retire shortly thereafter. Following the Eastern Conference Finals debacle in rebounding, the Knicks needed to supplement their roster with energetic big men. However, regarding any subsequent actions, Liu found himself at a loss. The memories within his mind offered no clarity. Continuing to scout for talent, Liu quietly counted and ultimately realized that the Knicks roster for the upcoming season would undergo minimal changes. Jeff Van Gundy was likely to renew his contract, and the Gorilla remained as well. Not only were the Knicks inactive, but most teams in the league appeared to be in a state of stagnation, seemingly waiting for the Bulls to dismantle. Thanks to the support of fellow readers, this chapter concludes. Chapter 88. Just Call Me Ben. On August 25, 1997. A 3-team trade captured the attention of several basketball commentators. The Cavaliers dispatched all-star guard Terrell Brandon, Tyrone Hill, and a first-round pick in 1998 to the Bucks. The Bucks sent Mondeep Douglas to the Cavaliers and Wendell Beck to the Supersonics. The Supersonics transferred Shawn Kemp to the Cavaliers. Spectators were finally at ease, as the saga involving Shawn Kemp and the Supersonics drew to a close this year. The discord between star players and their teams often stems from financial matters. After contending with the 72-win Bulls in 1996, the Supersonics felt compelled to extend contracts for their players. Gary Payton received a 7-year deal worth $87.5 million. Sam Perkins was offered 2 years for $6 million, and Hersey Hawkins secured 5 years at $18 million. The conflict arose when the Supersonics extended a contract worth $3 million annually to Jim McIlvaine, a newcomer who previously played for the Washington Bullets, averaging 23 points, 29 rebounds, and 21 blocks per game. Despite standing at an impressive 2.16 meters, many viewed him as merely a tall, ineffective presence. Shawn Kemp's salary for the season was a mere $3 million, placing him on par with McIlvaine, the much-maligned stick. Who could endure such an arrangement? Last season, Kemp had refused to attend training camp, arrived late for practice, intentionally missed flights, and was seen reveling in bars before games. Ultimately, he sold his Seattle home and declared he would not don a Supersonics jersey again. With Kemp unable to secure his desired salary, the bond between player and team dissipated. In the end, the beleaguered Supersonics found an affordable all-star in Wendell Beck, while the Bucks, unable to offer a substantial contract, turned to the Cavaliers. Shawn Kemp, now joining the Cavaliers on a 7-year deal worth $107 million, finally obtained the lucrative contract he sought. As for the championship, the allure of money still reigned supreme. Upon reading the news, Ray Allen, who is still training in Connecticut, felt an immediate sense of relief. During his practice, he hardly noticed any fatigue, finding joy in every repetition. Liu, observing his friend's buoyant mood, empathized with his sentiments. Regardless of whether the Milwaukee Bucks are willing, they are poised to transform into a perimeter-oriented team. The trio of Terrell Brandon, Ray Allen, and Glenn Robinson will emerge as the linchpins of the squad, forming an exceptionally talented backcourt. The upcoming season promises a significant uptick in statistics. Maintaining health is paramount. Completing all 82 games may present an opportunity to become the primary offensive option for the team. As Liu passed the ball to Ray Allen, he offered advice. New players must seize every opportunity to ascend. Brandon's passing ability is commendable, and the crucial aspect is that there will be no need to feed the ball into the post anymore, which is indeed a positive development. However, uncertainty looms over their chances of making the playoffs. The addition of an all-star point guard should enhance their prospects. Ray Allen, buoyed by optimism, began to envision scenarios of playoff contention. Liu refrained from expressing any pessimism. Making the playoffs in the Eastern Conference is no simple feat. The upcoming season will undoubtedly see the Brooklyn Nets and the Cleveland Cavaliers improve their records. The former has amassed considerable talent, while the latter has bolstered its roster with the addition of Kemp, significantly enhancing their capabilities. As for the Bucks, memories remind Liu that fishing may still be on the agenda next season. The Supersonics have integrated a young all-star big man, continuing their pursuit of the championship. While the Bulls have remained relatively quiet throughout the offseason, what fans can observe are highlights of Mike playing golf and indulging in the Las Vegas lifestyle. He participated in the Oprah Winfrey Show and the David Letterman Show, occasionally making appearances on ESPN, confidently proclaiming that the Bulls will still contend for the championship next season. Liu noted that the Bulls owner personally invited Phil Jackson, yet the outcome was merely a one-year, $6 million extension. The ongoing discord between general manager Krause and Phil Jackson remains unresolved, leaving the Bulls in a state of internal strife. In early September, upon returning to New York, Liu witnessed the rookie John Wallace being traded. In a three-team deal, the Knicks sent their 1998 first-round draft pick to the Trail Blazers and traded John Wallace to the Raptors. The Trail Blazers, in turn, shipped Chris Dudley to the Knicks. The Raptors sent their 2000 first-round draft pick to the Knicks and a 2007 second-round pick to the Trail Blazers, averaging 39 points, 73 rebounds, and 12 blocks per game. The Knicks executed this transaction to fortify their interior presence. On September 13th, while attending a glow party at the Tunnel nightclub in Manhattan's West Side, Liu and Larry Johnson bid farewell to rookie John Wallace. Approaching midnight, the dance floor was alive with exuberant young revelers, their bodies twisting wildly amidst the dazzling lights and the shimmering mirrors surrounding them, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Many attendees were bare-chested, adorned with glow paint, exuberantly shouting in excitement. Perhaps in the early 1990s, when this establishment first opened its doors, it attracted the attention of social elites. However, as the years have progressed, in a bid to allure a younger clientele and facilitate their exploitation, it has transformed into a haven for reckless individuals. The theme night tonight predominantly draws the youth. After indulging in exuberant revelry, a disheartened John Wallace finds himself drinking heavily, bare-chested. Fortunately, the attendees seem to value their careers, opting against substance abuse, with most merely partaking in herbal indulgences. The aroma of the herb wafts around the booth, inciting the surrounding youths to revel even more. Damn it! I do not wish to go to Canada. Toronto is colder than New York, and competition requires international travel. John Wallace rants in frustration. Why trade me, Glenfield? We made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. The combination of herbs and alcohol fuels Wallace's tirade, and the atmosphere among the Knicks fans becomes equally agitated, with several members storming off in discontent directed at the team's general manager. Glenfield, known for his aloofness and lack of communication with players, stands in stark contrast to the more engaging nature of others in the league. Unlike the Bulls' Krause, who relishes in the spotlight, Glenfield limits his interactions primarily to star players. Newcomer Ben Wallace appears somewhat out of place, visibly uncomfortable amidst the charged atmosphere, exacerbated by his oversized black t-shirt, rendering him nearly invisible in the dim light. Surrounding him are towering players, all exceeding 1.9 meters, their boisterous exclamations startling the nearby patrons into retreat. Larry Johnson, equally inebriated and bare-chested, clutches a bottle, vociferously lamenting. The bald fool renewed for 2 more years, damn it. I am an all-star. On the other hand, Walter McCarty remains silent, brooding, as he too faces impending trade. This year has seen him bullied by elder teammates, and his playing time has dwindled to a mere token. Liu, having sipped only a token amount, gazes around helplessly, realizing the gathering has devolved into a complaint fest. Having danced a few rounds, he too is bare-chested, adorned with traces of neon glow, and witnessing the others drink excessively. He turns to Ben Wallace, encouragingly stating, "Relax, Ben. Larry's a good guy. He is not usually like this. Go find some ladies. Enjoy yourself while you can." Ben Wallace, his buzz cut framing his face, observes a woman vocally criticizing the coach and finds himself momentarily speechless, finally managing to say, "I'll take care of everyone tonight. I'll cover the tab." Liu, seeing the earnestness in Ben's expression, pats him on the shoulder in encouragement. Turning around, he spots a familiar blonde, looking lost amidst the chaos, and swiftly approaches, pushing aside 2 intoxicated individuals who are clearly under the influence. "Stay away from her," he admonishes. The 2 intoxicated individuals, their hair dyed green, stumble back, about to retaliate when Ben Wallace swiftly grabs each by the arm, pulling them aside. Recognizing Ben's discretion, Liu gestures for his own freedom to roam. "A good girl wouldn't come to a place like this. Where are your companions?" The cacophony of the surroundings prompted Liu to lean closer to the ear of his companion, who, with a bare, muscular torso and golden locks, appeared somewhat flustered as she softly replied, "We got separated, and when I arrived here, I was abandoned." Liu had encountered the golden-haired beauty several times at the modeling agency where he worked part-time, and they were merely familiar with each other. This situation was clearly a deliberate prank orchestrated by the other women, their waves of envy palpable. "Would you care to join me for a few rounds?" "Fear not. It is quite safe." Liu inquired softly, swiftly taking hold of the golden-haired beauty clad in denim shorts and a white t-shirt, guiding her to the dance floor without allowing her a chance to decline. Seemingly unaccustomed to such an environment, the frenetic music and the physical contact invigorated the golden-haired beauty, eliciting a smile from her. As Liu felt her swaying in his embrace, he could only lament, "I shall have to break my vow once more. Tonight, we practice ball control." Under the intoxicating influence of alcohol, the golden-haired beauty, eager to explore every taboo, became increasingly entranced, ultimately finding herself in the Dodge Viper GTS that Liu had recently acquired. "Have a smoke. Worry not, it's not a leaf, just a lady's cigarette." Buckling their seatbelts, both were adorned with a fair amount of fluorescent dust. At that moment, Liu lit a cigarette and, under her curious gaze, took a puff before handing it to her. The golden-haired beauty, with her eyes glazed, inhaled deeply, only to be met with a fit of coughs. "Wow, let us go." The red sports car roared to life as Liu laughed heartily, flooring the accelerator, the sudden surge of speed prompting a gasp from the golden-haired beauty. With the lady's cigarette in hand, she fully embraced her liberated spirit, cheering wildly. The long night stretched ahead, and the revelry had only just begun. After a night of indulgence, when the golden-haired beauty awoke, she felt a lingering weakness throughout her body. As memories of the previous night's revelry surfaced, she became fully alert. "Oh my God." Just then, Liu entered, and upon seeing the young woman shyly curled beneath the covers, he promptly suggested, "Perhaps some milk would make you feel better. You should put on some clothes." Noticing the evident marks and scratches on Liu's torso, the golden-haired beauty's cheeks began to flush. "Next time you make friends, exercise caution and avoid such perilous places. They likely only wish to see you humiliated." Fully awake now, she realized it was nearly 11 o'clock and, disregarding her modesty, hastily leaped from the bed, only to be embraced once more by Liu. "I must hurry home." Liu paid no heed to her squirming and continued to jest. "Aren't you going to tell me your name?" The golden-haired beauty rolled her eyes and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "My name is Ivana." Though Liu sensed that the girl might be fibbing, he was unconcerned. She simply seemed strikingly familiar, yet her identity did not trigger any recollection. What a lovely name. On September 22nd, prior to the commencement of the Knicks training camp, yet another trade was executed. The Knicks have traded the Atmosphere team members Walter McCarty, Dante Jones, Scott Brooks, and this year's freshly selected 26th pick, John Thomas. In exchange, they acquired forward Chris Mills, along with second-round picks from 1998 and 2000 from the Celtics. Consequently, all the rookie players from the same draft class as Liu have been sent away. The beleaguered McCarty has moved to Boston, to which Liu extended his well wishes. "Good luck, bro. The Celtics are a great team, and you'll look out for each other." McCarty embraced Liu in gratitude. Within the Knicks, the veterans dismissed him, yet Liu treated him kindly. "You will win a championship. Keep it up." Thank you to the readers for your continued support. 2 updates tonight. End of chapter. Chapter 88. Just Call Me Little Ben. On August 25, 1997, a 3-way trade garnered considerable attention from basketball commentators. The Cavaliers sent all-star guard Terrell Brandon, Tyrone Hill, and a first-round pick from 1998 to the Bucks. The Bucks traded Monday Douglas to the Cavaliers and Wendell Beck to the Supersonics. The Supersonics sent Shawn Kemp to the Cavaliers. The onlookers finally found solace, as the drama between Shawn Kemp and the Supersonics came to a close this year. The underlying cause of the conflict between star players and their teams often boils down to financial disputes. After competing against the 72-win Bulls in '96, the Supersonics were naturally inclined to renegotiate contracts with their players. Gary Payton received a 7-year deal worth $87.5 million. Sam Perkins secured 2 years at $6 million. And Hersey Hawkins was offered 5 years at $18 million. However, the conflict arose when the Supersonics extended a $3 million annual salary to their newly acquired player Jim McIlvaine. This newcomer, previously with the Washington Bullets, averaged 23 points, 29 rebounds, and 21 blocks per game, and despite his towering height of 7 feet 1 inch, he was perceived as a lackluster addition. Shawn Kemp's salary for the season was a mere $3 million, placing him on par with McIlvaine, which was intolerable for him. Last season, he had refused to attend training camp, arrived late for practice, deliberately missed flights, and even partied at bars before games. Ultimately, he sold his house in Seattle and announced that he would no longer wear a Supersonics jersey. Without the desired salary, the bond between the parties dissolved. In the end, the Supersonics reluctantly acquired the affordable all-star Wendell Beck from the Cavaliers, while the Bucks, unable to offer a substantial contract, turned to the Cavaliers for assistance. Shawn Kemp joined the Cavaliers with a lucrative 7-year deal worth $107 million, fulfilling his desire for a big contract. Championship aspirations? They still paled in comparison to the allure of substantial finances. Ray Allen, training in Connecticut, felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon hearing this news. Invigorated during practice and finding renewed energy, Liu, observing his friend's buoyant mood, understood this sentiment. Regardless of whether the Bucks were willing to adapt, they would inevitably transform into an outside shooting team, with Terrell Brandon, Ray Allen, and Glenn Robinson emerging as the core, forming a talented backcourt. In the upcoming season, it is certain that performance metrics will experience a significant upturn. Maintaining good health is paramount. Playing a full 82-game schedule could potentially position you as the primary offensive option for the team. Liu, while assisting Ray Allen with passes, offered sage advice. For novice players aspiring to ascend the ranks, seizing opportunities is imperative. Brandon is adept at passing, and most importantly, he no longer needs to funnel the ball to the interior, which is indeed a positive development. However, uncertainty lingers regarding playoff qualification. With the arrival of an all-star point guard, there should be a glimmer of hope. Feeling optimistic about his prospects, Ray Allen began to envision the exhilarating possibility of reaching the playoffs. Liu refrained from uttering any words of discouragement, acknowledging that advancing to the playoffs in the Eastern Conference is no simple feat. The coming season will undoubtedly see an improvement in the standings for both the Nets and the Cavaliers. The former has amassed sufficient talent, while the latter has bolstered its strength with the addition of Kemp. As for the Bucks, memories remind Liu that fishing is still on the agenda for the next season. The Supersonics have augmented their roster with a young all-star center, continuing their pursuit of the championship, while the Bulls have remained relatively quiet throughout the offseason. Fans have only witnessed Mike indulging in golf and spending time in Las Vegas. His appearances on the Oprah Winfrey Show, The David Letterman Show, and occasional features on ESPN have fueled a confident proclamation that the Bulls remain contenders for the championship next season. Liu noted the report that the Bulls owner personally invited Phil Jackson, yet the outcome was merely a 1-year contract extension worth $6 million. The discord between general manager Krause and Phil Jackson persists, leaving the Bulls mired in internal strife. In early September, upon returning to New York, the rookie John Wallace was traded. In a 3-team deal, the Knicks sent their 1998 first-round draft pick to the Trail Blazers and traded John Wallace to the Raptors. The Trail Blazers traded Chris Dudley to the Knicks, and the Raptors sent their 2000 first-round pick to the Knicks, along with a 2007 second-round pick to the Trail Blazers. Chris Dudley, a 32-year-old center hailing from Yale, stands at 6 feet 11 inches. Last season, he primarily served as a backup for the Trail Blazers, averaging 9 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 blocks per game. The Knicks made this trade to strengthen their interior presence. On September 13th, amidst the vibrant glow of a fluorescent party at the Tunnel nightclub in Manhattan's West Side, Liu and Larry Johnson gathered to bid farewell to the rookie John Wallace. Approaching midnight, the dance floor became a whirlwind of youthful exuberance, bodies moving rhythmically under the kaleidoscopic lights and the shimmering mirrors that adorned the venue, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Many revelers danced shirtless, smeared with glow paint, exuberantly shouting with excitement. Perhaps in the early 1990s, when the venue first opened, it attracted social elites, but over the years, in an effort to draw in more youthful patrons and capitalize on their enthusiasm, it has transformed into a haven for party enthusiasts. The theme night attracted predominantly younger crowds, and the despondent John Wallace, after indulging in the festivities, joined in the revelry, drinking heartily while shirtless. Fortunately, everyone cherishes their professional careers, opting not to indulge in crystal meth, with the most they do being a little recreational smoking. The fragrance of the leaves lingers around the booth, invigorating the surrounding youth into a euphoric frenzy. Damn, I have no desire to go to Canada. Toronto is even colder than New York, and competing requires international travel. Damn Glenfield, we made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Why trade me? The combination of leaves and liquor incited John Wallace to unleash a torrent of curses, and the Knicks atmosphere crew joined in, many expressing their discontent with the team's general manager, rarely engaging with players. Glenfield maintained a distant demeanor throughout his tenure with the Knicks. Unlike the Bulls' Krause, who relished in commandeering the spotlight from players, Glenfield's interactions were limited to brief exchanges with star athletes. Newly recruited Ben Wallace appeared somewhat out of place in the charged atmosphere, displaying a certain timidity. And with his baggy black t-shirt, he seemed nearly invisible amidst the dim lighting. A group of towering players, all exceeding 6 feet, erupted in rage, scattering the nearby onlookers in fright. Larry Johnson, equally inebriated and bare-chested, clutched a bottle and vociferously lamented, "Damn bald head. How could he extend the contract for 2 more years? Damn it. I'm an all-star." Meanwhile, Walter McCarty remained sullen and silent, soon to be traded himself. Having endured enough mistreatment from the veterans this year, with his playing time dwindling to a mere token, Liu, who had only sipped a little, helplessly observed the gathering, which had devolved into a complaint fest. Having already swayed around the dance floor a few times, Liu was also bare-chested, adorned with some fluorescent powder. Watching everyone drink voraciously, he turned to Ben Wallace and said, "Relax, Ben. Larry is a good guy. He is not usually like this. Go find a few girls. Just have fun while you're here." Sporting a buzz cut, Ben Wallace looked at the woman vehemently cursing the coach, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only respond awkwardly, "I'll take care of everyone. Tonight, I'll cover the bill." Liu, noticing Ben's bashful demeanor, patted his shoulder in encouragement. Turning around, he spotted a familiar blonde bunny looking around in confusion and promptly approached, shoving aside a visibly intoxicated onlooker, saying, "Damn, stay away from her." The 2 green-haired weaklings were pushed off balance and were about to retaliate when Ben Wallace seized each by the arm and pulled them aside. Acknowledging Ben's perceptiveness, Liu waved him off, signaling his intention for some freedom. "Good girls don't come to places like this. Where did your friends go?" The noise compelled Liu to lean closer, whispering into the blonde's ear. Noticing her bare, muscular torso and her nervous hands, she quietly replied, "We got separated. Once we got here, I was left behind." Liu had seen the blonde bunny a few times at the modeling agency where he worked as an assistant. They were merely familiar faces. This scenario was clearly a setup by the girls, tumultuous and undeniably envy-inducing. "Want to have some fun? Don't worry, it's quite safe." Liu quietly inquired, granting no opportunity for the other party to respond, and swiftly embraced the golden-haired bunny clad in denim shorts and a white t-shirt, leading her to the dance floor. It appeared that she had seldom frequented such places. The frenetic music combined with the physical collisions invigorated the golden-haired bunny, eliciting a radiant smile from her. Feeling the delightful writhing of the golden-haired bunny in his arms, Liu could only lament, "Once again, I must break my resolve. Tonight." Extra practice on ball control. Seemingly yearning to explore all taboos, under the intoxicating influence of alcohol, the golden-haired bunny became increasingly entranced, and before long, found herself seated in the Dodge Viper GTS that Liu had recently acquired. "Have a puff. Don't worry, it's not a leaf, just a lady's cigarette." Fastening their seatbelts, both were adorned with a generous amount of fluorescent powder. At that moment, Liu lit a cigarette, and amidst her curious gaze, took a drag before passing it to her. The golden-haired bunny, her eyes glazed, eagerly inhaled, only to be caught in a fit of coughing. "Wow, let us go." The red sports car roared to life as Liu laughed heartily and slammed the accelerator, the sudden surge pushing the golden-haired bunny to exclaim in surprise. With a lady's cigarette in hand, she completely surrendered to the moment, cheering joyfully. The long night stretched ahead, and the exuberant nightlife was just beginning.